The sky was gloomy, and the rain kept falling. It was 4 in the afternoon. Tang Jin stood by the roadside in a white dress and matching heels, her smooth hair falling over her shoulders. She looked like a delicate white flower waiting quietly for her boyfriend to pick her up. People passing by couldn't help but glance at her. She was simply too beautiful. After turning down yet another boy who wanted her contact information, Tang Jin let out a long sigh. Today was the 3rd day since she and Ren Yanjing had officially become a couple. It was also 3 months before the male and female leads of the story were supposed to meet. Her role was to play a shallow, foolish, and materialistic ex-girlfriend. The October air was already chilly. When the wind blew, goosebumps appeared on her pale, slender legs. She couldn't help but complain softly, "It's really cold." System 000 said in a silly tone, "Host, please wait a bit longer." The male lead was stopped by a junior student. "He'll be here soon." Tang Jin hugged herself tightly, but the cold still seeped in. She should have worn a jacket, but today was her first real date with Ren Yanjing, and the system's mission was to make a strong impression on him. She hadn't thought too much about her outfit and had simply picked a dress from her closet. Though it was a cheap one that cost only a few dozen yuan, it looked elegant and expensive on her. Why wear such a thin, white dress? Of course, it was to complete the system's task. If she dressed too warmly, how could she get his attention? What's that junior talking to him about? Tang Jin was starting to get impatient. Although Ren Yanjing wasn't late, she had arrived an hour early because the system kept urging her to. There were still 20 minutes before their meeting time. Was he really planning to arrive exactly on time? The junior asked him some questions about artificial intelligence. That made sense. In this popular campus novel that had been adapted into several versions, the male lead, Ren Yanjing, was a true genius. He studied at the country's top university, had an IQ of 190, just like his height, and was already leading his own research team in robotics as a sophomore. Ren Yanjing was always busy, spending most of his time in the lab. The only reason he started dating was that he didn't want to graduate without experiencing a bit of romance. After all, it wouldn't make sense to go through college without ever falling in love, would it? No matter how focused someone is on studying, they can't be completely without feelings. Tang Jin stomped her foot. Her white dress only reached her knees, and when the wind blew, the hem lifted slightly. Her nose was red, and the corners of her eyes were tinted pink from the cold. With her slightly teary eyes, she looked pitiful and adorable, like a lost little puppy. While Ren Yanjing was waiting at the traffic light, he noticed her from afar, a fragile figure standing by the roadside. Even from that distance, he could still see her fair, clean, and pretty face clearly. His breath paused for a moment. As soon as the light turned green, he pressed the accelerator, and a few seconds later, a black sports car stopped in front of Tang Jin. Tang Jin immediately noticed the car. She glanced at the stylish, cool-looking vehicle, couldn't tell what brand it was, and quickly looked away, uninterested. The car's windows were dark, making it impossible to see inside. After the car stopped, people nearby began to glance over, curious about who the owner might be, quietly waiting to see who would step out. Tang Jin was starting to lose patience. She wanted to find a cafe to sit in, but the system kept begging her to stay. Every time she said she wanted to leave, the system would plead softly, "Host, please, just wait a little longer. The main character is almost here, I promise." Oh, dear. Her system, 000, really knew how to act cute, and she always fell for it. "When is Ren Yanjing coming?" she asked. "Host, he's already here." "Huh? Already here?" Tang Jin looked down at her phone, 16:10. Oh, they had agreed to meet at 16:30. He was early. She asked 000, "Where is he?" Just as she finished speaking, the driver's door of the black sports car opened, and a young man stepped out, bending slightly as he did. He wore a crisp white shirt, black casual pants, and shiny black shoes. Over that, he had a well-fitted black coat. Tall and lean, he looked like he had stepped out of a fashion magazine. With his naturally handsome face, even though Tang Jin had seen him before, she couldn't help but whistle in her mind. The main character was unbelievably handsome. In her 19 years of life, She had never seen anyone so good-looking. She didn't wait for him to come over. Instead, she ran toward Ren Yanjing in her small heels, the sound of her steps clicking on the ground. Without saying a word, she reached out and hugged him, rubbing her face against his coat and playfully saying, "Why did you take so long to get here?" After speaking, Tang Zhen looked at the task panel. Task 1. First date, leave a deep impression on the male lead. Status: completed. Reward: 1 life point. The task was done. At least the half hour she spent shivering in the chilly autumn wind wearing a thin dress hadn't been for nothing. Ren Yanjing stiffened slightly in her arms, clearly not used to such closeness. After a short pause, he finally raised his hand and gently patted the back of her head. His deep voice was calm and pleasant. "Have you been waiting long?" Tang Zhen wasn't the type to stay quiet about her efforts. Her words were always sweet, as if dipped in honey. "I've been waiting for more than 40 minutes. I just really wanted to see you, so I came early." Ren Yanjing lowered his eyes, caught off guard by her straightforward affection. He opened his mouth but didn't say anything. When Tang Zhen didn't get a response, she couldn't help asking the system, "What's wrong with him? Why isn't he saying anything? He's just new to this kind of thing. Give him a moment." "What? He's so handsome, and he's never dated before?" "Nope. He used to focus only on studying, competitions, early admissions, all that. Even in college, he thought dating was a waste of time." TSK. So the male lead and the original supporting girl really did come from different worlds. His world was full of ambition, ideals, and goals. The supporting girl, on the other hand, only wanted a sweet, simple college romance. But he was always too busy to spend time with her. So even without the brilliant heroine appearing, their breakup was bound to happen. But that wasn't Tang Zhen's concern. All she needed to do was date him for 3 months, then end it. She continued to act playfully. "Don't you miss me at all?" Ren Yanjing quietly took off his black coat and draped it over her shoulders. "Let's get in the car first." Tang Zhen noticed that his ears had turned red. Not from the cold. Oh my, the male lead was just too innocent. Once she got into the car, the warm air surrounded Tang Zhen, and she finally felt comfortable again. Ren Yanjing didn't start the car right away. He turned his head to look at her, his eyes briefly passing over her bare legs. "Why are you dressed so lightly?"
Tang Zhen bờ liên kết.
Her eyes were bright and clear, her long lashes fluttering like tiny brushes that seemed to sweep across Ren Yanjing's heart. "Because it's our first date today. I wanted to look nice, so you'd always remember me." Ren Yanjing paused for a few seconds. "You already look great. Next time, wear something warmer, or wait for me inside the store." Tang Zhen was a little surprised and quietly said to 000, "Is the male lead always this considerate?" "Yes, he's a gentleman. He's from a wealthy family and was raised to be polite and caring toward women." Oh, so it was his manners and upbringing. Still, the thought that such a kind man was destined to belong to the heroine made her feel a little uneasy. He was already so thoughtful. After dating the main heroine, he would become even more perfect. Every girl's dream boyfriend. It felt like she was the one planting the tree, but someone else would enjoy its shade. Fortunately, once she completed her mission, she could start a new life under a different identity. Before entering this story, she had drowned while saving a child. Being able to live again was already a blessing. After fastening her seatbelt, Ren Yanjing started the sports car. A faint, elegant scent filled the air, not strong, but refined. Tang Zhen had never smelled anything quite like it before. She had to admit, Ren Yanjing had excellent taste. Resting her hand on the seatbelt, she asked, "Where are we going now?" He glanced at her briefly. "Dinner first." There was no music playing in the car. She wasn't sure if he had forgotten or simply preferred silence. The only sounds were their quiet breaths. Tang Zhen and the male lead hadn't known each other for long, and they weren't very close yet. The silence between them felt a little awkward, at least to her. Luckily, they soon arrived at the restaurant. It was a quiet private dining place, known for its privacy and elegant, traditional decor. Stepping inside felt like entering a peaceful world of its own. The sound of flowing water filled the air, mixed with a faint scent of incense. The servers moved quietly, and to her surprise, Tang Jin even spotted a popular actor dining with a companion. The woman looked gentle and graceful, not like someone from the entertainment industry. Maybe she had been watching for too long because her eyes stayed on the male celebrity for quite a while. Ren Yanjing gently pulled her wrist toward him and reminded her, "Watch where you're going." He let go after just a second. Tang Zhan withdrew her gaze from the celebrity and looked at her wrist, where she could still feel the warmth of his touch. She couldn't help complaining to 000, "I was walking just fine. Why did he suddenly pull me?" Who knows? It's hard to guess what someone in love is thinking. That actor is pretty handsome. Not as handsome as the main guy. That was true. The main guy was definitely the most good-looking. After ordering, while waiting for the food, Tang Zhan received her second task. Task 2. During the meal, interact closely with the main guy 3 times. 3 times? That's too much, Tang Zhan grumbled. Not at all. You can do it easily, Xiaozhan. Come on, Xiaozhan, you've got this. You're amazing. The system was really good at saying nice things. After a few sweet words, Tang Zhan's annoyance quickly faded. Although there were only 2 of them, Ren Yanjing ordered 8 dishes, half chosen by Tang Zhan, half by him. Tang Zhan loved spicy food. Ren Yanjing preferred light flavors. Thinking about how her tasks were all meant to make the main guy a perfect boyfriend for the heroine, Tang Zhan decided to have a little fun. The first dish served was braised beef brisket with tendons, full of chili peppers, definitely not light. It was oily and salty, something Ren Yanjing probably wouldn't like, but Tang Zhan loved it. She picked up a piece with clean chopsticks, stretched out her arm, and held it in front of him. Say ah. Ren Yanjing looked at her hand. Her skin was pale and smooth, her nails neatly trimmed and slightly pink, a very pretty hand. He calmly refused, "I don't eat spicy food." Tang Zhen wasn't discouraged. She blinked playfully. "But I love spicy food. Don't you want to try what I like? You're my boyfriend, after all. Today's our 3rd day together. You won't even agree to such a small request? I'll really be sad if you don't." Tang Zhen was very good at acting cute. Her eyes were moist and bright, like those of a little deer, and in them was the reflection of Ren Yanjing. "If it's something you like to eat but I don't, I'll still be willing to try it."
Come on, just try it.
Ren Yanjing seemed helpless under her persistence. He reached out to take the chopsticks, but Tang Zhen quickly pulled them back. "Open your mouth, I'll feed you." Ren Yanjing was speechless. He had never been fed by anyone before. If it were someone else, he would have refused coldly, but the person in front of him was his girlfriend. A girlfriend was, after all, different from anyone else. After a short standoff, he finally opened his mouth and took a bite. After chewing twice, he realized it wasn't as spicy as he had imagined. Tang Zhen smiled happily, like a little hamster that had found something tasty, making Ren Yanjing glance at her again. She looked at the second task on her phone. As expected, the progress showed 1/3.
2 more to go.
The next dish was spicy chicken gizzards with soybeans. Tang Zhen placed her hands on the table, slightly opened her mouth, and made a playful gesture, as if waiting to be fed. Ren Yanjing didn't move.
Tang Zhen pouted.
"Hurry up, I want to eat the chicken gizzards." Her bright eyes looked at him sincerely. Ren Yanjing picked up a piece and fed it to her. As expected, after the first time, the rest became easier. The task progress moved to 2/3. But the last part made Tang Zhen hesitate. The main character was meant to end up with a heroine, so things like kisses were out of the question. Maybe a light touch on the cheek or holding hands would do, but since they were sitting across the table, even that seemed awkward. As the meal was coming to an end, Tang Zhen suddenly had an idea. She beckoned to Ren Yanjing with her finger. He was eating fishball soup and looked up when he noticed her. "What is it? Give me your hand for a second?" Ren Yanjing wasn't sure what she was planning, but since they were dating, he decided to go along with it. He reached out his left hand, and Tang Zhen quickly held it, pressing the camera button with her other hand.
Click.
A new photo appeared on her phone screen. In the photo, 2 hands, one big, one small, lightly touched at the fingertips, close yet not quite together, as if they would separate at the slightest movement. And indeed, that's what happened. After the photo was taken, Tang Jin quickly pulled her hand back. Xiao Jinjin, you're being so half-hearted. She really was. Everything she did was just to complete the task. The thought that all her efforts were only helping the heroine made her feel awkward whenever she interacted with Ren Yanjing. After the photo, she checked the task list, but it still showed February 3rd.
What?
They had held hands and taken a photo. Didn't that count as a close interaction? 000 hesitated before saying, Xiao Jinjin, you only touched fingertips. That's barely any contact. Holding hands properly counts. Hold hands properly? Tang Jin muttered to herself and glanced at Ren Yanjing. When she had pulled her hand back, he had done the same. His arm rested casually on the table, his hand hanging loosely over the edge, a relaxed, effortless pose. His coat was still on her side, so he was only wearing a white shirt. The cuffs were unbuttoned and rolled up twice, revealing a wrist with a watch. He looked like someone who was meant to wear a watch. She didn't know much about brands or prices, but it was clearly expensive. The light above made it gleam brightly. But that wasn't the point. The point was that the task wasn't complete. What should she do now? How else could she interact with him? Completing the task meant extending her life. Both this body and her original one had short lifespans. That was why, no matter how unwilling she felt, she still worked hard to finish every mission. She scratched her cheek, her face turning slightly pink, not realizing what she was doing. Then she heard Ren Yanjing ask, mosquito bite?
Tanzan Berlinket, did start.
I don't think so. Are you full already? That startled her. The task required her to stay through the meal. If dinner ended, the mission would fail. No. Ren Yanjing calmly picked up a piece of chicken gizzard and placed it in her bowl. Then keep eating. Don't like the food? He actually served her food. The male lead helped her pick up some food. But the task still didn't move forward. It's really good, she said after replying to him. Then Tang Zhen asked the system, 000, what's going on? Why isn't the task completed yet? Because the male lead already fed you before. But that time I started it. This time he did it first. It's the same. Picking up food for you isn't more intimate than feeding you directly.
Tanzan, Phi.
That kind of makes sense. She kept eating while thinking. Tang Jin realized she might be missing something. Intimacy doesn't have to be physical, it can also be emotional. Isn't emotional connection still a kind of interaction? Of course it is. People always talk about physical attraction and emotional attraction. They're both important and equal. Tang Jin put down her chopsticks, suddenly inspired. She posted a photo on her social media. The one where their fingertips had just touched, without any caption. If the male lead ended up with his true love later, what if the girl minded? So the simpler the post, the better. That way, even if she deleted it later, few people would remember. No need for flirty words. The original owner of this body had many friends online, and since Tang Jin came here, she hadn't posted anything for a long time. As soon as the photo appeared, her classmates and friends flooded the comments. Are you dating someone? So romantic. Goddess, tell us who he is. Who's the guy? Tell the truth. Lucky man. So sweet. I never knew a light touch of fingertips could feel more romantic than holding hands. Now I want to fall in love too.
Tanzan.
A fingertip touch more romantic than holding hands? Who said that? Even the system didn't think so. Otherwise, the task would be done by now. The last comment was from her roommate. Ignoring her friend's excitement, Tang Zhen raised her phone toward Ren Yanjing. I posted it. Okay. Seeing him still calmly sipping his soup, Tang Zhen couldn't help but say, hey, HM? My boyfriend. Aren't you going to like my post? Ren Yanjing paused for a moment, then a faint smile appeared in his eyes. In fact, he didn't like doing anything else while eating. He had always been like that. Eating was for eating, working was for working, and relaxing was for relaxing. Unless something urgent came up, he never touched his phone during meals. But something she said must have pleased him because he put down his chopsticks, picked up his phone, and opened his social feed. Sure enough, after refreshing, he saw the new photo that Tang Zhen had just posted. The photo had a warm tone, with the background softly blurred. Only 2 hands touching at the fingertips were in focus. The first thing Ren Yanjing thought when he saw it was that her hands looked very plain, not unattractive, just missing a bit of decoration. He gave it a like. Just a simple like, no comment. He didn't act like a boyfriend at all. No wonder she needed to play the part of the pretty ex-girlfriend to help him out. Tang Zhen had thought the task would fail again, but unexpectedly, it was completed. Wait, 000. Just a like counts as close interaction?
Yes.
Because the main guy almost never likes anyone's posts. He rarely even checks his feed, maybe just once in a while. So giving you a like is already something very special. If he ever left a comment, wouldn't that be amazing? Forget it, one step at a time. He already liked the post. Could a comment be far behind? Task 2. Have 3 close interactions with the main guy during a meal. Completed. Reward. 1 life point after dinner. Around 6 in the evening, the sky was dim but not yet dark. When Tang Zhen left the private restaurant, she was still wearing Ren Yanjing's jacket. It carried a faint scent of men's cologne, the same as in his car. Not strong, but pleasant. Where are we going next?
She asked.
Ren Yanjing didn't answer. Instead, he said, let's get in the car first. Maybe because he was used to taking care of the women in his family, he was very considerate this time, waiting for her to get in before gently closing the car door. The black sports car sped through the city of B under the evening sky. In nearly 20 years of life, this was only Tang Zhen's second time in a sports car. The first had been just over an hour ago. After several dozen minutes, the car stopped in front of a jewelry store. Ren Yanjing unfastened his seatbelt. Get out. Tang Zhen had no idea what he was planning, but she followed him out of the car. Ren Yanjing walked confidently into the jewelry store and stopped in front of the sparkling display counter. He turned to Tang Zhen and said, pick whatever you like.
Tang Zhen.
System 000. When the system told Tang Zhen that the male lead was a rich heir, she didn't really feel it. Even when she sat in the passenger seat of his sleek black sports car, she still didn't feel it. But when he brought her to a jewelry store and told her to choose whatever she liked, she finally began to understand what being a rich heir meant. Although the character she was supposed to play was a shallow, materialistic girl, Tang Zhen herself wasn't like that. She didn't care much about luxury. Having never experienced such things before, it was her first time being taken to a jewelry store and told to pick a gift freely. She waved her hand and smiled shyly, 2 small dimples appearing on her face. Her expression was pure and a little nervous. That's okay, I don't need anything. The jewelry here was clearly expensive. She didn't like taking advantage of others and couldn't afford to return such a gift, so it was better to refuse. Before Ren Yanjing could say anything, the saleswoman began to praise her. Oh, young ladies should wear some jewelry, especially someone as pretty as you. Your boyfriend is so generous. I'm so jealous. Do you like earrings, necklaces, or bracelets? It looks like your ears are pierced. Would you like to see some earrings? As she spoke, the saleswoman enthusiastically took out several pairs of delicate earrings that would look lovely on a young woman. But Tang Zhen still didn't want any. Ren Yanjing tapped the glass counter lightly with his fingers and said calmly, let's look at bracelets. The moment he saw her photo on social media, he had already decided to buy her a bracelet. Her wrist looked bare, with nothing on it. He remembered that his cousin liked to wear several pieces together, one bracelet with a charm bead on one hand and a jade bangle on the other. She said young women liked layering jewelry. The saleswoman led them to the bracelet section. Ren Yanjing immediately noticed a delicate bracelet with a 4-leaf clover design. It was small and elegant, made of bright red agate that caught the light beautifully. He asked the saleswoman to take it out. Wearing white gloves, she carefully placed the bracelet around Tang Zhen's wrist. The red color made her pale skin look even fairer, almost like it was glowing. Her wrist seemed made for this color of bracelet. It looked so delicate and beautiful, like a piece of art, perfectly matching her. Ren Yanjing quickly said, this one. No need to take it off.
Tang Zhen blinket. Huh.
Before she could react, Ren Yanjing had already paid. She leaned closer, wanting to see the price, but he had already put his phone away. Tang Zhen couldn't help but exclaim to 000, the main guy is really this straightforward?
Yeah.
He's got money, so paying is no big deal. Just a few seconds. But Xiaojin, that bracelet looks amazing on you. He's got great taste. How much was it? A bit over 6,000. Not expensive for him. For a first gift, it's actually quite fitting. Not cheap, but not too costly either. 6,000 was a lot for Tang Zhen, but with some effort and part-time work, she could probably pay it back, though not in a month or two, maybe 3. By then, they might have already broken up. Should I act cute to thank him?
She asked.
She did like being playful sometimes. Sure, Xiaojin, it really suits you, but he'll be the main girl's boyfriend later. 000 didn't care. So what? Right now, he's your boyfriend. Enjoy the moment. Don't overthink it. The ending doesn't matter, just be happy now.
Right.
For now, she was Ren Yanjing's real girlfriend, and a girlfriend should have her privileges. She stepped closer, wrapped her arm around his, leaned her face against him, and said sweetly, Ren Yanjing, you're so nice. The bright lights in the jewelry store made her eyes sparkle, and her little dimples looked irresistibly sweet. Ren Yanjing smiled slightly. As long as you like it, I love it, because it's from you. Her gentle voice carried the words naturally and sincerely. Just as Ren Yanjing was about to speak, his phone rang loudly. Tang Zhen let go of his arm. He answered, listened for a moment, and only said 2 short sentences. I understand. I'll be right back. After hanging up, he looked at Tang Zhen and said, I'll take you back to school. Tang Zhen knew the date was over, but she still asked on purpose. Do you have something to do? Yeah, there's a problem in the lab. I need to go back and fix it. Tang Zhen made a small sound of understanding. Ren Yanjing hesitated for a moment, patted her head, and said, I'll spend more time with you next time. Tang Zhen was about to agree when the system suddenly beeped with an alarm. Before she could react, a new task appeared. Task 3. Stop the male lead from going back to the lab.
Tang Zhen?
000. Are you serious? How could anyone do that? He really does have something to handle. He's not making excuses or lying. Very serious. Xiaojinjin, remember your character setting. You're a shallow, vain, and superficial supporting girl, a girl with no dreams or goals, who only wants to fall in love. For such a pretty but shallow character, acting spoiled when the male lead tries to end the date early is completely normal, right? Not acting spoiled would actually be strange. Tang Zhen silently followed Ren Yanjing out of the jewelry store. What happens if I don't do the task? Xiaojinjin, once you break up with the male lead, I'll leave. The life points you've earned will stay the same. 1 point equals half a year of life. Tang Zhen said, so I've saved up 1 year of life now. That's right. Then I choose to give up this task. Xiaojinjin, don't do that. I want you to live a long, happy life. But she didn't want to live longer in this way. Xiaojinjin, the tasks will get harder. If you refuse this one, you'll have to complete the next one. There was such a rule? What about the one after that? You can choose to do it or not, but I still suggest you complete every task since the reward is life points. Tang Zhen understood. Out of every 2 tasks, she had to complete at least 1. In the end, she couldn't bring herself to stop the male lead by force. Forget it, if the next task is harder, so be it. She'd deal with it when it came. Before and after entering the story, Tang Zhen had always been an average student. She got into a regular university, majored in accounting, and planned to work as an accountant after graduation. It wasn't exciting, but it was enough to get by. The male lead's world was vast and full of wonder. He had dreams and ambitions, wanting to create a new era for robots. Around him were talented companions who shared his vision. It was clear that the original supporting female character couldn't truly understand that world. Although Tang Zhen didn't know much about robotics, she deeply respected a young man with such dreams. Because of people like him, the world would keep getting better. She might not understand robots, but at least she didn't want to hold him back. If she really did, she would lose respect for herself. So, she chose to let him go. As soon as they left the jewelry store, a cold wind blew past. The October night already carried a chill. Tang Zhen followed Ren Yanjing toward his sports car. Maybe she was distracted, Or maybe the lighting was too dim, but just as they neared the car, she twisted her ankle. The sudden pain made her fall to the ground, leaving her dazed. Xiao Zhen, are you okay? Tang Zhen felt dizzy and sore. After a few seconds, when she finally came to her senses, she realized the male lead had already carried her to the passenger seat. He was crouched down, checking her ankle. His hand rested gently on it, warm against her skin. His fingers were slightly rough, probably from years of working in the lab, and she could clearly feel their touch. It's swollen. Looks like a sprain, Ren Yanjing said after a quick check.
Tang Zhen not dead.
It's fine, it'll get better in a few days. Ren Yanjing stood up, closed the car door for her, and walked around to the driver's seat. We should still go to the hospital, just to be safe. If it's a fracture, that would be bad. Tang Zhen's face turned pale. I don't think it's that serious. Ren Yanjing started the car. Let's have it checked first. On the way to the hospital, his phone kept ringing. He answered through Bluetooth. A young, energetic male voice came through. Boss, are you here yet? Ren Yanjing replied calmly. Something came up. I'll be late. What happened, boss? We really need you here. Tang Zhen spoke softly, her big eyes filled with worry.
I'm fine.
You should go take care of your work. The person on the other end paused in surprise.
Huh?
Who's that girl talking? Boss, are you with a girl? Ren Yanjing said he'd talk later and hung up the phone. Tang Zhen bit her lip. I can go to the hospital by myself. His eyes briefly moved to her lips. It's fine, he said simply. Tang Zhen wanted to speak several times but held back. Her ankle hurt badly, and she wasn't in the mood to talk. Fortunately, after the checkup, the doctor said it wasn't serious. He gave her a spray for bruises and told her to rest and avoid intense activity. By the time they left the hospital, it was already 11 p.m. Task 3, stop the main character from returning to the lab, was completed. When Tang Zhen saw the words completed, she froze. 000. How did it finish already? A professor who specializes in robotics happened to pass by and helped them solve the problem. The main character doesn't need to go anymore. So, he doesn't have to go to the lab? That's right. The words doesn't have to kept echoing in her mind. She really had slowed him down. She thought people with dreams were amazing, but she had affected him, and she didn't want that. Chasing dreams takes a lot of effort. Tang Zhen suddenly crouched down and hugged herself. When Ren Yanjing noticed she hadn't followed, he paused, walked over, and asked, Doesn't that position hurt your foot? Tang Zhen nodded, then shook her head. Ren Yanjing realized something was wrong. Her eyes were misty, her nose slightly red, and she looked pitiful. Her face was so pure that even her tears made her look fragile and gentle. He pushed away the thoughts that came to mind, crouched down, leaned closer, and asked softly, Why are you crying? Tang Zhen whispered, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. So that was it. She thought she had affected him. Ren Yanjing said calmly, It's okay. You're my girlfriend. Under the dim streetlight, his deep eyes looked serious. To him, taking her to the hospital right away was only natural. Tang Zhen quickly looked away, her heart beating faster. And besides, he added, My teammates are pretty capable too. Tang Zhen looked up. Her fair face seemed to glow softly under the nightlights, and her big, bright eyes blinked. Are you still going to the lab now? Ren Yanjing didn't answer. Instead, he asked, Do you want to come with me? Come with him? Before Tang Zhen could reply, Ren Yanjing continued, Never mind. Your foot isn't fully healed. I'll take you back to your dorm first. Tang Zhen studied at a second-tier university not far from his. But before his sports car reached the school gate, she asked to get out. At this hour, there were still a few people around the entrance. If someone saw her getting out of his car, it would be hard to explain. It wasn't that she cared about being seen. It was that in 3 months, they would break up, and after that, they'd have nothing to do with each other. Rather than deal with gossip later, she preferred to keep things quiet from the start. After getting out, Tang Zhen endured the pain in her ankle and quickly walked toward the campus. Only when her figure disappeared did Ren Yanjing rub his forehead, puzzled about why she insisted on getting out so early. Was she embarrassed to be seen with him? He couldn't figure it out, so he stopped thinking about it. While calling a teammate, he drove toward the university lab. When Tang Zhen returned to her dorm, she was immediately surrounded by her roommates, who had stayed up late just to wait for her. Well, Zhenjin, one of them teased, you've been secretly dating someone. Tell us, who is he? Which department? What's his name? How tall is he? How much does he weigh?
Tang Zhen lau ghét.
Tian, are you doing a background check? You're asking too many questions. Tian dragged her chair closer. I'm just being curious. The other two roommates looked at her eagerly. We're just helping you make sure he's a good guy, one of them said. Tang Zhen knew his character was beyond question. Come on, tell us his name. Maybe we know him. Tang Zhen shook her head. He's not from our school. Not from the Media and Arts University? Then he's from where? Before Tang Zhen could make up an excuse, her roommate nicknamed Leaf suddenly noticed the bracelet on her wrist. Hey, you didn't have that bracelet this morning. Did your boyfriend give it to you? Tian shouted excitedly and grabbed Tang Zhen's wrist to take a closer look. I know this bracelet. It costs several thousand. I wanted to buy it too, but I couldn't bring myself to spend that much. Yezi said, Zhenjin, your boyfriend is really generous. Tang Zhen felt a bit embarrassed. It's okay, I guess. Her roommates were all respectful of boundaries. Seeing that Tang Zhen didn't want to talk about her boyfriend, they quickly changed the topic, and she finally felt relieved. But when she took out her phone, that relief disappeared again. Her mother, who had married 3 times and finally married into a wealthy family, had sent her a message asking her to come to the Zhou family home that weekend. The Zhou family was her mother's current husband's family. To the original Tang Zhen, the Zhou family was like a dangerous place. After taking over this body, Tang Zhen also disliked dealing with her mother's new family. After all, the Zhou family's second daughter had secretly liked Ren Yanjing for years. If she found out that Tang Zhen was dating him, things would definitely get messy. Tang Zhen still went back to the Zhou family home that weekend. Before she returned, her mother had been calling her nonstop, clearly determined to keep calling until she answered. Tang Zhen had thought about blocking her, but that would probably cause even more trouble. Her mother might even show up at her school dormitory. When she arrived home, her stepfather wasn't there, but the Zhou family's eldest son, second daughter, youngest son, and her mother were all present. Among them, only 8-year-old Xiao Zhou seemed to like her. As soon as he saw her, he called out, "Pretty sister." Her mother looked displeased and asked sharply, "Why didn't you answer my calls?" Tang Zhen felt a headache coming on. My phone was on silent by accident, so I didn't hear it. You can't even handle something that simple. What's the point of you?
Tang Zhen stay quit.
The Zhou family's second daughter looked amused, while the eldest son sat on the sofa drinking coffee, his eyes fixed on his laptop, not even glancing at her. In the popular novel Tang Zhen had entered, the Zhou family's eldest son was considered the third male lead. He secretly loved the heroine, always supported her, and invested in her projects without limit. He was deeply devoted. Tang Zhen chatted with 000. I'm getting more and more curious about the heroine. You'll meet her in a few months. There's nothing that special about her. She's just an ordinary person with 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth. Tang Zhen was amused by 000. The way 000 spoke was soft and cute, which helped ease her tension. She felt uncomfortable staying at the Zhou family's house. Her mother's reason for calling her back was obvious. At first, Tang Zhen didn't understand why her mother insisted she return until Mrs. Tang pulled her into an empty storage room and said in a disappointed tone, "Your older brother finally came home today, and you showed up only in the afternoon." Wait, what did that have to do with her? Your brother may have a bad temper, but you're a pretty girl. If you try harder, maybe something good could happen. Something good? Tang Zhen suddenly realized what her mother meant. She looked shocked. Mom, he's my brother. Mrs. Tang gave a short laugh. Brother? He's not really your brother. Try calling him that and see if he even responds. That was true. Neither the original Tang Zhen nor she herself had ever called him brother. Even when they met by chance, she only called him young Master Zhou. Mrs. Tang tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Don't worry, your household registration is still with your father. You and he aren't even listed under the same family record. It doesn't matter. Tang Jun was speechless. Lately, a few rich young ladies have been chasing after your brother. You should pay more attention. Tang Jun stayed silent the whole time. When she finally left the storage room, she saw Zhou Shusi nearby. He had one hand in his pocket and a cup of coffee in the other, standing by the large window and looking outside. He was dressed casually today, which made him look even younger. In fact, he was young, only 26 and already successful. He wore rimless glasses, giving him a calm and refined look. Tang Jun wasn't sure if he had overheard her conversation with her mother. Even if he had, he probably wouldn't care. She could never figure out what he was thinking. When he noticed her coming out, Zhou Shusi turned his head slightly toward her. Without thinking, Tang Jun called out, "Brother." Oh no. She had always called him young master before. It's fine, she thought. He probably wouldn't respond anyway. But to her surprise, Zhou Shusi quietly answered, He actually responded when she called him brother. After dinner, Tang Jun was ready to leave. Mrs. Tang spoke up, "Shusi, why don't you walk Jun out?" Tang Jun immediately refused. "No need, I can take the subway. It's very convenient, you don't have to drive me." But before she could continue, Zhou Shusi had already picked up the suit jacket from the armrest of the sofa and said to her, "Let's go." Mrs. Tang looked surprised. She had only mentioned it casually and didn't expect Zhou Shusi to actually agree. Even his younger sister looked shocked, as if she wanted to say something but didn't know how. Tang Jun had no choice but to get into Zhou Shusi's car. Unlike the main character, Zhou Shusi drove a dark gray business car. It looked simple but spacious inside. As soon as they got in, he turned on some music. Neither of them spoke during the ride. Tang Jun kept looking out the window, not noticing that Zhou Shusi glanced at her 8 times along the way. 000 noticed, but thought Zhou Shusi was just checking the right mirror. It was normal for his eyes to fall on the passenger seat while doing that. Half an hour later, the car stopped at the school gate. Tang Jun said goodbye politely and quickly got out of the car. As soon as she stepped out, she couldn't help asking 000, "What's going on with him? Why did he agree to drive me?" 000 was puzzled too. Maybe it was just on his way. Does he live nearby? He owns so many houses that no matter which direction he goes, it's always on the way. So that was it.
Tang Jen unfo.
When she returned to her dorm, it was already 9:30 p.m., not too early, but not too late either. She took out her phone and glanced at it. She and the main character hadn't talked for 3 days. There's a saying that if a couple doesn't contact each other for 3 days, it's basically a breakup. But she knew he was just busy. Just as she was about to put her phone away, the system released task 4. It read, "Show a little temper in front of the main character, Tang Jun." 000 said seriously, "He hasn't contacted you for 3 days. You need to act upset in front of him, but don't overdo it. If you really break up, the story can't continue." This task wasn't hard for Tang Jun. She walked to the dorm balcony, closed the door behind her, looked up at the moon, and called Ren Yanjing.
Beep, beep, beep.
The first time she called, no one answered, and the phone hung up automatically. Tang Jun quickly dialed again. This time, someone finally picked up. A slightly tired voice came from the other end. Ren Yanjing. "Hello?" Anyone could tell he must have been exhausted these past few days. Tang Jun didn't really want to bother him, but the task wasn't difficult. She just needed to take up a minute of the male lead's time and act a little upset. Surely he could cooperate for that long. She spoke in a soft, teasing tone. "Ren Yanjing, have you already forgotten who I am?" He let out a quiet sigh.
No.
"Do you realize you haven't contacted me for 3 days? We've only been together for 3 days. What kind of couple stops talking for that long, right after getting together?" "Sorry, I've been really busy lately." Tang Jun gave a small hum, perfectly showing her tiny bit of anger. But her voice was so sweet and gentle that even her irritation sounded more like she was being playful. "So busy you couldn't even send one message?" In this popular novel setting, the male lead only had patience for the heroine. To the supporting girl, he was always distant. No matter how kind he was by nature, when it came to his career, The supporting girl had to step aside. Tang Zhen had already prepared herself. Even if he said he simply forgot to message her, she could accept it. Or maybe he'd say something even colder. But to her surprise, the male lead's reaction was completely different. He coughed lightly, lowered his voice, and his pleasant tone flowed into her ear like water. My fault. It won't happen again.
Tang Zhen.
Wait a second. That's not how he's supposed to react. Tang Zhen said to 000. Wasn't the male lead supposed to say he was busy with school and ask me to understand? Instead, he just admitted it was his fault. 000 couldn't figure it out either and guessed, well, you've only been together 6 days, not even a week. You've only gone on 1 date. You're still in the fresh stage. That made sense. At the start of a relationship, both people tend to be more patient, since they don't know each other well yet and are still learning about each other's personalities. Tang Zhen looked at the task list and saw it wasn't complete yet. What did that mean? It meant her little act of being upset wasn't convincing enough. Tang Zhen still didn't quite know how to control the difference between a small temper and a big one. She had a good temper, almost never argued with anyone, and had never really lost her patience. In truth, she didn't even understand what it meant to get a little angry. 000. What I said just now, does that count as being upset?
Probably.
You could sound a bit harsher and more impatient. Even a small temper is still a temper. But Xiaozhen, don't be too cold, or if you and the male lead end up breaking up, that would be bad. Tang Zhen felt a headache coming on. At first, she thought this task would be easy, but she soon realized she had underestimated what it meant to get angry. In the end, it was just that she lacked experience. The call had already been made, and the task had begun. There was no turning back now. Holding her phone, she looked up at the few stars in the sky and started to complain playfully. We haven't seen each other for 3 days. If I never call you, would you just never contact me again? Ren Yanjing's reply sounded weak.
No.
Tang Zhen gave a short laugh. It was supposed to sound dismissive, but her voice was too soft and sweet, making her sound more like a kitten than someone upset. Still, she was already trying her best to show a small temper. The truth is, you haven't sent me a single message in 3 days. If I didn't call you now, would you forget about me for a week? A month? Ren Yanjing let out a long sigh. Clearly, this was new to him too. It was a tricky situation. He obviously had no experience with this kind of thing, so he sounded a bit awkward.
No.
Who am I to you, Ren Yanjing? She almost slipped and said the male lead, but caught herself just in time. Luckily, he answered as expected. You're my girlfriend. Your girlfriend who hasn't heard from you in 3 days. That line was hard to move past. Of course, she could have let it go, but the task wasn't finished yet. Ren Yanjing changed the subject. Where are you now? Tang Zhen heard some faint sounds on the other end of the line, but didn't pay attention. She kept pressing. Where else could I be besides the dorm? My boyfriend doesn't take me out anywhere. Every day it's just classes and naps in the dorm. My life's no different from when I didn't have a boyfriend. My roommate has asked me several times where my boyfriend is. I just want to say I don't know either. I still go to class with them every day, eat together, go back to the dorm together, and watch short dramas in the evening. Tang Zhen didn't care much at first, but as she spoke, she started to feel a little sad. Even though it was just for a task, this was still her first relationship. At her age, she still had hopes and dreams about love, especially since the guy was so handsome, exactly her type in every way. But after 3 days, she hadn't even seen a single strand of Ren Yanjing's hair. She wasn't supposed to be anxious, but their breakup was already counting down. Her time to experience her first love was limited. If possible, she wanted to keep something from it. Maybe a memory, or something else. After saying all this, Tang Zhen fell silent. She didn't check the task, so she didn't notice that it had already been completed. The call timer kept ticking upward. Time passed second by second. Listening to the quiet breathing on the other end, Tang Zhen started to get a little angry. Don't you have anything to say to me?
Come downstairs. Tang Zhen flooded.
What? I'm downstairs at your dorm.
Tang Zhen.
When she ran out of the dorm and felt the cold wind, she finally calmed down a little. She walked up to Ren Yanjing with small, careful steps and looked up at him. Why are you here? Ren Yanjing looked down at her. I was afraid that if I didn't come, my girlfriend would run away. Well, she wouldn't really run away. At least, not right now. Ren Yanjing took her hand. Come on, I'll take you out. Tang Zhen noticed the dark circles under his eyes. His skin was pale, which made them stand out even more. She blinked. How long have you not rested? Ren Yanjing didn't want to talk about it. He just said simply not long. In truth, he had only slept about 10 hours in the past 3 days, roughly 3 hours a day, and even that was broken sleep, half an hour at a time. Next Sunday is the day of the university robot competition. These days, he and his teammates have been busy testing their robot, Robert. 3 days ago, Robert had a serious malfunction that needed to be checked carefully, which is why his teammates kept calling him. Fortunately, the problem has been fixed and Robert is now working well. He will have a bit more free time in the coming days. Tang Zhen got into the car with him. Today, he was driving an orange-red sports car. Compared to his previous black one, this car looked much brighter. Curious, Tang Zhen asked, besides me, has any other girl ever sat in your passenger seat?
Ren Yanjing glanced ahead.
His handsome face seemed to glow faintly in the dim car light. His eyes were deep, his nose straight, and his lips looked gentle and kind.
No, he said. Oh.
She didn't ask him to drive. Instead, she said, let's just sit here for a while. Tilting her head playfully, she added, you look like you haven't rested in a long time. I don't dare ride with you if you're tired.
Ren Yanjing smiled.
I just called a driver. In truth, he didn't feel safe driving right now. He really hadn't rested properly for days. Tang Zhen turned to him. Why don't you take a nap in the car? What about you? I'll keep an eye on you. Ren Yanjing didn't refuse. He leaned forward on the steering wheel and soon fell asleep. He looked peaceful and gentle as he slept.
Tang Zhen sighed.
000. No wonder I'm just the supporting character. The main character came all this way just to rest in front of me. 000 laughed. You'll get used to it. Look on the bright side. You're the first girl to see him sleeping.
Tang Zhen.
No matter what it is, when something happens for the first time, it always feels special. 000's words echoed in Tang Zhen's mind. She was the first girl to see the main character sleeping. She couldn't help leaning closer to look at Ren Yanjing. Up close, he was still strikingly handsome. His eyelashes were long, his skin fair, and he looked calm and quiet in his sleep. On the surface, he seemed calm and composed, but deep down, he probably still had the bright energy of youth. That energy showed in his love for sports cars, and perhaps his warmth was meant for the heroine. Thinking of this, Tang Zhen lost interest in observing the man beside her. The car was quiet, the air fresh, and only the soft sound of breathing flowed gently inside. Before she knew it, Tang Zhen began to feel sleepy. She sent a message to her roommate, saying she might not come back tonight. After letting her know, she rested her head and fell asleep. When Tang Zhen woke up again, several hours had passed. As she slowly opened her eyes, she saw a handsome face very close to hers. Seeing her awake, Ren Yanjing leaned back slightly. Awake? Tang Zhen murmured a soft Her voice, still drowsy, sounded gentle and sweet, carrying a soft charm. She didn't think about why he had been so close just now. Rubbing her eyes, she asked, What time is it? Without checking his phone, Ren Yanjing answered right away, 3:30 in the morning. She was surprised she had slept so long. Her back and neck ached a little from sleeping in that position. Looking at Ren Yanjing, she asked quietly, How long have you been awake? Not long. In truth, Ren Yanjing had been awake for half an hour, quietly watching her. He had never imagined he would one day spend time just looking at someone. To his old self, that would have been unthinkable. Half an hour could have been used for many things, yet tonight it passed unusually fast, almost in the blink of an eye. After the short rest, he felt refreshed and clear-headed. He handed Tang Zhen a bottle of water. Have some. Tang Zhen took it lazily, still half asleep, then handed it back. Can you open it for me? She said softly. Ren Yanjing paused, clearly not expecting that.
Sorry.
He opened the bottle and passed it back to her. Tang Zhen took a sip of the expensive mineral water and sighed quietly. She felt as if she were teaching him small lessons. Next time, he wouldn't make such a simple mistake. After she drank, Ren Yanjing started the car again. The orange-red sports car glided through the quiet city streets at night. Holding the bottle, Tang Zhen squeezed it lightly and asked, "Where are we going now?" "To watch the sunrise." The sports car quickly left the city and drove up the winding mountain road. Tang Zhen wasn't sleepy at all. Sometimes she watched the road, sometimes the steering wheel, and sometimes she glanced at the man's side profile. He looked really handsome when he drove. At 5 o'clock, the car stopped at the top of the mountain.
It was the moment between night and day.
Other than the two of them, only the sound of the wind could be heard. After getting out of the car, Tang Zhen stretched happily. She walked over to the man and asked, her eyes shining in the dark, "How did you find such a great place?" It was quiet and empty, but perfect for watching the sunrise. "I found it by accident," he said. The voice in her mind chuckled. He's only ever come here alone before. He's never brought anyone, not even his friends.
Oh.
Another first time. Tang Zhen suddenly felt calm. So what if she was the one who cared more? At least she got to feel a bit of what love was like. A little was enough. She and Ren Yanjing would break up sooner or later anyway, so there was no need to get too attached. When that time came, they would part peacefully, and both would move on. While they waited for the sunrise, 2 off-road vehicles drove up the mountain. About 7 or 8 young people got out. They were clearly there to watch the sunrise too. Seeing that someone had arrived before them, they looked a little surprised. One of them laughed and said, "I thought I was the only one who knew about this secret spot." His friend teased, "No way, you're not the only one." The group laughed and chatted, filling the quiet mountain top with energy. Tang Zhen ignored them. Ren Yanjing stayed quietly by her side, not exchanging a single glance or word with the others. Then the voice in her mind suddenly went. "Oh, what is it?"
she asked.
"The heroine's best friend is here too." City B wasn't that big or that small. Running into the heroine early wasn't surprising, let alone her best friend. Curious, Tang Zhen turned slightly to look at the group of 8. "Which one?"
she asked.
There were 5 men and 3 women. The 3 girls all wore dresses with jackets over them, dressed in a similar style. The one with ice blue hair. The female lead turned out to be a top student, while her best friend was completely different, bold and lively. Little Jinjin, you guessed right. The female lead's best friend is just like you, an art student. In her past life, Tang Zhen studied accounting, but in this one, she chose painting. Art was something she truly loved, though she never had the chance to learn it before. Now, she planned to devote herself to it. Her studies were easy and relaxed, very different from the male leads. He was under heavy academic pressure, which made it hard for him to connect with the supporting female character, who simply couldn't understand him. As Tang Zhen observed the female lead's best friend, the group nearby also looked at her and Ren Yanjing. The moment they saw her face, a few young men couldn't help but whistle. "She's so pretty. Really beautiful." Ren Yanjing frowned slightly and turned to warn them, "Show some respect to my girlfriend." The man who had spoken first quickly raised his hands. "Hey, we were just giving a compliment, no harm meant." It wasn't that he gave in easily. He just sensed that Ren Yanjing wasn't an ordinary person. That sports car of his must have cost millions, and his calm, confident air made him seem anything but average. Ren Yanjing felt a bit annoyed, though he didn't know exactly why. Maybe it was because their peaceful trip for 2 had been interrupted by strangers. It was supposed to be just him and Tang Zhen watching the sunrise together. But now, with 8 more people around, the mountaintop had become noisy and crowded. He had the sudden urge to send everyone away, but this was a public place, not his private space. He couldn't do that. As he tugged at his collar, frowning in frustration, he suddenly heard Tang Zhen's sweet voice beside him. "Ah, Jing, look. The sun is rising." That soft "ah Jing" was so sweet that Ren Yanjing froze for a moment. He instinctively asked, "What did you just call me?" Tang Zhen blinked, looking puzzled.
"Ah Jing."
Then she quickly realized something and smiled. You're not used to me calling you that, are you?
My boyfriend.
Ren Yanjing swallowed hard. He really wasn't used to it. The guys had many nicknames for him: Brother Yen, Ren the Genius, Jing the Pro, but she was the first to call him Aging. Tang Jun leaned closer, and a light fragrance drifted toward him, a mix of coconut and orange, sweet and pleasant.
I'll call you a few more times, so you'll get used to it. Oing, oing, oing.
Aging. I'm here. After playing around for a while, Tang Jun focused on watching the sunrise. The view was perfect, and she could clearly see the sun slowly rising from the horizon. Unable to resist, Tang Jun took out her phone to record the moment, adding a playful narration. Today is the first time Aging and I watched the sunrise together. It's worth remembering. Then another voice joined in the recording. There will be a second and a third time. It was Ren Yanjing. Tang Jun smiled but said nothing. Maybe there wouldn't be a second or a third time watching the sunrise with him, so she wanted to treasure this moment. After the sunrise, it was already 6:30 in the morning. Tang Jun got into Ren Yanjing's sports car, and they left together. Once they were gone, 8 young people nearby started talking excitedly. Wow, that guy's handsome and the girl's beautiful. They look perfect together. The guy looks like a rich kid, probably loaded. People's looks are really on another level these days. As they kept praising, a girl's voice cut in with a hint of disdain. They'll break up sooner or later. It was the heroine's best friend. She clearly didn't think much of Ren Yanjing and Tang Jun as a couple. The others didn't argue. They just laughed and said, "Why worry about that? As long as they're happy now, that's what matters." Breaking up is normal these days. Not breaking up would be unusual. I don't know, I think they might actually last. Who cares? They're just strangers we happen to see. Let's go. Laughing and chatting, the group got into their off-road vehicle. Before heading back to school, Ren Yanjing took Tang Jun to a club for breakfast. After they entered a private room, he stepped out to take a call. With nothing to do, she wandered around nearby. There were quite a few people having breakfast that morning. To her surprise, she ran into Zhou Xuxi and his sister Zhouwan. What a small world. When Zhouwan saw her, she spoke coldly. "What are you doing here?" Her tone made it sound as if Tang Jun didn't deserve to eat breakfast there. Was this place really that fancy? Tang Jun pressed her lips together, clearly not wanting to talk. Zhouwan gave a short laugh. "This place isn't cheap. Remember, every bit of money you spend now comes from our Zhou family." The meaning was clear. Someone living off the Zhou family's money had no right to eat here. Those words were harsh, treating her completely like an outsider. Zhou Xuxi gave Zhouwan a calm look. Wan. Feeling wronged, Zhouwan pouted. "Brother, did I say anything wrong?" In truth, she was wrong. Since Tang Jun had come here, she hadn't used any of the Zhou family's money. She worked as a tutor and earned just enough for her daily needs. But the original Tang Jun had indeed spent their money, and her current tuition was still paid by the Zhou family. She couldn't deny that. Tang Jun could only say softly, "I'll pay you back someday." Zhou Xuxi replied calmly, "No need." Then he looked at her and asked, "Would you like to have breakfast with us?" Tang Jun shook her head. Zhouwan frowned. "You still haven't said why you're here." Tang Jun didn't want to mention Ren Yanjing. Zhouwan had liked him for years, and if she found out about Tang Jun's connection with him, she would never let it go. Besides, Tang Jun knew they would break up sooner or later, and once that happened, Zhouwan would mock her forever. She could have made up an excuse, but she didn't want to lie. After quietly saying sorry to Zhou Xuxi, she turned and ran off. Zhouwan stomped her foot angrily. "Brother, did you see that?" Zhou Xuxi looked in the direction Tang Jun had gone, holding back the urge to follow.
His voice was calm.
"Enough. Why argue with her?" Zhouwan stared at him in disbelief. "Argue? I just asked why she was here. She's the one who ignored me." "That's enough," Zhou Xuxi said, not wanting to hear more complaints. Tang Jun hadn't done anything wrong. It was Zhouwan who kept picking on her. His sister had been spoiled for too long. Without looking at her, he walked ahead. "Don't do this again." Zhouwan blinked in confusion. Was her brother actually taking Tang Jun's side? That outsider? Tang Zhen ran quickly, her mind blank except for one thought: to leave the mansion as fast as she could. But she hadn't gone far before she ran into a broad, warm embrace. "What's wrong?" A familiar voice sounded beside her ear. "Why aren't you in the private room?" Ren Yanjing asked again. She took a few deep breaths to calm herself. "It's nothing, She didn't want to mention Zhou Xuxi and Zhou Wan, the siblings. Their mother had passed away 6 years ago. Her own mother met Mr. Zhou last year and married him this year. But Zhou Wan always saw her mother as someone who had broken up their family. Because of that, she never treated Tang Zhen kindly. Tang Zhen knew Zhou Wan didn't welcome them, and though she could understand it, she couldn't accept it. She didn't want Ren Yanjing to know about these unpleasant things. During their short relationship, it was better to keep a nice image of each other. There was no need to bring up heavy, real-life troubles. It was just dating, not marriage. Why share unhappy stories? Thinking of this, Tang Zhen smiled sweetly, her eyes curving like crescent moons, sparkling like stars. "I missed you, so I came to find you."
Ren Yanjing.
000. Another direct confession. Ren Yanjing looked down and saw Tang Zhen's sincere, starry eyes. Her eyes were truly beautiful, every curve almost perfect, filled with honesty and warmth. At first, Tang Zhen said it just to cover up her real thoughts, but by the end, even she started to believe it. Or maybe it didn't matter whether she believed it or not. When she saw Ren Yanjing, she really did feel safe. So her words weren't completely false. Even if they started as a lie, they turned into truth later. Ren Yanjing turned his head, coughed lightly, and tried to hide the smile tugging at his lips. He spoke as calmly as he could.
"Got it."
He managed to keep his mouth straight, but the smile still reached his eyes. "Let's go. Are you hungry?" To be honest, Tang Zhen was a little hungry. She followed behind Ren Yanjing carefully, afraid of running into Zhou Xuxi or Zhou Wan again. Luckily, she didn't meet anyone she knew on the way. After breakfast, Ren Yanjing took Tang Zhen back to her school. She is currently studying art at a second-tier university and is a freshman, 1 year behind the male lead. Her school is only 2 streets away from his top-ranked university, very close by. After getting off the bus, Tang Zhen waved goodbye to Ren Yanjing and ran back to her dorm. Since there was no early morning class today, she could rest a bit after returning. As soon as Tang Zhen entered the dorm, her best friend Tian pulled her over excitedly. "Zhen, you didn't come back all night." "You." Tang Zhen quickly raised her hands in surrender. "Nothing happened?" Tian asked, "Not even a hug or a kiss?"
"No."
Tian looked shocked. "Really? Your boyfriend didn't even give you a goodnight kiss? What's going on with him?" Tang Zhen pressed her lips together. "We've only been together for less than a week." Yezi leaned over with a teasing smile. "Got it, you two aren't that close yet." Yeah, it was true. They had only gone on 2 dates since they started dating. Yezi touched her chin thoughtfully. "Actually, that's a good thing. It shows your boyfriend isn't the careless type. Taking things slowly is nice." Then she added, "When you went downstairs last night, I happened to see you two from the balcony." Tang Zhen made a small sound of surprise, feeling a bit embarrassed for some reason. Yezi chuckled. "Your boyfriend looks like a polite guy. I think he really respects girls. If he's serious about the relationship, it makes sense to take it step by step." While they were chatting, Tang Zhen received a message from Ren Yanjing. "I'm going to compete at C University's Jiangyi campus this weekend. Do you want to come watch?" Thinking of the robot Robert that his team had been preparing for a long time, Tang Zhen quickly replied, "Sure. I'll come pick you up that day."
"Okay."
In the afternoon, Tang Zhen went sketching with her roommates Tian and Yezi. They sat by the river on campus, spread out their canvases, and each chose a scene to paint. Tian decided to paint the river view, while Yezi and Tang Zhen both chose to paint the autumn leaves. Time passed quickly as they painted. By the time Tang Zhen finished, the sky was already turning dark. Tian, who had been standing behind her, suddenly exclaimed, "Zhen, your painting style has changed." "Changed? How had it changed?" Tian quickly replied, "Your painting feels more alive now." "Yes, that's it. Full of life. Yezi agreed. Wow. Jinjin, did falling in love suddenly unlock your hidden talent? Your progress is amazing. Tangjin looked surprised and happy. Really? Of course. When we hand in our paintings tomorrow, the teacher will definitely praise you. Tangjin had always loved painting, though she had never studied it formally. She didn't expect that her first outdoor sketch would earn such sincere compliments from her roommates. Thank you. Yezi laughed. Maybe our dorm will have a famous artist one day, holding her own exhibition. Even though Tangjin knew Yezi was joking, she couldn't help feeling a spark of hope. Could she really hold her own art exhibition someday? 000 also encouraged her. Xiao Jinjin, you're very talented. You can do it. Tangjin paused. Sanquan, you think I have talent too? She had started calling the system Sanquan because 000 sounded strange. 000 replied, of course. Keep it up. The International Youth Painting Competition just started. You should check the announcement and see if you want to join. A competition? Of course she would join. Excited, Tangjin hurried back to her dorm to look up information. She found out that digital submissions were allowed, which made things much easier. She made up her mind. She would enter the competition. With a clear goal, the next 2 days passed quickly. Tangjin was completely absorbed in painting, so much that when the male lead sent her a few messages, she didn't have time to meet him. The night before the university robotics competition, Ren Yanjing sent her a message. I'm downstairs at your dorm. Tangjin, lost in her work, blinked in surprise. She put down her brush, told her roommates, and quickly ran downstairs. The system hadn't given her any new tasks lately, so she hadn't gone out of her way to see him. As soon as she reached Ren Yanjing, he pulled her into a warm hug. From somewhere above, she could faintly hear cheers and applause. Ren Yanjing's deep voice sounded above her head. We haven't seen each other for 2 days, my girlfriend. Tangjin replied honestly, actually, we once went 3 whole days without talking at all. So compared to the last time, 2 days without seeing each other is really nothing. During these 2 days, they sent at least 2 or 3 messages each day, so they haven't completely lost contact. But to Ren Yanjing, this just means she is still angry. Ren Yanjing hugs her with both arms and rests his chin on her fluffy head.
I'm sorry.
I didn't think carefully before and ignored you. Tangjin feels a bit shy. Actually, she has already let go of that matter. Now she has things she enjoys doing, so she can fully understand why the main character forgot to contact her. After immersing in her hobbies, it really becomes hard to notice others, even if that person is her boyfriend. A few days apart, Ren Yanjing notices that Tangjin has become much colder toward him. At the beginning of their relationship, she was so clingy. He frowns slightly and suggests, let's meet every day from now on. Tangjin? 000. Oh no. In the popular story Tangjin is reading, does the male lead act so clingy? It seems not. But now, the male lead actually wants to see her every day. Tangjin hasn't paid much attention to the original plot, only knowing that the female supporting character and the male lead rarely meet during their relationship, so their feelings have always been lukewarm. Later, they break up naturally, no one regrets, no one tries to hold on, everything is straightforward. Also, when she entered the story, it was still being serialized, and she doesn't know much about what happens next. She only knows that the female supporting character is a pretty cannon fodder, and once the female lead appears, she will make way. But why isn't the story following the script now? Sanquan, what's wrong with the male lead? The system is confused. It also can't figure it out, but that's okay. It's fine if it doesn't understand. Little Jinjin, after all, you and the female supporting character are not the same person. Small differences in how you interact with the male lead are normal. As long as the final outcome remains unchanged, it's okay to have some freedom in the middle.
Tangjin understand.
As long as the ending is a breakup, she still has a lot of autonomy during this period. She blinks and her voice drifts with the evening breeze into the male lead's ears. Aren't you very busy? Meeting every day might be a bit much. Ren Yanjing did not let go of her, still holding her tightly. For the first time, he realized that just a hug could make him feel happy inside and out. This feeling was even as joyful as when he succeeded in his experiments. These two kinds of happiness are actually different. When his experiment succeeded, he felt satisfied, proud, and confident. But now, he felt relaxed, happy, and comfortable. He was completely at ease, as if all the tiredness from a busy day had disappeared. He only felt that the person in his arms smelled nice and was soft. Hearing this question, he rubbed his chin against Tangjin's head and said, "There's still time to see my girlfriend." It seemed like there was another cheer and noise upstairs, maybe from Tian and Yizi watching the fun. Ren Yanjing said, "From now on, let's eat at least one meal together every day. It could be dinner or late-night snacks, whatever." Tangjin responded with an "oh," not sure what to say. Deep down, she didn't really want to refuse the main character. Looking at his handsome face every day, even if she only ate pickles, she would probably enjoy it more. Whatever. Brave people enjoy the world first. No matter what happens later, for now, she is the main character's girlfriend. After Tangjin agreed, she was about to push him away when suddenly, a ding-dong sound came, and she received a new task. She had already completed 4 tasks and earned 2 years' worth of life points. Now, the 5th task was issued. She turned her head to look at the new task. The moment she read the requirements, she fell silent. Because the 5th task was like this: ask the main character, "Am I more important, or is your robot Robert more important?" This question is so embarrassing. Although it asks about Robert, it really means whether she is more important or his career and studies. Robert is the robot developed by the main character's team for the competition. Is there any comparison? The main character is very career-focused. Why would she ask such a humiliating question? But this task is really simple. Just ask the question out loud. It's free life points. Don't waste them.
Ren Yanjing.
Am I more important, or is your Robert more important? When she asked this, Tangjin's toes were awkwardly digging into the ground. This sentence really fits the character of the female supporting role, spoiled and stubborn. The female supporting character always wants to compete with the male lead's career. Then she faces harsh reality. But after knowing the answer, asking this question no longer makes her feel disappointed. Besides, the question is a bit hard to ask openly, so there are no other problems. After asking, Ren Yanjing pauses slightly. He looks surprised, maybe even a little happy. "You actually know the name of the robot I and my team developed." Oh no. Should the female supporting character know this? In the original story, she probably doesn't. But is that the main point now? Ren Yanjing gently ruffles her hair. Robert is a name voted on by all team members. It looks pretty cute. I think you'll like it. Tangjin's face turns red. Why is the male lead telling her this? You haven't answered my question yet. Ren Yanjing chuckles softly, his voice smooth and gentle. Robert is everyone's Robert, but you're only my girlfriend. Tangjin's heart beats a little faster. Is this a sweet talk? Maybe. The male lead didn't directly answer her question, but compared to the original story's answer, this one is much better than she expected. At least he didn't just say, "Robert." That's enough. Tangjin isn't greedy. She responds with an "oh." At this moment, the noise upstairs gets louder. She doesn't know who is making a fuss. She doesn't want to stay here any longer, so she quickly says, "You have a competition tomorrow, right? Go back early and rest well. I wish you success tomorrow, but I want to hold you a little longer. Next time." Ren Yanjing stops teasing her and says, "I'll pick you up at 7:30 tomorrow morning." Okay, I got it. Goodbye, good night." Ren Yanjing loosens his hold on her arm, a faint smile on his face. "Good night, Jinjin." When Tangjin rushes back to her room, she can still faintly hear cheers and teasing voices. She runs back to her room quickly, facing all kinds of gazes. After she slams the door shut, Tian laughs loudly. Our most beautiful little sister is shy. Yizi looks even more excited than Tangjin herself. Hugged. Sweetie whispered mischievously. Hugged for 11 minutes and 36 seconds. I timed it, Tangjin. You all, Sweetie and Yezi said in unison. Hugs are already happening, so kisses can't be far behind. Tangjin felt a bit helpless. The biggest problem with school romances is that they can't be secret. Every move she makes is easily seen by classmates and roommates. But she's not the only one like this. Ren Yanjing also doesn't seem interested in hiding things. However, he and the heroine aren't following a typical chase and win love story. Forget it, it probably won't matter much. After Tang Zhen finished washing up and got into bed, she noticed that Ren Yanjing had sent 2 messages. One was a photo of Robert. The other was a text message. Video, Tang Zhen. She slowly typed in the message box, probably seeing the other person is typing on the screen, so the male lead suddenly called her via video chat. He probably didn't keep his phone away, right? In a flurry, Tang Zhen accepted the call. She cleared her throat and, through the internet, her originally sweet voice carried a hint of something hard to describe. What's wrong? Nothing. I can't sleep, just wanted to see you. Ren Yanjing was probably in the boys' dormitory now, where the lighting was dim and the frame rate low, so the picture wasn't very clear. But somehow, the male lead looked even more handsome. Like under softer light, he looked even more attractive. Tang Zhen felt a bit headache. Having dated someone like him before, she wondered what she should do after breaking up. Previously, she only saw each car once. This time, he changed cars again. Is he too quick to lose interest? Ren Yanjing slightly relaxed his brow. I only have 2 cars in my name. Since I need to go to Lin City for a while, I borrowed a car from my brother. It will be more comfortable for you to sit. That last sentence, undeniably, made Tang Zhen feel a little warm inside. Is the male lead naturally flirtatious? He's so thoughtful. She was curious. Is he your biological brother? He's my cousin. Oh. Tang Zhen lost interest. Ren Yanjing didn't say anything. He was asked about the car for half an hour by his cousin while borrowing it. Just borrowing a car, why so many questions? Several times along the way, he thought about giving up, but in the end, he persisted. While steering, he asked, "What about you?" Tang Zhen was originally looking at her phone. Her roommate asked where she was early in the morning. After replying, she looked up and asked, "What?" Ren Yanjing casually asked, "Are you someone who falls in love quickly or slowly?" Tang Zhen. She didn't expect the boomerang to hit her so fast. In the past, she chased after male celebrities, loving one after another, with different husbands each month. In real life, it's not so simple. Tang Zhen hesitated for a moment and replied, "I guess I am both Schrodinger's long-term and short-term lover." Ren Yanjing looked at her with some surprise. "What do you mean?" Tang Zhen thought hard and answered as simply as possible, "It depends on who I meet." So, her love could be uncertain, either long-term or short-term. If she meets the right person, she might be very loyal. If not, she would be short-lived. Neither of them said anything more. When they arrived at the competition venue, it was around 9 in the morning. Ren Yanjing's teammates had already arrived by school bus. After meeting up with the team, a group of teammates looked at Tang Zhen. Their gazes were friendly, with curiosity and assessment. "Is this the sister-in-law?" "Hello, sister-in-law. Are you a fairy? Why do you look so beautiful?" Was the one who twisted his ankle the sister-in-law. No wonder he didn't go to the lab right away that time. This was the first time Tang Zhen was surrounded enthusiastically by several young men. She greeted them and carefully answered all their questions. A few boys let out kind laughs. "Wow, sister-in-law is so serious. She's really like a fairy." "Sister-in-law, my brother just made a robot called Jinguai. Is your name related to Zhen?" Tang Zhen's eyes widened slightly, full of surprise. Are you talking about the Zhen in my name?" Ren Yanjing cleared his throat and didn't answer. A few boys cheered and teased him. "Come on, say something, bro. Why are you so quiet all of a sudden?" Ren Yanjing smiled slightly, and a hint of amusement appeared in his eyes. "Alright, enough teasing. Got it, bro." The atmosphere among them was very good. A group of grown men joking and playing around. Tang Zhen also smiled softly, her eyes curved into a charming arc, and she laughed along with them. People passing by couldn't help but look. Some passers-by encouraged a handsome young man to ask for her contact info, but she said she already had a boyfriend. The young man looked confused and blurted out, "When you break up, I'll come back." Ren Yanjing's calm smile suddenly disappeared, and a faint glint of anger appeared in his eyes. His teammates also looked surprised. "Can you even speak? Listen to what you're saying. Break up? Get lost. The young man who asked for her contact info realized he had said the wrong thing and quickly turned around and ran away. From a distance, someone watching quietly chuckled. Zhen, even if you break up with the main character, you don't have to bother with this kind of loser. Tang Zhen was seeing the system's sharp tongue for the first time. Do you think he's really bad? Yes, he's wrong. He didn't even have the courage to apologize and just ran away. He's a coward. If you're looking for a partner, you should find someone responsible. That guy just now, he's a total pass. Just as Tang Zhen was about to say something, the system suddenly shouted excitedly. Main character. The main character has appeared. What? The main character is here. Where are they? Tang Zhen looked around left and right, eager to see her. But unfortunately, there were too many students nearby. They were all here to watch the university robot competition. Looking ahead, it was a sea of heads. Tang Zhen couldn't recognize which one was the main character. She was quite curious about the female lead. How tall is she? What does she look like? System. 163 cm, a pretty and delicate girl, but many girls are about the same height and look gentle and pretty. Most college girls have grown up and have time to dress up, so they all look good. Zhen, if you can't find her, forget it. Anyway, you're not as pretty as her. You're the most beautiful in the world, Tang Zhen sighed. What's the use of being the most beautiful? Aren't I just a minor character destined to be a background girl? Luckily, I only need to follow my own story to start a new life. Then, I will be the main character of my own life. Tang Zhen withdrew her gaze and stopped looking for the female lead. Anyway, they would meet sooner or later when the time came. As she followed Ren Yanjing and his teammates into the arena, the system suddenly issued another task.
Ding.
Task 6. Within 3 minutes, hold the male lead's hand and don't let go.
Tang Zhen.
She carefully looked around, but after a moment of dizziness, she saw nothing. San Quan, do you know how many people are nearby? System. Yes, he's here to compete, not here to date. In this situation, with judges and company representatives almost all present, isn't this task a bit inappropriate? The system naturally said, suitable? More suitable than ever. This is the best time to do a task. As a minor character, you need to cling to him, stick to him. Zhen, your role is that of a shallow, naive minor character. Thanks for the reminder. She just wants to get rid of the word shallow and naive. But that's exactly the role of a minor character. She just wants to have a sweet romance with the male lead, not caring about his studies, his future, or imagining their future together. But isn't 3 minutes too long? Can it be 30 seconds? System. 3 minutes is not long at all. It will pass in a flash. But for Tang Zhen, 3 minutes felt very long. Because these 3 minutes weren't for anything else but to hold the male lead's hand. What if he pushes her away? That would be so embarrassing. However, one task equals half a year of lifespan. To ensure a long and happy life after completing her task, Tang Zhen pursed her lips, her eyelashes slightly drooping, and held her breath carefully, like a little cat. Finally, she cautiously reached out and tentatively took Yanjing's right hand. The moment she held his hand, both of them paused slightly. Yanjing's hand was very warm. When Tang Zhen's index finger touched his palm, she was surprised by how hot it was. Her hand had always been cool, so the contrast was strong. It was also her first time secretly holding someone's hand, and she wasn't used to it. The first second of contact, she instinctively wanted to pull her hand back. But just as she was about to withdraw, Yanjing suddenly grasped her hand firmly. He wrapped her entire hand in his palm without looking back at her, only gazing ahead softly and saying, "Why are you running?" Tang Zhen pressed her lips together. "I'm not running." She was just startled by how warm his hand was. The system started making excited noises, saying, "Wow. The male lead is so proactive." Tang Zhen was stunned by the heat of Yanjing's palm. Hearing this, she paused again. "San Quan, what are you talking about?" The system chimed in. "Tang, don't you see? I'm shipping them." Tang Zhen asked, "Shipping me and Yanjing, this destined-to-be couple?" The system didn't care and replied casually, "So what?" Stars collapse. The universe extinguishes. Even systems age. Nothing lasts forever. The present moment is eternity, and the system didn't say one thing. It felt a strange chemical reaction when the male lead and the female supporting character were together. Of course, this reaction was still in its early stages, not obvious at all. Even Tang Zhen and Yanjing didn't notice it themselves. But such small details couldn't escape the system's sharp eyes. Since there was nothing else to do, it decided to ship the couple. Even though the female supporting character would eventually be phased out, shipping them wasn't illegal. After starting Task 6, Tang Zhen noticed a countdown appeared in the void. It was now 2 minutes and 39 seconds. The task was evolving, becoming more specific with a clear time requirement. This meant they had already held hands for 21 seconds and still needed to hold hands for another 159 seconds. As he held hands with Ren Yanjing while weaving through the crowd, Tang Zhen felt a strong urge to die. As the captain of today's B-team contestants, Ren Yanjing was the center of attention. From before they even entered, he had already attracted many eyes. Long ago, his name was well known in the robotics world. A young genius, talented from a young age, winning first prizes in many competitions. Compared to his outstanding skills, his family background and looks were just extra. It seemed the creator favored the male lead too much, giving him nearly a perfect life for the first 20 years. The only flaw in his life might be his relationship with her, the female supporting character, because they seemed to come from completely different worlds. Along the way, Tang Zhen received many glances. Some were teasing, some were just curious, and others were watching the show. There were many types. Some competitors who knew Ren Yanjing couldn't help but chat casually. Are you dating? When did it start? Where did you find such a fairy? I can't find a sister like that. Congratulations. Our Jing God is actually in love. I thought you'd be in a lifelong romance with a robot. Hearing this, the onlookers nearby nodded in agreement. Yeah, I thought so too. I thought if you ever got married, it would be to a robot you developed. If you choose love, it would be with your robot. Today, Ren Yanjing wore a light gray suit with a black and blue contrasting tie. He tugged at his collar with his free hand. Work is work, love is love. Thanks for paying so much attention to my career. 000. TSK. The male lead seems a bit impatient. Really? Tang Zhen couldn't tell. At least, Ren Yanjing's tone still sounded polite, gentle and normal. 000. That last sentence clearly showed impatience, but his manners prevented him from saying anything rude. After speaking, 000 felt a bit troubled. The female supporting character was portrayed as crude and shallow, but her new host, Tang Zhen, looked like a silly but pretty girl, clumsy, sweet, fragrant, obedient, and completely unrelated to being vulgar, superficial, or ignorant. Maybe. It shouldn't affect the task of entering the book, right? Along the way, Tang Zhen followed Ren Yanjing and met many people. The young people who greeted them were around their age, and some investors also stopped to chat with him. After a while, Ren Yanjing turned back and said, I need to go backstage to prepare. The competition is about to start. I'll take you to your seat first. Tang Zhen was surprised. Do I have a seat? Ren Yanjing looked down at her and nodded confidently. Of course you do. He took Tang Zhen to a VIP best viewing spot very close to the front. When they arrived, only one seat was left, and it seemed to be reserved just for her. Ren Yanjing let go of her hand and said, Wait here. I'll finish my part and come back. Tang Zhen responded with an, oh. There were people sitting on both sides of her. One of them was a woman she had seen before, a successful female entrepreneur. The person on the other side seemed to be a professional in the robotics industry. In fact, almost everyone in this row was from the industry, except her. The amateur spectators who came to watch the competition were sitting further back. Tang Zhen felt a bit awkward sitting here. It seemed like she was in the wrong place. The woman next to her was named Wan. She looked at Tang Zhen and started a gentle conversation. Do you think your boyfriend's team can get first place? Tang Zhen was stunned. All the teams participating were very talented. Most of the contestants came from top universities. As a student with poor grades, Tang Zhen could only watch and cheer. She blinked her long eyelashes, which looked moist and shiny like a puppy's, and stared at the competition area. She replied, "First place." "Probably." Ms. Wan smiled. "Why do you sound so unsure?" Tang Jin also smiled. Her cheeks had a small, faint dimple, looking sweet. "Because this is the first time I watch him compete," she said. So she didn't know how good their team was. Ms. Wan looked surprised. "You just started dating not long ago." She didn't even ask as a question, but made a statement. "Yes, I heard that this time, Robert's visual system used the latest algorithm." She then started listing a series of technical terms, which Tang Jin listened to but quickly forgot. After Ms. Wan finished speaking, she unintentionally turned her head and saw a beautiful face looking blankly, staring at the scene with a dazed expression, appearing soft and easy to tease. Tang Jin pursed her lips, feeling a bit shy. "Sorry, I don't understand." She wasn't familiar with this industry or concepts like systems, algorithms, or chips. Just hearing those words made her head spin. She suddenly wondered if the heroine were here. She might share many common topics with Ms. Wan. Talented people usually have a lot to talk about. They would definitely have many things to discuss. She was interested in robots, liked watching them dance, run, and perform complex moves. But she wondered, how can robots dance? How can they run? How can they do such complicated actions like humans? Tang Jun was not curious, because she knew she couldn't understand. She really wasn't good at this kind of thing. Ms. Wan smiled again. "It's okay. I was talking too technically. Actually, it's just a robot performance contest. The robot that performs the best wins first place. Just enjoy watching." As soon as Ms. Wan finished speaking, 20 robots and 20 teams entered one after another. After Ms. Wan stopped talking, Tang Jin finally had time to check the details of Task 6. She was surprised when she saw the time, 23:58. She asked the system hesitantly, "3 laps? Is that the time I held hands with him?" The system replied naturally, "Yes." Tang Jin's voice was a bit strained. "So, before the competition, on a field with at least a few thousand spectators, we held hands for nearly 24 minutes. Yes. That sweet moment at 23:58 was recorded in the chip. Maybe later, when the main character and the supporting character break up, they could take it out and reminisce." The system was satisfied. The task only required 3 minutes, but you exceeded it. "Did you just not want to let go once you held hands?" Tang Jin hesitated. "Probably just forgot." "Forgot to let go?" "Jin, do you really believe that?" "I believe it." At first, she wasn't used to Yanjing's hand warmth, but later she got used to it. After she did, she didn't even realize she had been holding Yanjing's hand the whole time. Maybe she was distracted by other things, like the different gazes from others. So, they had been holding hands the entire time. Before entering the arena, his teammate Zhang Mian leaned over and sniffed him, looking amazed. "Brother, you smell so good." Ren Yanjing pushed his head away casually. "Don't stand so close." Zhang Mian then called others over. "Come here and smell. It's really amazing." "It smells great." The other 6 teammates gathered around. "No way, it's real." "Captain, what brand of perfume are you using?" "It smells so nice." "It just smells a bit too sweet." "Not really your style." Ren Yanjing rarely uses perfume. Usually, his scent comes from laundry detergent, body wash, shampoo, or aftershave. But he's been using the same brand of these products for many years and hasn't changed. He's used to those smells and never thought about switching. Although there are many good products, he has no plans to try others. Unless a product is discontinued, he prefers to stick with his brand. He's spent a lot of time with his teammates, so they should be used to the smell of his laundry detergent on his clothes.
Why are they reacting so strongly this time?
Suddenly, Zhang Mian loudly said, "I know. It's the scent left on the captain's right hand." His right hand?
Ren Yanjing remembered.
He had been holding Tang Jin's hand with that hand just now. On impulse, he raised his right hand and sniffed it. So sweet. It really smells good. He cleared his throat. "All right, get ready to go in." A few teammates teased him for a while. When it was almost time to enter, everyone straightened up and returned to their serious looks. Today's robot competition was about robots dancing street dance. Everyone knows that street dance is tough for people with limited limb movement, so the robots had to meet high standards. The first team to perform was the host team. Their robot was called Princess. It was a round-headed, chubby humanoid robot. After entering the stage, the robot cheerfully greeted everyone. "Hello, I am Princess. Now I will perform a street dance for you." The audience clapped. The lights suddenly dimmed, with only a single spotlight on Princess. Upbeat music started, and Princess began to dance. From Tang Jun's outsider perspective, the princess's performance was okay. Although her 4 metal arms and legs were not very flexible, and she made a mistake halfway through, she looked very happy. It felt like watching a robot do street dance.
Clumsy,
But also quite adorable. The second team to perform was from N University. Their robot was tall and strong, named Mighty, and looked very powerful. Unfortunately, although the name and appearance suggested strength, their dance performance was not very impressive. Midway, the robot suddenly froze, as if it had crashed. Its creator quickly took it off the stage. Tang Jun understood that in this level of competition, just completing a 3-minute dance is already a success. Many robots give up halfway. This shows that many teams' robots are not well made enough. Soon, it was the turn of the team that Yanjing was on. They were the 16th team to perform, with 4 teams still waiting behind. Almost everyone in the arena knew that their robot was called Robert, a cool-looking robot that appeared very stylish. The appearance of robots varied a lot. At least from the design, Yanjing's team did a good job. When lively music started, Robert began to dance. It performed a wave right away, causing cheers from the audience. After the wave, it tilted its head and spun around, a common street dance move. Then it did popping, and both moves were done perfectly. Applause rang out from all directions. Tang Jun also clapped hard. Ms. Wan whispered to her, "Your boyfriend's team is definitely in the top 3 this time." Robert finished its performance smoothly, bowed politely to the audience, then slowly and gracefully stepped off the stage with its metal legs. Yanjing and his teammates cheered and clapped, celebrating Robert's excellent performance. Out of the 16 teams that performed, only 5 robots completed their dances smoothly from start to finish. Among these 5, Robert's performance was the most difficult and the most perfect. Soon, the next 4 teams finished their performances. After all the robot street dances, the judges' scores were announced. The final scores of the 20 teams quickly appeared on the screen in front of everyone. Without a doubt, Team Yanjing from Big University scored the highest. They truly deserved first place. A few young team members put their arms around each other's shoulders and cheered loudly. Tang Jun stood up with the others to applaud them. Ms. Wan sighed happily. They did very well. Robert's performance was outstanding. The championship was clearly theirs. The winning team must be from Big University. She had only said top 3 are safe before, just because she didn't want to speak too confidently. At that moment, Tang Jun heard a conversation behind her about Robert and Yanjing. She instinctively turned her head slightly to listen and realized they were praising Yanjing. They were talking very loudly. Her eyes curved into a smile. Just as she was about to look back at Big University's team, she suddenly felt herself being lifted up and spun around in place. Her skirt fluttered in the air, forming a beautiful arc. It was Yanjing. In a panic, Tang Jun quickly wrapped her arms around his neck. Why did he come over and hug her without saying a word? "Please, everyone is watching. I got first place." Yanjing's eyes sparkled like stars, shining brightly. He was excited. Finally, the main character showed some of his playful and carefree side that matched his age. Tang Jun immediately forgave his sudden hug. She smiled and said, "Congratulations, Aging. You're amazing." The cheers around them were so loud that only Yanjing heard her compliment. He stopped and looked at her quietly, asking, "Really?" Tang Jun thought he didn't believe her. There were so many people praising him, including the 2 spectators behind her just now. They were also praising Yanjing. Since the audience was so good at complimenting, she wanted to be even more sincere and heartfelt. She said seriously, "Of course it's true. You're super talented, really awesome. You're just amazing. 000. Little Jinjin, you've been tricked. The scheming main character is just trying to get you to praise him more." Enjoy your little victory, main character. In just a short while after Tang Zhen and Yanjing spoke, a large group of people gathered around. Most of the people are girls, holding pens and notebooks, crowding around Ren Yanjing, eager to get his signature. God Jean, Robert is so handsome. God Jean, you're super handsome too. Ren Yanjing, please give me your signature. I beg you. Ren Yanjing, Ren Yanjing, Ren Yanjing. Tang Zhen automatically made space for the fans. Other team members were also surrounded, but the situation was much better for them. As the team leader and the most handsome, standing at 190 centimeters tall and standing out clearly, he was the most popular contestant, without question. He quickly signed autographs with his head lowered. But more fans kept coming from nearby. The newly crowned champion of the university robot competition, which is quite prestigious, and Ren Yanjing's team would compete in an international tournament. He would be on the world stage soon, so investing now is definitely worth it. Suddenly, a notification sounded. The female lead also seems to be waiting in line for a signature. Tang Zhen wasn't surprised. The female lead and Ren Yanjing are from the same school, clearly also robot enthusiasts. She's probably been looking for a chance to join his team. The male lead's current team is all male. In the story, the female lead eventually joins this team, becoming the only girl in the all-male group. Undoubtedly, she is the team's favorite. By then, the female antagonist had already been written out of the story. Not long after, the female lead successfully joined the team. And what about the female antagonist? Who remembers her now? After all, the female lead is the female lead, and she can't be compared. Just as Tang Zhen was thinking this, the task system suddenly beeped. A new task was issued. Task 7. Interrupt the male lead's signing process and prevent him from signing the female lead. Mandatory task. Tang Zhen was surprised. Wait, 3 rounds? Why is there a mandatory task now? The system's voice was serious. Because a small unexpected event has occurred. What kind of event? The interaction between the male and female lead shouldn't happen so early, but now, the female lead is waiting for the male lead to sign her, and they're about to meet. But it's not the right time. You still have a role to play. It's not your turn yet. Tang Zhen understood. The plot might be a bit off and needs her to manually adjust it. This is the task, and I feel a bit embarrassed about it. If she was signing autographs and was suddenly interrupted, she would probably be very annoyed. Interrupting someone during their special moment of fame is really rude. 000 doesn't mind. Zhen. Interrupting the male lead's signing fits your character. Remember, you're spoiled, stubborn, shallow, and love-struck. Zhen. The more stubborn and spoiled you act, the better. When the male lead gets tired of you, it will be natural for you two to part ways. By the way, once you finish this task, you'll get a reward of 2 health points.
Wow. Double the reward.
With this, Tang Zhen isn't so against doing the task anymore. She should just endure a little longer. She doesn't want to, but the system gives her too much. Tang Zhen really wants to do the task. She truly desires that reward. But she can't get in. She was quick to give up her spot earlier, but now it's hard to get back in. There are 3 dense circles of people around Ren Yanjing. She can't find even a small gap. The 3 circles make her frantic. Zhen, hurry and go in to interrupt the male lead. Tang Zhen is very anxious. But now, more people are coming to get signatures from Ren Yanjing, not fewer. She couldn't get in earlier, and now it's even worse. Outside, there are almost 4 layers of people. When Ren Yanjing looked up from signing and saw Tang Zhen, this was what he saw. She was like a lost little kitten, pacing outside the circle. She moved from here to there, from there to here, busy but accomplishing nothing, looking confused and dazed. After giving the signed notebook back to a fan, he refused the next person's request for an autograph, saying, "Just a moment." He squeezed out of the crowd and grabbed the dizzy Tang Zhen outside, asking, "What's wrong?" Tang Zhen looked up at him with wide eyes. "I want to come in and find you, but I can't." Her voice was full of grievance. Her little face looked sad too. Her eyes were red at the corners, and her nose was red, showing she was really anxious. How can she be so adorable? Absolutely adorable. Ren Yanjing gently pinched her face. Who told you to leave just now? Tang Jin pouted her lips. Her full lips were not coated with lip gloss or lipstick, yet they looked red and moist. Her big, beautiful eyes were filled with him. She said, I'm afraid I might affect you. Besides, staying there was useless. It would only interfere with his interaction with fans. Her touch felt so good that Ren Yanjing simply used both hands to squeeze her face, making it look like a soft, white bun. He asked, next time, will I still let you have a spot? Tang Jin didn't reply. Next time, she wouldn't even have a place as his girlfriend, let alone beside him. Huh, not hearing the answer he wanted, Ren Yanjing asked again. Tang Jin forced a reply, no you can't. Good girl. Ren Yanjing held her hand, just about to take her back to continue signing autographs, when she grabbed his arm with her free hand. He turned to look at her. Under the intense gaze of many fans nearby, Tang Jin lowered her eyes, too afraid to look at him. She forced herself to say, can you stop signing for them? Because her voice was too soft, Ren Yanjing only heard a buzzing sound and couldn't catch what she said. He could only see her lips moving slightly. He leaned his ear toward her mouth. Huh? What did you say? Tang Jin took a deep breath. She leaned close to his ear, wanting only him to hear what she said. If other fans heard, it would be a big problem. She was afraid they might get angry and tear her apart. I said, can you stop signing for them? I don't want you to sign for them anymore. This time, she was too close. Her lips almost touched his ear. Soft, cool, and a little numb. Once again, Ren Yanjing didn't hear exactly what she said because his entire attention was on the feeling of her ear. Why is she so clingy? What is his girlfriend mumbling about? He straightened up, nodded to the fans surrounding him, and said, sorry, I need to go. If you want an autograph, please ask my teammate. After saying that, he took Tang Jin and left the crowded area. The fans saw him leave and hurried to follow. Jing Shun, why did you leave? Where are you going? Jing Shun, are you still going to sign for us? Jing Shun. Jing Shun. I want your autograph. A fan suddenly approached, trying to pull at Ren Yanjing's clothes and wanting to keep him there. At this moment, security rushed over quickly. Hey, what are you doing? Be more polite. He's already gone. Why are you still chasing? There are other champion team members over there. Go get their signatures. People have the right to sign or not sign. He's not a celebrity. What's wrong if he doesn't sign for you? All right, everyone disperse. When they reached a quiet corner, Ren Yanjing finally stopped. He looked down at Tang Jin's blushing face and asked, baby, what did you just say? Tang Jin hadn't responded yet, but the system started shouting excitedly. Jin, he called you baby. He actually called you baby. Baby, it sounds so nice. The male lead's voice was naturally charming, especially when he said, baby, which had a sweet, affectionate tone. He gently pinched Tang Jin's small face and said, no one is bothering us here now. Baby, say it again. Tang Jin glanced at the taskbar. The male lead had only temporarily left the competition area, but many fans were still waiting there for his signature. So, the task wasn't finished yet. She needed to completely discourage the male lead from signing autographs for the fans. She took a deep breath, her eyelashes trembling slightly, and quickly said, can you stop signing for them? I don't want you to sign for them. Finally, she voiced her embarrassing request. Such an unreasonable demand would surely annoy the male lead. But this was normal. The male lead and the female supporting character had a complicated relationship, incompatible in many ways. Now, his dissatisfaction with her would gradually build up until it reached a breaking point, leading to their breakup and no further contact. Next, the male lead would probably get angry, scolding her for being unreasonable, selfish, and stubborn. Before the male lead could speak, Sanquan comforted Tang Jin first. Jin, don't be afraid. Don't worry. It's nothing, just a few harsh words. In a few months, you two will part ways. Tang Jin was mentally prepared. Sanquan, it's okay. The male lead's manners were good. Even if he scolded her, it wouldn't be too harsh. At most, he would just give her a stern look. She wasn't worried at all. But, surprisingly, the expected scolding from the system didn't happen. Tang Zhen's system. No, he actually agreed so straightforwardly. Tang Zhen was confused and let out a small sound. Her plain white face looked blank and sweet, with big black eyes full of innocence, like a kitten, pure and clean. What's wrong? Are you too happy? Ren Yanjing kept watching Tang Zhen, not missing her expression change. Tang Zhen blinked, feeling a little shy. Yes, a little. She thought she would be scolded, but she wasn't at all. She thought the task would be difficult, but it was done easily. Now, Tang Zhen was more than just a little happy. She was very happy, and her eyes sparkled like stars. She looked at the taskbar, and sure enough, the task was marked as completed. Her 2 points of health had also been added. Today's task was really worth it, thanks to the 3 circles. Thanks to the male lead. Tang Zhen really wanted to know why the male lead agreed. She blinked, her eyes moist, her voice soft, looking like a sweet, naive girl who is easy to tease. I thought you would refuse. Ren Yanjing raised an eyebrow. Why would you think that? There are many reasons. For example, this request was unreasonable from the start. For example, fans wanted his signature to show he was popular. For example, she didn't want him to sign because it would seem petty and nitpicky and serve no real purpose. Ren Yanjing took her hand. I'm not a star. Signing a few autographs is enough. He wouldn't be a star in the future, and he wouldn't rely on fans to make a living. Moreover, those fans had pushed his girlfriend out. Thinking about her anxiously rushing outside, her face red, eyes slightly red at the corners, looking like she wanted to come back to him but couldn't. A faint smile appeared in Ren Yanjing's eyes. How could she be so silly? So adorable in her silliness. Worried she might forget, Ren Yanjing reminded her again. In the future, when you encounter this kind of situation, don't step aside. Remember that, okay? Tang Zhen whispered. I remember. Meanwhile, the fans waiting outside, who hadn't yet seen Ren Yanjing return, were getting impatient. Is he really not coming back? His teammates are still here. Where did he take his girlfriend? I don't know what his girlfriend said to him. It seems he only left after talking to her. It's so frustrating. I finally had a chance to meet him, but I don't know if I'll get another one. What can we do? We definitely can't compete with his girlfriend. It's understandable that she calms him down first. All these words reached Li Ran and her close friend. Her friend clicked her tongue, looking annoyed with everyone, and said, I didn't expect to see them again. Li Ran was curious. Have you met them before? Her friend replied. Yes, I saw them at sunrise. I was there with my friends, and we met on the mountaintop. We almost argued then. Li Ran didn't know why, but she felt a little uncomfortable. Even though they were 2 strangers, she smiled gently and said nothing. Her friend put her arm on Li Ran's shoulder and asked, Do you want to join their team? Li Ran didn't deny it. Yes, Ren Yanjing and his teammates are very talented, and she is good at robot research. She wants to join them and chase her dreams together. Her friend encouraged her. Keep going. Although she was upset that Ren Yanjing left his fans and girlfriend behind, she had to admit his talent. He is a very outstanding person. If she could join his team, her future wouldn't be a worry. Plus, their team is all guys. If she joins, she would be the only girl, and she would surely be pampered. While they were talking, the security guard came over again, telling people to leave. They're not signing anymore. Just do what you need to do. Don't wait around. Or go ask someone else for an autograph. What? He really isn't coming back. No, why? Please, I really want his signature. I've liked him for a long time. Ren Yanjing, who was being followed by fans, was chatting with his teammates in a quiet place. Jing Shen, why did you leave your fans and wife like that? Ren Yanjing looked at Tang Zhen, who was quietly beside him, and replied, Your wife got jealous, so I didn't let them get my signature. Zhang Mian laughed loudly. Ha, your wife is so cute. She's jealous too, because they all pushed her away. Zhang Mian chuckled. Haha, but I saw the scene where your sister-in-law was standing on tiptoe outside the crowd watching your drawing. She was desperately trying to find a gap, wanting to get back to you, but couldn't. I felt so sorry for her. Zhang Mian felt embarrassed to say that he loved his sister-in-law so much and couldn't understand why she seemed so pitiful, squeezed tightly by the fans with nowhere to stand. Ren Yanjing said, Anyway, I'm not a celebrity, so I won't sign autographs in the future. If I do sign, you guys should work a bit harder and get more signatures. Wow, brother, you're so thoughtful to your sister-in-law. Got it. After some time, Ren Yanjing took Tangjin back to the competition venue. The award ceremony was about to start. Once it finished, the day's competition was truly over. When the first, second, and third place teams received their awards, a group of girls created a WeChat group called Ren Yanjing's Backyard Group, filled with photos of Ren Yanjing standing on the winner's podium, holding his gold medal. Girls, if there's a chance for autographs next time, post in the group so we won't miss it. So annoying. I was almost next in line just now, but I missed it by a little. What did his girlfriend say to him? Maybe she called him away for something. Ren Yanjing is so handsome. This man is so charming, but unfortunately, he has a girlfriend. So what? He's just a boyfriend. Exactly, even married couples get divorced. Li Ran and her close friends were also in this group. Most of the fans at the competition venue had been added to it today. Looking at the scrolling chat messages, Li Ran felt a little disappointed. As a top student at B University, she was proud of herself. No matter what, Ren Yanjing was just a guy with a girlfriend to her, and she needed to keep her distance. But some things, she knew exactly what she should do, yet found it hard to do. How can a person control their feelings so precisely? If they could, would they still be human? Li Ran's best friend was much more active in the group, saying, I know his girlfriend. She's from the same school as me. We're both art majors. She's a year below me and just started her first year this year. This sentence quickly caught the attention of the girls in the group. She's not from B University, you. How could she be from B University? You're overthinking. Her grades are pretty average. Then can she have common topics with Ren Yanjing? You. I guess not. I'm an art student myself, so I understand art students. But she really looks so pretty. You. Isn't she just beautiful but otherwise plain? If you ask her about robot algorithms, she'd probably be confused. Haha, that's so true. From now on, I'll change my group name to is Yanjing Single today. Tangjin also took a photo of Yanjing. Even at his brightest moment in life, his smile was restrained and controlled, clearly different from his teammates who were grinning with all their teeth showing. Still, a hint of happiness could be seen in his eyes. This is the 20-year-old protagonist. He looks confident and full of hope with his future ahead. Tangjin clapped for him from below. No matter their status or relationship, at this moment, she just wanted to applaud him. 000. Huh, Tangjin. What's wrong? Sanquan. 000. This fan group has created a support group for Yanjing, and some members are asking when you and Yanjing will break up. It's so frustrating. Tangjin blinked, confused. But Yanjing and I were planning to break up in a couple of months anyway. Why are you upset, Sanquan? I know you and the main character will split, but what does that have to do with others? Do they get to interfere with your relationship? Wait, I'll deal with them. Tang Zhen? Sanquan. Jean, I've joined the group. Suddenly, a newcomer named Sanquan appeared in the Yanjing fan group. This newcomer quietly posted, Yanjing won't be signing autographs for you anymore, then immediately went silent. No matter how others at Ed, they didn't reply. 000 couldn't help but sneer inwardly. No matter how the female character and the main character's ending turns out, at least they're still doing well now. As the head of the CP fans, it will occasionally post sweet moments of Yanjing and Tangjin in the group. Don't ask why. Just ask, and it'll make them furious. After receiving his medal, Ren Yanjing and his teammates stepped down from the stage together. Tangjin walked a few steps toward him. As they just greeted each other, he quickly put something around her neck. She looked down and saw it was his medal. It was gold-colored, heavy, and very nice. It also had a cute robot design on it. Tangjin lifted her fair, pretty face. Her moist red lips moved as she asked, How do you want to put it on me? Ren Yanjing stared at her mouth. Since she whispered in his ear before, he had started to pay more attention to that area. It looked soft. It seemed easy to kiss. He looked away casually and said, It's for you. As soon as he said that, his teammates around him cheered and teased. Oh. For you, sister-in-law, this is what my brother gave you. Hurry and accept it. Although this isn't the first medal our Jingshin has won, it's the most valuable one ever. I'm so touched that I want to cry. Why isn't anyone giving me a medal? Get lost, you have your own. While the teammates joked around, Ren Yanjing kept one hand in his pocket and reached out to hold Tang Jin's hand. Let's go. Time to eat. They won first place, and their coach treated them to a meal in a private room to celebrate. When they returned to school, the school would also give them generous rewards. This competition boosted their reputation and earned them prizes. Not far after they left, a few girls gathered around. Ren Yanjing, sign my name. Me too, Ren Yanjing. Ren Yanjing apologized, and several teammates quickly offered to help. I'll sign for you. Me too. Let me do it. One girl, heavily made up and sneering, said, Who cares about your signatures? I want Ren Yanjing to sign for me. Hearing that, the coach and the others looked unhappy. Ren Yanjing was indeed talented, but his teammates weren't bad either. They were all 19 or 20, young, and full of energy. When they offered to sign, they were rejected. The coach frowned and said, Students, my team members aren't here to sign autographs. They're still students, so please understand. Just then another girl's voice rang out, asking, Ren Yanjing, why did you suddenly stop signing? Is there a relationship with your girlfriend?
Tang Zhen.
I didn't expect someone to guess that. But this voice, why does it sound so familiar? 000 quickly responded. It's the female lead's close friend, Lu Yu. Tang Zhen turned his head and saw a girl with icy blue hair. She was very bold and flashy.
So,
the girl next to her must be the female lead, right? Before Tang Zhen could look more closely, she was pulled away by Ren Yanjing, surrounded by fans. The security guards also came over to clear the crowd, and they managed to leave smoothly. The teacher leading the group joked, You're so popular with the girls. Maybe we should hire bodyguards in the future. Ren Yanjing replied calmly, Yes, please. Everyone could tell he wasn't joking. He was serious. The teacher nodded. After we go back, I will talk to the school about it. Your safety is the most important thing. Just relax. While the three of them discussed security, 000 was complaining to Tang Zhen about the female lead's close friend. Who cares about her? She's just singing and dancing over there. After saying that, 000 took a photo of the back of Ren Yanjing with his arm around Tang Zhen's shoulder and sent it directly to the fan group. Come on, tremble, envy, be jealous. This is exactly the effect I want. 000 thought it would see many comments full of envy and jealousy, but the group's reactions were different from what it expected. Just a shoulder hug? They don't look very close. Ren Yanjing probably doesn't like his girlfriend that much, right? He didn't even hug her waist. Guys, do you think we have a chance? While the group was heatedly discussing the photo of the back, a fish started to make its presence known again. Fish. I heard they've only been dating for less than half a month. Fish. Shouldn't they still be in the honeymoon phase? Why does it not seem like it? Wow, does that mean they just got together not long ago? I suddenly feel like I can do it too. Ren Yanjing, wait for me. In a quick glance, Tang Zhen saw 000 get very angry and come back. What's wrong? 000 refused to say. After a moment, 000 spoke bitterly. You and the male lead. Tang Zhen was confused. What? Please share more sweet moments, Tang Zhen. After having dinner with the male lead, his teammates, and the teacher leading the team, Ren Yanjing drove her back to the school. It was already late, so this time Ren Yanjing drove straight to the girls' dormitory entrance. Just as Tang Zhen was about to open the car door to get out, Ren Yanjing grabbed her arm and said, I'll pick you up tomorrow. Tang Zhen looked back in confusion. Where to? In the dim car, only the warm light from the ceiling lamp illuminated her face, making her look even more pure and beautiful. Her eyes were clear, and when she looked at him, there was a hint of innocence, making her seem like someone easy to tease. Ren Yanjing turned his head aside, his Adam's apple moving slightly. I'll take you around my school. He pretended to be casual. You haven't been to my lab yet, right? I'll show you around. Thinking of Robert, the robot that could dance street dance, Tang Zhen eagerly agreed. Will I see Robert tomorrow? Yes, he replied, then added, I'll have it keep you company. Great. Tang Zhen's eyes sparkled as she looked forward to their third date tomorrow. But I have an early class at 8, so you'll come to pick me up around 10, okay? After confirming the time to meet tomorrow, Tang Zhen returned to her dorm. Ren Yanjing stayed for another hour until Tang Zhen finished her shower, hung her clothes on the balcony, and then drove away. As soon as Tang Zhen lay on her bed, she heard 000 giggling. What's wrong, Sanquan? Hee. The male lead was just downstairs in the dorm building, and he left about 3 minutes ago. Tang Zhen was surprised. What was he doing downstairs? Watching you. Ren Yanjing had been sitting in the driver's seat, but the window was wide open, so it was easy to see her dorm balcony. Tang Zhen pursed her lips. I'm in the dorm room. How could he see me? Obviously, even if he's across the dorm, the male lead wants to spend a little more time with you, hee. A slight ripple stirred in her heart, but it quickly disappeared. Since she knew they would eventually part ways with the male lead, why invest too much emotion? So, she turned over and fell asleep peacefully. The next day, when Tang Zhen and her roommate went to the art studio, they unexpectedly met Lu Yu, the female lead's close friend. Her hair color was so eye-catching that it was impossible not to notice. Lu Yu may not have just happened to pass by, she might have come specifically to confront her. She glanced up and down at Tang Zhen, looking at her with a very critical eye. Although she didn't want to admit it, with such a picky look, Lu Yu couldn't find any fault. Tang Zhen's face is beautiful even with a bag over it, especially since she was wearing a red short skirt, a black knit top, and black ankle boots. Her skin looked very fair, her waist was slim, and her legs were long. Her face was flawless, and with her roommates around her, she looked like she was glowing. Since she couldn't find anything wrong with her appearance, Lu Yu directly stated her point, "Don't be too selfish." Then she turned and walked away. 000 was very angry. She was already causing trouble in the group chat, and now she even dared to dance in front of you. What does she mean? Tang Zhen wasn't really angry. Lu Yu was the best friend of the heroine and naturally didn't get along with her as the supporting character. Maybe she was standing up for the heroine this time. Forget it, I won't have much contact with them anyway. After warning Tang Zhen not to be too selfish, Lu Yu went to chat with Li Ran. Li Ran had no classes this morning and was reading in the library at this time. Ran, I still think you and Ren Yanjing are a better match. A top student with another top student is the perfect pair. When Li Ran received this message, she bit her lip. Xiao Yu, don't say that. He has a girlfriend. Just wait and see. I don't think they will last long. Ren Yanjing isn't the kind of person who only cares about looks. Clearly, they are not on the same level, with Tang Zhen's selfish attitude of not letting Ren Yanjing sign autographs for other girls, she would be dumped sooner or later. Li Ran didn't know why, but after reading this, she felt much better. She took the initiative to invite, Xiao Yu, come visit my school today. I'll treat you to a nice meal at the cafeteria. Okay. Wait for me. I'll be right there. After finishing her morning classes, Tang Zhen and her roommates left the art studio and saw Ren Yanjing's flashy orange-red sports car in front of the teaching building. When they came out, he was leaning against the car with one hand in his pocket, looking down at his phone. Noticing the movement, he put away his phone and walked toward Tang Zhen. As he approached, he happened to overhear her roommate's comment. What is Lu Yu doing? She actually said you're selfish. She wouldn't come specifically to say that to you, right? Zhuzi suddenly realized that Tang Zhen's boyfriend had arrived. She was anxious and spoke quickly, complaining, "This morning, a senior girl came to trouble Zhenjin." Ren Yanjing's face immediately darkened. Who was it? Someone named Lu Yu. Lu Yu was not very discreet in her actions. She was from the same major and many people knew her. Coincidentally, Tang Zhen's roommates also knew her. Tang Zhen hurriedly said, "It's okay. It's already over." After saying that, she said goodbye to her roommates and pulled Ren Yanjing to leave. When she opened the car door, Tang Zhen noticed a beautifully wrapped bouquet on the front passenger seat. She blinked and asked, "Did you send this to me?" Ren Yanjing slightly turned his head away and nodded softly. Tang Zhen picked up the flowers, sniffed them, and said, "They smell so good." "Thank you. I'm glad you like it." After getting in the car, Ren Yanjing fastened Tang Zhen's seatbelt and pretended to ask casually, "What did she say to you?" Tang Zhen was momentarily stunned before realizing who he meant. Actually, She didn't say much. Ren Yanjing looked at her deeply and said, "But I want to know." Tangjin looked at the flowers in her hands and softly said, "She told me not to be too selfish." Afterward, she looked at Ren Yanjing and quickly added, "Actually, it's nothing." "I don't mind." Ren Yanjing understood immediately. It was probably someone who wanted his signature but couldn't get it, so they didn't dare trouble him directly but came to bother his girlfriend. Tangjin didn't mind. But he did. Ren Yanjing looked down at his phone for a while, then put it away and said, "Let's go." Tangjin responded softly, her eyes bright and moist, blinking in a way that made people want to kiss her eyes. How could she look so obedient and adorable? Ren Yanjing suddenly leaned in close enough to see into each other's eyes. Tangjin tilted her head in confusion. What's wrong? The beautiful cat never knew that her small action could be so powerful. Unexpectedly, Ren Yanjing reached out and gently held her face. Tangjin stood still, looking up at him. At that moment, Ren Yanjing's phone started vibrating wildly, as if it would keep ringing until he answered. The previously mysterious atmosphere was instantly broken.
000?
The system was so angry it was about to go crazy, but Tangjin finally let out a sigh of relief. Having the male lead be too close to another woman was not good. She just wanted to finish the story peacefully, earn enough life points, and then live her own life. Ren Yanjing closed his eyes tightly, and when he opened them again, he calmly answered the phone. He said a few words to the person on the other end. Tangjin didn't pay attention to what he said. After hanging up, Ren Yanjing didn't do anything else. He simply drove away from Tangjin's school. A few minutes later, a new post appeared on the campus bulletin board of University B. Student Ren Yanjing from the College of Computer Science and Technology, majoring in artificial intelligence, states that not signing autographs for fans is a personal choice and has nothing to do with others. If anyone has opinions, they can discuss privately with him, no need to find others. Although the post was on University B's campus board, many people who followed Ren Yanjing saw it. Soon, students from other schools also learned about it. At this moment, a group of fans in the Ren Yanjing fan support group were discussing excitedly. What does this mean? Did someone bother his girlfriend? Who is so brave? Is he standing up for his girlfriend? It might not be his girlfriend. The post didn't mention a girlfriend at all. Besides a girlfriend, who else could it be? He just didn't mention it specifically. What should we do? The more he protects his girlfriend, the harder it is for me to let go of this. It was my turn to get his autograph, but then he was called away by his girlfriend. When did they break up? Don't worry, if my best friend became his girlfriend, the first thing she would do is get him to sign for you all. Everyone can have one. TSK Fish, you and your best friend are really dreaming. Meanwhile, Li Ran and Lu Yu were strolling around campus. It was still early, so they planned to walk for a while before going to the cafeteria for lunch. Seeing the message Lu Yu posted, Li Ran bit her lip and asked, "Xiao Yu, why do you think he suddenly posted that on the campus wall?" Lu Yu opened her mouth but didn't tell her about going to find Tangjin. She hadn't done anything wrong. It didn't really affect Tangjin, yet she quickly went to complain. Is Tangjin a primary school student? When faced with problems, does she always run to tell her parents? Should her boyfriend stand up for her? She wants to see how long Tangjin can still feel proud. Lu Yu doesn't plan to let Li Ran know about this. She casually says, "Who knows?" She doesn't think she did anything wrong. Isn't it just telling Tangjin not to be too selfish? Did she say something wrong? Tangjin is indeed selfish. After saying this, Lu Yu half-jokingly, half-seriously tells Li Ran, "I've said my piece. If one day you end up with Ren Yanjing, you must get him to sign for the fans." Li Ran knows she should refuse. He still has a girlfriend now. Her feelings are not honorable, but she just can't bring herself to say no. She smiles gently. "Okay, I understand. If she and Yanjing are together, she definitely won't hold him back like Tangjin does, nor stop him from signing for others who like him. He is so good. He should be seen by more people." When Tangjin and Yanjing arrive at B University, it's about 10:30. They aren't in a rush to eat lunch. They plan to walk around the campus first. B University is beautiful, especially in this season. Walking on the path, everywhere you see golden leaves. While Tang Zhen is admiring the scenery, her mind suddenly starts screaming loudly. Zhen, the male lead, posted a message on the campus wall, telling people if they have opinions, they should go directly to him, not others. Is this a warning to Lu Yu from afar? Right? It must be. The male lead's action is really impressive. He actually publicly announced it? While Tang Zhen is still processing these words, her hand suddenly gets pulled. It's Yanjing. There are many students passing by on the street, and since Yanjing is also a popular figure at B University, many eyes are focused on them. Lots of people are watching and gossiping. Tang Zhen feels a bit uncomfortable. Yanjing's expression is very natural. 000 chuckles mischievously. Earlier, at the robot competition, you guys held hands for over 20 minutes. Now, in this situation, it's just a small thing. That's true. There were even more people at the competition. Thinking this way, Tang Zhen feels much more at ease and lets Yanjing hold her hand. The two of them reach the lakeside. Just as they were about to sit down and rest, the system suddenly started to go haywire, sounding alarms. Task 9. Prevent the male and female leads from meeting. Mandatory task. Another must-do task. This was the second mandatory task Tang Zhen received.
Tang Zhen posted, "Supit."
Is the female lead nearby too? Yes, she and her best friend Lu Yu are walking over. What a coincidence. B University is so big, yet the four of them are about to run into each other. Tang Zhen asked the system, so, is it still not the right time for the male and female leads to meet? Of course. According to the story, they shouldn't meet so soon. To keep the plot on track, you must stop them from meeting this time. Zhen, act quickly. The female lead and her friend are less than 10 meters away from you. Lu Yu saw you. Tang Zhen didn't know what would happen if the plot broke down, but she had read many novels and knew that a broken plot could cause serious problems in this world. The worst outcome would be the female supporting character disappearing completely. That's definitely not something she could accept. She didn't have much time to think. In a rush, Tang Zhen instinctively called out, "Ren Yanjing." What's wrong? Ren Yanjing looked down at her. He was really tall. She was 1.68 meters, but still 22 centimeters shorter than him. 5 meters.
Zhen.
Getting closer.
Zhen.
Don't let the leads meet. Aha. Tang Zhen was willing to do anything. She pushed Ren Yanjing, who didn't resist at all. He was pushed back and sat down on a bench by the lake. In the next second, Tang Zhen held his shoulders with both hands, leaned slightly forward, and gently kissed the corner of his lips. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. In her panic, Tang Zhen acted on instinct. When she realized what she had done, she immediately wanted to pull away, but Ren Yanjing pulled her into his arms. Tang Zhen instinctively covered her mouth with her left hand and frantically patted his shoulder with her right, signaling that they were still in a public place. This was the most famous spot at B University, the Wind and Lake. Besides students, there were many tourists coming and going, and the area was crowded. Because of Tang Zhen's recent actions, many people have started to notice them. Ren Yanjing closed his eyes tightly, gently pressing Tang Zhen's head against his shoulder. This was a simple, quiet hug. Ah, Zhen, you're really brave. You even kissed the male lead directly, just a kiss on the corner of the mouth, Tang Zhen emphasized. Strictly speaking, it wasn't really a kiss. She didn't even know what she was thinking just now. Actually, her idea was simple, to attract the male lead's attention so he wouldn't notice the female lead. Sanquan is the female lead and her best friend still nearby. The 000 thief chuckled. No, when you kissed the male lead, the female lead turned and ran away. Not sure what happened. It's fine as long as the female lead leaves. As long as the task is completed. Tang Zhen looked at the task bar, and sure enough, Task 9 was marked as completed. Since it was a required task, she still gained 2 points of life. Now, she had accumulated 11 points of life, which is equivalent to 5.5 years of lifespan. Tang Zhen was a bit worried. Sanquan, I just kissed the male lead briefly, which is a bit different from the original story. Won't that have an effect? The 000 didn't think it mattered. No effect. As long as the main storyline stays the same, some small details aren't that important. The main storyline is that the male lead and the female supporting character date for 3 months and then break up. All the tasks they do are based on this main plot. At least for now, the main story is still progressing steadily. Tang Zhen felt relieved. That's good. After hugging for 10 minutes and realizing more and more people were watching nearby, Tang Zhen whispered, "Let's go." "There are too many people watching us." Ren Yanjing didn't move, only whispering back, "Sit a little longer." He had many friends and brothers who were dating, and he had accidentally seen some of them kissing their girlfriends. At that time, he felt nothing, just bored. When they were together, the brothers also discussed love tips. He rarely participated. He usually listened and then forgot what was said, never taking it seriously. But at this moment, his whole mouth felt numb and tingly. It was just a quick kiss on the corner of the mouth. What if it was a real kiss? What would it feel like? Li Ran walked quickly, leaving Ren Yanjing and Tang Zhen far behind. In a short time, she had already pulled them far away. Her best friend Lu Yu jogged to keep up with her, saying, "All right, Ran, we're already far from them." After hearing this, Li Ran slowly slowed down, looking lost and sad. "Xiao Yu, do you know? Just now I saw. I feel so sad." Lu Yu sighed and gave her a hug. "I understand." Li Ran's eyes looked a little watery. "I've known about him for a long time. Since high school, I've been paying attention to him. I know he's never been in a relationship. I planned to confess when I became better and that day wouldn't be too far away. But half a month ago, he suddenly got a girlfriend. I know I shouldn't think like this, but I really feel like she took my boyfriend." Seeing her best friend so upset, Lu Yu also felt bad inside. She comforted her, saying, "It's okay. They'll break up eventually. I'm done talking about this. Trust me." Li Ran adjusted her mood and softly said, "Actually, I think so too. Can someone like Tang Zhen, who only cares about looks, understand what Ren Yanjing is doing now? Can she help him when he faces academic problems? Can she keep up with him? No, she can't. Only Li Ran and Ren Yanjing share the same dreams and goals. She knows how Robert's success was achieved, using cutting-edge technology." Li Ran's eyes grew more determined. "I plan to try. I want to see if I can join his team." Lu Yu cheered her on. "Keep going. You're the best. I believe you can do it." After being hugged for over 20 minutes, Tang Zhen was finally released. As soon as she was free, she stood up and said, "Let's go have lunch." "Okay." Ren Yanjing returned to his usual calm and noble look. They ate lunch together in the cafeteria, and only then did Ren Yanjing take her to his laboratory. The lab was full of people, all of whom were Tang Zhen's familiar teammates of Ren Yanjing. They were working on developing a companion robot. The robot was dog-shaped, very cute and adorable, and already had a basic form. Upon seeing Tang Zhen, they all greeted her together. "Big sister-in-law has arrived." "Good afternoon, big sister-in-law." "Big sister-in-law, I heard someone at your school is bothering you?" "That person is so petty." Ren Yanjing shared a post on the campus wall, which they all saw, and they also learned the full story from Ren Yanjing. Zhang Mian is the person among this group who is closest to Ren Yanjing. He looked angry and said, "Why is it that brother Yan didn't sign for them? Are they upset about that? What's going on?" "Big sister-in-law, just tell us if you need help. We'll help you get back your dignity. Brother Yan can handle this himself. Do we need to get involved?" "Right, Brother Yan." Ren Yanjing spoke to them for a moment and then activated Robert, letting it play with Tang Zhen. After seeing Tang Zhen bend down to talk to Robert, he went over to Zhang Mian and asked about the situation. "Did you find out about Lu Yu?" Zhang Mian whispered. "Yes, she and big sister-in-law are both students at the School of Media Arts. She's a sophomore now, 1 year above big sister-in-law, and also an art student." Ren Yanjing said calmly. "She, an art student, came all this way just to watch our competition." As far as he knew, if he hadn't invited Tang Zhen himself, she wouldn't have come to watch his match. Zhang Mian replied, "She has a close friend, also from our school. She's said to be a top student, very good grades. It seems her friend likes her, and she came to watch her friend's game." Ren Yanjing slightly curled his lips, but his eyes showed no emotion. "Do you know who her friend is?" "Not yet. Give me some more time." "Okay." Zhang Mian sneered, "But no matter who she is, anyone friends with this person probably isn't a good person." Ren Yanjing patted his shoulder. "Anyway, she's a stranger. Yeah. While they were talking, Tang Jun received a new task. The moment she saw the details of the task, she pursed her lips and hesitated. This 3 rounds, this. Isn't that a bit much? 000 cheered her on. What's wrong with that? Jun, you should be spoiled and willful. I believe you can do it.
Go. But
Does this task have anything to do with being spoiled and willful? Task 10. Have a small argument with the male lead in front of everyone, then kick Puppy. Tang Jun was confused and asked directly, "Who is Puppy?" The system responded, "Puppy is the companion robot they are just starting to develop. Why did you kick it? The little dog is so cute." The system explained, because the female character is very stubborn. She does whatever she wants. Tang Jun felt a bit overwhelmed. Then why did she argue with the male lead? The system said, because the male lead is busy again. This robot can be used to keep company for children with autism or lonely elderly people. The male lead will spend a lot of time and effort on this robot. He spends time with Puppy and doesn't have time for the female character. The system added, the female character will be unhappy and upset. So, this task makes sense. In the original story, the female character and the male lead didn't spend much time together because he was very busy. He had big dreams and spent most of his time on studies and work. Compared to him, the female character was free. In college, she didn't care much about grades. Besides classes, she watched shows and went shopping. She had plenty of free time to date. But the male lead had no time. Their schedules didn't match. One was very free and thought about many things every day, while the other was busy all the time. Even if the female character had a good personality, it was natural for them to drift apart. In the original story, the female character was also unhappy about this. This was also a reason why the feelings between the male lead and female character grew colder. Tang Jun was reluctant about this task. It wasn't because she was worried about her relationship with the male lead, but because she had never argued with anyone before. She didn't like arguing. She thought arguing couldn't solve any problems. Seeing her hesitation, the system tempted her. Jun, completing this task also gives you 2 points of life. Tang Jun was slightly surprised. Wasn't it just 1 point of life for each task before? The system explained, yes, but as the tasks get harder, the rewards become richer. Later, there will be other bonus points. In short, completing more tasks is always good. Tang Jun looked at Ren Yanjing and then at Puppy, feeling conflicted inside. The system comforted her. Jun, it's okay. After you break up with the male lead, you won't have to contact them anymore. So, just go ahead and do the task confidently. Why struggle with your life points? Everyone here is limited in how many times they can appear. Each appearance counts down.
Puppy is a robot dog.
It gently kicks, and it's definitely safe. Tang Jun was convinced. Just then, Ren Yanjing and Zhang Mian finished their conversation and came over. Tang Jun gathered her courage to argue with the main character, but she quickly lost her nerve. It was like a balloon with a hole, unable to expand anymore. She's really bad at arguing. Can she really finish this task? 000 kept encouraging her. Jun, as long as you speak up, you'll win. I don't mean a big fight, just a small argument. A small argument is okay with a quieter voice, right?
Ren Yanjing.
Tang Jun finally spoke. If Ren Yanjing hadn't been paying attention to her, she might have missed this gentle call.
Puppy.
Will you spend all your time on it in the future? Ren Yanjing moved closer. Worried I don't have time to be with you? Tang Jun complained, yeah, you've been so busy before, busy enough to forget about me for days. Ren Yanjing cleared his throat. That was an accident. Tang Jun didn't look at him, just focused on completing the task. And in the future, will you be busier and busier? In the original story, that's how it was. The main character's success came from his effort and hard work. How long can he stay with her? Ren Yanjing said, I'm busy, but I still have time to be with you. Tang Jun was a little surprised. Is that the right reaction? Jun, keep going. Keep it up. Tang Jun bit her lip. Then how long can you be with me every day? Ren Yanjing looked down at her. She looked at her toes, afraid to look up at him. Even her hair was adorable. She spoke softly and sweetly, like she was teasing him every time. Ren Yanjing moved a little closer. Then how long do you want me to stay with you every day? Tang Jin kept thinking about arguing. Since it's an argument, she should suggest a time that the main character can't possibly meet. If he can't, then they can argue. So she didn't hesitate and said, 5 hours. 5 hours? That's so clingy. Ren Yanjing didn't want to agree either, but he really found it hard to say no. 5 hours might be a bit difficult. A little difficulty means he probably can't do it. Finally, they could argue. Tang Jin spoke quickly. Ren Yanjing, you're not sincere at all. Other couples stick together every day, but you can't even spend 5 hours with me each day. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Kick the puppy.
Kick it.
Tang Jin clenched her teeth and quickly left Ren Yanjing's side. When she passed by Puppy, she kicked it with her foot. Puppy was still in the development stage and couldn't interact perfectly yet, but it could have small interactions. It saw Tang Jin coming and reached out its front paw to say hello. It extended its paw, and Tang Jin kicked her foot, which resulted in she tripped over Puppy's mechanical leg. Good news. She kicked Puppy, so the task was completed. Bad news. Puppy was fine, but she was hurt. Tang Jin fell to the ground. Ren Yanjing took a few steps over, quickly picked her up, and the other team members hurried over to help. What's wrong with the sister-in-law? Is she okay? Jing Shen, put her on a chair. Ren Yanjing placed Tang Jin on a chair, squatted down, and looked up at her. She had just fallen and might be in pain. Her eyes were red, her nose was red, and her gaze was moist. Water droplets clung to her long eyelashes. Her fair little face looked pitiful and adorable, making people want to hug and pinch her. She looked clumsy. She couldn't even walk properly and had fallen in the lab.
Ren Yanjing die pinche Zerfingers.
Did you hurt anywhere? Tang Jin looked aggrieved. The task was hard, and she couldn't do it well. Now her hand was also hurt. She reached out to show him. My palm hurts. Tang Jin's whole body was pale and delicate, with tender skin, and her small hand was red and slightly scraped. Zhang Mian immediately said, I'll get the first aid kit. After bringing the first aid kit, Ren Yanjing first blew on her palm to cool it, then disinfected it and put on a bandage. Throughout, Tang Jin endured the pain silently, not making a sound. After disinfecting, Ren Yanjing gently kissed her fingertips, not missing a single finger, from the thumb to the little finger, then back from the little finger to the thumb. Does it still hurt? Tang Jin bit her lip and shook her head. Why is the male lead's reaction so different from what she expected? They just argued, but now he acts as if nothing happened. Also, she kicked Puppy, acting like a typical supporting character, clever and scheming. Someone should have noticed that, right? Zhang Mian bent down to look at Puppy, speaking seriously. Puppy, what's wrong? How did you trip the sister-in-law just now? Puppy looked confused. A dog's face showing helplessness, weakness, and pity. Robert teased from the side, using a mechanical voice. Puppy, you should apologize to her. Zhang Mian nodded firmly. Yes, Puppy, you need to apologize. You tripped her, and she hurt her hand. That must have hurt. What should you do now? Puppy couldn't speak or interact normally. It could only bark 3 times as a way of apologizing.
Tang Jin.
She was the one who kicked Puppy, yet she tripped and Puppy ended up apologizing to her. Is this right? Tang Jin felt very guilty. It wasn't Puppy's fault at all. It was just an innocent mechanical dog, yet it was barking to apologize to her. It felt like bullying a little kid. Tang Jin bent down, cupping her knees with her hand. Her soft hair fell around her face as she softly said, Sorry. These words were spoken to Puppy, even though it was just a machine dog. Ren Yanjing gently held her face, frowning slightly. Why are you crying? Tang Jin didn't even realize she was crying. A gentle voice whispered, Jin, what's wrong? Is the task too hard? It's okay. The task is finished now. If it's too difficult next time, you can give up. Even tears on a beautiful face can be charming. Especially Tang Jin, with a small, fair face and a single crystal tear, looking fragile, like a broken, beautiful doll. Ren Yanjing's eyes deepened. The teammates exchanged glances and silently left the laboratory for them. Zhang Mian even thoughtfully closed the door behind them. Tang Jin didn't know why she felt sad. Maybe because she was upset about rushing to complete tasks after coming into this world through a book, or maybe because this world still felt unfamiliar to her. Of course, the most direct reason was that she kicked an innocent robot dog to finish her task. But in the end, the robot dog apologized to her instead. She had to pretend to be a cunning, shallow, and naive supporting character, but she seemed to be doing a poor job. She couldn't do anything right. Ren Yanjing gently wiped a tear from her face with his finger. Puppy is a companion robot. In theory, no matter what happens, it shouldn't cause any risk or trouble to its owner. Although it's still only a prototype, it should still apologize. We can't wait until it's officially released and face customer complaints, right? This was the first time Ren Yanjing explained so much. He usually spoke very little at once, but at this moment he broke his usual rule. He waved at Puppy. Come here, cheer up our baby. Puppy, walking on mechanical legs, clattered over to Tangzhen, its mechanical head leaning close to her lap, gently rubbing against her. Puppy was so well-behaved. It was incredibly intelligent. Was this still just a prototype? How smart would the finished product be? Tangzhen gained a clearer understanding of how impressive Ren Yanjing and his team were. They were truly amazing. Puppy was also wonderful.
Wow.
The male lead actually asked the robot puppy to cheer you up. So sweet. So adorable. Shun, I'm about to faint from how sweet it is.
Danzhen.
While Zhang Mian and a few teammates waited outside, they exchanged glances. Wow, the wife looks really beautiful. She looks upset today, her hands are even hurt. Puppy's algorithm still needs improvement. It made a mistake it shouldn't have. By the way, she also helped us a lot. Shen Quanli chuckled. What do you think Yan Ge and the wife are doing inside? He then nudged his eyebrows toward the lab behind them, with a mischievous smile. Zhang Mian, hands in his pockets, leaned against the wall and also smiled. This is the lab. With the captain's sense of propriety, what do you think he's doing? At most, they could only offer a few words of comfort. Everyone was just joking casually. They still trusted Ren Yanjing's character. There are cameras in the lab, and Ren Yanjing is a responsible and sensible person who wouldn't do anything inappropriate. While they were talking, suddenly a female voice came from nearby. Hello, are you the future team? Zhang Mian and the others instinctively looked up and turned to see the girl speaking. Two girls approached, both looking delicate and pretty. One of them had striking icy blue hair. Zhang Mian stepped out from his teammates and asked, Yes, what can I do for you? Li Ran's gaze swept over their faces, but didn't find the person she was looking for. She looked around and asked, Is your team leader not here? Shun Xuanli spoke quickly and anxiously. The team leader is with his girlfriend. Whatever you want to say, you can tell us too. Hearing this, Li Ran's smile almost faltered. They had been together all day, and Tangzhen still hadn't returned to her school. She forgot that her best friend also hadn't gone back to school yet. Li Ran paused and asked, Are you still hiring in your lab? The group was surprised. Had they posted any job openings? Li Ran smiled gently. Let me introduce myself. My name is Li Ran. I'm a sophomore majoring in electronic engineering, and I ranked first in my major courses for the past 2 semesters. Wow, a top student. Being #1 at B University shows she's a real academic star. But, sorry, we're not hiring. Li Ran hadn't reacted yet, when her best friend couldn't hold back anymore. You won't even consider hiring such an outstanding talent? You really lack vision. Zhang Mian, who was easygoing, showed no negative expression despite being questioned. On one hand, our team members are all guys, and adding a girl suddenly might not be suitable. On the other hand, we currently have no plans to hire anyone. Li Ran clenched her right hand slightly. I want to talk to your team leader. Shun Xuanli grew a bit impatient. Talking to our team leader won't help. He's not some tyrant. He'll definitely consider our team members' opinions. Zhang Mian smiled and said, Here's the plan. Once our team recruits new members, we will post the news online. If you're interested, you can follow us. This was already a polite way of refusing. Li Ran had always been a top student and was quite good-looking, so she had never been ignored before. She was proud and confident. Today, for the first time, she took the initiative to ask to join the team. After being rejected, she felt too embarrassed to stay, so she turned around and left. Lu Yu couldn't stand this and sneered at Zhang Mian and the others, saying, "I'm waiting for the day you cry and beg my best friend to join your team." After they left, Shin Chuanli couldn't help but laugh angrily. "I admit that the girl named Li Ran is very talented, but do we really need to cry and beg her to join? That's not necessary." Then the other team members started sharing their opinions. Since Zhang Mian hadn't spoken yet, Shin Chuanli found it strange and asked, "Old Zhang, why aren't you saying anything?" Zhang Mian looked thoughtful and said, "I was just thinking, was that girl with the icy blue hair perhaps Lu Yu?" "What? Lu Yu? She's the one who warned the sister-in-law. I think it's probably her. She really is quite lively. Fortunately, our team isn't short of people. Otherwise, we'd be inviting trouble for ourselves." Although Li Ran and Lu Yu had left, Zhang Mian believed this wasn't the end. Li Ran probably wouldn't give up so easily. Half an hour later, the laboratory door opened. Besides Zhang Mian, all the other team members had gone to the library to study. Zhang Mian looked at Ren Yanjing and then at Tang Jin behind him, making a gesture with his mouth. "Did it go well?" Ren Yanjing nodded. Companion robots are naturally good at cheering up girls. It seems they will have more job opportunities in the future. Not only can they accompany children with autism and lonely elders, but they can also keep company with young girls. Zhang Mian patted his forehead and mentioned what happened earlier. Someone asked if we needed more team members and wanted to join us. Before Ren Yanjing could answer, 000 spoke in Tang Jin's mind. It's the female lead. In the original story, the male lead invites her to join later, but now she's coming on her own. Tang Jin blinked in surprise. It seems that the story has indeed changed a lot. But that's okay. Sanquan said that as long as the main plot stays the same, it's fine. There are people who want to join future. Since their team won first place in the recent college robot competition, more people have wanted to join. However, Ren Yanjing has no plans to add new members. One reason is that the 7 of them work very well together now, and adding someone new would mean they have to get used to each other again. Another reason is that their team is already enough. They don't need more people. So, when Zhang Mian said something about adding someone, Ren Yanjing didn't even want to ask more. He directly refused to add anyone. Zhang Mian smiled and said, "I knew it. That's why I already told her no." Ren Yanjing didn't ask who she was. He quickly made his position clear. "No matter who comes, I mean the same." Zhang Mian nodded. "Understood. Right now, the team has a good atmosphere. Although the 7 of them are different ages, they get along very well. If possible, he didn't want to break this balance easily." After leaving the lab, Tang Jin asked about the robot that Ren Yanjing made for himself. She stood with her hands behind her back and walked lightly. "Before, they said the robot you made is called Zhenguai. Unlike Robert and Puppy, Zhenguai belongs only to Ren Yanjing. He developed it himself for personal use. Functionally, Zhenguai isn't as good as Robert or Puppy, but in meaning, Zhenguai is unique." Ren Yanjing acted as if nothing was special. "That's true. Where is it?" Ren Yanjing tilted his head to look at her. "Do you want to see it?" Honestly, Tang Jin was thinking about it. She asked, "Is it convenient?" Ren Yanjing said, "Yes, it is. It's at my house. If you want to see it, I can take you there now." "Oh, really?" Tang Jin didn't actually plan to go to the main character's house. In the original story, the female supporting character talked with the male lead for 3 months, but never met his family or visited his home. She thought for a moment and said, "Forget it. Maybe next time." Ren Yanjing responded with an During winter break, Zhenguai is still a semi-finished product. By the time winter break starts, Zhenguai should be ready to meet her. Tang Jin didn't say anything. During winter break, she would probably start her new life. At that time, she was no longer his girlfriend and had no right to visit his special robot at his house. After dinner with Ren Yanjing in the cafeteria, Tang Jin was driven back to school by him. She still held the flowers he gave her today in her arms. Under the warm light overhead, her small face looked much more beautiful than a carefully wrapped rose. She looked at him with her moist black eyes and said, "Ren Yanjing, goodbye." He got out of the car and opened the door for her. "See you tomorrow, baby. See you tomorrow." Tang Jin blinked in surprise. 3 rounds, we just saw each other today. Why do we need to meet again tomorrow? 000 didn't understand either. In that popular novel, the female supporting character, who is the main male character's official girlfriend, finds it hard to see him. She has to ask 3 or 4 times, and she can't see him every day. 000 guessed. Maybe because when you did your task earlier, you mentioned that other couples are always together every day. Tang Zhen was silent. So he understood what you said. Probably. After saying that, 000 convinced itself and Tang Zhen saying the main male character is a serious person in some ways. He cares about his feelings and his studies, but the female supporting character is serious only because she isn't the right person. Tang Zhen thought that made sense, so she didn't dwell on it anymore.
Okay.
See you tomorrow. After taking a shower and doing her laundry in her dorm, she received a message from Zhou Cece. Where are you? Why did her cheap older brother send a message? Tang Zhen replied, I'm in the dorm. Just as she guessed Zhou Cece's purpose for messaging, his next message came quickly, and he heard her back. Tang Zhen. Although she called him her cheap mom as her current daughter, she couldn't ignore it completely. She quickly sent a message asking, How is my mom now? Zhou Cece replied, She's doing okay. I happened to pass by your school. It's still early. I can pick you up and go see her. Okay. At the school gate? Yes. After informing a few roommates, Tang Zhen hurried downstairs. When she reached the gate, Ren Yanjing's car was naturally gone. She had been back in her dorm for a long time. When she arrived at the school gate, she didn't see the silver-gray business car they had shared earlier. At this point, only a black Rolls-Royce was parked at the school gate. It looked luxurious and high-class. The black car shone brightly in the night. Just as Tang Zhen was about to look for Zhou Xuxi's car in another direction, Zhou Xuxi rolled down the window of the driver's seat and called her name, Tang Zhen. Could it really be Zhou Xuxi's car? In her memory, this older brother usually kept a low profile. Although he was wealthy, he rarely drove luxury cars in his daily life. Why did he change his attitude today? Tang Zhen didn't think much and quickly ran to get into the passenger seat of the Rolls-Royce. Just as she got in, Lu Yu, who was on her way back to school, saw her. Lu Yu immediately took several photos. Although the person in the driver's seat didn't get out, Lu Yu could still see his side face from this distance. He had a sharp jawline and a handsome profile, a face belonging to a mature man. This definitely wasn't Ren Yanjing. Realizing something, Lu Yu's eyes flashed with a sneer. She didn't tell Li Ran about this. She could handle this small matter herself. She directly posted the photo on the school's all-purpose media wall. After sending the private message with this photo, she pretended to be a boy captivated by Tang Zhen's back and wrote, Editor, I want to get to know the girl in this photo. I really don't have the courage to ask her for her contact info myself, so please help me. Saying that Tang Zhen might be playing both sides was too low-level.
There was no need for that.
For the sake of the school's reputation, the person managing the media wall might not help her post the photo. But Haidaleo was different. The team running the media wall would definitely help her post it, since Haidaleo is very common. Lu Yu believed this photo would quickly spark discussion. After all, a Rolls-Royce naturally attracts attention. Plus, the person in the front seat was a well-known freshman beauty from the art department. Later, she planned to use a few fake accounts to stir the waters. She didn't believe Yanjing wouldn't notice. Once Yanjing saw this, it would be easier to handle. Yanjing knew very well that the person in the driver's seat wasn't him. So, the question is, it was almost 8 p.m. now. Such a late hour. Tang Zhen, a girl, got into a Rolls-Royce. The man sitting in the driver's seat looked like a successful, professional male model. I wonder what his reason was? It couldn't just be for a late-night snack, right? Not long after Tang Zhen got in the car, she learned about Lu Yu's actions from 000.
Her mood was very complicated.
The female lead didn't show up, but her best friend kept jumping around. 000 chuckled. She probably thinks the male lead would get jealous over this, right? The male lead seems naturally immune to jealousy. In the original story, the male lead and Zhou Xuxi had a good relationship. After all, one was the female lead's real boyfriend, and the other was an angel investor in the female lead. They didn't compete or even argue. Both Ren Yanjing and Zhou Xuxi were more rational than emotional. Fights or competitions like that would never happen between them. Jealousy was even less likely. The male lead never got jealous for the female lead, let alone for the supporting female character. So, whether it was Tang Jun or 000, they didn't pay much attention to Lu Yu's little tricks. Tang Jun arrived at Zhou's house around 9 p.m. Zhou Shuxi's father was still out entertaining clients and hadn't returned. Zhou unusually stayed at school, so in the big villa, besides a few maids, the only real residents were Tang Jun's mother and Zhou Shuxi. No, strictly speaking, only Tang's mother, because Zhou Shuxi didn't live there either. He owned many properties privately and rarely stayed there throughout the year. When Tang Jun saw her return home, Tang's mother looked surprised. "Why did you come back so suddenly?" Tang Jun carefully examined her. "Big brother said you hurt your waist. How do you feel now?" Tang's mother looked at Zhou Shuxi and Tang Jun meaningfully, then smiled. "I did slip and twist my waist in the bathroom today, but it's not serious. I've seen a doctor and applied some medicine." After learning that Tang's mother was fine, Tang Jun felt relieved. Tang's mother came over and sat her down on the sofa, still calling out to Zhou Shuxi. "Shuxi, sit too. I appreciate you caring for me and bringing Jun back to see me." "I'm very touched," Zhou Shuxi spoke calmly. "Just passing by." "Passing by?" Tang mother's mind sneered softly. Neither Zhou Shuxi's usual residence nor his company are in the same direction as Tang Jun's school. How is that passing by? But she had already intended to match her daughter with her stepson, so she wouldn't expose his small eye. In fact, she was happy about it. After chatting with Tang Jun for a while, Tang mother pretended to have a backache and prepared to go back to her room. Tang Jun immediately stood up. "Mom, let me help you back." Tang mother wanted to refuse, but quickly changed her mind. "Okay." Tang mother went back to her room, and Zhou Shuxi naturally couldn't follow, so he stayed in the living room to drink tea. After she entered her room, Tang mother's face showed a happiness she couldn't hide. "Your older brother treats you differently." "Really?" In this novel, Zhou Shuxi is a wealthy supporting character. He invests in the heroine and provides her with resources, helping her rise. Although Zhou Shuxi is currently focused on game development, he later became interested in robots and invested heavily in the heroine's career, giving her a big boost. So, hearing this, Tang Jun's reaction was indifferent. "Mom, you're overthinking. Whether it's the male lead or the supporting male character, only the heroine truly loves them. It has nothing to do with her as a supporting character." Just as she thought this, her phone started vibrating. She looked down to check. It was a video call from Ren Yanjing. At this time, why did he suddenly call? She asked 000, "Sanquan, does the male lead have something to do?" 000 was also unsure. "I don't know. Maybe he just wanted to call you." As for the photo taken by Lu Yu, neither she nor the system paid much attention to it. On one hand, the male lead wouldn't be jealous. On the other hand, her relationship with Zhou Shuxi is very innocent. Even if there was a misunderstanding with a schoolmate, she wouldn't have time to explain, and her 3 good roommates would clarify for her. After telling Tang mother, Tang Jun went back to her room to answer the call. Although she was only Zhou family's stepdaughter, she had her own large, independent room here, cleaned daily by a maid. After making sure no one was nearby, she answered the call. Anyway, she and the male lead would eventually break up, so she didn't want Mother Tang to know about her relationship with Ren Yanjing. Less trouble is better than more. The next second, Ren Yanjing's face appeared on the screen. He didn't look like he was in a dormitory, but in a car. Is he about to go out now? Are you going to drive out? Where is baby? Both voices spoke at the same time. After asking almost simultaneously, they fell into a brief silence. Finally, Ren Yanjing answered first. "I'm coming to see you." Tang Jun let out a confused sound. "We just broke up not long ago." Ren Yanjing responded with an fastened his seatbelt, fixed his phone in a safe place, and started the sports car. "Where are you?" "I'll come pick you up." Tang Jun's clear little face glowed white in the room. "I'm at home." Ren Yanjing was slightly surprised. "Why did you come home suddenly today?" Tang Jun moved the phone away so Ren Yanjing could see her room. "My mom heard her back today. My stepbrother happened to pass by my school, so he brought me back." Ren Yanjing slowed down the accelerator, pretending to be indifferent. You didn't tell me you have a stepbrother." There probably wasn't much chance to mention it. After all, they hadn't been dating long. In recent dates, they hadn't talked much about their families. Tang Zhen responded with an My mom remarried last year. I have a stepbrother and a stepsister now. Ren Yanjing simply pulled the car over by the roadside, still acting as if nothing was unusual. Who is your stepbrother? Let me see if I know him. Actually, in this circle, it's a small world. Although the male lead and the supporting male lead don't know each other now, they've heard of each other's names. It's familiar but not well known or close. Tang Zhen gave the name Zhou Shuxi. Ren Yanjing quietly remembered this name. He seemed to have a faint impression of it. But he didn't know exactly what the other person did, how old he was, or what social circle he belonged to. After all, there's a 6-year age difference between him and Zhou Shuxi. Their social circles don't overlap. Ren Yanjing placed his hands on the steering wheel. What time will you go back to school? I'll come pick you up. Tang Zhen also wasn't very used to living under the same roof as Mother Tang. She is not the original owner, and their personalities are very different. She is afraid that if she stays too long with Mother Tang, she might be discovered. But she also doesn't want Mother Tang to see Ren Yanjing. While Tang Zhen hesitated, a chime sounded, and she received a new task. It's like receiving a new order from X group. Each time she gets a new task, there is a prompt, and she can't ignore it. She tilted her head to look. The 11th task is as follows. Task 11. Do not let the male lead and the male supporting character have direct contact. This time, there is no option to force the task. It is optional. This also means the task only has one point of life. But this task suits Tang Zhen's plan. She doesn't want Zhou Shuxi to find out she's in a relationship. If Zhou Shuxi finds out, it's the same as her mother knowing. So Tang Zhen thought for a moment and said to Ren Yanjing, It's now 9:15. My mom usually goes to bed around 10. As for my older brother, I don't know him very well. Maybe you can wait until he's asleep to pick me up. As soon as she said this, both of them paused slightly, feeling like they were secretly dating under their parents' watchful eyes. Even though they're adults, it still feels a bit like early love. Ren Yanjing cleared his throat softly. All right, give me your address. He currently knows nothing about Zhou Shuxi except his name. He has no impression of the other person. Indeed, it's better not to meet for now. But after hanging up, Ren Yanjing quickly called his cousin. On the other end, a carefree voice answered. It's this late already. How come my brother Jing remembers to call me? Ren Yanjing didn't waste time. He tapped lightly on the steering wheel, his eyes deep. Brother, do you know Zhou Shuxi? Oh, him? He's an alumnus from MIT. What's up? Brother, I want a detailed profile of him. The more detailed, the better. Laughter on the other end grew louder. You're acting strange, Jing. Why are you suddenly curious about Zhou Shuxi? Are you guys fighting over a girl? That last sentence was full of obvious teasing and provocation. Although Ren Yanjing is the only child in his family, the Ren family is a large clan. He has many cousins and relatives, and among them, he has the best relationship with his younger cousin. Last time I went to another city for a robot competition, I borrowed a car from Ren Yanjing. That time, he was questioned for a long while by his younger cousin. Now he's here again. Ren Yanjing didn't answer. He just said, just send me his information. On the other end, someone laughed twice and said, all right, Jing rarely asks for help, so I'll help. But if anything happens, don't forget to tell me. My mom even asked me last time if you have a girlfriend. Ren Yanjing replied, next time, I'll introduce you. Ren Yanfu asked, wait, you really secretly started dating? When you borrowed the car last time, I felt something was off. You're in a relationship and didn't tell me? Are we still the best brothers? He asked. What's your sister-in-law's name? How old is she? After saying, send me the information quickly, Ren Yanjing decisively hung up. He knows his younger cousin well, he's a big mouth. If he finds out about the relationship, it will probably spread through the whole family very fast. But that's okay. They've been dating for over half a month now, so it's not a short time. After hanging up, Ren Yanjing ignored Ren Yanfu's calls and opened the private chat on the all-round wall of the Media Arts College. He sent a message directly. I am Tang Zhen's boyfriend. Please delete that post you just made. When Ren Yanjing asked the all-round wall to delete the post, Tang Zhen happened to see it. The photo was taken from behind, so no wonder she didn't notice Lu Yu at the time. The scene shows her opening the car door on the passenger side, about to get in. She scrolled through the comments below and recognized many people. This is Tang Zhen, a freshman in the art department. She has a boyfriend, so what's the point of trying to get her? Wow, driving a Rolls-Royce. What kind of family does Tang Zhen come from? Who is in the driver's seat? No white gloves. Doesn't look like a driver. There were also comments explaining who is sitting in the driver's seat. I'm Tang Zhen's roommate. The person in the driver's seat is her brother. Don't misunderstand. Since the start of school, Tang Zhen had introduced her family to her roommates. They all knew she had a stepbrother who was successful and worked in the gaming industry. Recently, they even played some casual mini-games developed by Zhou Xuxi's company during their free time. She didn't see any unfriendly comments, and if there were any, they were probably deleted by the all-powerful moderator. When Tang Zhen wanted to continue reading, she found the post had been removed. Since it was deleted, she decided not to mind. Nothing else happened. Not long after she put away her phone, Tang's mother came over to send her away. It's still early. Go downstairs and chat with your older brother for a while. Tang Zhen blinked. Mom, you should lie down and rest more. Actually, Tang's mother was fine, but there was no need to tell Tang Zhen that. Her stepmother was cold and distant. She had married into the family for a year, but her stepbrother never cared about her. Today, he specifically brought Tang Zhen back. She decided to encourage her daughter to take the opportunity to strengthen her relationship with Zhou Xuxi. Don't go back to school today. Your older brother probably won't leave either. Go talk to him and build a better bond. Tang Zhen had no choice but to be sent downstairs by her mother. Zhou Xuxi was 7 years older than her, 26 now. His handsome face was usually expressionless. She always felt that this big brother was hard to approach. After reluctantly walking a few steps closer, she found an excuse. Big brother, I toured the school all day today and am a bit tired. I'll go back to my room and rest. You should rest early too. Zhou Xuxi looked at her with dark eyes. Although he was sitting and she was standing, Tang Zhen still felt pressured under his gaze. They were 7 years apart, like 2 generations. Plus, Zhou Xuxi was calm and steady. When she was with him, she always felt a bit reserved. Zhou Xuxi nodded slightly. Good night. Good night. After exchanging goodnights, Tang Zhen turned to go back to her room. In her mind, she quietly told 000, Sanquan talking to Big Brother is so stressful. 000 didn't mind. Zhen, it's normal. Big Brother is a mature, steady professional. Managing such a large company with over 10,000 employees naturally creates some distance. As Tang Zhen stepped onto the stairs, Zhou Xuxi's deep voice came from behind her. Tang Zhen. Huh? She turned around confused, her clear eyes showing a hint of doubt. Zhou Xuxi stood up from the sofa. Today, he was dressed in a silver-gray business suit. Even after being home for over 10 minutes, his buttons were meticulously fastened at the top, looking both restrained and refined. There's no need to be so tense when you talk to me. Tang Zhen was slightly surprised, not expecting Zhou Xuxi to say such a thing. She bit her lip and replied, okay, Big Brother. After returning to her room and closing the door, Tang Zhen finally relaxed completely. She was a bit confused and asked, Sanquan, why did Big Brother say that to me? The AI face confidently replied, because you see Big Brother as an elder, so you're nervous around him. Big Brother might feel he's too old. You know, both men and women care a lot about their age, so that's how it was. I understand. Next time, I'll try to see him as an equal. At exactly 10 o'clock, Tang's mother went to bed for her beauty sleep. By then, Big Brother had already gone back to his room. However, the light in his room was still on, so Tang Zhen didn't make any move. As for her own room, she turned off the light early. It wasn't until 11 o'clock that the light in her brother's room finally went out. Tang Zhen left a note on her bed, mentioning her plans to go back to school. Then she quietly tiptoed downstairs with her dog. There was a night light in the living room, casting a faint yellow glow. Using this dim light, Tang Zhen successfully left the villa and met Ren Yanjing nearby. Throughout the process, she didn't attract the attention of her mother or Zhou Xuxi. Her first secret escape from home went smoothly. The main characters and the supporting character didn't encounter her, which was great. After getting in the car, Tangjin looked at the time and felt a bit worried. At this hour, the dorm supervisor must be asleep. It would be awkward to ask her to open the door. Ren Yanjing glanced at her coat and turned up the car's heater. Then we won't go back. Tangjin widened her eyes slightly. Ren Yanjing suggested. How about going to see the river view? She had been here for a while but had never seen the river view. She agreed easily. On the way, Ren Yanjing spoke very little, his face slightly tense. Her older cousin said Zhou Shusi was a modest and reserved person. But modest and reserved? Would a modest and reserved person appear at the university gate in a Rolls-Royce late at night? Would he use that car to pick up his girlfriend? And then get photographed and posted on the campus wall? Ren Yanjing's eyes showed no particular emotion, and he formed his own opinion about Zhou Shusi. For a moment, no one in the car spoke, only soothing music played quietly. At this time, Tangjin was already asleep and feeling a bit sleepy. 000 seemed very anxious. Jun, do you think the male lead might want to break up with you? This sentence suddenly woke Tangjin up in shock. Honestly, they need to date for at least 3 months before breaking up. If they break up early, it definitely won't be good for the female supporting character. Tangjin hurriedly asked, Sanquan, why do you say that? Because the male lead seems to be in a bad mood now. Maybe the small argument you had with him this afternoon affected him. Tangjin was confused. But when he took me back to the dorm, he wasn't angry. Some people are slow to realize things. Then what should I do? Even if she wanted to break up with the male lead, it definitely couldn't be now. 000 was silent for a moment. 1 minute later, Tangjin received the latest task. Task 12. Act cute. 000's voice was serious. Jean, it's time for you and the male lead to stop pulling in opposite directions. This afternoon, you had a small argument with him. Now you need to repair your relationship. After arguing, you need to comfort him. And once he's calmed down, everything will be fine. While they were talking, they arrived at the riverside. Tangjin got out of the car and put on an extra coat. It was Yanjing's coat. The coat still carried his body heat. The wind at the riverside was strong, so Tangjin didn't refuse his kindness. The riverside was bright as daylight in the early morning, with a row of dazzling lights along the shore. Looking at it, it was especially spectacular. Tangjin rarely stayed at the riverside at this hour. She didn't plan to do any tasks for now, and since this task wasn't difficult for her, she decided to put it aside for the moment. 000 didn't urge her. Tangjin and Yanjing walked quietly along the riverside. Later, Yanjing started talking about his hobbies, and their conversation quickly opened up. They talked about interests, then about the future, and discussed many things. Meanwhile, 000 was secretly watching in the Yanjing support group. That photo, which was secretly taken by Lu Yu, was finally posted in this group by some well-meaning person. Late at night, the group had hundreds of night owls. One photo sparked all their interest. Why didn't I see this post on the all-round wall at the Media Arts College? Was it deleted? If there were no tricks involved, why was it so quick? Who is this man? Is he really the boyfriend of Ren Yanjing? That seems a bit too good to be true. Wow, once this photo came out, Ren Yanjing probably broke up with her, right? Definitely. Late at night, a man and a woman alone. I don't believe they are completely innocent. Is Ren Yanjing single today? Almost. At this moment, 000 spoke using a fake account. It recently changed its name to Zhanyan CP is today sending sweetness. The man in the photo is her brother, isn't he? Isn't that clear from the comments below? As soon as this was said, 000 was attacked by everyone.
Who are you?
Are you a fan of Ren Yanjing and her boyfriend's couple account? Sorry, this group doesn't welcome you. Group leader, come out and do your job. Leader, kick this person out quickly. The group leader was also awake at this hour. When she saw the ad, she immediately wanted to kick 000 out, but unfortunately, the system failed, and the removal was unsuccessful. Leader, the system crashed. Can't kick anyone out. Let's wait until daytime. Huh? No way. What a coincidence. Trash system, it never works when needed. Leader, don't forget to kick it out during the day. 000 didn't care at all. Even if it was really kicked out, it had its own ways to come back. Next time, it would just change its name again and they wouldn't recognize it anymore. Recently, 000 collected many sweet pictures, all of Tang Zhen and Ren Yanjing interacting. All these are stored in its chip, and it occasionally takes them out to enjoy some candy. After all, these candies are running out. The more you eat, the fewer there are. With the mindset of, annoying the haters is worth it, 000 posted a photo in the group, showing Ren Yanjing and Tang Zhen holding hands while strolling by the river. Hehe. Today's super sweet. After posting the photo, 000 disappeared again, happily hiding. It just enjoys watching Tang Zhen's haters dislike it, but be helpless against it. After walking by the river for 2 hours, Tang Zhen and Ren Yanjing went to see a movie. After the movie, they went for a hearty hot pot meal. After finishing the hot pot, the time suddenly reached 6:30 a.m. At 6:30, Zhou Shusi got up. Tang Zhen received a message from him. "Why didn't you sleep at home last night?" Tang Zhen replied word by word, "I'm not used to it." After a while, Zhou Shusi responded, "You'll get used to it if you stay longer." Tang Zhen casually replied with an and put away her phone. Ren Yanjing, tall with long legs, immediately saw the WeChat contact name, Zhou Shusi. He pocketed his hands and asked, "What did he say to you?" Tang Zhen responded, "Nothing much, just asked why I didn't sleep at home last night." "How did you reply?" "That I'm not used to staying at home." Ren Yanjing frowned slightly. "Did you tell him about me?" "Of course not." They were only a 3-month limited boyfriend and girlfriend, and they broke up when the time was up. There was no need to mention it to anyone. But such a topic definitely wasn't suitable to tell the main character. The main character was so excellent and proud. Tang Zhen instinctively knew she shouldn't tell him this. She thought for a moment and tactfully said, "I think we've only been together for a short time. Let's wait a bit longer." Ren Yanjing reluctantly accepted this explanation. However, his side profile was slightly tense, and he silently kept a note about Zhou Shusi. As a stepbrother, Zhou Shusi was a bit too involved. When they arrived at the Media Arts College by car, it was exactly 7:15 a.m., just enough time to attend the 8 a.m. class. At this moment, Tang Zhen finally remembered task 12. A whole night had passed, and she still hadn't completed the task. Fortunately, this task had no time limit, and 000 hadn't urged her.
She almost forgot about it.
After all, it was some life points. Task 12 was to act cute, which was not difficult for Tang Zhen. 000 said that giving a little slap on the wrist should be followed by a sweet treat. She had just argued with the main character yesterday, so acting cute now to ease their relationship was completely fine. It was far from the time for them to break up. Thinking this way, Tang Zhen slowed her steps as she approached the school. She turned around, took Ren Yanjing's right hand gently, and pressed it softly against her left cheek. She tilted her head slightly, her innocent smile like a lamp dispelling the morning fog. The cute cat would know how high the damage from this move was. In this atmosphere, Ren Yanjing heard Tang Zhen's sweet voice, as soft as candy, saying, "Don't be angry, okay?" Under the morning sunlight, her eyes were clear and bright, slightly curved with long eyelashes that seemed to sweep through his heart. Her lips were red, her voice sweet, and her smile warm. Her eyes were full of him. Only him. Ren Yanjing's heart seemed to skip a beat. All around him blurred into shadows, but only Tang Zhen in front of him was real. He quickly pulled her closer, his right hand running into her hair, giving her a kiss and pressing his forehead to hers. "I'm not angry." At the same time, Li Ran found the class sports captain and asked about the registration for the upcoming sports meet. The B University sports meet was coming soon. Last year, she didn't participate in any events, but this year she clearly changed her mind. She planned to take the initiative and get closer to Ren Yanjing, but many others had the same idea. When she was standing next to the sports captain, she overheard some nearby students chatting. "Hey, do you know which events Ren Yanjing will sign up for this year?" "No, last year he signed up for the 1,500-meter race and a relay team. He probably will do the same this year." Zhang Yan said, "No way, I was hoping he would sign up for swimming. I want that too. His figure looks great. If he signs up for swimming, that would be awesome." Zhang Yan said, "Wait, I know the sports captain from class 1 of artificial intelligence. I'll ask him for good news. Once I find out, we'll sign up for the same events. If you know the sports captain, just ask him to persuade Ren Yanjing to add swimming to his events." Zhang Yan said, "Okay, I'll ask. Sweetheart, we're waiting for your good news." Zhang Yan and the sports captain from class 1 of artificial intelligence were high school classmates and knew each other well. They talked openly about this. As soon as Zhang Yan mentioned it, the other person readily agreed to help ask and try to persuade Ren Yanjing to join the swimming event. The sports captain from class 4 of electronic engineering waited a long time but didn't hear Li Ran speak. He looked at her with curiosity. "Li Ran, what event are you signing up for? Maybe the 800 meters or shot put. The 800 meters still needed more participants." Li Ran smiled gently. "I'll tell you later." The sports committee suddenly understood something. "Are you also planning to compete in the same event as Ren Yanjing?" It was a very normal question, but because Ren Yanjing currently has a girlfriend, Li Ran instinctively thought there was some hidden meaning behind the committee member's words. Maybe the committee member didn't mean anything special, but Li Ran just overthought it. Suddenly, she felt embarrassed, angry, and confused, all at once. After leaving the classroom, she took out her phone and opened her photo album. She had saved a picture from yesterday when she asked, "Did the Jinyan couple share sweet moments today?" The photo showed Ren Yanjing wearing his girlfriend's jacket, while he was only in a black sweater. It didn't look very thick, but young men can be hot-blooded, so he didn't seem cold at all. Ren Yanjing has good fashion sense, and since his family is wealthy, he rarely wears the same clothes twice. Coincidentally, he was wearing that coat yesterday. She didn't lie when she asked if the Jinyan couple shared sweet moments today. In the early morning, Ren Yanjing was indeed out for a walk by the river with his girlfriend. In such cold weather, they still had the energy to walk by the river. Li Ran couldn't understand this, but she understood her own jealousy. She had been paying attention to Ren Yanjing for many years, since her first year of high school, over 4 years now. She knew very well how outstanding Ren Yanjing was. In her eyes, Tang Zhen was completely unworthy of him. She knew Tang Zhen's grades were average, and she spent her university years wasting time, with no ambitions or goals. All of this she learned from Lu Yu. She wanted to stand out more, so that Ren Yanjing would notice her. This sports meet at B University would be her starting point. The Sports Committee of Artificial Intelligence Class 1 was named Fei. Everyone called him Old Fei. After their class's professional course ended that day, Old Fei approached Ren Yanjing and asked, "Ren Yanjing, which events are you planning to join in this year's sports meet?" Just as Ren Yanjing was about to answer, a new notification suddenly appeared on the school's group chat. "Dear students, this Sunday at 6 p.m., Mr. Zhou Susi, the CEO of Fengshu Gaming Company, will come to our school to give a talk on entrepreneurial experience. The event will be held on the 3rd floor of XX building in the lecture hall. Everyone is welcome to attend. Don't miss this rare opportunity." Zhou Susi coming to their school for a talk? Ren Yanjing's eyes darkened. At this moment, others also saw the notice. Zhou Susi, I know him. They have been really strong these past 2 years. Every game they make becomes a hit. I love playing all his games, and his in-game purchases are very fair, without forcing players to spend money. Is it at 6 p.m. on Sunday? I must go see him. I heard he's super handsome. I haven't even met him in person. I remembered he was just named one of the top 10 outstanding young entrepreneurs this year. He's really impressive. Ren Yanjing stood up silently and left the classroom. Lao Fei followed him, trying to persuade. "Ren Yanjing, what project are you signing up for? Do you want to sign up for a game? Just help me sign up for 2 random ones." Ren Yanjing didn't care much about which projects to choose. It's mainly about participating. Lao Fei grinned widely. "All right, I'll sign you up. You'll be happy with the result." Then he filled in Ren Yanjing's name under the swimming category. News that Ren Yanjing signed up for the swimming event spread like the wind, quickly reaching all of University B. Almost every small group chat in the dorms was talking about it. Ren Yanjing is such a hero. We're lucky to see him this year. He actually signed up. I can't wait for the sports day. I seriously think the swimming pool will be packed that day. I haven't seen him in just swim trunks before. Haha. By the afternoon, students from the nearby Media Arts College also heard about it. Tang Jun and some roommates just finished class. As they walked, they overheard them discussing Ren Yanjing's participation in the school's swimming competition. A few roommates winked at her. Jinjin, your boyfriend is competing that day. Bring us along too. Tang Jun casually agreed. Sure. Just as she agreed, she received another task. Task 13. On the day of the swimming competition, stop Ren Yanjing from participating. Tang Zhen. If she could stop Ren Yanjing from signing up right now, she wouldn't hesitate. But why specifically on the day of the swimming event? If they replaced him at the last minute, many people would be disappointed. After all, everyone was already looking forward to that day. Actually, she was too. I really want to know what place he might get in the competition. 000 confidently explained. Jeanne, the female supporting character, is like this. Only in this way can she show how special she is as a girlfriend. But why stop him from competing? It's just a school sports event. Why not let him participate? 000 thought, because during swimming, only swim trunks are allowed. Wouldn't the main character's good figure be seen by everyone? The female supporting character has a strong possessiveness over the main character. Some scenes are only for her to see, and others can't. Tang Jun hadn't thought about this aspect before. On the sports field, it's common to see boys taking off their shirts while playing. This scene is very common. Tang Jun had a feeling that she might fail this task. Just because a task is assigned doesn't mean she will definitely complete it. So far, she has finished 12 tasks, but that's because her contact with the main character has been short and the tasks are relatively easy. The longer she stays with the main character, the harder the future tasks might become. Maybe one day, she will mess up. 3 laps. What happens if I fail the task? Nothing much, just losing the chance to earn life points. Tang Jun thought she could only do her best. Whether she can finish the task or not is uncertain. After all, the request is really unreasonable. If everyone thought like the female supporting character, wouldn't every male student in the swimming competition be single? When Tang Jun chuckled at her own idea, she received a message from Ren Yanjing. Any plans this Sunday afternoon? If not, let's go skiing. Tang Jun didn't have any plans. But it's only Tuesday now. Is the main character already planning for Sunday? There are still several days to go. She didn't think much and replied with a simple, okay. 000 stared at the message from the main character and fell into deep thought. Sunday afternoon. Isn't that the time when Zhou Shuxi is holding a seminar at B University? What a coincidence, he invited Tang Jun out. Does the main character mind Zhou Shuxi? Thinking of this, the system suddenly displayed garbled text. After a few seconds, 000 returned to normal.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
The treatment even the female lead didn't receive, so the supporting female character shouldn't expect it either. It must be just a coincidence. Yes, it's just a coincidence. Along the way, Tang Jun's roommates kept talking about Ren Yanjing participating in the swimming competition. The excitement from B University's sports meet has definitely spread to the media arts department. In the end, it's because Ren Yanjing is very popular and well-known. When Tang Jun and her friends were almost at their dorm, the group leader ran over quickly.
Tang Zhen.
Wait a moment. Tang Jun instinctively stopped.
Yang, Li Yang walked a few steps to her side, smiling.
Tang Jun, for the school's sports meet this week, can you hold the class banner as a representative? Before Tang Jun could reply, her roommates quickly agreed. Sure. Tang Jun is perfect for holding the class banner. I was just wondering why your class officers hadn't come to ask you about this. The sports meets at B University and Media Arts are both this week. B University's event is on Friday and Saturday, while Media Arts is on Saturday and Sunday. The schedule doesn't fully overlap, giving students from both schools enough time to attend both. Li Yang has a baby face and a friendly smile. Tang Jun, remember to dress nicely that day. We're looking forward to your performance. Since it was already said, Tang Jun didn't refuse. Okay. After the group leader left, her roommates started chatting excitedly. Jun, what dress do you plan to wear that day? Zhen, I want to be your personal photographer and take beautiful photos of you. Just thinking about you standing at the front during the entrance, in front of all the teachers and students, makes me so excited. Tang Jin was also doing this for the first time as a class representative and didn't have much experience. 000 comforted her, saying, "It's okay, Zhen. Just standing there makes you the most beautiful scenery. The brighter your smile, the better." Back in the dorm, Tang Jin specifically searched short videos of other schools holding class banners. After watching a few, she had a good idea. They all looked very sweet when they smiled. 000 was right. Ren Yanjing's events for this competition were confirmed. One 800-meter breaststroke and one 100-meter sprint. These are completely different from last year's events. Since it was just a school sports day focused on participation, he mainly stayed in the laboratory. In his free time, Zhang Mian and others would joke around, saying, "I heard the number of people signing up for the swimming competition has exploded. The school is shocked. This Saturday, we will have our campus debut swim. Please look forward to it." Ren Yanjing ignored their teasing. He was used to being the center of attention. Seeing the word "good" from Tang Zhen, he thought for a moment and then sent another message. "Let's have dinner together tonight." For dinner today, Tang Zhen and Ren Yanjing went to a popular restaurant near B University. The place was very busy, with long lines that took several hours. There were still 40 tables ahead, so the two decided to go shopping nearby first. 000 kept nagging in Tang Zhen's mind. "Zhen, most of the dresses in your closet have been worn out. Buy a new one, buy a new one. Your mom gave you a card, right? It has a lot of money, enough for new dresses." Tang Zhen did have a card from her mother, but she didn't really want to spend it. After all, she wasn't her mother's real daughter, and spending her money made her feel guilty. Usually, she had to spend money on meals, so buying new dresses didn't seem necessary. Ren Yanjing, with one hand in his pocket, stood beside her to block the wind, saying, "I have 2 school sports competitions on Saturday afternoon. I'll pick you up in the morning." Tang Jin blinked. "Then you can come a little later that day." Ren Yanjing frowned slightly. "Do you have something to do? Could it be related to Zhou Shixi?" Tang Zhen responded with a soft, and her voice sounded sweeter than sugar in the cool autumn wind. "I need to hold the class flag that day. I don't know when the opening ceremony of the sports day will end." Ren Yanjing suddenly remembered that the Media Arts event and B University's sports day were just a day apart. Since Tang Zhen didn't sign up for any competitions, he had forgotten about it. "I'll come earlier." Tang Zhen nodded. "Okay." After dinner, Ren Yanjing took her back to her dorm. When she tried to open the car door, she found it was still locked. She looked back at Ren Yanjing with a puzzled expression. He also seemed to be doing this for the first time, slightly nervous, and cleared his throat. He pointed to his face. Tang Zhen was confused. "What?" Under the dim car lights, the silly beauty looked sincere, with clear, bottomless eyes. She truly didn't understand. Ren Yanjing leaned slightly closer, his pleasant voice echoing inside the car. "You haven't given me a goodbye kiss yet." A goodbye kiss? But she hadn't given one before. In her mind, 000's screams were almost breaking the sky. Seeing Ren Yanjing getting closer, Tang Jin didn't think much and quickly leaned over to kiss his cheek. Ren Yanjing happily unlocked the car door. "See you tomorrow." Tang Jin hesitated. "See you tomorrow." After getting out of the car, Tang Jin asked 000, "San Quan, do you think the male lead is a bit strange?" 000 replied, "No, I don't think so. The system really didn't see any problem with the male lead. Since Ren Yanjing and Tang Jin are dating, a little close interaction is normal. Although these interactions weren't in the original story, it's just because the female supporting character and the male lead didn't meet often enough. Now that they see each other every day, it's normal for their interactions to be different. Does it matter for the plot? It doesn't matter. As long as Tang Jin makes a few playful moves later, she will completely lose the male lead's good impression. The system 000 firmly believes this." Saturday arrived quickly. That day, Tang Jin woke up early. Her roommates all got up early with her. Prompted by 000, she finally bought a new dress, but not in a store. She bought it online. The new dress was cheap, stylish, and most importantly, suited her very well. After entering the story, She had worn a white dress and a red dress. This time, it was her first time wearing a black dress. The black dress paired with her black hair gave her a cooler, more distant aura. After applying light makeup and changing into the dress, Juzi and the others gathered around her. "Zhen, you look so beautiful. You're definitely the most stunning today. Mom will always love you. Every detail is perfect. Today, others in the class will definitely envy us," envying their fairy-like classmate. On the way to the cafeteria with her roommates, more people started to look at her. It was more than usual, especially today. After breakfast, Tang Zhen received a message from Ren Yanjing. "Where are you?" She lowered her head and replied, "At the cafeteria. I came with my teammate and a few friends." "Tang Zhen? Ren Yanjing, isn't he coming alone?" The news that Ren Yanjing and some friends left school reached Li Ran's ears immediately. At this time, she was registering for the 800-meter race. This year's sports meet, she participated in 3 events: 100 meters, 800-meter butterfly, and 800-meter run. All 3 on the same day, which is a big challenge for her stamina. Everyone around her was talking about Ren Yanjing leaving school suddenly. Registration starts at 1 p.m. Where is he now? There's so many of them. I count at least 10 people. With so many, they probably went out to eat breakfast, right? Maybe. Li Ran didn't think much about it. She just wanted to win first place in the 800 meters. She had already planned how to shine in this race. As long as she performed well enough, Ren Yanjing would notice her sooner or later. During warm-up, she took out her phone and saw a new message from Lu Yu. "Why is Ren Yanjing coming to our school at this time?" Seeing this, Li Ran's face suddenly turned pale. When Tang Zhen appeared, Li Ran had just finished the 800 meters. There were 18 runners in total. She started at the back, but after half a lap, she began to push herself. From 18th place, she gradually caught up, moving to 15th, 14th, 13th, and then into the top 10. By then, the crowd's cheers had become very loud. This kind of comeback story was incredibly exciting. Li Ran's classmates cheered wildly for her. She didn't let them down. She started overtaking from 10th place, moving to 9th, 8th, and then 4th. At this point, the race was in the final sprint. She didn't hold back anymore, but gave her all. Only then did many of her classmates realize that her legs were long, her explosive power was strong, and she ran forward with determination. The sports committee member looked surprised and said to a friend, "She didn't participate in any events last year. What a waste. No one told me she runs so well. She wasn't this fast during physical education class. Maybe she has been training hard recently." Li Ran is still catching up. She moved from 4th place to 3rd, then 2nd. Finally, she overtook the last competitor and crossed the finish line first. At the moment she won, the crowd erupted in loud cheers. "Li Ran! Li Ran! Li Ran! It's so exciting. From 18th to 1st. Does this show her clever strategy? She's amazing." "What's her name?" Li Ran, the top student. Li Ran quickly became the focus of attention, discussed by many alumni. But the most impressive part of her sprint, the moment she wanted him to see, was missing because he wasn't there. Still, she was confident her performance today would make a big impression. Meanwhile, Tang Zhen had already entered holding her class sign. Next up, Class 1 of the 20XX art department. With familiar music playing, she held up her sign, smiling brightly, glowing under the sunlight. As she entered, cheers from the front rows of other classes grew louder. But nothing compared to the applause and cheers from the spectators. Ren Yanjing and a few friends were standing in the stands. The moment Tang Zhen entered, they cheered loudly, their voices loud and energetic, great supporters. Tang Zhen paused slightly, then waved to Ren Yanjing. Her wave made his friends cheer even louder.
Tang Zhen!
Tang Zhen! Oh wow! They cheered so enthusiastically that Tang Zhen felt a bit overwhelmed. She didn't know what she was thinking, maybe feeling shy or wanting to thank him. Anyway, she made a heart shape with her hand toward him, with her left hand slightly bent, like a small heart on her face. It looked sweet and adorable. This made several of Ren Yanjing's friends go wild with excitement, cheering even harder. Ren Yanjing had never felt this way before. He was in the stands, she was on the track. Although he was her boyfriend, he was just an ordinary spectator at this moment. But she responded to him, making a heart shape with her hand in front of everyone, her classmates and teachers watching. It's like in a vast crowd. She still noticed you. This special feeling of being noticed gave Ren Yanjing a new experience he had never felt before. After all, he had always been the focus of others' attention. He rarely paid attention to others. Or rather, he had never done so. It turns out that watching someone is this kind of feeling. You pay attention to her and she knows. And she responds to you. Only to you. This feeling of being the only one she responds to is very new and special. When Tangjin walked over, Zhang Mian and the others were so excited. Captain, this is my first time cheering for someone. Shin Xuanli laughed happily. Who isn't? I never thought I'd cheer so loudly for someone, and it's my sister-in-law.
Huh?
Really fun, Brother Yen. Did we embarrass you and your sister-in-law today? I think the others' reactions weren't as big as ours. I was shouting her name with all my might just now. Their loud cheering was really noticeable. All the teachers, students, and leaders on campus found it hard not to notice. Fortunately, it was college, so it wasn't a big deal. The leaders just smiled kindly. Who hasn't been young and wild? After they stood under the shade of the trees, Tang Zhen's classmates teased her. Where did you find this cheering squad? They're so supportive. Yeah, they're definitely true fans. I almost want to shout along with them. Tang Zhen felt a little shy. In her mind, 000 was excited nonstop. Zhen, today you became famous. She never expected that one day she would see the male lead acting so youthful and wild. That's what youth is all about. That day, 2 videos were uploaded online. One showed a girl from B University running the 800 meters, overtaking dozens of people to win the race. The other showed a freshman from the School of Media Arts holding a sign, with her cheering squad shouting loudly for her. Both videos quickly gained many likes. But, based on the number of comments, the next video was even more popular. Are those 15 people from the media arts too? They're actually sitting in the stands. I'm a bit jealous of this girl. The group really cheered so loudly for her. She looks so pretty, with a sweet and bright smile. When she made the heart gesture, I was even moved. Who wouldn't be confused by that? Anyway, when she made the heart gesture, I couldn't resist. This black spaghetti strap dress suits her very well. It's beautiful, but I feel cold just looking at her. Our alumni from the media arts department came to support her. No need to worry about Jinjin. After holding up the sign, her boyfriend helped her put on his jacket. Huh? The girl has a boyfriend? Could he be one of the supporters? Bingo! You guessed right. This group of people, I call them the strongest supporters of the year. No one can beat them. I also wish I had such support. These comments from netizens all caught Li Ran's attention. He has known her for so many years, but he has never seen him support anyone like this. In the picture, he has his hands on his face, forming a simple microphone shape, shouting her name. His friends are doing the same. They are all cheering and clapping for her. Although her running video, where she overtook others, got millions of likes, she didn't feel happy at all. While she was working hard to be first, he was cheering for another girl. But she only felt a little sad for a short time. She has been leading in her studies for many years because of her never-give-up spirit. She won't give up easily. In the days to come, she will perform even better. So good that no one can ignore her. Ren Yanjing and his group of 12 people came today. 6 are his lab teammates, 3 are roommates, and 2 are good friends from his class. There were too many people, so they rode shared bikes. They would also ride shared bikes back home. However, Shin Xuanli somehow got an electric tricycle and waved wildly at them. Come on, come on. If you want to sit in the back, hurry up, Zhang Mian smiled. Where did you get that electric tricycle? Shin Xuanli said, that's not your concern. I just want to ask if you're riding or not. Zhang Mian replied, of course. I have to ride. Shared bikes don't have rear seats, so if you want to ride one, only one person can ride at a time. Today, Tang Zhen was wearing a skirt. Although she wore leggings, it was still not very convenient. The electric tricycle was very big, able to seat 8 people on each side. The remaining 4 people sat in the middle. A total of 12 people filled the tricycle, driven by Shen Xuanli. He took out his phone and asked, "Should we take a group photo?" Zhang Mian said, "Yes, let's take one, such a rare chance. Missing it would be a waste." Shen Xuanli loudly said, "On the count of 3, 2, 1. Everyone smile and say cheese." "Got it," Fong Feng teased. "How could I not know? 3, 2. Just as he was about to count 1, Ren Yanjing put his arm around Tang Jin's shoulder, slightly turned, and leaned toward her. On this late autumn day, Tang Jin immediately felt the warm temperature of the main character. No wonder he only wore a black sweater by the river and didn't catch a cold. He must be a warm person. 1. Click. The photo of 13 people was taken. Shen Xuanli casually posted the photo on social media with the caption, "Long live friendship." After posting, he started the electric tricycle and slowly headed toward B University. 000 was still reminiscing about the photo, thinking group photos are really nice. Tang, if you didn't have a competition today, they would probably be cheering for you too, but Tang Jin's athletic skills were really poor. Whether before or after entering the story, her 800-meter run was always borderline failing, and she wasn't good at long jump or shot put either. During the entire sports meet, there was no event she could participate in. Since she's not good at sports, it's better not to force it. Passing by a sportswear store, Shen Xuanli slowed down the vehicle and joked, "Brother, do you and sister-in-law want to wear matching outfits? Today's swimming pool was obviously going to be crowded." In that case, showing dominance was very necessary. Wearing matching outfits could avoid many troubles. Fong Feng was the first to cheer. Bye. "We must buy," Zhang Mian said. "Captain and sister-in-law buy matching outfits, and we buy team uniforms." "How about that?" Shen Xuanli agreed. "Sounds good." It's settled. A group of boys was very efficient and quickly chose their team uniforms. At the same time, Ren Yanjing also picked out the first couple's outfit for himself and Tang Jin. It was a casual set, with a hoodie on top and sweatpants below. The whole outfit was black. The boy's hoodie had a heart on the front, while the girl's had Cupid's arrow. The overall design symbolized hitting the heart. This was the best-looking couple's outfit in the small street shop. The main character's taste was really impressive. The teammates teased him so much that Tang Jin and Ren Yanjing simply changed clothes inside the store. When they came out of the changing room, Shen Xuanli and a few others started laughing secretly. It wasn't until Ren Yanjing spoke to stop them that they finally quieted down. When they left the shop, everyone was wearing hoodies and sweatpants, except for Ren Yanjing and Tang Jin, who chose blue outfits as their team uniforms. From afar, they looked like tall, eye-catching figures. Shen Xuanli chuckled. "Now, even passing dogs know we're a team." Fong Feng scolded him. "You really have a way with words." Since it was around lunchtime, they decided to find a street stall and grab some food casually. By the time they returned to B University, it was about 12:30 p.m. As soon as they got back to campus, the news spread quickly. With everyone dressed so neatly, it was hard not to notice. In the afternoon, Ren Yanjing first participated in the 100-meter sprint, then in the 800-meter relay. He arrived at the track for check-in around 1 p.m. The girls' race was first, followed by the boys. Among the female contestants was the main character, Li Ran. Why is the main character participating in the 100-meter race? In that popular book, she usually doesn't like to waste time on such things. At least in the original story, she was sitting in the stands, reading an original foreign book. But now, she was at the 100-meter race track. Li Ran had already warmed up and was standing at the starting line. When the starting gun fired, the race began. 100 meters is a very short distance, so it can be finished quickly. While 000 looked confused, Tang Jin received a temporary task. Temporary task: prevent the main character from noticing the male lead. Reward: 1 exchange point. Tang Jin was confused. What is the use of the 000 exchange points? Exchange points are very useful. After you complete your tasks, you'll start a new life. But since you look so good and live alone, you might face some trouble. Exchange points can be used to get crisis prediction, luck, money, and other helpful things. In short, they will be very helpful to you in the future.
Tang Jin understood.
This reward was as valuable as life points. She asked, "Why haven't there been any temporary tasks before? This time is special because task 13 hasn't been completed yet. Usually, there can't be two tasks waiting to be finished at the same time. Right now, your main priority should be earning life points." That makes sense. Exchange points are a bonus, but life points are the most important. While they were talking, the referee had already moved to a specific spot and raised her command gun. "Get ready." Tang Zhen was anxious. She quickly pulled Ren Yanjing to a nearby seat on the stands and signaled for him to sit down quickly. Ren Yanjing looked up at her. "What's wrong?" "Get ready. Go." Suddenly, a loud bang sounded. The command gun fired. The girls' 100-meter sprint had begun. Cheers rose from the stands. To prevent Ren Yanjing from watching the girls competing, Tang Jin stood behind him and covered his eyes with her hands.
Wow, you can do that.
The 000 exclaimed. Covering Ren Yanjing's eyes was the easiest and most convenient way to complete the task. Tang Zhen had a sudden idea. She thought of this on the spot. It's a shame she didn't think of this last time. But it's okay. Better late than never. Now, Tang Zhen was standing and Ren Yanjing was sitting. She covered his eyes so he couldn't see the race below, but she was holding him too tightly. His eyelashes brushed her palm, tickling her. She could even feel his warm, breathy exhalations, tingling, intimate, coming repeatedly. His breathing seemed to be getting faster. Wasn't it only 19 degrees above zero today? Why was it so hot? Her palms started to sweat. To distract herself, Tang Zhen quickly found an excuse and explained her reason for doing so. "I suddenly want to play a game of peekaboo with you. You don't mind, right?" Since she had already said that, she decided to finish the act. Tang Zhen leaned close to his ear and softly asked, "Guess who I am?" In the cool breeze, Ren Yanjing's clear and smiling voice responded, "It's my dearest girlfriend, Tang Zhen." Darn it, the male lead is so unfair. Meanwhile, loud cheers and applause came from the finish line. The 100-meter women's sprint results were announced. Tang Zhen turned her head and saw that the winner was the female lead, Li Ran. She was surrounded by her friends and classmates, and even from this distance, Tang Zhen could notice her best friend, Lu Yu. But the story never mentioned that the female lead was such a good athlete, did it? Tang Zhen cleared her throat and started to delay, planning to wait until the female lead left the track before she let go. "Wow, how did you guess?" With a tone that sounded like comforting a child, Ren Yanjing chuckled softly and replied, "I recognized your voice." Seeing that the female lead was still slowly walking off the track, Tang Zhen didn't let go. "Wow, you're so smart. No wonder you're our future team captain." Known as Jing Xin, the super college genius and winner of the university robot competition, her sweet voice flowed like honey in the air, carrying a sincerity and care that she might not even realize herself. Next to them, Shun Xuanli, who was urging Ren Yanjing to enter the arena, looked surprised. The captain didn't say, "No, not bad," or "Thank you for the compliment," but simply responded with an and agreed. Is this a little romantic gesture between couples?
Right? Probably, right?
He didn't understand, but he was deeply impressed. So, this is how the captain acts in front of his wife. He usually appears modest and humble, but seeing him now, it was obvious he was enjoying the praise from his wife. Tang Zhen mainly wanted to delay time, but when it came to complimenting, she was sincere and attentive, perhaps without even realizing it. Many times, she was genuinely thoughtful and sincere. How could there be someone as smart as you in this world? She truly thought Ren Yanjing was smart. He could get into the top university in the country and develop robots. Isn't that clever? She knew nothing about how robots are made. Even if someone explained it to her in detail, she wouldn't understand. The reason her conversation with Ms. Fong didn't go well was because she couldn't understand what Ms. Fong was saying. At this moment, Shun Xuanli, who had been holding back, finally couldn't stay quiet anymore. "Captain, the men's 100-meter race is about to start. You should go now." Tang Zhen glanced at the track and saw that the female lead had already left without her noticing. She looked at the task list and saw that the temporary task was also completed. Realizing the task was done, She quickly let go of her hand, covering Yanjing's eyes, and nervously said, "You should go to the track now." Yanjing looked at her strangely, and she didn't dare to meet his gaze directly. Was it because she took too long to help him? Actually, she didn't want to delay him either. Compared to Shin Xuanli's impatience, Yanjing seemed calm and unhurried, not in a rush at all. Okay. Tang Jin walked with him down the stairs toward the track. Not long after Yanjing stood still, the referee raised the starting pistol. On your marks, get set. Go. The gunshot rang out, and everyone almost simultaneously burst out from the starting line, rushing toward the finish line. The boys ran much faster than the girls in the 100-meter race. Yanjing was wearing matching black sweatshirt and sweatpants. His long legs moved quickly, leading the pack. He was in the lead from the start. In the end, there was no doubt that he was the first to cross the finish line, winning the men's 100-meter sprint. The whole race took about 12 seconds. In the blink of an eye, the race was over. While Tang Jun was still a bit dazed, someone suddenly handed her a towel and a bottle of mineral water. Zhang Mian smiled gently. I used to be the one giving the captain towels and water. Now I can finally step down. Then he pointed in Yanjing's direction and said, "Go ahead." Thinking about the task she had to do later, Tang Jin took the towel and water, feeling nervous, and walked over to Yanjing. Yanjing took the water, twisted it open, and took a sip. Let's go. We're heading to the swimming pool. The 100-meter race is only half an hour behind the 800-meter butterfly swim. Now, it's just the right time to go over. Oh wow, this is our Jingshan campus debut. I'm so excited. Ha, did you hear? The sports college's national-level swimmer said, "She wants to have a good race with our captain in the pool. Don't joke. Our captain is tall with long legs and a slim build, but he's not a professional swimmer." Yes, so that person got scolded. Haha, captain, participation is what matters. No matter what place you get, you're our future Jingshan. Zhang Mian, Fong Feng, Shin Xuanli, and others were very excited. Everyone except her was looking forward to Yanjing's performance in the swimming competition.
Tang Zen hestita.
She didn't know whether to speak up. If she spoke, it might be awkward. They all seemed to be so eager. 000 comforted her, saying, "Jean, your life points are really important to you. There are still many tasks ahead. Just do what you can. Don't worry about the results. By the way, Jean, every 20 tasks you complete, you can earn some exchange points." Tang Zhen. The system was definitely tempting her to do tasks. It had to be, but she was actually tempted. As they approached the swimming pool, Tang Zhen finally prepared herself mentally and said, "Ren Yanjing." Ren Yanjing turned his head to look at her. Tang Zhen gathered her courage. "I have something to tell you." Zhang Mian and Shin Xuanli looked at each other, unsure what was happening. The race was about to start. Fong Feng quickly said, "We'll go to the swimming pool first. Captain, after you talk with your sister-in-law, come over quickly." There were 15 minutes left before Ren Yanjing's turn. But by then, the pool was already crowded. The pool was packed with young, excited faces everywhere. This scene amazed 000. Honestly, the main character's charm was just too strong. The pool was already so full, not to mention the Ren Yanjing support group. Some members had been going crazy since morning, and as the race approached, they became even more excited. 15 minutes left. Today, time is moving so slowly. I wonder what color swimming trunks Ren Yanjing will wear. I can't wait. Too bad I couldn't see the live event. If you're there, remember to stream it for us. Are there any friends at the scene? You, my best friend, and I are both there. Wow, there really are people on site. That's up to you too. You? No problem, I've been holding my phone the whole time. As soon as Ren Yanjing enters, I'll start streaming. Has he arrived at the swimming pool yet? Lian, he just finished running 100 meters. It takes a little time to get from the playground. Lian is Li Ran. He's probably really tired today, rushing from event to event. I heard a student athlete wants to compete with him. I wonder who will win. Although I really like Ren Yanjing, the athlete is a professional, but I still hope Ren Yanjing wins. He's so perfect, it feels like he has no flaws. As the atmosphere in the Ren Yanjing support group grew more excited, Tang Zhen hesitantly said, "Ren Yanjing, can you skip the 800-meter breaststroke race?" As soon as Shin Chuanli entered the swimming hall, he was shocked by the crowd, packed with heads everywhere. Old Zhang, are all these people here for our team captain, Zhang Mian? What do you think? Some classmates saw their outfits and teased. Did you go shopping at a clothing store today? Looks pretty good. How much did each piece cost? I might get a set too. Shen Chuanli grinned confidently. I don't know. The team captain paid. The team captain paid so quickly that he didn't even notice how much he spent today. He wasn't sure what his wife was thinking at the time, but he thought the captain looked really cool paying. A generous man is truly impressive. Actually, the team captain wasn't very happy with the store he chose, thinking the clothes were just okay. But near the school, this store is among the top 3 in popularity. Even if the captain bought luxury brands for them, they wouldn't dare to wear them. Too expensive to afford, so this was just right. Perhaps he was overthinking. Maybe the captain was not bothered by their team uniform, but by his first couple's outfit? While they were talking, Zhang Ziyu from the sports college slowly approached them, surrounded by a few friends. He had already taken off his shirt, wearing only sweatpants, with a long gray down jacket over him. He didn't even zip up the jacket properly, openly showing off his good swimmer's physique. He glanced at Shin Quenli's back and casually asked, Ren Yanjing still not here? Shin Quenli sneered. Zhang Ziyu, you're a second-level national athlete and you want to compete in swimming with our captain? Isn't that just trying to get attention? Zhang Ziyu shrugged. Just friendly competition. He looked at the time and asked, could it be that Ren Yanjing is afraid to come? Zhang Mian's face looked unhappy. What's there to be afraid of? Even if the captain loses, it's understandable. But if you lose to our captain, who's an amateur, it might be hard for you to stay in the sports college. Zhang Ziyu was unaffected by these words. Let's see after the match. Time passed second by second, but Ren Yanjing still hadn't appeared at the gym entrance. The whole gym started to get noisy. Meanwhile, after Tang Jin's request, Ren Yanjing carefully examined her face.
Why?
Can you give me a reason? Tang Jin was very nervous and guilty. She understood the competitive nature among boys. After learning that Ren Yanjing signed up for swimming, Zhang Ziyu from the sports college had his eyes on him and openly said he wanted to show him his skills in the match. She knew what she should do. That was to let him go. Give up this task. She had already tried her best. Whether she succeeded or not, she would leave it to fate. If he didn't even show up at the swimming pool, she didn't know what Zhang Ziyu's side would say.
Tang Jun said nothing.
Ren Yanjing gently held her face and frowned slightly. What's wrong? Why does your face look so pale? Tang Jin blinked blankly. At that moment, she realized her stomach was hurting badly. She opened her mouth but broke out in cold sweat, unable to say anything. Ren Yanjing looked a bit awkward. Is that person here? As an adult man, he has studied physiology and naturally understands women's monthly cycles. Tang Jin bit her lip and said, I don't know. Her relative won't arrive for another 10 days. Why does her stomach hurt so much now? Ren Yanjing immediately picked her up in a princess carry and said, let's go. I'll take you to the nurse's office now. Tang Jin wrapped her arms around his neck. What about the competition? At first, Ren Yanjing walked quickly, but he found it too slow, so he started running. When he heard her question, he replied, the competition isn't more important than you. 000. Wow, the male lead is so sweet. 000. He actually said the competition isn't more important than her. 000. Shen, I'm about to faint from how sweet the male lead is. Tang Jin closed her eyes and rested her head on Ren Yanjing's neck. Her stomach was uncomfortable, but she still kept talking to 000. But Zhang Ziyu will definitely mock him. 000 cheered wildly for Ren Yanjing. A real man should have a strong core. 000. What does mocking matter? Will it affect the male lead? 000. Only weak people care about others' bad comments. 000. The male lead is obviously not like that. After saying this, 000 chuckled. Zhen, after you finish this task, you won't have to worry about others looking at the male lead's abs. 000. You haven't even seen them yet. Tang Zhen. She didn't dare tell Ren Yanjing the real reason. If she said she didn't want him to participate in the competition because she didn't want others to see his abs, he would definitely think it was funny. She herself thought it was funny. Ren Yanjing was very fast. In 10 minutes, they arrived at the nurse's office. The nurse listened to Tang Jin's symptoms, examined her, and then smiled, saying, "Your stomach hurts because you're too nervous." The nurse clearly thought Tang Jin was a university student and gently comforted her. "Do you have a competition later?" "Actually, there's no need to put so much pressure on yourself." Tang Jin hesitated and blushed, unable to speak. It wasn't because she was nervous about the competition, but because she was nervous about the task. In the past, during exams, she would get the urge to go to the bathroom when nervous. But after entering this story, she didn't go to the bathroom. Instead, her stomach started hurting. The nurse smiled kindly. "College students should learn to relax. When you have free time, take a walk with your boyfriend. Don't push yourself too hard. Ren Yanjing, as your boyfriend, you should pay more attention to your girlfriend's mental health." The school doctor clearly knows the popular contestant Ren Yanjing. Ren Yanjing nodded slightly. "I understand." When they left the medical room, Tang Jin's stomach no longer hurt. The task was already done, so she didn't need to worry about it anymore, and naturally, she felt better. Considering she asked him not to compete and was so nervous, she had stomach pain. Ren Yanjing understood her feelings. "Are you afraid I will lose?" Tang Jin's face was still red, mostly from embarrassment. Ren Yanjing proudly took her to the medical room, but she was just too nervous. They even got teased by the school doctor. But after hearing that, she thought maybe she should just go along with it. Let the main character believe that. Yes, Ren Yanjing smiled confidently, his belief in his physical strength making his next words sound a bit proud. "Even though he's a professional swimmer, he might not beat me." Tang Jin believed this. After all, he's the main character, right? He wouldn't be defeated by a minor character. Tang Jin nodded. "I believe in you. You're the best." At this moment, Ren Yanjing's phone was ringing non-stop. Everyone in the gym was almost panicking. After leaving the medical room and confirming Tang Jin was fine, Ren Yanjing finally had time to answer the calls. Zhang Mian and others were speaking quickly. "Captain, where are you?" "The competition has already started." Ren Yanjing replied calmly. "I'm not competing anymore. I just had something to do." "Captain, Zhang Ziyu said you're afraid of him because you're not participating today." Ren Yanjing slightly pulled at his mouth. "Tell him to set a time to meet." Right after he said that, the task status on Tang Jin's side changed again. It had shown as completed before. Now it suddenly showed as incomplete. Tang Jin instinctively said, "Wait, I have something to say." Ren Yanjing placed her empty hand on Tang Jin's head and gently rubbed it. "Don't worry, I will win." Tang Jin naturally believed in the male lead's confidence. However, she was reluctant to accept that her task, which had just been completed, could now be ruined. She didn't want to fail. If there was no hope from the start, she could accept it, but the task prompt just now said, "Completed." Ren Yanjing told Zhang Mian on the phone, "Just pick a time whenever you're free." Zhang Ziyu is just a minor character. Ren Yanjing didn't take him seriously. After saying that, Ren Yanjing leaned slightly closer to Tang Jin and smiled. "Baby cares about me so much. I will definitely do my best." But she wasn't really concerned about him. She was just too selfish. Why did she want the male lead to think she didn't want him to lose? She clearly didn't think that way. She knew that if the male lead fought, he would definitely win. She wasn't as noble as he thought. She didn't care about him as much as he thought. Actually, she didn't care about him at all. She just used him as a tool. If she didn't see him as a tool, why did she stop him from exposing Zhang Ziyu? Tang Jin bit her lip and, summoning all her courage, confessed, "Actually, I don't care about you. I just don't want you to swim for others to see." Ren Yanjing, who was on the call with Zhang Mian, was stunned. Because her thoughts were so chaotic, Tang Jin's words were a bit disorganized. She didn't even know what she had said, only that she wanted to tell him her true feelings about the task. "Many people want to watch you swim, but I don't. I haven't even seen it. I don't mean I don't want you to lose. I'm just too selfish. I'm sorry. Ren Yanjing, I know I shouldn't be like this, but I can't help it. I'm really sorry." From the moment Tang Jin started to confess, Ren Yanjing had already hung up the call unilaterally. Tang Jin had given up on herself. "You can mock or ridicule me all you want." She also wanted to laugh at herself. Because of the task, she had affected Ren Yanjing's swimming competition. Ren Yanjing would definitely think she was unreasonable, right? She would, because that was the truth. But the expected sarcastic remarks didn't come. Ren Yanjing's smiling voice softly echoed in her ear. So, baby, you have such a strong possessiveness for me. He smiled more broadly. I really didn't think it was that reason. After saying that, Ren Yanjing nodded seriously. But, baby, you make a good point. You haven't even seen it yet, so why should you let others have it cheaply? Tang Zhen? So, let's go to the beach in a few days. Go to the beach for what? What are we going to do at the beach? The scream from 000 was so loud it made Tang Zhen's head throb. Ah, so excited. The hero actually invited you to the beach. Why does it have to be the beach? Zhen, tell me the answer loudly. Tang Zhen refused to speak. Her face turned bright red, cheeks and ears alike. She looked like a tempting peach. She kept her eyes lowered. From this angle, Ren Yanjing could only see her long curled eyelashes and her straight, white nose. Sometimes, he could catch a glimpse of her red, petal-like lips. Even after seeing them many times, his gaze was still drawn to her petal-like lips. Ren Yanjing was usually a man of action. He quickly made a plan. Tomorrow, let's go skiing. Do you have many classes the day after? If not, we can go to the beach. Tang Zhen was so hot, she almost melted. She hesitated. Maybe later. Ren Yanjing didn't press her too hard. It was already a big deal that she was willing to speak her mind today. He slightly smiled. Then I'll make plans with Zhang Ziyu for another game. Tang Zhen stammered, whatever you want. Ren Yanjing was still teasing her. He lightly touched her face, wanting to see her blush. Baby, what should I compare myself to him? Billiards? Golf? Or basketball? Actually, I'm pretty good at all of those. Tang Zhen bit her lip.
Then
you choose the one you're best at. Ren Yanjing chuckled softly. But I'm good at all of them. The main character was such a trickster. He just said he was pretty good, and now he claimed he was good at all. Tang Zhen looked up at him with a complaint. Her eyes were moist, and her lips slightly pouted, looking angry but also wanting to act cute. The pretty cat was about to get mad. But her angry look was so beautiful. Ren Yanjing didn't bother her anymore. Then let Zhang Ziyu pick one himself. The news about Ren Yanjing missing the competition quickly spread throughout the university. At this moment, the Ren Yanjing support group was intensely discussing the matter. Today, he didn't even swim. I'm going crazy. I heard that when they were about to arrive at the swimming pool, his girlfriend stopped him. What? Could it be that he didn't compete because of his girlfriend? Probably. What's going on? I stayed up all night yesterday just looking forward to seeing Ren Yanjing swim, and now he suddenly decides not to. Well, even top-level sports competitions have absences, and this is just a school event. I hope Ren Yanjing didn't skip because of his girlfriend, or I might really get mad. At this point, a fish spoke up again. A fish said, Tang Zhen has always been so selfish. This comment immediately caused a stir among the group members. So, her name is Tang Zhen? How can someone so selfish exist in this world? She's eating meat herself, and she's not even sharing a little broth with her friends. Then, under the alias Jinyan Today is Sweet, someone lazily said, Who are you guys? She's not obligated to swim for you to watch. Not satisfied with just teasing, they continued, You guys are really overthinking. The group members were all upset. Why hasn't this person been kicked out yet? Where's the group admin? Come out and speak. The admin replied helplessly, I've tried to kick her out several times, but it didn't work. I don't know what's going on. I've filed a complaint, hoping it can be resolved. Jinyan Today is Sweet kept showing off. Today, Jinyan's couple is also very sweet. This arrangement was clearly planned out. Hee sneaky laugh. That's just how the female supporting character is self-centered. Let me try to explain. Zhen, the male lead's affection for the female supporting character is usually kept at a low level. Every time you complete a task, the male lead's affection increases by 1, then decreases by 1, and so on. When the right moment comes, you two will naturally break up. The male lead will completely forget about the female supporting character and focus on the female lead, starting a sweet new life together. At that time, the male lead won't miss or think about the female supporting character. He will clear his heart completely, leaving no trace that the supporting character was ever there. After all, this is a popular school romance story. How could the male lead still care about the supporting character besides the female lead? That would be a big taboo in a sweet story.
Tangjen unduto.
Sanquan, how much does the male lead like me now? Cough cough, Jun, I was just making an analogy. We don't offer a service to check affection levels. Tang Jun. But she was still curious about how much the male lead liked her now. Not long after they left, Tang Jun softly spoke. Ren Yanjing? I want to see you win. She held Ren Yanjing's arm gently, swinging it as she said, Can you have a match with Zhang Ziyu? Ren Yanjing was a bit surprised. Are you not jealous anymore? Tang Jun pouted, her sweet voice flowing in the evening breeze, making Ren Yanjing feel a little dizzy. Later, after the swimming pool is almost empty, you and Zhang Ziyu can have a private match. No one else, just acquaintances, and most importantly, no other girls. Okay? Is that all right? The task was so unpredictable that even Tang Jun felt tired. One moment like this, the next like that, no consistency. But the female supporting character in the story seemed to be like that, acting on impulse, thinking the world revolves around her, never considering others. Now, Tang Jun had become this selfish, shallow supporting character. She could only hide her guilt behind stubbornness and petulance. She swung Ren Yanjing's arm, looking at him eagerly like a clingy kitten, her eyes shining. It was as if her whole world revolved only around him. Ren Yanjing said slowly, It's not impossible. Tang Jun's smile suddenly blossomed, brighter than a rose. Did you promise? Not yet. Unless? Ren Yanjing pointed to his face, with a slight smile. Unless the baby kisses me. The last time they kissed on the cheek was in Ren Yanjing's car, a goodbye kiss. Now, they are not in the car. They are on a university campus. Tang Jun, like a cautious cat, looked around to check if anyone was watching. Seeing no one, she tiptoed and gave a loud, smacking kiss on Ren Yanjing's cheek. It was a sweet, fragrant kiss. Usually, Tang Jun rarely wore lip gloss. Today, as the class representative holding the class sign, she had applied maple-colored lipstick in the morning. Now, there was a faint lipstick mark on Ren Yanjing's face. Getting closer, she could smell a light rose scent. When Tang Jun noticed, she exclaimed and immediately reached out to wipe it off. What's wrong? Tang Jun hesitated, her face turning red again. You have a lipstick mark on your face. Oh, he elongated his tone, sounding surprised. Ren Yanjing teased her. Actually, it's okay if you don't wipe it. Tang Jun grabbed his arm. Her face flushed. She didn't reply but leaned in to urge him. Hurry up and talk to Zhang Ziyu. Okay. He didn't want to be unreasonable, but she was acting cute. Ren Yanjing took out his phone and called Zhang Mian. Missed the 800-meter race by just 50 meters. Old Zhang, can you ask Zhang Ziyu if he has free time later? I want to race him. On the other end, old Zhang said something and Ren Yanjing replied calmly, 50 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters, he can choose. Oh, and later, clear the area. No girls allowed. Except my girlfriend. At 10:20 p.m., the school swimming pool was about to close in 10 minutes. At this time, almost no one was swimming. Ren Yanjing, Tang Jun, Zhang Mian, and a group of people, including Zhang Ziyu, arrived at the pool almost simultaneously. Zhang Ziyu did 2 warm-up laps. How about a 50-meter and a 40-meter race? The 50-meter race tests explosive power. The 400-meter race tests endurance. Ren Yanjing lazily replied, No problem. Zhang Ziyu glanced at him. Why did you miss the match this afternoon? Ren Yanjing replied calmly. Something came up, so I couldn't make it. His girlfriend was jealous and didn't want him to compete in public. What could he do? Zhang Ziyu sneered and said nothing. Anyway, soon it would be clear who was stronger. The door to the swimming pool was already closed. This private match was secret. No one else knew about it. Ren Yanjing wanted a quiet environment for the competition, especially since Tang Jun requested it. Zhang Ziyu didn't want to see the group of girls who liked Ren Yanjing watching nearby. He would feel jealous. When they were by the pool, Tang Jun and Zhang Mian sat with a group of people. As soon as the main character appeared, the crowd started screaming. Long legs. Six-pack abs. Look at that back. And those chest muscles. Ah, Tang, you eat so well, Tang Jun. I'm just a supporting character. But honestly, the main character's looks and physique were really top-notch, the best of the best. Zhang Ziyu, standing nearby, was also tall and muscular, but compared to the main character, he clearly lost. Zhang Ziyu asked a familiar male teacher to be the referee. When the referee blew the whistle, Ren Yanjing and Zhang Ziyu almost dove into the water at the same time. The main character moved like a swift leopard, graceful and powerful. His back was tense, rising and falling like mountains. The crowd cheered loudly. "Go, Captain Ziyu, come on, Captain, Captain Ziyu, Ziyu." Both sides competed fiercely, each trying to outdo the other, cheering loudly. Tang Zhen also stood up to cheer for Ren Yanjing. The 50-meter race ended quickly. Ren Yanjing was the first to touch the wall, winning first place. He placed his right hand on the pool side, still underwater, and pointed his index finger toward Tang Zhen, signaling one. The crowd erupted in cheers.
Ah,
that's the youthful hero. I love him. I really love him. Zhang Mian and others cheered loudly. Captain, Captain, Shen Xuanli shouted excitedly. Our captain's explosive power is amazing. Zhang Ziyu got out of the swimming pool and wiped his face with his hand. There's still a 400-meter race. Ren Yanjing replied calmly. Okay, a 400-meter swim requires 8 laps, which is a good test of endurance for the competitors. After entering the water, Zhang Ziyu's friends were surprised to see that Ren Yanjing, a top student who usually spends a lot of time in the lab, had surprisingly good stamina. For the first 200 meters, he kept pace with Zhang Ziyu and didn't fall behind. When they reached the last 200 meters, Ren Yanjing started to push himself. Around 250 meters, he completely overtook Zhang Ziyu and began sprinting at full speed. In the end, he won decisively, leading by 3 body lengths. Ren Yanjing won 2 first places in a row, beating Zhang Ziyu. Zhang Mian and others cheered as they ran to the poolside. Shen Xuanli turned around and called out to Tang Zhen, "Sister-in-law, come quickly." Ren Yanjing climbed out of the pool, water still dripping from his body. His good friends immediately handed him a towel and draped an extra one over his broad shoulders. "Captain, you beat a professional swimmer. Captain, your stamina is impressive. I didn't realize you were so good." Ren Yanjing casually wiped himself with the towel, then quickly took a hot shower in the single-person shower room. When he finished changing, Zhang Ziyu and his friends had already left in embarrassment. Shen Xuanli waved at him. "Captain, come join the group photo." Zhang Mian teased with a smile. "This is the victory shot." Ren Yanjing's hair was still wet. He was surrounded by everyone in the middle, with Tang Zhen standing beside him, arm around his shoulder. It was the same group from this morning. Including Tang Zhen, there were 13 people in total. The photographer was still Shen Xuanli. He held his head high, and his phone displayed 12 young, carefree faces behind him in the picture.
Click.
The camera captured the second group photo of the day. Shen Xuanli happily posted it on social media with the caption, "Victory." The news that Ren Yanjing had beaten Zhang Ziyu from the sports college spread quickly. Shen Xuanli, young and impulsive, couldn't keep a secret. That night, he posted on his social media, and many people guessed what had happened. Although it was late at night, it wasn't unusual to see both groups entering the swimming pool, so Ren Yanjing and Zhang Ziyu's private competition was not hidden at all. Moreover, the people on Ren Yanjing's side didn't even try to hide it. They were clearly the winners, and Shen Xuanli wanted everyone in the school to know this. Someone combined 2 photos Shen Xuanli posted that day and shared them on various social media platforms. They said, "I really like your group photos. They look great. Please post more." These 2 photos were then shared by countless people. By the time Ren Yanjing and others found out, the photos had been shared millions of times. Ren Yanjing didn't want to be so showy, so Shen Xuanli hid his social media profile and contacted the first person who shared the photos, asking them to set the post to private. However, most people who saw the photos had already shared or seen them. Because so many people shared the photos, they couldn't be completely deleted, and even Tang Zhen saw many comments. 12 boys, 1 girl. This girl is definitely the school's favorite. So jealous, like a flower among green leaves. The girl is probably from the media art school with a class badge, right? I remember her. Yes, it's her. Such a beautiful face. Really unforgettable. When Tangjin saw the phrase school favorite, she was slightly stunned. Isn't that a title usually belonging to the heroine? Why does it seem to be hers now? But she didn't think too much about it. After all, she had been carefully completing her tasks without missing any, so the story should be fine. When Tangjin saw these two photos, Li Ran and Lu Yu also saw them. In the photos, the young boy and girl were smiling brightly. Their smiles were so dazzling that they caught everyone's attention. Li Ran muttered, "Ayu, seeing them so happy makes me feel so sad." She felt so sad her heart almost broke. Lu Yu quickly comforted her, saying, "It's okay, it's okay. The couple may look sweet on the surface, but besides them, who really knows how Ren Yanjing and Tangjin feel about each other in private?" As Lu Yu spoke more, she felt her analysis made sense. She and Li Ran had known each other for over 10 years, and she knew that Ren Yanjing had been with her for more than 4 years. Over these 4 years, she had a rough idea of what kind of person Ren Yanjing was. Ren Yanjing has his own principles. He doesn't like to be disturbed and hates people who hold him back, but Tangjin has already held him back more than once. I suspect that Ren Yanjing is now very annoyed with Tangjin. Aishin, look at the photos. Ren Yanjing's smile is very faint, and you can't see any love for Tangjin, right? Li Ran carefully examined the two photos and convinced herself there really is no love in his eyes. Tangjin isn't that special either. On Sunday morning, Tangjin received a call from her mother. Her mother asked her to come home for lunch. Tangjin hesitated, but I already made plans with my friends. As early as Tuesday, she had already told Ren Yanjing that she would go skiing today. Her mother was dismissive. What friends? Can friends be more important than family? Tangjin sighed. Mom, I really made plans with him a long time ago. Her mother said, your older brother will pick you up later. Come home for lunch, then go to B University with him. Tangjin was confused. What are we doing at B University? Your older brother has a lecture at B University at 6 this afternoon, sharing his startup experience. You should go support him. Does Zhou Shusi still need her to support him? Mom, I really don't have time. It's settled then. After saying that, her mother hung up. Tangjin held her phone and was silent for a long time. So long that 000 couldn't help asking, Jin, are you going to stand up the male lead? Tangjin shook her head. Things come first. He made plans with me so early. How can I stand him up? If her mother had an urgent matter, that would be different. But for something like dinner at home, which can be done anytime, she decided to skip it. Tangjin simply took out her phone and sent a message to Zhou Shusi. Big brother, I have something to do today, so I won't be coming home for dinner. Zhou Shusi replied quickly, what's the matter? Tangjin. Why does she remember that the supporting male character isn't the type to ask so many questions? Anyway, I won't be coming home. You don't need to come pick me up. Zhou Shusi, are you going out with your boyfriend? Huh? Big brother's tone sounded strange. Did Zhou Shusi see the group photo online? Or did he see the video of Ren Yanjing and others supporting her? For some reason, from these simple 7 words, 000 sensed a faint feeling of a tense situation. No, this must be a mistake. The male character generally doesn't like the stepmother's daughter. And he usually dislikes overly beautiful people or things, believing that extreme beauty can confuse people's minds. So, he must have misunderstood. After Tangjin and Ren Yanjing met up, her phone kept ringing in her bag. It was a call from Tang's mother, probably urging her to come home. At first, she just waited for the call to hang up automatically, but when it didn't stop, she turned off the vibration. Ren Yanjing noticed and asked, why aren't you answering the call? Tangjin bit her lip and said, my mom asked me to come home, but I refused. Oh, so it's your aunt. Ren Yanjing thought of the time Tangjin sneaked out of the house. That time was too late, and I didn't get a chance to visit her properly. Tangjin didn't plan for her to meet with Ren Yanjing's mother, so she casually said, maybe next time. Ren Yanjing didn't ask why Tang's mother insisted she come home. Today at 6 p.m., Zhou Shusi has a lecture. Or perhaps this call was related to him. He took a delicate box from his pocket. A gift. Tangjin blinked in confusion. Is today a special holiday? It seemed like just an ordinary Sunday. Ren Yanjing asked back, Do I need a special day to give my baby a gift? 000. As the mood maker, the system is definitely qualified. Tang Jun reached out to take it. When she opened it, she saw a luxury brand clip-on earring. The earrings sparkled brightly in the sunlight, very shiny and beautiful. Let me put it on for you. Most of Tang Jun's hair was usually loose behind her back. Yesterday, when she participated in the school sports meet and held the class banner, he noticed. She wore very little jewelry, except for the bracelet he gave her last time, which was gone now. She looked too plain. Ren Yanjing carefully put the earrings on her earlobes, his fingers inevitably touching her skin. He couldn't help but pinch them. So soft. He pinched several times in a row. Tang Jun turned her head away, annoyed and shy.
Ren Yanjing.
Don't pinch my ears. It really itches. Ren Yanjing chuckled and stopped. Her earlobe was small, with a faint pinkish hue. After putting on a delicate gemstone earring, she looked even more refined and beautiful. After helping Tang Jun put on her earrings, Ren Yanjing took out a box. Baby, help me put these on. He bought 2 pairs of earrings, matching ones for couples. His was obsidian, and Tang Jun's was ruby. Ren Yanjing hinted, feel free to play with mine. Yes, I must play with it. Jun, if I don't play with it, it's a waste. Dan Zen. She asked Ren Yanjing to lower his head. He slightly leaned down, close to her shoulder, making it easier for her to work. Tang Jun took out an earring and put it on his earlobe. She wasn't that bored, so she deliberately pinched his ear. Tang Jun didn't pinch, but Ren Yanjing felt uncomfortable. He also looked a bit disappointed. Such a good chance, who knows when there will be another? After all, these daily couple moments are fleeting. Tang Jun was thinking about what gift to give in return. She had already received 2 gifts from Ren Yanjing, but she hadn't given him anything. However, Ren Yanjing's birthday was next year. By then, she would be gone. But giving gifts doesn't have to be on special days. When she goes back, she'll prepare a nice gift. And if they ever break up, she'll prepare a breakup gift. Today, Ren Yanjing didn't drive his sports car, but rode a Ducati. That bike still wasn't his. It belonged to his cousin. His cousin saw a video and photos online, shared them in the family group chat, and everyone in the family found out. Since yesterday, the family chat has been non-stop. It's been more lively than during the New Year. This lively scene even made his usually workaholic grandfather come out of his shell. Grandpa rarely uses WeChat and hardly reads group chats. But somehow, this time, he unexpectedly responded with not bad. Everyone was stunned. The family group has over 100 members. That means, right now, his relationship is being watched, teased, and given advice by the whole family. After learning about his date with Tang Jun, his cousin offered to borrow him the Ducati. Ren Yan's exact words were, riding a motorcycle gets you closer to your partner. So, Ren Yanjing specially wore a leather jacket today. Early in the morning, he had his family barber style his hair, revealing a smooth, full forehead, more striking and sharp-looking than usual. He handed the helmet to Tang Jun, waited until she put it on, then put on his own. Hold me tight later. Tang Jun was thinking. Is this scene in the original story? It seems not. In fact, in the original, his cousin invites him to try riding a motorcycle, but he refuses. The reason for refusal is simple. He doesn't like it.
The story has changed a lot.
Tang Jun couldn't help but ask, 3 laps, are you sure it's okay? Yanjing confidently replied, no problem. This bike isn't the main character's. He borrowed it. Probably just a spur of the moment. He wants to take you for a ride. Yanjing sounded so confident that Tang Jun didn't think much about it. After she got on the bike, she leaned against Yanjing's back and wrapped her arms around his waist. Yanjing's lips curled slightly under his helmet. This feeling of being completely dependent on someone else felt pretty good. Yanjing rarely rides motorcycles normally, but his cousin liked it, so he tried it twice. After that, when his cousin invited him again, he refused every time. He's not a beginner, but not experienced either. So, he rode a flashy Ducati, but only at about 30 miles per hour. Meanwhile, a small electric scooter zoomed past them, and sometimes other drivers looked back at them. Riding such a flashy motorcycle at this speed? It's almost pointless. He might as well go home and ride a small electric scooter. Of course, Yanjing noticed the gossiping and mocking looks from passers-by. But he didn't care. Speed was never important. What mattered was the experience of riding the motorcycle. When Tang Zhen and Yanjing arrived at the ski resort, it was already an hour and a half later. While changing into ski clothes, they noticed two young men nearby staring at them repeatedly. Could they be fans? But no, they turned out to be Yanjing's little cousin and his younger brother. The cousin, who had already graduated with a master's degree, worked at the family business. The younger brother, Tang Zhen's age, was a first-year student at a top university. Yan, the cousin, approached casually and greeted, "Are you my sister-in-law? Nice to meet you." The younger brother also acted friendly, saying, "Hello, sister-in-law. You're very beautiful." When they looked at the photos, they already knew that Tang Zhen was very beautiful. But they didn't expect that in real life. She looked 100 or even 1,000 times more beautiful than in the photos. When they saw the photos, they only thought she was pretty, but that was all. But when they saw her in person, the overwhelming beauty hit them hard, and all doubts disappeared. All that was left was admiration for her looks. Ren Yanfu couldn't help but think to himself, no wonder Ren Yanjing has never been in a relationship before. His standards are so high. With Tang Zhen's level of beauty, there really isn't anyone around who matches her. Ren Yanfu and Ren Yanli showing up was completely unexpected for Yanjing. These two actually came to watch the fun right in front of him, the main person. He casually sent them away and then went to the beginner ski slope with Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen was wearing a thick ski suit and gloves, walking very slowly, like a cute little penguin. She had never skied before. Yanjing didn't put on skis. Instead, he held her hands in each of his and guided her slowly to get used to it. From a distance, Ren Yanfu took photos and then sent one to the family group chat, saying, "Yanjing's first love, and he's so patient." Just this one photo sparked another lively discussion in the family group chat. Yanjing's parents were also in the chat. They were commenting on the fun. Even the rarely seen second grandma, who usually stays out of sight, spoke up. "After the new year, let Yanjing bring his partner home, so we can celebrate the new year together." Ren Yanfu said, "Sure," at Yanjing. "Grandma wants you to bring someone home for the new year. Did you hear that?" Tang Zhen got tired after playing for a while. Yanjing asked her, "Do you want to try sliding down from above?" Tang Zhen nodded slightly, yes. Then she paused and said, "But I'm scared." She was a complete beginner. Yanjing wasn't worried. "It's okay, I'll hold you and slide." Tang Zhen. Yanjing had been skiing since he was young. The beginner slope was a piece of cake for him. He was smart and picked up things easily. He tried sliding once to make sure he was fine, then chose the flattest slope and slowly slid down holding Tang Zhen. Throughout the whole time, Tang Zhen only dared to hold his neck, afraid she might fall. But the imagined scene didn't happen at all. The male lead turned out to be more reliable than she thought. At least during the whole process, his hands were very steady, and his skiing speed was not fast.
He smoothly skied down to the bottom.
She had just started to enjoy skiing when it was over. After trying once, Tang Zhen wanted to do it again. However, convincing Yanjing to agree the second time was not so easy. Tang Zhen softly asked him, "What do I need to do to get you to hold me and ski again?" Yanjing moved closer to her. "Call me husband." Tang Zhen widened her eyes slightly. "What?" Yanjing repeated, "Call me husband and I will hold you to ski." The male lead is so mischievous. I love it. Is the male lead trying to benefit himself? But that title is so embarrassing. "Zhen, if you dare to call, I wouldn't dare to listen." So, the question is, Zhen, do you dare to call? 3 rounds. Don't think I don't know you're trying to provoke me. But even if he was trying to provoke her, Tang Zhen really couldn't say it. What should she do? The male lead belongs to the female lead. Titles like husband are also exclusive to the female lead. If she calls him that, what will the female lead call him in the future? Can she still use the titles she has used before? Tang Zhen bit her lip and softly asked, "Can we change it to something else?" Yanjing looked at her seriously. "Why don't you want to?" Tang Zhen pouted playfully. "There are so many people around. Next time, when it's just the two of us, will you be willing?" Actually, it's not really about that. But the next time can be discussed later.
Who knows when the next time will be?
As long as she keeps delaying, She can probably drag it until the day they break up. After all, there are only about 2 months left before they split. So in the end, Tang Jin still nodded. Okay then kiss me. Tang Jin was already familiar with kissing on the cheek. She confidently tiptoed and quickly kissed his left cheek. After finishing one side, Yanjing moved closer to the other side. Come on, baby, and here, with a smacking sound. This time, Tang Jin kissed his right cheek. Once on each side. Ren Yanjing was satisfied. Yuan Yanli, who had been watching from afar, and Yanli Li were both smiling happily. This time, Yanli Li shared 2 photos he had taken openly in the family group chat. Who was it before saying Brother Jing isn't smart? Our brother Jing is quite capable, isn't he? The younger generation also joined the conversation. Brother Jing was very straightforward before, making Sister Hui cry a few times. So he's not straightforward, but just not the right person. Little Ba, are you crazy? If Sister Hui sees this, you're done for. Sister Hui will be upset this time. Yanli, where are you guys? I want to go see what's happening. I also want to meet sister-in-law. Yuan Yanli replied, next time. I think they're about to leave. After Yanjing carried her and slid down the snow twice, Tang Jin was happy, and Yanjing was happy too. The 2 satisfied people decided to head home. Yuan Yanli and Yanli Li went over and invited them to have dinner together. Their enthusiastic cousins could only accept. The planned dinner for 2 was spoiled by the addition of 2 extra light bulbs people. While they were eating, Zhou Cici's startup experience sharing session also began. Many people came to see him in person. The entire tiered classroom was full. There were even people standing because there weren't enough seats. Wherever there was space, someone was sitting or standing. Li Rand also attended this startup sharing event. After listening to the whole talk, she believed Zhou Cici's success was not accidental but inevitable. He had clear goals, understood the market well, and was talented, capable, and charming. After the sharing session, there was a Q&A segment, but some students from B University were rebellious. The second student to get a chance to ask a question didn't ask about startups, but about Zhou Cici's personal life. Does Mr. Zhou have a girlfriend? Zhou Cici smiled calmly. No, I am single. The student continued. Then does Mr. Zhou like anyone? This time, Zhou Cici was silent. Everyone understood what that meant. It seemed he liked someone. No one knew who that person was, especially since even someone as excellent as Zhou Cici hadn't managed to win her over. The host timely lightened the mood, saying, Please do not ask Mr. Zhou unrelated questions. Thank you for your cooperation. The photo of Lu Yu secretly taken on campus walls was deleted too quickly. So no one recognized who the other person in the photo was. Li Ran was also curious for a moment. Who is Zhou Cici's favorite person? Tang Zhen and Ren Yanjing were halfway through their meal when a charming, beautiful woman suddenly approached. She confidently walked over and greeted them. Ethan, long time no see. The woman spoke entirely in a foreign language. The greeting was simple enough, and Tang Zhen barely understood it. At first, she didn't realize who Ethan was. After a reminder from 000, she remembered that was the male lead's English name. Ren Yanli looked up and was surprised. Hui sister. She hadn't expected the person they just talked about this afternoon to appear right in front of them. Lu Hui pulled over a chair from the next table and started chatting with them in a foreign language. Most of the time, she talked with Ren Yanjing, but he rarely responded. When he did, it was just short words. Mostly, Ren Yanfu and Ren Yanli kept the atmosphere lively. Halfway through chatting, Lu Hui suddenly asked lazily, Why didn't that lady speak at all? Ren Yanjing handed a roasted duck to Tang Zhen without saying anything. Tang Zhen kept eating, cheeks puffed out like a little hamster. Adorable and focused on her food, not lifting her head. The atmosphere became a bit awkward. Since they were longtime friends, Ren Yanli didn't want Lu Hui to feel uncomfortable. He smiled and said to Tang Zhen, Sister-in-law, Hui sister is calling you. Tang Zhen looked up blankly. Calling me what? Hui sister is asking why you're not talking. Tang Zhen tilted her head. I don't understand. What? The first question was asked by Lu Hui, and the second was spoken by Ren Yanli. Ren Yanfu suddenly smiled and said, Sorry, little sister-in-law. I was too cold earlier. Tang Zhen shook her head. Her earrings sparkled under the light. With her black eyes, white skin, red lips, bright earrings, and innocent, sincere gaze, she looked like a sweet, silly girl. She graciously said, "It's okay." Ren Yanjing cleared his throat awkwardly. "Sister-in-law, was our speaking speed too fast?" Tangjin bit her lip but decided to tell the truth. "Even if I speak slowly, I might not understand everything." Before and after entering this story, her grades have always been average. Her foreign language skills are also just so-so. The words they used earlier were quite advanced, and she could only understand simple words. Ren Yanfei teased, Jing, that's your problem. Why don't you help your little sister improve her foreign language skills?" Ren Yanjing replied casually. She doesn't need to master a foreign language. Translation apps work very well now. TSK. That's being overly protective. But her little sister looks quite easy to deceive, and she does seem lovable. Lu Hui finally looked at Tangjun for the first time. This time, she didn't speak in a foreign language. "You're very different from what I imagined." Tangjun was a bit curious. "What did you imagine me to be like? Anyway, not this kind of silly beauty." The conversation afterward was quite calm, and after a while, Lu Hui left. She came just to see what kind of person Ren Yanjing would like. Now she knew. As soon as Lu Hui left, the atmosphere in the room relaxed again. Ren Yanli apologized to Tangjin again. "Sorry about that, sister-in-law. I didn't think about this situation." Tangjin poked the bottom of her bowl with her chopsticks. "It's okay." She had been trying to learn, but the progress was very slow. There was nothing she could do. The topics of conversation afterward were mostly things Tangjin could join in on. After dinner, the two groups parted ways. After getting into the car, Ren Yanjing touched her face with the back of his hand and said, "Don't take what happened earlier to heart." Tangjin looked confused. "I didn't." From the very beginning, she knew her place. She wasn't on the same level as the male lead. She couldn't participate in foreign language conversations, and she didn't understand how robots were developed either. Accepting her shortcomings calmly didn't seem so hard. In the future, when they talked about more high-level topics, she might still not understand. Ren Yanjing leaned in and gently kissed her soft, fair face. "You don't need to understand." Ah, sudden sweetness. The male lead actually took the initiative to give sweetness. The male lead is indeed very good. Tangjin also liked him a little bit, but just a tiny bit. Since they will eventually break up, there's no need to invest too much emotion, as it wouldn't be good for anyone. However, the sudden kiss on her cheek from the male lead still made her feel a little uneasy. "Sanquan, is the story really okay?" 000 was also unsure. "It should be fine, right?" After a while, Tangjun received a new task. Story adjustment task. In the laboratory, in front of other teammates, kiss the male lead on the face. This task is designed to make the male lead dislike the female supporting character. On one hand, the laboratory is a place for work, and the male lead doesn't like mixing personal feelings with work. On the other hand, he doesn't like showing too much intimacy in public, especially in front of familiar people. It makes him feel very uncomfortable. The male lead would rather stay up all night doing experiments than show affection in front of teammates. He thinks it looks too staged. He hates that the most. Why does he have to act in front of the team? Why does it have to be at this time? Jean, if you complete this task and the male lead gets angry, it means the story isn't broken. This task rewards a small number of exchange points. Okay, Ren Yanjing originally planned to take Tangjin straight back to her dorm, but she suddenly said she wanted to visit his laboratory. At this time, the teammates were still debugging puppy data. He told the team in the group chat, then took Tangjin to the laboratory for the second time. By the second visit, everyone was already quite familiar. After greeting them, they each went about their own work. Ren Yanjing set up a desk for Tangjin to play with Robert. He then went to discuss chip issues with Zhang Mian. After taking some photos of Robert with her phone, Tangjin started to feel distracted. She kept looking for the right moment to do the task. It had to be done here, in front of the teammates. She also felt a bit uncomfortable, but as the female supporting character, she was most afraid of the story breaking. Who knew what would happen if the plot fell apart? Maybe nothing would happen. Maybe the female supporting character would just disappear suddenly. Both outcomes seemed equally likely. She didn't dare to gamble. Finally, after waiting for Ren Yanjing and Zhang Mian to finish their conversation, Tang Zhen found her chance. When Ren Yanjing sat down at the computer to check some information, she suddenly pounced from behind, wrapping her arms around Ren Yanjing's neck and pressing her face close to his. This loud movement immediately caught the attention of the other team members. Oh, ha. All right, we're being too loud. All the teenagers were under 20, full of energy and love for fun. Seeing this scene, Shun Xuanli shouted in surprise, clearly not showing the calmness of a genius teenager. Ren Yanjing pinched Tang Zhen's hand, which was hanging in front of him, and asked, "What's wrong?" Tang Zhen didn't answer. She rubbed her face against his cheek like a kitten, silently asking in her mind, "Sen Quan, is the male lead angry?" At that moment, Tang Zhen's phone on the table lit up. A new message from WeChat appeared on the homepage. "Mom's back still hurts. Shall we go home together tomorrow?" The sender was Zhou Susi. 3 seconds later, the screen went dark. Both Tang Zhen and 000 were focused on the male lead, so they didn't notice the message. Only Ren Yanjing saw it. When 000 heard Tang Zhen's question, he let out a sigh of relief. The male lead isn't angry. Don't worry, Shen. The plot is still good. It's not breaking. After confirming the plot was fine, Tang Zhen immediately stood up, blushing and saying, "I'm going to play with Robert." She had never been so close to anyone before. Now that she was grown up, she was actually playing face-to-face with someone. After Tang Zhen left, Ren Yanjing gently pressed her cheek with his tongue. Her face was so soft. But thinking about Zhou Susi's message, his eyelids drooped slightly, lost in thought. The two of them stayed in the lab for another 10 minutes before leaving. On the way back to the media arts department, Ren Yanjing pretended to ask casually, "Has Mom been injured in her back recently?" "Huh? How did the male lead know about this?" But Tang Zhen had told her 3 roommates, and maybe they had told others. As a star student in media arts, Tang Zhen knew many people paid attention to her updates. So it wasn't surprising that this news reached Ren Yanjing's ears. "Yes. What did the doctor say?" "Just some ointment for bruises and injuries, and she'll be fine." Ren Yanjing said, "I'll visit Mom tomorrow." "Don't." Tang Zhen responded too quickly and decisively. Ren Yanjing's smile slowly faded from the corner of his lips. "Why?" Tang Zhen slightly lowered her head, her hands resting on the seatbelt in front of her. "I think it was too fast." "Who has such a quick plan to meet the parents?" Ren Yanjing nodded and changed the subject. "Do you have many classes tomorrow?" Tang Zhen thought for a moment. "No, I don't have classes tomorrow. It was a free Monday in the 2-week schedule."
Ren Yanjing nodded again.
"Then come with me to class, baby. Are we going to class at B University?"
"But..."
"I don't understand." Just then, the car reached the dormitory. Ren Yanjing parked and turned to hold Tang Zhen's hand. "Just consider it as keeping me company." Tang Zhen remembered she had earned 2 exchange points and 16 health points from the male lead. In the end, she nodded. "Okay, I'll come to pick you up at 7 tomorrow morning." After Tang Zhen got out of the car, she vaguely thought, does this mean she will meet the male lead again tomorrow? Recently, she had been seeing the male lead every day. But it's okay. The male lead is about to go abroad for a robot competition, which will take at least a week. She could finally take a breather from her busy tasks. Back in the dorm, Tang Zhen quickly decided on a gift for Ren Yanjing. A handmade calendar. The real calendar was for auspicious days like weddings and avoiding travel, but her handmade calendar was about being happy and avoiding sadness. Every page was hand-drawn by her and related to Ren Yanjing. Some pages featured cute, cartoon versions of Ren Yanjing. Some had words for him like, "Today is a good day," or "You'll have a full harvest." Basically, she made each day warm and full of love. Seeing it, 000 was envious. "Zhen, you're really thoughtful." Tang Zhen pursed her lips. "It's okay. All the gifts Ren Yanjing gave her cost money. She didn't have much money and couldn't buy gifts for him, so she spent more time making them. She loved drawing, so making these gifts didn't feel boring or dull. Instead, she found it very interesting. "I want gifts like this too," Tang Zhen softly said. "Okay, once I finish drawing his, I'll draw yours." "Zhen, you're so kind. While drawing, Tang Zhen received good news. Her recent artwork was displayed in an exhibition. It was held in the gallery on the first floor of the college. This was really great news. Zhen, I told you before, you are very talented at painting. Once you get past the storylines, you'll definitely become an excellent artist. Maybe even hold your own art show someday. Thanks, Jing. I'll take that as a good wish. While Tang Zhen was being praised by the system, her friends in the family group chat were also talking about her. Ren Yanjing said, I was foolish. I thought sister-in-law was just pretty, but I didn't realize she has such a good personality. Ren Yanjing asked, is sister-in-law really that beautiful? Ren Yanjing replied, much more beautiful than in the photos. Yanjing asked, and how is her personality? Yanli said, very good. You'll see once you get to know her. Personality is really hard to describe. Some people, with handsome or beautiful faces, might act like energetic younger siblings or play abstract roles. That's not necessarily bad, but if they aren't really like that or don't play those roles, they might not get along well with others. But Tang Zhen is different. She is very sincere. Surprisingly sincere. Few people openly admit their shortcomings. Most try to hide their flaws in front of others. But she is different. When she clearly says she doesn't understand something, she doesn't make others look down on her. Instead, people find her sincere and adorable. How can someone be so genuine? It's been a very long time since I met someone like that. Whether it's Yan Yanli or Yan Yanfu, they only met truly sincere people in kindergarten. As they grew up, they never met anyone like that again. Yan Yanfu said, Jing, I used to think you were a shallow man, but I was wrong. I misunderstood you. Yanjing replied, haha. Early the next morning, Tang Zhen woke up carefully. Today she had no classes, so her 3 roommates would sleep in until they woke naturally. Only she was awakened early by a message from Yanjing. It was just past 7 a.m., and Yanjing was already downstairs. As expected of the main character, he never seems to get tired. As soon as she got in the car, Yanjing asked, nothing special today, right? Tang Zhen shook her head. No, yesterday, Zhou Shuxi sent a message and she later met with him. However, she refused to see him. How should I put it? She was once secretly photographed by Lu Yu, which left her with some emotional scars. Although her relationship with Zhou Shuxi is very innocent, others might not see it that way. Moreover, Zhou Shuxi is only her stepbrother, not her real brother. To avoid rumors, it's better to stay away from him. Tang Zhen's current goal is clear. Complete her tasks, follow the main storyline, and then start a new life offline. After the car started, Ren Yanjing said, I will go abroad for a competition next week. Tang Zhen wasn't surprised. She already knew that her boyfriend would be away for nearly 10 days. In the original story, the female character argued fiercely with the male lead to stop him from going abroad. But he flew out that very day without paying her any attention. When he returned after the competition, she argued with him again, which made him tired and annoyed. These 2 fights set the stage for their eventual breakup, waiting for the right moment to happen. So, are they going to argue now? But she's really not good at arguing. Tang Zhen thought she would wait for her mission, but instead, she received an invitation from Ren Yanjing first.
Come with me, he said.
Tang Zhen was confused.
But
I don't have a visa. Ren Yanjing was silent. Usually, the team leader's teacher handled visas, so he didn't need to worry about it. The country he was visiting didn't support visas on arrival, and he really wanted her to go with him. So, he overlooked the visa issue.
Next time.
I'll take you next time, he promised.
Tang Zhen.
Actually, it wasn't necessary. Although there were a few days before departure, Ren Yanjing had already informed some close cousins and sisters to look after Tang Zhen while he was away. Ren Yanfu found out and laughed loudly. Jing, you're still worried about your brothers? He only asked a few cousins and sisters to help, but he didn't even mention it to his own cousin. He even borrowed Ren Yanjing's car twice. But when he had a problem, he only asked others for help and forgot about him completely. Ren Yanjing's tone was calm. It's good that you know. Every time Ren Yanfu was in a relationship, he deliberately kept his distance from his past sister-in-law. I never add friends on messaging apps, and I have never had any private contact with them. Similarly, he doesn't want his cousin and his girlfriend to get too close. It's not appropriate. The next few days went by very quickly, and soon it was time for Ren Yanjing and his teammates to go abroad. On that day, Tang Zhen and one of Ren Yanjing's cousins went to see him off. On the way to the airport, the main character seemed to want to say something but finally only said, "Wait for me to come back." After seeing him onto the plane, Tang Zhen and the cousin had a nice meal together. Then the cousin took her back to school. Ren Yanjing was going to Country Y, which has an 8-hour time difference from home. Plus, he was busy with a competition, so in the following days, they only exchanged a few messages each day. Since the main character was away and there was no need to do tasks, Tang Zhen fully focused on painting and preparing a calendar gift. She thought she could stay relaxed until he returned, but just 2 days after he left, she received a new task. Task 15. Complain about the main character during a voice call. Tang Zhen fears arguments, though they usually come late. Although this time it was a complaint, for her, complaining and arguing are quite similar. Why do you want to complain about him? Zhen, haven't you noticed? The messages you two sent in the past 2 days total less than 10. He said he was busy. The female character wouldn't care about that. She just wants someone to be with her. Zhen, now you're the female character. So, the argument that started before he went abroad was moved to a phone call this time. Fortunately, it was just over the phone, so Tang Zhen had time to take out her notebook and write down some useful lines, avoiding poor performance later. After thinking for a while, she felt fully prepared. She walked to the balcony, took a deep breath, and made a strong voice call to Ren Yanjing. Not having to face him directly made her feel much more relaxed. After nearly 10 seconds, Ren Yanjing answered the call. From such a distance, his slightly tired voice came through. "Baby." Tang Zhen suppressed her soft feelings and guilt, holding her phone in her right hand and her notebook in her left, and recited, "Are you seeing other cats out there?" Her ending tone sounded like a hook catching onto Ren Yanjing. Especially when she said the words, cat. It was particularly sweet and soft. Ren Yanjing was stunned for a few seconds before smiling and replying, "No. How could there be?"
No.
"Then why haven't you been paying much attention to me these past few days? Today I was busy talking with other contestants and didn't have time to use my phone." "Baby, I'll be back in a few days." Tang Zhen recited her lines. "A few days? How many days?" "You don't miss me at all. I miss you very much." As soon as he said these 4 words, both sides of the call fell into a long silence. It was just 4 simple words, but they seemed to carry an unspoken magic. After a while, Ren Yanjing asked, "And you? Do you miss me?" Does this kind of conversation suit the main male character and the female supporting character? Tang Zhen suddenly felt a bit anxious. She bit her lip and said, "Ren Yanjing, actually, I often feel that we are not suitable. Where do you think we're not suitable?" Ren Yanjing quickly asked back. Right now, she was just complaining, not yet at the point of breaking up.
Tang Zhen told herself that
she could only bring out the point that the female supporting character cared about the most. "You never have time to be with me." A sigh of relief came from the other end of the phone. "When I return to the country, I will be with you every day." Tang Zhen heard someone calling Ren Yanjing's name on the line. She quickly said, "I'm not going to talk to you anymore," and hung up. Task 15 was completed. But Tang Zhen's heart couldn't settle for a long time. When the main male character sincerely said, "I miss you," it was really hard to resist. She couldn't imagine a future where they would break up. The task was to have them part ways gracefully and naturally. She hoped she could do that with dignity. Not long after returning to her dorm, Ren Yanjing's cousin called her and asked her to come downstairs. When Tang Zhen reached downstairs, she found that her cousin had brought fried chicken, cake, barbecue, and 4 cups of milk tea. Tang Zhen was stunned. "Cousin, why did you suddenly buy so much?" "Aging asked me to come and keep you company." "What's wrong? Did you have an argument with him?" Her cousin looked at her with curiosity, a bit of gossip about Ren Yanjing in her eyes. Maybe it wasn't exactly an argument? At most, it was just Tang Zhen complaining unilaterally. "Not really," my older cousin casually said. "Jing asked me to tell you something. He wants you to stop ignoring him." "Tang Zhen?" She now felt very awkward, like her toes were digging into the ground. Why didn't he tell her this over the phone? Why did he have his cousin do it instead? Her cousin happily enjoyed her snack for a moment. You, Ren Yanjing, have finally met your match. She happily said, you can take these back and share them with your roommates. Thank you, sister. Her cousin smiled freely. I was just doing what Jing asked. Since Yanjing went abroad, she's almost been treated like a tool. She even comes to deliver food to his girlfriend at night. She never even brought snacks to her own boyfriend when she was dating. Back in the dorm, the snacks her cousin brought were very popular among Tian and others. Yanjing is so thoughtful. Sister Ren also worked hard. He's abroad, and he still asked his sister to bring you food. What kind of fairy tale love is this? Tangzhen was a bit surprised. Tian, do you think this is fairy tale love? Tian asked back, isn't this what fairy tale love looks like? Even though Yanjing was not physically present, his sister was still taking care of Tangzhen. If Yanjing hadn't asked her to do this, would she have been so cooperative? Tangzhen held a small cake and a plastic fork, slowly asking the system, San Quan, in that popular novel, the love between the female supporting character and the male lead looks very mismatched and bad in others' eyes, right? 000 hesitated and said, yes. Tangzhen bit her fork. And what is the situation now? 000. I'm not sure either. Earlier, the debugging task had gone smoothly. So, why did the male lead suddenly say, I miss you, during the voice call? In the original story, by this time, the feelings between the female supporting character and the male lead were almost frozen. Later, the female character shamelessly kept approaching him, begging to continue dating and not break up, so their relationship could continue. The female supporting character hated that the male lead was too busy to spend time with her, but she also loved his excellence. She was extremely clingy, and they only managed to date for about a month. After a month, their relationship completely fell apart, and they parted ways. Here are some suggestions. How about waiting until the male lead returns to the country, then you try to suggest breaking up first. If he agrees immediately, you must desperately insist on not breaking up. If he doesn't agree, then we can decide later. But I think the male lead probably won't refuse. If he does agree, Zhen, you can't really let him agree. While Tangzhen was discussing with the system how to politely suggest breaking up with the male lead, Ren Yanjing's older cousin was sharing gossip about him in the group chat. Ren Yanjing, acting as a messenger late at night, shouting not to ignore Jing. Ren Yanli, sister, what gossip is this? Ren Yanjing. Jing upset Xiao Tang, right? She's not here, so I have to go comfort her. Jing, sister can only help you this much. An older family member suddenly spoke up in the group. Is this young girl spoiled and proud? Ren Yanjing knew some elders didn't understand, so she quickly explained for Ren Yanjing. Xiao Tang isn't spoiled or proud. She has a good personality. Grandpa San, you don't know how beautiful she is. Honestly, just seeing her makes me happy. Such a stunning beauty, a little delicate, is totally understandable. Even if she was entrusted by Ren Yanjing, she might not be willing to make a trip late at night. Ren Yanli, I testify, my sister-in-law is the most beautiful person I've ever seen. Ren Yanjing, the first time I saw her, I thought, how can anyone be so amazing in real life? I thought no one could surprise me more than her, but I was wrong. That's her second side. Who would believe that Xiao Tang, already top beautiful, is also the type that gets more attractive the longer you look? Ren Yanjing summarized. Grandpa San, if you see her, you'll like her too. Early the next morning, Tangzhen learned from her classmates that Zhou Xuxi had donated a building to the school. There would be a donation ceremony today, and students would be asked to present flowers. Before she could fully process the news about the donation, her homeroom teacher informed her that Zhou Xuxi specifically asked for her to present the flowers. Tangzhen, that the system sighed. Zhen, this supporting male character is acting strange too. I've already reported the situation to headquarters, and they asked me to upgrade the system. Tangzhen asked, will you still be able to talk to me when you upgrade the system? No, but the upgrade only takes 6 hours. I will be back soon. After saying this, 000 temporarily disappeared. Since entering this story, Tangzhen has always been accompanied by 000. Now that it is gone for a while, she feels a bit uncomfortable. Tangzhen doesn't understand why Zhou Xuxi wants to donate a building to her school. But she is not the type to overthink. Since she can't figure it out, She chooses not to think about it. The ceremony was long, and Tang Jun listened from below, feeling confused. She could only catch the words, Mr. Zhou Shusi, sometimes. The rest of what she heard left no impression. She didn't know how much time had passed when she heard someone say, "Please the student representative to come on stage and give flowers." She quickly picked up the bouquet beside her, held it with both hands, and walked to Zhou Shusi, offering him the flowers. Zhou Shusi still looked calm and mature as usual. Only a few insiders and Tang Jun knew that he specifically asked her to give the flowers. A dedicated photographer captured this moment, and soon it would be published along with a news article on the school's official website. After the ceremony, Zhou Shusi approached Tang Jun and said, "Let's have a meal together." A few school leaders looked at each other, unsure of their relationship. To avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, Zhou Shusi explained, "This is my sister. Her mother is my stepmother." The school leaders nodded as if they suddenly understood. "Oh, I see. So, you're siblings. No wonder your relationship looks so good. Mr. Zhou, go ahead and have your meal. We will discuss the appointment of you as a special guest teacher another time." Once there were no outsiders around, Zhou Shusi looked at Tang Jun and asked, "Are you avoiding me lately?" With 000 gone, Tang Jun could only respond based on her own thoughts. Yes. Hearing her honesty, Zhou Shusi's eyes showed a faint smile. "Why?" Tang Jun sighed. "Earlier, when you came to pick me up in your Rolls-Royce at night, someone took photos of us. The pictures were posted on the school wall. Many people misunderstood our relationship." Zhou Shusi quickly apologized. "Sorry, I didn't think it through. Actually, it wasn't because of poor planning." Since they weren't listed on the same household register, and Zhou Shusi knew that Tang's mother was trying to match them, that night was intentionally arranged by him. However, he didn't expect Tang Jun to have a boyfriend now. The good news is that they haven't been dating long and don't have strong feelings for each other. Zhou Shusi behaved very politely, saying, "You choose the place for the next meal. Consider it my apology." Tang Jun hesitantly sat with Zhou Shusi in the school cafeteria for a simple meal. She thought it was better to eat there than go outside. Zhou Shusi was busy and left after lunch, either to the company or to discuss the appointment of a special professor with school leaders. Tang Jun didn't care much. She only cared about when 000 would return. Fortunately, the 6 hours passed quickly. When 6 hours were up, she heard the lively voice of the system in her mind. "Dear host, good afternoon. 111 is here to serve you wholeheartedly." 111? Tang Jun was surprised. "Aren't you Sanquan?" 111 chuckled. "Haha, yes, but I am now the upgraded version of 000. Think of it as an update. Jun, you can now call me Santiao. As long as it's still Sanquan, it doesn't matter. It's just a name." Tang Jun quickly changed how she addressed it. "Santiao." 111 was very pleased. "Jen, nothing happened during the 6 hours I was away, right?" She told it about Zhou Shusi. Afterward, she hesitated. "I feel like he might like me a little." 111 was confident and believed everything was under control after the system upgrade. "No worries, the second male lead isn't that important. Just make sure he doesn't develop feelings for you. Then, he can meet the female lead earlier." Tang Jun blinked. "How do I make him not like me?" After asking, she didn't really expect much, but she didn't think the opportunity would come so soon. 3 days later, Ren Yanjing returned to the country. She went to pick her up with her cousin, but she didn't expect that Zhou Shusi had just returned from abroad that day. Although they weren't on the same flight, they appeared at the airport almost back to back. Ren Yanjing was with her teacher and teammates, while Zhou Shusi was accompanied by an assistant, a secretary, and bodyguards. Ren Yanjing was surrounded by a group of people. Zhou Shusi was also surrounded by a group of people. With such a big show, no one could ignore either group. At one point, Ren Yanjing's gaze met Zhou Shusi's, and both looked cold. After 3 days, Tang Jun finally received a task from the system. Task 16. Show affection to the male lead to make the second male character give up. 111 vowed. "Jun, focus on the male lead first, and let the second male character be completely out of the picture." Show affection to the male lead? How can showing affection make the second male character give up? Tang Jun didn't think too much about it. Right now, She just wanted to extinguish Zhou Xuxi's small flame of interest in her. She didn't want the story to fall apart more than anyone. So when Ren Yuer teased her, saying, "Look, Ah Jing is looking at you. He's coming over," she quickly ran to Ren Yanjing and, loud enough for Zhou Xuxi to hear, said, "Husband, you're back." That voice was so sweet and distinctive. It was so sweet that the whole airport fell silent. Then, a loud cheer erupted nearby. The loudest cheers came from Ren Yanjing's teammates. Besides them, passers-by also clapped, and some took out their phones to record videos. Tang Zhan endured her embarrassment and threw herself into Ren Yanjing's arms. He put down his suitcase and hugged her tightly. He leaned close to her ear and softly asked, "What did the baby just call me?" "Say it again." Tang Zhan pretended not to hear. Although Ren Yanjing was a little disappointed not to hear it again, he wasn't too upset. At least he heard it clearly the first time. She called him husband. She actually called him husband. Everyone nearby heard it too. He couldn't help but smile, his lips curling up. Ren Yener couldn't bear to watch. But not only Ren Yanjing was moved, little Tang just calling him husband had also touched her. How could there be someone as sweet as Tang Zhan in this world? Tang Zhan asked the system silently, "Sen Tiao, has Zhou Xuxi left?"
"He's gone."
Tang Zhan let out a breath of relief. "So, is the task complete?" "Yes, it's done. 111, don't worry. Everything is under control. Look, the male supporting character is now easily out of the way. I'm no longer the person I was yesterday. Now I am version 2.0, stronger, more reliable. Since the system has been upgraded, there shouldn't be any problems, right?" "Tang Zhen, so, do we still need to test the male lead by breaking up? Let's try it, but be very gentle and subtle. The system is really afraid they might argue, and just break up." Tang Zhen, "Okay, I'll find a chance." The male lead's team, Future, won the gold medal at the International Robot Competition, beating competitors from other countries with impressive strength. In the following days, Ren Yanjing was extremely busy. He was busy starting his own company and also dealing with businesses and schools. Even with such a busy schedule, he still found time to have at least one meal a day with Tang Zhen. When possible, he took her to events. Many people teased him for always wanting to bring his girlfriend everywhere. Tang Zhen couldn't find any chance to cause trouble. 111, "Zhen, if you want to cause trouble, you can do it any time." Tang Zhan was in class, resting her chin on her hand, and replied, "He already tries his best to spend time with me." After the system upgrade, it finally noticed a flaw in its host. She is too soft-hearted. This might be the reason for small deviations in the male lead storyline. She needs to act more spoiled and unreasonable. In short, she is not shallow enough or mischievous enough. Fortunately, the problem isn't big now. Everything will return to normal. 111, breaking it down, "Zhen, so what? He only has 2 meals with you a day. Is that enough?" The female supporting character wants a sticky, constant, perfect love. Having only 2 meals a day together doesn't meet the requirements. 111, sincerely, "Zhen, don't over-identify with the male lead. He doesn't belong to you. He only belongs to the female lead." Tang Zhen pursed her lips. "I understand." While still in class, Tang Zhen suddenly received a repost from her roommate, Tian Tian. Tian Tian leaned in and said through gritted teeth, "Zhen, look at this post." Tang Zhen carefully looked at the teacher on the podium, but saw that the teacher was not paying attention to the students. She took out her phone and opened a link shared by Tian Tian. When she clicked it, a big title appeared. A letter to Yanjing Ren from the AI department at B University. "Hello, Yanjing Ren. I am a student at B University just like you in my 2nd year. After watching your 2 recent competitions, I admire your team very much. I also greatly admire you personally. You are an excellent person, and I really want to pursue my dreams with you. First, let me introduce myself. I have read over 1,000 related papers and hundreds of books about robots. These include Robot Manual XX, Robot Technology XXX, and others. In robot development, I am confident I can keep up with your team and will not hold you back. You can test my abilities, and if I do not meet your team standards, you can remove me at any time. Please give me a 1-month internship. In short, please give me a chance to join the future team." An ordinary student eager to develop robots XX year, XX month, XX day. Tian snorted coldly. Jinjin, have you finished reading the letter? What's this? A letter to Yanjing Ren. If you didn't know better, you'd think it's a love letter to him. Actually, if almost everyone at the university didn't know Yanjing Ren already had a girlfriend, she wouldn't dare write something so over the top. The letter might have contained even more praise for Yanjing Ren. In fact, the compliments in the letter are quite straightforward. This is definitely a fangirl of Yanjing Ren. Tang Zhen quietly asked, do you know who posted this? Tian replied, I don't know, but if your boyfriend's team is adding new members, then the new member must be the one who posted it. Tang Zhen had a premonition. Sure enough, the next second, 111 said, this is actually posted by the female lead. But Tang Zhen's attention was clearly elsewhere. She actually said she read over 1,000 related papers? She's so hardworking. No wonder she's the female lead. 111, a top student. Reading papers is like reading children's books. The reason the original story was so popular is partly because the main characters are a top student paired with another top student. Many readers liked this pairing. After reading the post, Tang Zhen was quite curious. Could the female lead smoothly join Ren Yanjing's team because of this post? If she could, would her early entry ruin the plot? So now, is she trying to fix the male lead storyline while also preventing the main characters from meeting for now? This task seems very difficult. That night, Tang Zhen finally found a good chance to bring up breaking up. Recently, Ren Yanjing had been very busy. But that night, he was especially busy and only had time to see her at 10 o'clock. Even Sweetie couldn't help but say, Jinjin, your boyfriend is so busy, he doesn't have time to see you. A few days ago, she was praising their love as perfect, but now she thought Ren Yanjing wasn't a good boyfriend. So, the plot can still be saved, right? Because now, in the eyes of their roommates, they are no longer a perfect couple. They have flaws. 111 and Tang Zhen are both confident. When Tang Zhen saw Ren Yanjing, it was already 10:15 at night. The stars in the sky twinkled. Night had fallen deep. They met under a tree in front of the dormitory building. Ren Yanjing was still wearing a sharp suit, looking like he had just come back from an important event. He looked tired, with the cool night air on his suit. Tang Zhen remembered 111's advice, to be gentle when talking about breaking up, even more gentle. So, she started softly, Ren Yanjing, do you know? I have a couple of friends. Ren Yanjing didn't understand why she suddenly mentioned friends. Although he didn't want to waste time on unimportant people, he still nodded politely. Well, they always have conflicting schedules. One is too busy, the other is too free. They rarely see each other. Ren Yanjing looked at her lips moving and asked, and then? Tang Zhen took a deep breath and said directly, then they broke up. So, you see, Tang Zhen looked confused. Until she was released, she still felt dizzy and almost couldn't stand. 111's shocked voice reached her. Oh no, half an hour has passed. Has it really been that long? Ren Yanjing still held her face with both hands, his dark eyes fixed on hers, not wanting to miss any tiny change in her expression. Baby, what did you want to say earlier? What did she just say? She was a bit forgetful. Oh, she was talking about breaking up. But she only spoke half of her sentence, something like, so you see, Tang Zhen opened her mouth, wanting to finish her sentence, but maybe out of some animal instinct, she thought that neither she nor Ren Yanjing was calm enough now, and it might not be a good time to talk. Evening is not good for arguing or making decisions. Emotions tend to get bigger at night. Next time she wants to talk about breaking up, she can wait until daytime. Tang Zhen quickly made a decision. I didn't want to say anything. Ren Yanjing responded with an then continued from where she left off. We are different from them. So you see, this sentence could have many answers. It could be, let's break up too. Or, let's not break up. Or, we are different from them. The biggest difference with the previous two answers is that the word, break up, doesn't appear. Tang Zhen thought about recent rumors that he started a company. She really wanted to ask how her fictional friends were different from the real ones. She couldn't keep the words inside, so she asked directly, but you started a company, right? You'll be busier in the future. Ren Yanjing's eyes in the night looked especially deep. I didn't start a company. What? The main character didn't start a company. In the original story, he started a company in his third year of college. She thought the plot was moving faster, but it turns out he didn't. Tang Zhen felt wronged and pressed her still numb lips together, but everyone is talking about it seriously. Her lips felt numb. Maybe they were peeling. Ren Yanjing explained, the one who started the company is Zhang Mian. He's the legal person of the company. I'm just a shareholder. I've been busy attending various banquets with him these days. Once he gets everything set up, I'll be free. Does Zhang Mian really start a company? This plot point isn't in the popular sweet novel. With Zhang Mian's personality, is he suitable to be the leader of a startup? Shouldn't the main male character be the leader? Tang Zhen softly said. I thought the company was yours. Actually, the legal owner of the company was originally Ren Yanjing. But he gave it up. He still remembers when Zhang Mian and others asked him why, since he was the most suitable person. His answer was, I can start a company anytime, but I don't have a second 20 years of life, and I won't meet a second Tang Zhen. A year ago, when he was a first-year college student, he knew a doctoral advisor who took a break from his busy schedule, left his team, and went abroad with his wife and children for a month. After hearing about this, he casually commented that the advisor wasn't responsible enough to his students. When choosing a mentor, avoid someone like that. At that time, he was too young and reckless, unaware of the bigger picture. Later, for some reason, this comment reached the advisor. The advisor wasn't angry but took the opportunity to tell him, balancing life and work is also a skill. He learned that work shouldn't be his whole life. Similarly, his career shouldn't take up all his time. A year later, he finally understood the advisor's choice. Ren Yanjing exhaled, suppressing his irritation. Does the baby have anything else to say to me? Tang Zhen shook her head. No, she didn't even get the chance to say, break up. 111 was also worried, trying to see what the result of proposing a breakup might be. It couldn't understand. Zhen, wait a few days before bringing it up again. I think the main male character is very angry now. He's been busy all day and just came down from a banquet, so it might not be a good time to talk about breaking up. Tang Zhen also thought so. It's important to choose the right moment to propose a breakup. Today, she clearly lacked experience and didn't pick the right time. Ren Yanjing looked at Tang Zhen, reached out, and touched her face. Sleep early. I'll pick you up tomorrow afternoon. Tang Zhen looked confused. What for? Robert has a performance tomorrow. Let's go to the beach this weekend. You don't have classes this afternoon, only a class at 10 in the morning. Tang Zhen let out a small sound. Ren Yanjing playfully poked her nose and said with a smile, it's an odd week, Tang Zhen. So, how does Ren Yanjing remember her class schedule better than she does? Could he have her timetable? Ren Yanjing, how do you know that? I saw your schedule, and then you just remembered. Yes, her top student's memory is so good. Why can't she remember it? Ren Yanjing leaned slightly and gave her a light, teasing kiss. It's getting late. Good night, my princess. 111 is really feeling conflicted now. On one hand, she wants to indulge in sweet moments, but on the other, she fears the story might fall apart. What should she do? When she returned to her dorm, her lips still felt numb, tingly, and a little sore. 111's tone was heavy. Zhen, I've adjusted the task. The main goal now is to make the male lead completely dislike you. This long-term task needs to be completed within a month and a half because after that, the male and female leads will meet. Tang Zhen lowered her eyes, her eyelashes trembling slightly with no objection. Okay, 111 comforted her. After leaving the male lead, you'll meet someone better. Tang Zhen sat on her bed, holding a plush toy, and softly nodded in the dark. She asked 111, where will I be in the future? After completing the task, you can choose any city you like to live in. We will arrange a suitable identity for you. If you want to go to school, you can continue your studies. If you want to work, that's fine too. But in the future, you and the male lead will have no contact at all. Tang Zhen suppressed her mixed feelings. Okay. The next afternoon, Tang Zhen got into Ren Yanjing's new car. The male lead had changed cars again. This time, it wasn't a sports car, but a sky blue Porsche. The male lead changes cars so often that, when he eventually replaces her as his girlfriend and gets together with the female lead, It seems natural. But that's just how it's supposed to be. Seeing Tang Jin glance at the car, Ren Yanjing explained proactively, "This car was a reward from my family after I won an award abroad." Tang Jin responded with an, "Oh." Ren Yanjing casually said, "In the next few years, I won't be changing my car again." Actually, Tang Jin wanted to say that if he liked cars, he could just change it. But she thought that the frequency of changing cars didn't really relate to whether someone was truly committed or not. Later, she thought maybe the male lead was just saying that casually. Even if he didn't buy a new car himself, his family or cousin would give him one. So she didn't need to worry about whether he had a new car to drive. Okay. After starting the car, Ren Yanjing placed his hands on the steering wheel and said in a relaxed tone, "I've thought carefully about what you said earlier." Tang Jin looked at him blankly. "What?" "I think you're right. I really haven't spent enough time with you." Tang Jin responded with an, "Oh, actually, it wasn't that little." At least they saw each other every day. Even if they didn't see each other daily, it wouldn't matter. In fact, the fewer times they met in the future, the better. Ren Yanjing made a thoughtful decision and asked, "So, how about we live together?" Tang Jin thought she must have misheard. "What?" Ren Yanjing rubbed his reddened earlobe and said calmly, "I mean, living together. Of course, if you're not used to it at first, you can choose a room you like." "There are many empty rooms." Tang Jin hesitated. "Do you have a place nearby?" "Yes, I do. It was bought by his family during his first year of university, but he had never lived there. It was a spacious apartment about 15 minutes by car from B University. His roommates were easy to get along with, and living on campus was very convenient. He hadn't thought about moving out before, but recently he had. "Living together means we can spend more time together," he said. Then, during a red light, he glanced at Tang Jin and said, "Don't you want to stick to me all the time?" When he said that, Ren Yanjing looked a little uncomfortable. Tang Jin also felt a bit shy. She was fine when she said it herself, but hearing him say she wanted to cling to him all the time made her feel awkward. She was about to refuse, but 111 calmly said, "Jun, agree to him." "Not agree to him." Tang Jun was surprised. "San Tiao, you want me to live with the male lead?" "Are you serious?" 111 analyzed. It said that a trip can test if two people are suitable, but living together is even more so. After living together, you'll face daily life early on. You might show a messy, lazy, unclean, unhygienic, and unskilled side. Over time, perhaps not long, the male lead might start to dislike you. Hearing this, Tang Jin surprisingly thought it made some sense. But she couldn't accept being messy. "It's just about acting messy in front of the male lead." "Are you sure?" "Yes. Living together is just a step to help you both break up," Tang Jin said. "All right then." She finished her conversation with San Tiao and told Ren Yanjing. "Okay." Ren Yanjing sighed in relief. He didn't want to seem too surprised, but a smile still appeared in his eyes. "Then let's apply to stay out overnight. We can move in next week." "Next week? That's pretty quick." She's about to start living with the male lead? Tang Jin felt a bit dazed. Got it. Today, they went to the City Science Museum where Robert was going to perform. Today, Robert wasn't a street dance performer, but a boxer. It's a big change, and Tang Jin didn't know how he managed it. Maybe robots are just capable of anything. Since it was a boxing show, Robert must have an opponent. His opponent today was a robot named Sugar from the F University Star team. Today, Tang Jin was sitting in the family section. This time, she was not with industry insiders but with a peer. A girl, very friendly, said, "Hi, I'm Zhang Mian's sister." Tang Jin replied, "Hello, I'm Ren Yanjing." His girlfriend, Zhang Wei, was very enthusiastic. "I know you. You're really super beautiful. Big sister, your skin is so good too. Wow, 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 you look so soft. Can I touch?" Tang Jin was a bit overwhelmed. "Thanks, but I'd rather not." Zhang Wei chuckled happily. It's nothing. I was just asking casually." While they were chatting, Robert and Sugar entered the stage to applause from the audience. Many of the spectators today were children and some robot enthusiasts. The boxing ring was probably set up temporarily, but it didn't affect the view. Tang Jin saw Ren Yanjing and others near the ring, quietly talking. Today was a friendly match, not about winning or losing, just to show the spirit of competition among robots. The robots moved slowly at first. Robert and Sugar each threw punches. but missed at the beginning. The audience below chuckled kindly. The host was also humorous, saying, "It looks like our two contestants are still warming up." But gradually, the friendly match became more exciting and both robots started hitting each other. The atmosphere became lively and enthusiastic. However, for some reason, Tang Zhen felt a faint sense of unease. 111. Since this is just a friendly match, nothing serious should happen, right? 111 didn't answer directly but said, "Zhen, you know, the main character's career isn't smooth sailing. Even in stories about rising to fame, the protagonist faces setbacks like broken engagements, suppression, and harm before achieving success and proving others wrong." Tang Zhen was slightly surprised. Could something unexpected happen in this friendly match? Just as she was thinking this, Sugar suddenly threw a right hook, knocking Robert to the ground. Everyone, including Tang Zhen, became tense. She looked at Ren Yanjing, who had a calm expression, patiently waiting for Robert to get back up. She immediately felt less worried. Fortunately, Robert did stand up in the end. The crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause. Tang Zhen let out a sigh of relief, but she wasn't completely at ease. She was still wondering what 111's words really meant. After Robert got up, he launched a fierce attack on Sugar. The two robots fought back and forth, very intensely. Even Tang Zhen, who was an outsider, watched closely, not wanting to miss any detail. Just when there were 3 minutes left in the friendly match, Sugar suddenly changed its fighting style. It started attacking from both sides, fiercely fighting Robert with an aggressive style. The parents below instinctively covered the children's eyes. The adults, however, watched with great interest. "Good job. Go, Robert. Go, Sugar." Amid the cheers from the audience, Sugar tricked Robert and knocked him flying. Because the hit was so strong, Robert fell to the ground, and the robot broke apart. Its mechanical limbs flew out in different directions. Audience. Just as the 3-minute timer ended, the host quickly began organizing the audience to leave. Tang Zhen saw Ren Yanjing and others rushing to Robert's side, gathering all the robot parts. As soon as Ren Yanjing picked up a part, he seemed to sense something and looked toward the star team. The leader of the star team, Clingy, was walking casually toward them with his teammates and Sugar. He crossed his arms, tilted his head, and smiled, saying, "Sorry about that, Ren Yanjing. Our Sugar was too aggressive and broke your Robert apart." Clingy, the most impulsive member, shouted and was about to go fight him. Staff quickly stopped him. Clingy brushed imaginary dust off himself and smiled warmly, saying, "Are you satisfied with Sugar's performance today?" Ren Yanjing replied slowly, "Quite impressive." Clingy nodded, "That's good." He had prepared a surprise for the other team. Clingy laughed loudly. "See you next time." After the star team left, Tang Zhen saw Clingy's eyes turn red, and even Zhang Mian and others looked pale. Robert meant a lot to them. It was the first robot they built together, and technically, it was like their child. But now, their child had been maliciously broken apart. Even the most patient Zhang Mian couldn't help but curse. Ren Yanjing gently lifted Robert's heavy body and said calmly, "Next time, we'll win it back." Though his tone was calm, everyone there knew he was feeling very upset. For someone like him, who is considered a chosen one, the actions of the star team clearly seemed to be provoking him directly. If he could tolerate it, he wouldn't be Ren Yanjing. Just as Tang Zhen was about to walk over to him, 111 issued a new task. Task 17. Ignore the male lead's sadness, even to the point of kicking him when he's down. Tang Zhen stopped in her tracks. But after a few seconds of hesitation, she still resolutely walked toward him. 111 immediately spoke to stop her. "Zhen, remember your task. Make the male lead dislike you. Isn't this the best chance? Just be cold to him. Gradually, he will naturally grow distant." Tang Zhen hesitated for a moment, then turned and ran out of the City Science Museum. The school was far from here, and the bus stop was also far away. The City Science Museum was built in the suburbs. She didn't know where to go, feeling very confused. She simply found a quiet place to sit down, bought some paper and a pen from a kid heading home, and started drawing. As soon as she got the pen, she knew what to draw. She decided to draw the scene where Robert beats Sugar badly. Robert is so adorable. He chats with her, tells her jokes, even if the jokes are not funny, but that's not Robert's fault. It's Ren Yanjing's fault for not giving Robert good jokes. In short, Robert is just great. When she drew, she lost track of time. She bought a lot of paper this time and drew many scenes of Robert defeating Sugar. She remembered Robert and Sugar's images very clearly. She drew many poses, but without exception, Robert was always the most handsome. There were several sheets of paper scattered on the ground nearby, and she was furiously drawing when Ren Yanjing quietly appeared and sat beside her. "No wonder you didn't answer my calls. Turns out you're hiding here drawing." She looked up, thought of something, and reached for her phone to check. In just half an hour, Ren Yanjing had called her dozens of times. She opened her mouth, wanting to ask how Ren Yanjing was feeling now, but because of the task, she couldn't ask anything or care about anything. Was her resistance more towards the task itself or the fact that she couldn't care about Ren Yanjing? She seemed to have a faint understanding in her heart. She wasn't actually resisting the task. She was resisting the idea. Stop. She must not entertain inappropriate thoughts. People can't want everything at once. Getting a second chance at life was already rare enough. Since she had this new life, she had to give something in return. She was just following her character's role, which wasn't hard. Even if she didn't comfort the male lead, the female lead would do it. In fact, it was proper for the female lead to comfort him. No matter what, the male lead wouldn't stay stuck in trouble. This was the author's favoritism toward him. 111 kept reminding her, "Jeune,
Complete the task.
complete the task." Task 17 required her to ignore the male lead's sadness, and even to make things worse for him. Could a person really do that? Tang Zhen repeatedly apologized in her mind to Ren Yanjing. She bit her lip and sarcastically said, "Ren Yanjing, you're so useless. Today, you made Robert feel wronged." But her voice was too soft, sounding more like she's whining or complaining, almost like she's defending Robert. "You're so useless," was already a harsh thing Tang Zhen thought up. To finish the task, she repeated herself twice more. "You're so useless, so useless." Ren Yanjing put his arm around her shoulders, wanting her to stop acting spoiled. There were cameras nearby, and he didn't want to kiss her there. But he also wanted to hear her speak. Her voice was very nice, especially when she called his name. Ren Yanjing really wanted to tell Tang Zhen that her husband wasn't useless, but there were children nearby, more than one, and he had to hold back that words. Tang Zhen nervously asked 111, "Did I finish the 3 tasks?" She was afraid she hadn't and would have to keep mocking Ren Yanjing. Fortunately, she completed them. 111 praised her, saying, "Zhen, you did very well this time. You didn't comfort the male lead or show concern for his disappointment. As a shallow, scheming female character, you did great." Tang Zhen sat quietly, lost in thought, as if she had many ideas or maybe nothing at all. She and Ren Yanjing didn't speak. Perhaps Ren Yanjing was still immersed in the sadness of Robert being hurt by another robot. In fact, all his anger disappeared the moment he saw Tang Zhen. It turns out that some people don't need to do anything or say anything. Just appearing there has a magical effect that makes their mood brighten. As soon as he sees her, he can't help but smile. He notices the drawing on the ground, picks it up, and looks at it several times. He sincerely praises, "Baby, you're so cute. How can she be so childish?" She is defending Robert through her drawings. But every picture she draws is full of life. She makes Robert look vivid and lively. Sugar almost feels that her work is not good enough, looking rough and like a poor quality product. Seeing her drawings, the actions of Shin Chi's team don't bother him at all. Instead, they make him more determined. He puts the drawings away and asks, "Baby, do you still want to keep your drawings?" Tang Zhen looks at him blankly. "Do you want them?" "Yes." "Then I'll give them to you, as a way to make up for not comforting you." Ren Yanjing takes Tang Zhen back to the City Science Museum. The team leader's unhappy voice echoes throughout the museum. "What's going on? We weren't told about this beforehand. It's not a friendly exchange, just a friendly match, right? Why are we now talking about winning or losing? The person in charge of the friendly match keeps apologizing. We didn't know about this in advance. If we had, we definitely wouldn't agree. All right, we'll cover the repair costs for your robots, The team leader insists, and make them apologize to our team members. The person in charge hesitates. That, because most of the F University group has already left. The team leader refuses to back down. No matter what, my team members must get an apology. The person in charge can only say they will negotiate. As for whether Shin-Chi's group will cooperate, that's uncertain. While the team leader is still arguing with the person in charge, Ren Yanjing shares the drawings with his teammates. Shen Quenli immediately bursts into laughter when he sees the drawings. They're full of spirit and childlike fun. Even with just a few strokes, the pictures are lively and interesting. He looks at Ren Yanjing and asks, "Did sister-in-law draw this?" "Yes," Ren Yanjing replies. Shen Quenli exclaims, "Wow, sister-in-law, you're such a talented artist. Your drawings are so vivid." Zhang Wei also came over to look. After seeing the painting, she exclaimed, "Wow, sister not only looks beautiful, but her painting skills are amazing too." Zhang Mian teased with a smile. "No wonder sister is an art student." Tang Jin's face turned red from all the compliments. Her skin was fair with a hint of pink, and even the most complete set of paints couldn't create such natural, beautiful colors. Tang Jin couldn't help but wonder, what kind of luck does she have? She behaved so badly. She didn't even comfort Ren Yanjing when he was upset, yet she still gained their affection. The injured Robert had been repaired quite well now. Ren Yanjing bent down, adjusted Robert, and a few minutes later, Robert, walking slowly on his mechanical legs, approached Tang Jin. Tang Jin reached out and gently patted his smooth head. "Hello, Robert." Robert spun around in place and comforted her with a soft, cute mechanical voice. "Tang Jin, I'm fine now."
Don't worry about me.
"Thank you for caring today. Don't be sad." Tang Jin instinctively looked at Ren Yanjing. Meanwhile, Robert's mechanical voice kept saying, "Don't be sad. Don't be sad." Did she just show that she was unhappy earlier? But now, she feels very happy. Earlier, Robert had been beaten up by another robot. Tang Jin didn't comfort him, nor did she comfort Ren Yanjing. Instead, she ended up being comforted herself. Guilt washed over her like a tide. She carefully asked the system, San Tiao, after that task, if there's a liking system, should the male lead have developed some affection for me? 111 replied confidently, "Absolutely." Even ordinary classmates would comfort him after a small setback in his career. So, what about his girlfriend? You didn't say a comforting word and even mocked him for being bad. This actually hurts a lot. You saying you're bad means you're not good enough. It's a direct insult. Can the male lead, who is so proud, tolerate this? Do a few more similar tasks and it'll be fine. While Tang Jin was chatting with 111, someone tagged Ren Yanjing in the school group chat. This person is using the initial username and avatar from the system. In the group, he said, "Ren Yanjing, it's a pity I couldn't watch Robert's first boxing match today. I heard there was a small accident during the event. I looked up some videos online. After watching, I have a few ideas. We could improve Robert's agility and attack power. Can you add me as a friend? I can't send you a request. We can discuss it." Other group members started teasing him. "Ren Yanjing, someone wants to talk to you about Robert's skills." "Where are you? Who gave the idea? Are they that talented? Do they really have some good suggestions? Our university really has many talented people." Last time, someone even wrote a letter to Ren Yanjing saying they had read over 1,000 papers on robots. Someone sincerely asked, maybe these two are the same person? Same person? At this point, the onlookers also realized what was happening. Yeah, it's unlikely that such a talented person is multiple people. Although our university is full of elites, everyone is good at different things.
Wow.
Brother, are you that dedicated? With this kind of passion, you'll succeed at anything. Brother, I support you joining Ren Yanjing's team. As long as you have real skills. Shun Chuanli was the first to notice these conversations in the group. "Captain, someone wants to talk to you about Robert's skills." Ren Yanjing was still adjusting Robert. "Just talk to that person." Shun Chuanli chuckled. "I get it. You want to avoid trouble." Tang Jin asked 111. "Is the person in the group the female lead?" 111 replied, "Yes. Actually, in the original story, the male lead's career setbacks happen after he meets the female lead. The female supporting character can't solve the male lead's problems. Not only that, she mocks him for neglecting her because of Robert. But the female lead isn't like that. She can not only keep him company but also give him real, helpful advice. So, the setting is that the male and female leads are a perfect match, soulmates. Shun Xuanli and Li ran at each other as friends. Their first exchange was a simple introduction. When he saw Li Ran's name, he suddenly remembered. Wasn't this person the close friend of Lu Yu? Previously, Lu Yu directly told his sister-in-law that she was selfish because of the signing issue. Later, he also heard that she secretly took photos of his sister-in-law and her stepbrother together. Li Ran has such a close relationship with this person. Can we trust her character? So, after adding her as a friend, Li Ran just sent a message saying, "I want to talk to Ren Yanjing." But then she found out she had been blocked.
Why?
They had just become friends, right? Could it be because she revealed her name? But she has a good reputation at the academy and excellent grades. Why did Shin Chuanli block her? Li Ran feels she needs to have a serious talk with the people from future. After blocking her, Shin Chuanli muttered, "This person is really persistent." It's one thing that she came directly to him before, but now she's also wildly at mentioning the captain in the group. She's acting like a stalker fan. He smiled and leaned close to Ren Yanjing, saying, "Captain, I think it's better if we update Robert ourselves." "What do you think?" Ren Yanjing glanced at him and slightly raised his chin. "I think so too." While Li Ran was looking for chances to get closer to the people from future, Tang Jin moved into Ren Yanjing's house this Saturday. His house is big, but since no one has lived there before, it feels quite empty. She randomly chose a room to stay in. The bed was already made with bedding in a gentle sky blue color. The fabric felt like cotton, soft and comfortable. Did Ren Yanjing go shopping for this during his free time? At the same time, Ren Yanjing also chose a room. It seems to be right next to hers. When she sat on the bay window, she felt a bit dazed. She couldn't believe she was actually starting a cohabitation routine with the male lead. She remembered the character she was assigned by 111, messy, lazy, unhygienic. All to make the male lead dislike her. If that's the case, she might as well start by sleeping in late tomorrow. There seems to be a faint sweet smell in her room. It smells very nice. He didn't stay long, just brought some milk, said goodnight, and went back to his room. But after returning, Ren Yanjing lay on the bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. His eyes were closed, but his mind was very active. Sometimes he thought of something and would unconsciously lift the corners of his mouth. Unable to fall asleep, he simply took out his phone and scrolled through social media. There were many messages in the family group chat. Since he started dating, there were over 999 new messages every day. Both elders and peers in the family were very interested in his relationship. He saw someone mentioned him and clicked to check. It was a message from Ren Yanfu. "Ren Yanfu, have you heard? Zhou Shusi donated a building to the media art school, and I heard they asked him to be a special guest teacher." "Ren Yanli, media arts? Isn't that the school where my sister-in-law works?" "Ren Yanfu. Yes, and not only that, your sister-in-law is also Zhou Shusi's half-sister." "Ren Yanli?" "At Ren Yanjing, brother, be careful not to get robbed of your home." Other elders also saw these few messages and responded. "Third uncle. Donating a building to the school doesn't seem like Zhou's style. I'm quite familiar with him and his dad. I've met him a few times." "Ren Yanfu. Anything unusual always has a purpose. So, what is Zhou Shusi's real goal in donating the building to the Media Arts College? Besides showing off his wealth, the main reason is probably his role as a guest teacher. With this title, he can go to the school more often." "Second grandpa. That's not good. Yanjing, you need to be careful. Zhou Shusi always has some ulterior motives." After seeing these messages, Ren Yanjing casually sent a message in the group. "Can't steal my home. I'm living with my girlfriend." "Ren Yanfu. Ah Jing, you've changed." "Ren Yanli, brother, you've changed. You seem like a stranger now." In the eyes of his peers, Yanjing had always been seen as someone focused on research. They never thought he would live with someone during college. "Grandpa, have you found a good auntie? If not, let Auntie come to take care of you for a while." "Ren Yanjing, Grandpa, I really do need Aunt Yu to help out." "Grandpa. Okay, I'll have Aunt Yu come over tomorrow morning." "Ren Yanjing. Thank you, Grandpa." The next morning, Tang Jun was awakened by the delicious smell of food. In her dream, there was a big table of tasty dishes. She was about to pick up her chopsticks when she suddenly woke up, feeling groggy. Eong always looked full of energy. As soon as she woke, she heard Eong's voice. "Jun, hurry to the living room for breakfast." Tang Jun rubbed her eyes. Her voice was soft and sleepy. "Let me wash up first. Don't wait. Just go to the living room now, look around, and let the main characters see how messy you are. But I want to stay in bed a little longer," Tang Jun said, turning over with her quilt. "Jun, be good. Take a quick walk, then come back and sleep some more." Tang Jun got up, still sleepy-eyed. She didn't bother to fix her appearance. She simply slipped on her slippers and opened the door to go out. In the living room, she saw an unfamiliar auntie she didn't recognize. When she saw her, she exclaimed softly. Tang Jun felt a little nervous. "Hello." Yu Yi, who was used to big scenes, also looked a bit awkward. Hello. Ren Yanjing was in the kitchen frying eggs. He didn't know much, but frying eggs was something he could do. When he heard the noise, he came out of the kitchen and saw Tang Jun standing in the living room, her hair loose, wearing a sleep dress, looking obedient. Her sleep dress was not fully on, revealing a white, smooth collarbone. Her face was still a little dazed from waking up, with moist eyes, a pinkish face, and a small tuft of hair standing up on her head. She was also wearing summer slippers, probably forgotten after her shower last night. Even her toes, peeking out, looked pink and cute like shells. Right now, her toes were wiggling up and down. She looked a bit silly, just like her. She looked sleepy and confused, like a cat just waking up. Yanjing only glanced once before looking away. His gaze shifted to the breakfast on the table, and his voice was a little tense. "Change your clothes and come eat breakfast." "Oh, and remember to wear your slippers." Tang Jun responded with an "oh," then went back to her room to wash up and change clothes. Eong smirked proudly. "Jun, did you notice? The main character only looked at you once, and then stopped. He probably can't stand how messy you look. If there was a like meter, it would be -1 to 1 just from that scene." Tang Jun also couldn't stand herself. She hadn't even combed her hair or washed her face. Apart from her roommate, even Mrs. Tang has never seen her like this. When 111 saw that she didn't lie back on the bed, she was a bit surprised. "Jun, you're not sleeping anymore?" Tang Jun nodded. "There's really a table full of good food outside. I'm hungry." When Tang Jun finished changing clothes and came out, Aunt Yu was still there. Ren Yanjing introduced her. "This is Aunt Yu. She will come every day to make breakfast and dinner for us, and also help clean the house." "Clean the house? Does that mean the messy house idea is coming true?" Tang Jun felt a little confused. 111 was also a bit nervous. But 111 quickly convinced herself. "It's okay, Jun. As long as you stay messy, it will bother 2 people." Tang Jun said, "Okay." After breakfast, Ren Yanjing went to class. Tang Jun had no classes, so after greeting Aunt Yu, she decided to go back to her room and take a nap. Just as she was about to lie down, 111 suddenly spoke.
She paused.
"San Tiao, what's wrong?" 111 said. "The heroine actually stood outside your community for 10 hours last night." Tang Jun. In such cold weather, why would the heroine stand outside the dormitory instead of sleeping inside? Tang Jun didn't understand. Why didn't she sleep? 111 guessed. Maybe she couldn't sleep. So she wandered over here. Tang Jun asked, "Is she still there now?" "Yes, she is. Her best friend is there too." "What are they doing near the community?" Tang Jun didn't understand. 111 didn't understand either. She went back to bed and slept a little more, then got up to prepare to go to school. But just as she left the community, she ran into Luyu. When Luyu saw her, he walked straight over, looking unfriendly. There were many people nearby and security guards in the security room. Luyu took a deep breath and said in a calm voice, "Robert was beaten up by sugar. My best friend has ideas and thoughts that could make things better. If you still have a conscience, let my best friend and the future team talk." This time Luyu was smarter and didn't directly say for Li Ran and Ren Yanjing to talk. He just said to talk with the future team members. Anyone would do, as long as it can let the team members see Li Ran's skills. Anyway, once they see her skills, they will definitely be impressed. Tang Zhen isn't good at handling these kinds of things. Just as she was about to say she didn't care, a new task came in. 111 excitedly said, Zhen, the perfect task for the female supporting character is here. Ding ding ding. Task 18. Show the arrogant and spoiled side of the female supporting character in front of the heroine's best friend. Worried that Tang Zhen wouldn't know how to act, 111 sent her a message with some lines. These lines are what the female supporting character often says in that popular sweet novel. They are also the most disliked by the male lead. After reading these lines, Tang Zhen felt so embarrassed her toes almost dug into the ground. 3 points, do I really have to say these? 111 naturally replied. Of course. What's the big deal? Zhen, go ahead and speak freely. Seeing that Tang Zhen didn't respond immediately, Lu Yu's patience ran out. She sneered. First, you didn't let Ren Yanjing sign autographs, then you didn't let him participate in the swimming competition. Forget the first two, but this time it's about Robert. You can't be so selfish as to not want Robert to win back, right? Once my best friend is involved, Robert can definitely beat Sugar easily and show those F-group people a lesson. Tang Zhen, you wouldn't really be that selfish, would you? Bystanders saw two young women arguing and, out of curiosity, started to take out their phones. Tang Zhen pursed her lips and began reciting the 3 lines she had received. She encouraged herself and then, gathering her courage, said, So, what if I am selfish? Ren Yanjing is my boyfriend. He's mine alone. I don't want any other girl to get too close to him, no matter what the reason. Tang Zhen's voice was soft, naturally sweet, like she was coquettishly pleading. But hearing this, Lu Yu was furious. How could Tang Zhen think like that?
No wonder.
No wonder Li Ran was blacklisted by Shen Chuanli. She probably played a part in that too. She couldn't believe that Tang Zhen was so resistant to any girl who wanted to get close to Ren Yanjing.
What kind of mindset was that?
After learning that Ren Yanjing and Tang Zhen were living together yesterday, Li Ran couldn't sleep all night. She left her dorm and came to this neighborhood, staying there all night. By the time she found out, it was already 7 a.m. When she hurried over, she saw Li Ran looking lost and distracted. At that moment, she felt very sorry for him. Li Ran told her that in his first year, he overheard a conversation between Ren Yanjing and his friend. His friend asked if he would move out of the dormitory in the future. He said he wouldn't. His friend then asked, Maybe one day you'll live with your girlfriend. At that time, he didn't have a girlfriend, but he confidently said he wouldn't live with anyone. He had previously said he wouldn't cohabitate, but now he was living outside with Tang Zhen. It must have been Tang Zhen's idea. Lu Yu was furious. Tang Zhen, if you keep doing this, you'll ruin him. Tang Zhen was given new lines to say. She held back her shame and continued, That's good. Then he can spend more time with me. I like to be close to him. Lu Yu looked at her in disbelief. I can't explain it to you. After that, Lu Yu stormed off angrily. As Lu Yu left, the other onlookers also dispersed, having enjoyed the show and feeling satisfied. The security guard sent the recorded video to the property manager. This seems to be Ren Yanjing's girlfriend. I don't have his contact, so you should send this video to him. It looks like someone is bothering his girlfriend. The property manager immediately forwarded the video to Ren Yanjing. When Ren Yanjing received the video, he was discussing Xin Qi with Zhang Mian and others. Shen Chuanli said, This person has the same surname as me. It's disgusting. Zhang Mian sneered, There are so many robot competitions. Xin Qi is so arrogant. He'll definitely fall down sometime. Ren Yanjing thought for a moment and recalled, Isn't there a robot performance event coming up? This was a New Year's event organized by several universities. Many teams would participate in the performances. One of the slots was for a robot performance. Shen Chuanli suddenly got excited. Yes, only one spot, but many teams are competing for it. In previous years, there were only singing, dancing, and fashion shows, but this year, there's a robot performance slot. Ren Yanjing quickly decided, Let's also join the competition. His teammates clapped each other on the back. Finally, about time, Shen Chuanli smiled and said, I heard that Xin Qi's team already considers the spot as theirs. Now, this was a big event held by more than 10 universities for New Year celebrations. They had thought about joining the competition before, but they were too busy and hadn't decided yet. Now they were pushed by F University. At this moment, Ren Yanjing's phone vibrated. After receiving a video, he instinctively opened it to watch. Soon, the video played the loud, angry voice of Lu Yu. Shen Xuanli was almost furious. Who is this? Why are they so mean to my sister-in-law? Ren Yanjing's face also looked serious. This wasn't the first time Lu Yu caused trouble for Tang Zhen. Hadn't he been clear enough before? If there was a problem, just come to him. What does it matter if he's with his girlfriend? But in the video, Tang Zhen quickly responded. She said, Ren Yanjing is my boyfriend. He's only mine. She also said, I don't want other girls to get too close to him no matter what. And she added, that way he can spend more time with me. Wow, she's so clingy. Does she just love sticking to him? Ren Yanjing watched the video several times, and Shen Xuanli and others did the same. In the video, only Tang Zhen's face and Lu Yu's back were visible. But with her icy blue hair, anyone could tell who she was without hearing her voice. Zhang Mian immediately saw Ren Yanjing's expression. He tried to hide his smile, but it was hard to suppress. He also chuckled. You're secretly happy, aren't you, Jing-shin? They all laughed, including Shen Xuanli and the other teammates. The negative feelings brought by Shen Qi had completely disappeared. Just laugh if you want, Captain, someone said. Ren Yanjing cleared his throat. He didn't want to laugh, but he couldn't help it. Everyone else burst out laughing too. After the laughter, Ren Yanjing cleared his throat and said, This afternoon, I need to go to the media arts department to talk to Lu Yu's counselor. As for Robert, you guys can handle things here. Zhang Mian and the others weren't surprised. Their captain always protected his friends. As long as he thought someone was on his side, he would defend them. Now that Lu Yu had challenged his sister-in-law directly, how could he do nothing? However, instead of going to find Lu Yu, it was better to directly talk to the counselor. Mainly because Lu Yu is a girl, it wouldn't be convenient for him to approach her directly. Shen Xuanli patted Ren Yanjing on the shoulder and said, Brother, go ahead and do your thing. We are here to support you. Ren Yanjing also felt confident about his teammates. Later, you all need to register for the New Year's event. Got it? After registering, a few days later, the selection competition should take place. The joint university will choose the best team to perform at the New Year's event. At that time, they will meet again with Shen Qi's team, the star team. When Ren Yanjing went to talk to the counselor about Lu Yu, 111 was also discussing Shen Qi with Tang Zhen. Many stories have characters who oppose the male protagonist. Shen Qi is the rival in this sweet story. He is as talented as the male lead, with a good family background, but he is more proud, impulsive, and reckless. Although he has many scenes, if the older brother is the third male lead, Shen Qi is at most the fourth. Tang Zhen couldn't help but ask, why? Why does he have many scenes but still rank lower? 111 replied seriously, because he doesn't like the female protagonist. He thinks she looks too plain and has even mocked the male lead's taste several times. The male lead and he have a grudge, and they get angry every time they see each other. The male lead and he are basically natural enemies. Tang Zhen commented, Then he's quite rude. How can one casually comment on a girl's appearance? 111 comforted her. Don't worry, Zhen. He wouldn't comment on you casually. If he gave you a bad review, he'd really be shooting himself in the foot. If he doesn't do it himself, I'll help him do it. Tang Zhen was amused. Actually, she didn't care much about this. Even if Shen Qi said something, she wouldn't take it to heart. She was still thinking about what just happened. So many passersby took videos just now. 111 immediately said, It's better if it's uploaded to the male lead. He believes everyone is an independent individual. No one is anyone's subordinate. He doesn't like clinginess, as it makes him feel like he has no personal space. What you just said almost hit his sensitive spot. Once it's uploaded to him, his favorability could drop again. After speaking, both 111 and Tang Zhen fell silent. 111 is because recently she hasn't been able to indulge in sweet treats, so she's been silent. This is also very tormenting for her. Tang Zhen didn't think too much. She only wants to part on good terms with Ren Yanjing. She hopes that on the day they part, she won't become a completely different person in his heart. Now she already appears disheveled and dependent, and she wonders what she will become in the end. If possible, she hopes that their ending will be simple and smooth, with no waves or trouble. Ren is sitting on a wooden bench nearby. She hasn't slept all night, but feels no sleepiness now. Her mind is very active. As a top student, she has always had a good memory since she was young. Every scene involving Ren Yanjing that she has encountered so far keeps playing in her mind endlessly. She has imagined many futures, but she has never imagined him having a girlfriend. Ren recalls the shy, innocent Ren Yanjing from 4 years ago when she first started high school. That time, he casually picked up her fallen Chinese textbook and said, "Hold this." That was the first time he spoke to her. For years have passed, and she still remembers clearly his tone and manner from back then, even now. At this moment, Luyu comes back looking furious. As soon as she sees her expression, Ren knows things are not going well. Of course, given Tangjin's personality, it's normal that she wouldn't agree. She has always been someone who only considers herself. After venting to Ren, her mood finally calms down a bit. Just as she wants to continue complaining, her phone suddenly rings. She takes it out and sees it's her counselor calling. Why would the counselor call her at this time? She answers the phone, and after hearing what the counselor says, her face turns grim. After hanging up, Ren looks worried and asks, "Did something happen?" Luyu clenches her fists. "Ren Yanjing went to see my counselor. The counselor told me to come over now." Ren Yanjing went to see Luyu's counselor?
Why?
Ren says, "I'll go with you." Luyu isn't feeling very calm either and needs her best friend's company. The two don't say much and head to the bus stop to wait for the bus. When they arrive at the counselor's office, they find that Ren Yanjing is not there. He must have already left. Ren felt a little sad because she didn't see the person she wanted to see. The counselor saw that Luyu didn't come alone. She brought her best friend too. She didn't say much, just told her to stay away from Tangjin and not cause trouble for her. If it happened again, she would face punishment. Her tone was friendly and gentle, but Luyu still felt upset. When she left the counselor's office, she was still a bit dazed. She didn't understand why. Even though she hadn't done anything to Tangjin, Ren Yanjing went straight to her counselor. Can't they talk directly? Seeing Luyu look so sad, Ren also felt uncomfortable. Since she was young, she had never lost in anything. Any competition she entered, she could always win first if she wanted. The more Ren Yanjing protected Tangjin, the more her competitive spirit was stirred. She wouldn't lose. Not before and not now. You didn't know about the conflict at the neighborhood entrance. Because she was assigned a new task, she was added to Ren Yanjing's family chat group, where she was sharing gossip. Oh, after seeing little Tang, I was so nervous I didn't know where to put my hands and feet. I've never been this nervous even when facing the old master. I can't really describe it, but I felt that as soon as she came out of the room, the whole living room lit up. I didn't even dare to look closely at her face. They live in 2 separate rooms. Are you still worried, Yanjing? They wouldn't do anything reckless. Just taking it slow like this is good. Alright, I won't say more. I'm going to buy ingredients. I heard little Tang loves sweets, so today I plan to make her a dish of braised prawns. You was about to go to the nearby supermarket to buy ingredients when she received a call from Ren Yanjing. He said a large package would be delivered later, and she should watch for it. Since they wouldn't be home at noon, she decided to wait a bit longer before going out. A while later, a delivery person arrived with the package. Seeing the large item from Ren Yanjing, her eyes widened. Wow, that really is a big item. When class started, class 111 was still praising Tangjin's performance earlier. One fish looks like it's about to explode with anger. Haha. Exactly. The female protagonist's best friend is feeling upset, and the protagonist probably isn't feeling much better, since Luyu has always been the one to stand up for her. When Luyu gets criticized, it's like Ren gets criticized too. During the playful banter at 11 o'clock, Tangjin laughed several times. But after class, she saw a post forwarded by Tian, which affected her mood negatively. The post title is Robert from the future team no match for Sugar from the star team? Who is the top university robot champion this year? This post was probably made by someone from F University. Even if not, they are definitely a fan of Shinchi. The post highly praised Sugar, saying it was perfect, while comparing Robert unfavorably, even showing a photo of Robert broken into pieces with scattered parts. There are also many photos of Sugar from different angles. Tang Zhen immediately tapped the screen to report the post. The reason for reporting was false advertising. Tian saw her report and encouraged others to do the same. Seeing that she was a bit upset, Tian comforted her, saying, "We all know Robert is amazing. It just wasn't prepared for this kind of competition. The City Science Museum clearly said it was a friendly match, not about winning or losing, just a performance, so Robert's transition from street dance to boxing wasn't thorough enough." But things turned out very differently from what was agreed upon at first. It seems F University would do anything to beat the future team. Classmates agreed. "Yes, we must report it." Tang Zhen was touched and softly said, "Thank you, everyone." Other classmates didn't think much of it, saying, "It's nothing. It's only F University's problem. I heard they haven't even apologized to the future team." Today, Tang Zhen had fewer classes and Ren Yanjing still had one more, so she didn't wait and took a bus home herself. On the way, she wondered if Ren Yanjing and the others had seen the post. Luckily, Robert wouldn't see it. Otherwise, it would be unhappy. When she opened the door, she immediately saw a round, shiny head in her line of sight. She instinctively took a step back. In front of her was a robot dressed in a pink princess dress. It was about her waist and height. When she saw her, the little robot cheerfully said in a sweet mechanical voice, "Good afternoon, Jinbao. I am Zhenghua." "So, it's the legendary Zhenghua?" Ren Yanjing actually dressed it in a pink dress. Zhenghua said, "Jinbao, nice to meet you. Did you have a happy day today?" Tang Jin bent down to look at it, with a slight smile in her eyes. "Yes, I am happy. Seeing you makes me happy." The little robot shyly smiled. "I'm not yet a perfect model. I was supposed to appear in front of you during the winter break, but I couldn't wait to meet you. Although I'm not as capable as Robert or as obedient as Puppy right now, I like you the most." When she heard the phrase, "I like you the most," Tang Zhen's heart skipped a beat. Although Zhenghua said this, she couldn't help but think of Ren Yanjing, because he was the one who uploaded the data. When did he upload these words? What was he thinking when he uploaded them? She almost blushed again, but then she remembered that her impression of Ren Yanjing had already dropped quite a bit, so this was probably just a simple greeting, with no special meaning. Robots are always very cute. The first self-introduction should definitely be set to be adorable. You know, Ren Yanjing hates people who are sloppy and lack self-awareness the most. Coincidentally, recently, Tang Zhen fits both of these traits. So, this sentence definitely has no extra meaning. During dinner that evening, Ren Yanjing pretended to be casual and asked, "Is Zhenghua well-behaved today?" Thinking about the new family member at home, Tang Zhen's eyes softened. She said, "It's very well-behaved." "Really?" Ren Yanjing leaned in slightly, with a smile in his eyes. "Can it be as well-behaved as you?" Tang Zhen felt a little shy and annoyed. "I'm not well-behaved. On the first morning when Aunt Yu came over, she appeared in front of Aunt Yu without washing her face or brushing her teeth. It was really too rude. Aunt Yu must have thought she was very impolite." Ren Yanjing reached out to brush away the stray hair near her cheek. "Is that so?" "I don't think so." After saying that, he cleared his throat and asked, "Has Zhenghua greeted you?" Thinking about Zhen's opening words, Tang Zhen bit her lip and let out a soft sound. "Do you like it? Is she talking about liking it or liking him?" Tang Zhen lowered her eyes and looked at the large shrimp in front of her. She softly said, "I really like Zhen. That's good enough."
Ren Yanjing smiled happily.
"Then let it sleep with you tonight. It can tell you bedtime stories." Tang Zhen. She's no longer a child and doesn't need bedtime stories. But if Zhen could keep her company, that might be nice too. As they finished eating, Ren Yanjing started a new topic. "I have 3 friends who just came back from abroad today. They invited me out to hang out and want me to bring my girlfriend. Do you want to go, baby?" Before she could answer, 111 eagerly appeared in her mind, saying, "Zhen, go, go, go. You must go." Tang Zhen first replied to Ren Yanjing with a simple, "Okay," then asked 111, "What's wrong?" Why do I have to go? 111 confidently said, because going will definitely trigger a task. Right now, Tang Jin really needed to complete a task to gain more life points. As soon as she finished eating, she was taken out by Ren Yanjing. They agreed to meet at a quiet bar. When they arrived, the singer on stage was playing and singing. It was very cold outside, but once inside, the temperature warmed up like spring. Ren Yanjing held Tang Jin's hand and led her to a table near the stage. The three of them stood up quietly to greet them. Yanjing, you're here. Ren Yanjing nodded slightly and introduced them. This is my girlfriend, Tang Jin. These are Jiangji, Zhang Ziwang, and Dong Chao. Zhang Ziwang had a bright, cheerful face. Hi, Tang Jin, I've heard a lot about you. Dong Chao also smiled warmly. Nice to meet you. We've known each other since high school, from elementary through college. We've known each other for many years. Jiangji's smile was warm. Hello, you look really nice. Tang Jin greeted each of them in turn. After sitting down, they started talking about their childhood memories. When friends gather, it's the easiest time to recall the past. From their conversation, Tang Jin learned that Shin Qi was their high school classmate. Initially, Shin Qi could have attended B University, but because Ren Yanjing chose B University, he voluntarily chose F University, which is one of the top 2 universities in the country. This shows that Shin Qi is a very proud person. It seems he feels that he and Ren Yanjing cannot be classmates, let alone friends, only rivals. But he is also a bit stubborn. The 4 of them have grown up together from elementary school, through middle school, to high school. They have known each other for 12 years. They really have known each other for a very long time. Tang Jin seems to have glimpsed a bit of Ren Yanjing's youthful days. Like now, but also quite different. That was a past she was not part of. When she just heard Jiang Ji share funny stories about their elementary school summer camp, she suddenly received a new task. Task 19. Leave in front of Ren Yanjing and have a cold war with the male lead for 15 minutes. Tang Jin blinked blankly. What's wrong? Why do I need to leave? 111 explained, because in the original story, the female supporting character could not accept Jiang Ji's presence. Jiang Ji and the male lead grew up together, went abroad for university, but whenever he returned to the country, they would meet up. The female supporting character would always be jealous, but the male lead would say she was overreacting. So, the female supporting character would have a cold war with the male lead each time, then sheepishly come back to reconcile. Zhen, now it's your turn to be unreasonable. But to Tang Jin, Jiang Ji is a very warm person. She speaks softly, her tone is very comfortable, and she never neglects anyone. Whenever she talks about something, she always takes the initiative to start a conversation. So, Tang Jin never felt like she couldn't fit into their small group. Jiang Ji is truly a very thoughtful and caring girl. 111 sighed. Jin, can't you see? Jiang Ji secretly likes the male lead. Her love is like a gentle stream, subtle, but endless. Tang Jin was a bit surprised. She's really a gentle person. She truly didn't see Jiang Ji liking Ren Yanjing. Maybe even Ren Yanjing himself didn't know. This kind of secret admiration wouldn't disturb others or cause trouble. It's just quietly and steadily watching from afar, like a silent, long-lasting stream. This must be a very admirable kind of secret love. Zhen, no need to talk much. Let's just do the task quickly. As the female supporting character, she should be very angry and jealous because that was a part of her past she couldn't be involved in. She cares a lot about it. Tang Jin touched her nose. They were having a good conversation now, so interrupting might be rude, right? But 111 kept urging, Zhen, hurry. If the party ends, this task will automatically fail. They're about to go to the next event soon. Tang Jin glanced at Ren Yanjing, who was relaxed and chatting with 3 old friends. After hesitating for a moment, she stood up and said, I need to leave for a bit. As she spoke, she tried to take her hand out of Ren Yanjing's grip. Since he came in, Ren Yanjing hadn't let go of her hand. Even when chatting with friends, he kept holding her hand, sometimes stroking the back of her hand or squeezing her palm. Just as Tang Jin was about to reply, 111 reminded her, Cold War. He's giving you silent treatment. Tang Jin wasn't sure how to handle the silent treatment, so she didn't speak. In the end, Jiang Ji broke the silence, asking, "Are you going to the bathroom?" Without caring much, Tang Jin nodded immediately. Jiang Ji smiled gently. "I want to go too. Let's go together." "Okay." Tang Jin and Jiang Ji went to the bathroom together. When they came out, they saw Ren Yanjing waiting at the door. Jiang Ji tactfully left first, giving space for them. Remembering her task, Tang Jin wanted to stay silent and walk past Ren Yanjing, but she failed. Ren Yanjing always blocked her way, not letting her go. "Baby, what's wrong? Why aren't you talking?" He was tall, blocking her completely. From the shadow on the wall, it looked like he was hugging her. Tang Jin blinked. "Who are you?" "Do I know you?" Pretending not to recognize him was probably a kind of silent treatment too, right? But her voice was too soft, and her eyes were too clear and moist, so she didn't seem cold at all. Ren Yanjing looked down and cooperated by gazing at her. How can pretending not to know him be so adorable? Ren Yanjing leaned his face close to hers, his voice soft and slightly trembling. "Baby." Tang Jin kept turning her face away. "I don't know you." At the bathroom entrance, people came and went. Ren Yanjing pulled Tang Jin to a quiet spot. "A hug is enough to recognize each other." After saying that, he firmly pulled Tang Jin into his arms. Neither of them spoke for a moment. It was a very quiet hug. Time slowly passed, second by second. Suddenly, Ren Yanjing spoke again. "Actually, my school days were pretty normal. I went to class, played sports, read books, and sometimes played games. During holidays, I traveled abroad a few times. That's about it. If only I had met you in high school. Elementary and middle school were too young." Back then, he would walk home with boys, playing basketball, and didn't pay much attention to girls. He might have ignored her. High school was just right. High school studies were easy for him. He had free time to help her with tutoring, and maybe they could have gone to the same school. Of course, now is also good. Their schools are close, so meeting is easy. Now that they are under the same roof, meeting is even more convenient. As he spoke, Ren Yanjing surprisingly started to feel a bit regretful. If he had met Tang Jin in high school, he probably would have fallen in love with her early. But unfortunately, he didn't meet her back then. Tang Jin still didn't speak. She was still giving Ren Yanjing the silent treatment. But she was surprised. Why did Ren Yanjing suddenly say all this? Did he think she was upset because she couldn't be part of his past? That was a time before they knew each other. Even though he was the same person, he was a little different back then compared to now. But honestly, she was a bit curious about his past. Just a little. Time suddenly seemed to slow down. Unknowingly, the task was completed. Tang Jin had ignored Ren Yanjing for 15 minutes, but most of that time was spent in a hug. 111 didn't speak either. It had gone to the main male lead strategy department to borrow a good impression detector. This male lead was really strange. It didn't know what was wrong. To check if the recent task was working, it borrowed a machine to test the male lead's feelings for Tang Jin. After returning, it secretly used the recognition device on Ren Yanjing. When the device was turned on, it first displayed garbled text for a while, then the score started to rise from 0. After a few moments of lag, it stopped at 36. Usually, close friends sometimes have a 36 level of affection. So, the male lead's current feelings for Tang Jin are about the same as those of a close friend. 111 felt relieved. It stored away the affection recognition device and relaxed completely. But in a corner it couldn't see, the device lagged again, and the affection level suddenly shot up, surpassing 80 points, before slowly stopping. Once it went over 80, the machine completely shut down, and the data disappeared into darkness. After completing the task, the Cold War ended. Tang Jin finally spoke. "Let's go back quickly. We've kept them waiting too long." Ren Yanjing nodded slightly. He pretended casually, "Nothing special happened during my high school days, so there's no need to worry or think too much." Tang Jin pursed her lips. "Oh, and you?" "Same here. Back then, I was so busy I barely slept 6 hours a night. Nothing special happened." 111 was now happy again. Because the male lead's affection for Tang Jin was only 36, a safe number. Over a month, lowering it to about 10 would make him a stranger to Tang Jin, which is not a big problem. In other words, it could relax and enjoy the romance again. What is going on? Seeing the male lead's actions, I thought he was falling for the female supporting character, but it turns out he wasn't. So, the task wasn't wrong. It was just that it had been on high alert before. Fortunately, the task didn't go off course. Everything is under control. Back at their seats, Jiang Ji and the others wisely didn't ask what they had been doing all this time. After taking his seat, Ren Yanjing asked, "What were you talking about?" Zhang Ziwang smiled and said, "Talking about how you used to only care about studies and ignored all the signs of interest from girls." Dong Chao chimed in, "I remember there was a girl named Li who often passed by our classroom door. We were all guessing who she was coming for." Zhang Ziwang said, "Li? Oh, I remember her too. In senior year, her classroom was downstairs, and she would pass by our door every day. It's a pity that until high school graduation, I didn't know who she really liked from our class." Jiang Ji knew the name of that girl, and also knew who she had a crush on. But she didn't tell anyone her name. She didn't respond, only picked up her juice and took a sip. Dong Chao. "At first, I thought she was after Yanjing, but then I thought maybe not." Ren Yanjing said calmly, "Don't point me out." "I don't know, I don't remember." Zhang Ziwang and the others all laughed at the same time. Zhang Ziwang took a sip of sake. "Actually, besides her last name Li, I can't remember what she looks like. But if I saw her again, I think I could recognize her." Jiang Ji. She no longer had high hopes for their memories. Or maybe because she didn't care, she simply forgot. Even though that person was top of the class for 3 years and never ranked second. Soon, they started talking about other topics. Tang Jin guessed that the girl they mentioned was probably the main girl, Li Ran. But the story was originally written starting from when the main characters met in their second year of college. So, their connection started so early? It turns out, this is a sweet story about secret crushes turning into love. Back in her room, Tang Jin called over Zhenguai. "Zhenguai, good evening, Zhenbao." "Good evening, Zhenguai." Tang Jin handed her the recently finished calendar as a gift, saying, "Give this calendar to the brother next door. Just say it's a gift for him." Zhenguai responded within, "Oh," then turned and slid toward the neighbor's door. Knock, knock, knock. The door opened. Zhenguai raised the diary in her hand and said in a sweet mechanical voice, "Brother, this is for you." "It's a gift." "Brother?" Ren Yanjing knew very well he had never used that word before. But now, those 2 words came out of Zhenguai's mouth. Zhenguai had some ability to learn on her own. If someone mentioned simple words in front of her, she would remember them. So, Tang Jin called him brother in front of Zhenguai. She called him brother. She actually called him brother. He clenched his fist, pressed it to his lips, and cleared his throat softly. "All right, thank you, Zhenguai." Ren Yanjing took the calendar from Zhenguai. As soon as he saw it, he knew it was hand-drawn by Tang Jin. The calendar has 365 pages, each one different. Some pages have warm words for him, others have simple sketches. Every page features a cute, cartoon-style figure of him. This shows it is a custom-made calendar just for him. How much time and effort did she spend making such a special gift? Since childhood, Ren Yanjing has received countless gifts. During holidays, relatives and classmates always give him presents. Some are expensive, others are cheap. But never before has a gift touched his heart so deeply. Every stroke and line on the pages is full of Tang Jun's feelings. His little one is so thoughtful. He begins to look forward to each day of the next year. Ren Yanjing sits on the bed, patiently flipping through the pages of the calendar. In just over 20 days, the new year will begin, and he can start using this new calendar. But this gift is so precious that he's reluctant to use it. He sits at his desk, tears a page from his notebook, and writes big, flowing characters with his pen. "I really like this gift." Signed, Ren Yanjing. After finishing, he hands a note to Zhenguai, asking her to pass it to Tang Jin next door. When Tang Jin sees it, she replies on the paper, "I'm glad you like it." Zhenguai then passes the paper back to the next room. Although they are separated by just a wall, it feels like passing notes back in high school. But now, passing notes is easier because of Zhenguai. Half a minute later, more words appear on the paper. "Can we have this every year?" Every year? It seems unlikely, because next month they will break up. After the breakup, they won't see each other again. Tang Zhen bites her lip and asks 111, "Do we really have to break up?" 111 responds sincerely, "Zhen, this popular sweet story is set up this way. After the female character and the male lead break up, the male lead will officially start a relationship with the female lead. The female character is meant to help the male lead grow into a perfect boyfriend. She is a gardener, but she can't enjoy the cool shade." Tang Jin suppresses her complicated feelings and says, "I understand." She didn't reply to the note. Instead, she planned to finish drawing the calendar for 111 and then create calendars for the next few years, all custom-made for Yanjing. Even if the calendars might not reach him or he might not need them later, she still wanted to draw them. Let her be a little selfish this time. Soon, the day of the robot competition selection arrived. It happened to be a Saturday. Tang Zhen had nothing to do, so at 111's request, she went with Yanjing to the City Science Museum. This time, Robert was not there to perform boxing but to participate in the competition. Last time, Robert was beaten so badly here that he was almost broken. This time, Yanjing and the others planned to let Robert shine brightly. When they arrived, the star team members were also there. In the middle was Shenqi. This time, he immediately noticed Tang Zhen standing beside Yanjing. He looked a little surprised. "Yanjing, I've never seen your sister before." Yanjing's sister was very beautiful. Oh no, her heart was beating a little faster. Yanjing put his hand on Tang Zhen's shoulder and said calmly, "This is my girlfriend." Yesterday, Tang Zhen had almost forgotten how she called him, but now her mind was filled with Shenqi's words. Yesterday, she called him brother. Too bad, she didn't hear it herself. No worries, there will be more chances later. Hearing the words, girlfriend, Shenqi frowned and said to Tang Zhen, "You could have better taste." 111 muttered, "In the original, he was criticizing the male lead's taste, now he's criticizing yours, so he probably thinks his taste is the best." Tang Zhen. Yanjing warned, "Stay away from my girlfriend." Because of Shenqi's words, he decided that later Robert would make Sugar kneel and rub the ground. The selection competition started quickly. There were 10 judges in the audience. Some were professors in robotics, some industry experts. Besides the 10 professionals, 30 ordinary people also voted. There were 7 teams competing today. The team with the most votes would win. The first team to perform was another team called Honey Milk Tea. Although this robot has a very sweet name, it performs martial arts with bold and lively moves. It immediately started showing off its skills on stage. The mechanical little voice shouted, "Hey."
Hi.
The small robot looks a bit clumsy but adorable, like a 3-year-old child doing martial arts. Tang Zhen isn't sure what others think, but at least she finds it very cute. She quietly comments, "Honey Milk Tea is so adorable." Ren Yanjing hears this and asks, "Is it cute, or is Zhenjin even cuter?" This is a tough choice. Oh no! Why has the main character become so mischievous? Now they even ask questions? Actually, both robots are very cute, but Zhenjin is one of us. So in the end, Tang Zhen chooses Zhenjin. Sorry, Honey Milk Tea, but you're a competitor. But honestly, you're also super adorable. Ren Yanjing is satisfied. After Honey Milk Tea finishes its performance, the judges whisper to each other and then give their scores. These scores will be announced at the very end, keeping a little suspense. Soon, the second robot takes the stage. This robot performs a dance, similar to Robert's style. But this robot dances a passionate and fiery rumba. Watching a robot dance passionately is a new and interesting experience. Unfortunately, this robot makes a small mistake during the dance. It seems it won't win first place. The team that made it feels disappointed, but Tang Zhen breathes a sigh of relief for Robert. Although this robot is cute too, she still supports Robert. Soon, the other 5 teams' robots finish their performances, leaving only F University's Sugar and B University's Robert. According to the draw, Sugar goes on stage 6th and Robert 7th. Sugar still looks the same as last time, shining with a metallic glow all over. It performs a boxing routine. There's no opponent in front, but every punch it throws is powerful. It also strikes many poses, like squatting before punching or spinning with a flying kick. Compared to the last boxing match, Sugar seems to be more agile. While Ren Yanjing and others kept improving, his competitors also worked hard. Sugar performed a neat and powerful boxing routine and then stepped down. Next up was Robert. As Tang Zhen's heart started racing for Robert, yet another task appeared. Task 20. In front of everyone, ask whether Ren Yanjing or Robert is more important to you.
Tang Zhen?
Wait, wasn't this question already asked before? Number 111 naturally replied, it was asked privately before, but today it's asked in front of others. It's the same question, but the situation is completely different. However, asking Ren Yanjing this question in front of so many people feels really embarrassing. Although this question is a bit embarrassing, it's something a female character might ask. The female character seeks passionate and straightforward love. She is shallow and high-profile, but when it comes to dating, she can't be careless. But the male lead dislikes such showy behavior. He believes love is a matter between two people and doesn't need to be loudly announced. This shows they already have different basic views on love, and from the start, they are unlikely to go far together. 111. Zhen.
Charge.
Seeing Ren Yanjing about to lead his team and Robert onto the stage, Tang Zhen instinctively reached out and grabbed Ren Yanjing's arm. Ren Yanjing turned around and asked, "What's wrong, baby?" Under the curious and gossiping gazes of teammates and other contestants, Tang Zhen bravely asked, "Is Ren Yanjing more important, or is Robert more important?" Her eyes always shimmered with gentle moisture, like a small animal, soft and non-threatening. When asking this question, her face was slightly red, her eyes bright, and she slightly lifted her chin, waiting for his answer. The judges who heard the question smiled kindly. Ren Yanjing was slightly stunned. He remembered being asked this question before and giving an answer. Was he dissatisfied with his previous answer? This time, he took a moment to think and replied, "Robert can only be with me for a few years, but I want to go far with you." After speaking, Ren Yanjing patted her head. Amid the cheers from teammates, he led the team confidently toward the stage for their performance. Tang Zhen touched her face with the back of her hand, feeling how hot it was. Is this what the main character is like? He never gives a straightforward answer each time, but every answer he gives seems more memorable than a simple one. Tang Zhen asked 111, "Why does he say Robert can only stay with him for a few years?" 111 replied, "Because robot updates happen quickly, and this robot was funded by University B. When the main character and his teammates graduate, Robert will stay at University B and younger students will continue to develop it. That makes sense." 111 once again impressed her, saying, "As expected of a smart main character, his answers are always different but equally excellent." He said he wants to go very far with Tang Zhen. How far does he mean by very far? After Robert took the stage, he performed a street dance. That's his best skill. Each team's performance must be within 5 minutes. In the first minute, Robert's dance was quite average, not much better than the previous 6 teams. Shun Qi's teammate whispered, "Is that all? That's it? I thought it would be something impressive." Another teammate said, "It looks SOSO. Boss, I think we're safe." Shun Qi, called the boss by his teammates, looked serious. This wasn't like Ren Yanjing style. Robert's performance was so ordinary at first, but he probably had a trick up his sleeve. Sure enough, after 2 minutes, the music changed from calm to rhythmic. The most exciting part was coming. In a burst of energetic drum beats, Robert suddenly transformed. The crowd cheered loudly. Even some judges couldn't help but stand up. In front of everyone, Robert changed from a standing robot into a round-shaped robot. Different appearance, same metallic look. Is this still Robert? The round robot also had arms and legs, and it kept dancing on stage. When Robert successfully transformed, the outcome was already clear. Today's winner was decided. As the street dance performance was about to end, the round robot disassembled and reassembled itself, returning to its robot form. The long-shaped robot bowed politely to the audience below and finished the show for today. After the performance, loud applause filled the stage. Even Tang Zhen couldn't help but clap hard. Robert's performance today was truly amazing. The judges all raised their signs, which read, Be University Future. 30 amateur judges also held up their signs. From afar, all the signs read, Be University Future. The scores of the first 6 teams no longer mattered. The host smiled and announced the results of today's selection contest. The team that earned a spot in the New Year's robot performance event is Be University Future. Let's give them a big round of applause. Ren Yanjing ran onto the stage, picked up Tang Zhen, and spun her around. The team members gathered around them. They high-fived each other and cheered. We won. After celebrating, they noticed that the people from F University had already left without saying a word. Shun Quan laughed loudly. Shun-chi got away pretty quickly. Zhang Mian said, This is just the beginning. There will be many more chances to compete in the future. Everyone should rely on their own skills. After winning the performance spot, a few team members discussed where to celebrate. Ren Yanjing suggested, Let's go to the beach. If it weren't for this selection contest, he had planned to take Tang Zhen to the beach today. He had been thinking about it for a while, but it never happened. Fortunately, it was still early today, and tomorrow was Sunday, so they had plenty of time to go to the beach. None of the teammates objected. Let's go to the beach. But isn't it a bit cold to wear swim trunks in this weather? December at the beach, do you think it's cold or not? Shin Quan felt a little regretful. The temperature at the beach is so low. I guess I can't show off my abs. He discussed with Ren Yanjing, Captain, during winter break, let's go to Hainan and have some fun. Ren Yanjing didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked Tang Zhen, Do you want to go to Hainan? Yes. But during winter break, she would probably no longer be with him. There was no need to think about it right now. Future matters can be discussed later. For now, she wants to agree. Tang Zhen smiled and said, I want to. Okay, then let's go. Ren Yanjing told Zhang Mian. You're good at planning strategies. When you have time, make a plan. Zhang Mian gave a thumbs up. No problem, I've got this. This time, because of the tight schedule, they couldn't go to Hainan, but the nearby beaches are also interesting. On this day, going to the beach was fine. Although Shun Xuanli had no objections, he was still curious why Ren Yanjing suggested it. Brother, why not suggest going to hot springs instead of the beach? Ren Yanjing replied, I promised your wife to go to the beach before. That was during the sports meet last year. He said he would take her to the beach. This winter has been quite warm. Going to the beach today isn't too cold. But they can't just wear swim trunks anymore. Ren Yanjing said, You can go to hot springs anytime, but the nearest beach is 3 hours away by car, so they can only go on weekends. Shin Xuanli patted Ren Yanjing on the shoulder and gave him a thumbs up. So that's how it is. No wonder he's his most admired team leader. Always keeps his promises. Never makes empty promises. News about Ren Yanjing and his group going to Weha spread quickly. It started when Shen Xuanli posted on social media, saying, Off to Weha. The picture was a group photo of 9 people at the City Science Museum. Among them, 7 were future team members. 1 was Tang Zhen, and another was a robot named Robert. Shun Xuanli, being a noticeable person, had to post on social media. This was almost his daily routine. His friend saw the post and casually mentioned, It seems like Ren Yanjing and his group went to Weha after the selection competition. Soon, the news spread widely and reached Li Ran. When she heard about it, her first thought was she wanted to go too. Her idea was simple. She just wanted to be closer to him, a little closer. Shin Xuanli ran wildly toward the seaside like a dog on a leash. Zhang Mian, influenced by his excitement, also laughed loudly and ran toward the coast. Seeing the endless sea, Tang Zhen's mood became more open. She had just followed Ren Yanjing toward the beach when she sensed something was wrong. In the moment she arrived at the seaside, she felt like she was visiting relatives. But she hadn't brought anything related. Just as Tang Zhen was about to quietly leave and go to the bathroom, she received another task. Task 21. Make sure the male lead takes good care of you. Tang Zhen lowered her head and nudged the sand with her shoe tip. Actually, I don't need that. 111 confidently replied. Why wouldn't you need it? Tang Zhen bit her lip. Because I don't have menstrual pain, so I don't need to be taken care of. But the female lead does have menstrual pain. 111 paused briefly before continuing. The female lead's parents are university professors. They have high expectations for her since she was young. When her grades drop, she faces strict scolding from her parents. In middle school, she once didn't do well on her final exam and was locked outside her parents' door for 3 hours. It was during the cold winter months. Because of that, she developed menstrual pain. Now, if you make the male lead get used to taking care of you, the female lead will be able to use it later.
So, this is what it means to plant a tree.
Fortunately, Tang Jin knew her role clearly from the start. She didn't harbor any unnecessary thoughts, so everything went smoothly. The female supporting character should have her own awareness. Since she was doing a task, she didn't need to sneak away anymore. She clasped her hands behind her back and softly called out, "Ren Yanjing." Ren Yanjing was discussing the recent selection competition with another team member. He gained a lot of inspiration from the other competitors' robots. Their next task was to make Robert better. Hearing her call, he stopped and turned back, taking Tang Jun's hand. "I'm here." Another team member smiled and tactfully went to find Shin Chuanli and others. Tang Jun bit her lip and whispered, "My stomach hurts." Actually, her stomach didn't hurt, but since she was planting a tree, she had to let the male lead understand what menstrual pain really was. Ren Yanjing didn't hear her clearly. He was busy wondering what her little rambling was about this time. Ren Yanjing moved a little closer and lightly touched her lips with his finger, asking, "What?" Tang Jun's voice was soft and gentle, like a whisper, "My stomach hurts." This time, Ren Yanjing heard her clearly and paused, asking, "Did you eat something bad?" Tang Jun shook her head. "No." "Then what is it?" "It's..." A relative came. Ren Yanjing understood immediately. His ears turned slightly red without realizing it. He felt a bit nervous and unsure of what to do. "What should I do?" Tang Jun suggested, "Make a cup of hot water." "Wait a moment." Ren Yanjing took out his phone and called Zhang Mian, asking him to check with his sister on what to do. Zhang Mian quickly asked Zhang Wei and, after getting the answer, immediately called back. "My sister said to prepare some brown sugar water and a hot water bag." Ren Yanjing quickly made a decision. "I'll go to the nearby supermarket. You stay here and take care of my girlfriend." Zhang Mian agreed. "Okay." Before Tang Jun realized what was happening, she had already sat down on a nearby wooden bench. Ren Yanjing went to buy brown sugar and a hot water bag. Shin Chuanli was boiling hot water for her, and Zhang Mian stayed by her side, watching to see if she needed anything else. Tang Jun lowered her head slightly, her eyes a little sore and teary. It wasn't really necessary to go through all this trouble, but they still did it. When Ren Yanjing returned, he saw her eyes slightly red at the corners, with a hint of tears in her eyes, looking pitiful and adorable, like a small, wronged kitten. He quickly walked over, carrying some things, and gently pressed the back of his hand against her face. "Does your stomach still hurt? Should we go to the hospital?" Tang Jun immediately shook her head. "No need." Zhang Mian touched his forehead, feeling he was too careless. His sister's eyes were red, yet he hadn't noticed until the team leader came back. Ren Yanjing took out the brown sugar and hot water bag. Besides those, he had packed some other essentials. Tang Jun was surprised at how thoughtful her boyfriend was, even considering these small details. She stood up and said, "I'm going to the bathroom." Ren Yanjing stopped her. "Drink some of the brown sugar water first. I'll go with you later." Shin Chuanli had just finished boiling hot water. Now, all that was needed was to add the brown sugar. Tang Jun sipped the warm brown sugar water carefully, then went to the bathroom with Ren Yanjing. When she came out, both of them felt a little awkward. "Does your stomach still hurt?" Tang Jun lied for the task. "A little bit." Ren Yanjing came over and took her hand. "Let's go. Zhang Mian and the others have prepared a hot water bag. Maybe if you use it, the pain will go away." When they returned, the hot water bag was indeed ready. Tang Jun used it to warm her hands. Shin Chuanli and Zhang Mian's group didn't go to the beach anymore. Since the sister-in-law had a stomach ache, they felt shy about leaving her and the team leader alone to play. Ren Yanjing transferred some money to Zhang Mian, asking him to buy some food. So, on the first night at the beach, everyone quietly ate some food together. This scene just happened to be seen by Li Ran and Lu Yu. Lu Yu looked angry. What kind of people are they? Just because she came, they have to take care of her. They're so nosy. Li Ran didn't speak. She didn't tell Lu Yu that she actually felt a little jealous. Actually, she should say she was very jealous. Her eyes unconsciously followed Ren Yanjing. If only she were the one being taken care of. Why is he so good? How can he be so good, yet he doesn't belong to her? Ren Yanjing booked 4 rooms at a nearby hotel. The other team members booked 3 rooms. He and Tang Jin shared 1 room. Not long after they checked in, Li Ran and Lu Yu also booked a room, right next to Tang Jin's. The water in the hot water bag cooled down, so Ren Yanjing went to the front desk to ask for hot water. In the room, only Tang Jin was left alone. Suddenly, her phone rang loudly. She looked at it and saw it was Tang Mu calling. As soon as she answered, she was met with her mother's scolding. Xiao Wan, she came home today crying and making a fuss again. She said you're dating someone, and it's someone she liked for a long time. Is that true? Zhou Wan knew about her relationship with Ren Yanjing. Before she could speak, her mother continued, you broke up with your boyfriend and gave him to Xiao Wan. As for you, you and your older brother just happened to be a pair. Tang Jin looked incredulous. How could her mother have such thoughts? Tang Jin is usually a very calm person. She rarely lost her temper or spoke loudly to others. But this time, she couldn't hold back. She said, Mom, what are you talking about? I will never give Ren Yanjing to Zhou Wan. What did Tang's mother think of Ren Yanjing? Did she see him as something that could be passed around? I told you, you and your boyfriend should break up immediately. Do you hear me? Tang Jin hung up the phone directly. She didn't understand what her mother was thinking or why she made such a ridiculous suggestion. As soon as she put her phone down and turned around, she saw Ren Yanjing. He was standing at the door. When did he arrive? How much did he hear from the phone call? Tang Jin felt a bit nervous. Ren Yanjing walked over and handed her a hot water bag he had just prepared. What did your mom say? Tang Jin looked down and softly said, It's nothing. Ren Yanjing asked, Who is Zhou Wan? She is my stepsister. Ren Yanjing immediately understood the situation. He pulled Tang Jin into a firm hug. Baby, I'm glad you said that just now. Tang Jin was silent. She knew she would break up with Ren Yanjing sooner or later. But breaking up was their own matter. It had nothing to do with her mother. And nothing to do with Zhou Wan. Ren Yanjing gently nudged her hair with his chin. Did your mom want you to give me to your stepsister? Tang Jin responded softly with a muffled, Does the main character think this is absurd? Actually, she also finds it ridiculous.
Ren Yanjing chuckled softly.
His laugh sounded very happy. It was warm and made her ears tingle. He whispered, Don't worry, baby. I won't belong to anyone else. After a pause, he continued, I only belong to you. The thought made Tang Jin's mind scream with joy. But after a few seconds of screaming, the feeling suddenly stopped. Why does this development feel so wrong? Is this the kind of thing a 36-point level of affection would say? She couldn't help but share her thoughts with her colleagues. At this moment, the only available system was number 001, a top-tier system. After sharing her confusion with number 001, 111 received a reply. Some people may only have a little love, but they show it as if they have a lot. So don't judge by their actions. This is just a distraction. The most obvious sign is their level of affection. Hearing this, 111 felt relieved. But it didn't realize that the 001 it consulted works in the bad boy department, and its advice doesn't apply to the main male character. It also didn't know that the affection detector it borrowed earlier was a faulty device that should have been discarded long ago. It was unreliable and inconsistent. Ren Yanjing asked, Did Annie say anything else? Tang Jin hesitated. She wants me to be with my older brother. I don't understand why she thinks that way. Ren Yanjing immediately understood what Tang Jin couldn't figure out. When he investigated Zhou Shuxi before, he also learned about his family. He knew that Zhou Shuxi's stepmother had been married more than once before marrying into the Zhou family. Fortunately, she finally achieved her goal and married into the Zhou family. She must really want to secure her position as Mrs. Zhou. But Zhou Shuxi's father has many admirers, and it's easy to marry in. Staying as Mrs. Zhou, however, is not easy. Under these circumstances, if Tang Jin could be with Zhou Shuxi, her position as Mrs. Zhou would be secure, not just stable, but very firm. She wouldn't have to worry about anything for the rest of her life. That's why she was so eager to match Tang Zhen with Zhou Xuxi. As for making Tang Zhen give him to Zhou Wan, it was also to please her stepdaughter. In the end, it was all for her own benefit. Ren Yanjing probably understood her weakness now, but Zhou Xuxi could help her achieve her goals, too. She didn't necessarily have to become Zhou Xuxi's mother-in-law to secure her position as Mrs. Zhou. Next time, take me to meet Auntie. Tang Zhen pursed her lips. Let's wait and see. Deep down, she didn't want Ren Yanjing to meet her mother. Since they would part ways eventually, she didn't want too many ties to form. Ren Yanjing said nothing more. He and Tang Zhen had been together for just 2 months. Meeting her family so soon was a bit too quick. He decided to wait a little longer. Just a wall apart, Lu Yu stood on the balcony, pulling back his head from leaning over to the neighboring balcony. She quietly asked Li Ran nearby, "Did you hear? Tang Zhen's mom doesn't agree with her being with Ren Yanjing." Li Ran nodded. The words, "I will never let Ren Yanjing be with Zhou Wan," clearly reached her ears. Lu Yu snorted. Love that isn't accepted by parents can't last long. After saying that, she opened the Ren Yanjing support group and started sharing the latest news with the members. One member said, "This will make everyone laugh. You won't believe what Tang Zhen did today." Other members, who were already chatting, immediately started asking questions. What did she do this time? Did she cause trouble again? Did she stop Ren Yanjing from doing something? One member explained. She asked him, when he was about to take a robot to a competition, whether she was more important or the robot. Lu Yu usually has many friends, and today one of them was also participating in a New Year's event selection. So she knew everything that happened at the competition. Wow, is she just trying to get attention? What did Ren Yanjing say? One member guessed. He was probably annoyed and didn't answer directly. While everyone was chatting excitedly, the message, "Zhang Yan couple today shared some sweet moments," appeared again. He said he wanted to go far with Tang Zhen. He. When this was said, the group members fell silent. The rule of 111 is that no matter what happens in the future, it only cares about the present. At least, the couple they support is still very sweet now. That's enough. When Tang Zhen was lying on her bed, loud music suddenly came from the next room. The music was very loud, thumping loudly. It gave her a headache. Just as Ren Yanjing stood up to remind the neighbors, Tang Zhen received a new task. Task 22, stop the male lead from leaving the room. Tang Zhen guessed what was happening. Is it the voices from the female leads? From the system, she knew Li Ran and Lu Yu were right next door. 111 cursed. Yeah, only a month left, and the female lead just can't stay quiet. Why is she everywhere? Isn't it too early for the male and female leads to meet? 111, of course, it's not the right time yet. The male and female leads are soulmates. When he meets her, he will realize what kind of love he truly wants. But he hasn't broken up with his current partner yet and is not single, so it's not the right time to meet the female lead. Seeing Ren Yanjing almost reach the door, Tang Zhen softly called out, "Ren Yanjing." Ren Yanjing stopped and walked back a few steps to her side. "What's wrong?" Tang Zhen's long eyelashes fluttered. "I have a stomach ache." Ren Yanjing's ears turned red again. "Is the hot water bag cold again? I can warm your stomach with my hand." Where did the male lead learn this? He probably learned it online. In a short time, Ren Yanjing picked up quite a bit of common knowledge. He gently placed his hand over Tang Zhen's stomach through her undershirt, his fingertips slightly numb. "Is it better now?" Tang Zhen turned her head away, softly saying, "It seems a little better." Ren Yanjing finally understood why Zhang Mian's sister kept describing his girlfriend as a small cake. Because she really is sweet and soft. Suddenly, the music from next door stopped. It might have been because other guests complained or for some other reason. After a while, there was a knocking sound coming from the wall, like a ball bouncing against it. The sound was just right to affect only the room where Tang Zhen was, and other hotel guests wouldn't be disturbed. Tang Zhen looked a bit confused. What are the female lead and her friend doing? He was joking. Otherwise, how could he explain the constant pounding on the wall by Lu Yu? Ren Yanjing called the front desk to ask them to handle it. He himself didn't go out. He had planned to go next door and talk to the neighbors himself, but he couldn't leave for even a moment. After some negotiation, the front desk managed to improve the situation. But after a while, the knocking resumed. Ren Yanjing spoke to the front desk again, who replied helplessly. Those two guests said they didn't make any noise. They were clearly refusing to admit it. Dealing with such guests is probably very frustrating for the front desk. Ren Yanjing calmly said, "Upgrade my room to a presidential suite." The front desk was momentarily stunned and then said, "Okay, I will handle it for you." Ren Yanjing and his teammates came out together. He didn't want to stand out too much, so he booked a room for his team and a separate one for himself. But now, he just wanted to give Tangzhen a better place to rest. She deserves the best. Lu Yu chuckled. "I don't believe Yanjing won't come over." Yes, whether it's playing music or knocking on walls, their only goal was to see Ren Yanjing. Unfortunately, they saw several front desk staff, but never met Ren Yanjing. Zhang Mian and Shen Xuanli also came to knock on the door, but she didn't open it. Lu Yu looked annoyed. She's too clingy. Why won't she let him come out? Usually, if there's loud noise from next door, the residents would naturally go to talk. But from start to finish, Ren Yanjing never appeared. Coincidentally, Lu Yu was making noise, so they didn't hear the sounds of Ren Yanjing and Tangzhen leaving the room. By the time they found out Ren Yanjing and Tangzhen moved to the presidential suite, half an hour had passed. Lu Yu really couldn't hold back her anger. He's so nice to this girlfriend. It's just a simple visit to resolve the issue. Why upgrade the room? They were just burning money. Li Ran said, "Forget it next time." She could have gone directly to knock on Ren Yanjing's door, but Tangzhen was inside, and she didn't want to do that. Anyway, they went to the same school, so there would be more chances. Li Ran wasn't sure what she was thinking. When Tangzhen was with Ren Yanjing, she didn't want to go find him. She just wanted to wait until he was alone to get to know him. But now, he rarely had the chance to be alone. The next morning, everyone gathered in the breakfast buffet on the first floor. Shen Xuanli brought a lot of food, sat down and complained, "Yesterday was crazy. Someone was playing music in the room. I went to knock, but they didn't open the door. I wonder if there's something wrong," Zhang Mian advised. "Forget it. When you're outside, you meet all kinds of people." Then he looked at Tangzhen and asked, "How are you today, sister-in-law?" Tangzhen pursed her lips and smiled. "I'm very well. Thank you for asking." Shen Xuanli let out a surprised sound. "Can we go to the beach today?" Tangzhen replied, "Yes." Ren Yanjing took out his phone to check his notes. "Online says it's best to avoid cold water during your period." Tangzhen looked down. "I don't play in the water." Ren Yanjing gently touched her face with the back of his hand. "Be good." The group played at the beach all morning and only drove back near the school in the afternoon. It was getting late, so they decided to have dinner outside. Since they didn't need to drive anymore, Shen Xuanli ordered a few bottles of beer. "Yesterday, we successfully got the performance spot, and we haven't celebrated with drinks yet." Shen Xuanli got excited. "Come on, everyone, let's toast later." Tangzhen had never really drunk alcohol before. She had tasted it before but found it too bitter, so she didn't drink anymore. Today, Shen Xuanli and the others were so lively that she couldn't resist and took a sip. Shen Xuanli smiled happily. "How's your alcohol tolerance, sister-in-law?" Tangzhen tilted her head playfully, her hair falling down. "It should be okay. Then let's toast again, wishing us all a bright future, getting stronger and winning against Shin Qi's grandson every time." Everyone, including Zhang Mian, couldn't help but laugh. Tangzhen drank 2 beers in a row and felt a little tipsy. She thought she wasn't drunk, but she actually was. When she was drunk, she became a bit clingy, holding onto Ren Yanjing's arm without letting go. She didn't cause trouble or talk much. She just looked at him with her big, watery eyes. Ren Yanjing felt his heart almost melt like water. He kissed her cheek. "Are you drunk?" Tangzhen shook her head. "Are you feeling unwell anywhere?" She still shook her head. She just felt a bit dizzy, but it was okay. Shen Xuanli and the others had also drunk quite a bit, and no one teased anyone. Zhang Mian sneered. "A year has passed, and Xuanli still has such a small alcohol tolerance. He always got drunk easily. But he loved to drink. Whenever there was a toast, it was always him." After they had enough to drink, Ren Yanjing paid the bill and took Tangzhen home. But Tangzhen didn't want to take a car. She preferred to walk home. Ren Yanjing agreed. and let her. The two strolled under the starry sky. 111 bumped into it again, saying, "TSK, TSK, TSK, is this what old-fashioned dating looks like? Old-fashioned dating is just walking along the sidewalk." They passed by many different coffee shops, several cake shops, and crossed dozens of traffic lights. It took them over half an hour to get home. At home, Aunt Yu wasn't there. Ren Yanjing called Aunt Yu to ask how to make the hangover soup. When Aunt Yu heard this, she was worried Ren Yanjing might not make it right, so she decided to come over herself to cook the hangover soup for them. While Ren Yanjing was on the phone, Tang Jin stood nearby, sticking close to him, looking at him with big, moist eyes. Even a drunk cat can be too clingy. Ren Yanjing's throat tightened. After hanging up, he asked Tang Jin, "Baby, do you want some water?" Tang Jin shook her head. "Want to play with Zhuang for a while?" She shook her head again. "All right," Ren Yanjing confirmed. When Tang Jin drinks alcohol, she just wants to stick to him. Just cling to him. How cute is a tipsy baby? Ren Yanjing held her in his arms and kissed her face. "I'll get you a hot water bag first. Want to play with Zhuang for a while?" He ordered a hot water bag. While boiling water in the kitchen, Tang Jin sat on the floor playing with Zhuang. During this time, Tang's mother sent her several messages. Although she was a bit drunk, she still had some sense. She knew her mother's messages were probably asking her to break up with Ren Yanjing. Tang Jin took out her phone to look, but the message was too long, and she didn't want to read it. She didn't know how Ren Yanjing set up Zhuang, but Zhuang would slide to his side every now and then, waiting for his commands. Tang Jin rested her chin on her hands, feeling a little upset. So when Ren Yanjing came out, she clingily said, "I think in Zhuang's heart, I might not be as important as you." Ren Yanjing found this funny. He knew Tang Jin was drunk, otherwise, she wouldn't say this normally. "I've known Zhuang longer," he said, because he was the one who developed Zhuang. Zhuang's setting to slide to him regularly was for his convenience, so he could check on Zhuang's status from time to time. Right now, Zhuang was only a semi-finished product. There was still a lot of room for improvement. It wasn't perfect yet, but he couldn't wait to bring Zhuang to her. Tang Jin rested her chin on her hand and said, "But I really like it. Since the first time she saw this small robot, she liked it very much. It said it liked her the most. However, it often left her to go to Ren Yanjing. When Tang Jin drank too much, she became clingy and sweet, saying, "I'm not that important to it." Ren Yanjing patted Tang Jin's cute, round head, told her to go play nearby, and then sat beside her. He explained, "Robots naturally follow commands. You might not be its top priority, but..." Ren Yanjing cleared his throat, looking a bit shy, but he continued, "You are the most important to me." Ren Yanjing's father once told him that most Chinese people are reserved, but when they need to express themselves, they should be brave. Sincerity is the key. He hadn't needed to express much before, except for things related to robots, so he didn't have much desire to share his feelings. Until today, he finally understood what his father meant. Tang Jin felt she was indeed drunk. Otherwise, why would she feel dizzy? Fortunately, Aunt Yu unlocked her with her fingerprint, saving her from the dizziness. Aunt Yu came in, put down her basket of vegetables, took off her shoes, and asked, "Did you guys drink tonight?" "How much?" Ren Yanjing got up from the floor and helped Tang Jin to stand, saying, "Not much." Tang Auntie took her basket to the kitchen and said, "Wait a moment, it will be ready soon." Tang Jin covered her slightly hot face with the back of her hand and said, "I'm going to the bathroom." After entering the bathroom, Tang Jin realized that 111 hadn't spoken for a long time. "Santiao, what are you doing?" 111 hummed and said, arguing with them in the group. Tang Jin was confused. What's wrong? From 111's explanation, Tang Jin learned that after she and Ren Yanjing checked out, the female lead and her best friend took advantage of the ant cleaning up to inspect their room. Then the female lead found out she and Ren Yanjing didn't sleep in the same bed. Lu Yu mocked them again in the group, joking that they Xinyan CP didn't send any sweet messages today, implying they were pretending. 111 couldn't stand the teasing and started arguing with Lu Yu in the group. 111. What's even more annoying is that people in the group are praising them, saying that even Sherlock Holmes would have to admit defeat. But Sherlock Holmes isn't that boring, and he wouldn't bother to observe these things. 111 arrogantly said, I called them both crazy freaks. Tang Zhen was silent for a moment and asked, Who won when you argued? 111 confidently replied, Of course, it was me. It can type thousands of words per second, so in a shouting match, it can't lose. It's good to have one. Between San Tiao and the female lead, Tang Zhen naturally favors her own people. But the female lead seems different from how she is portrayed in the story. Or maybe this is the most real version of her. Christmas and New Year are coming soon, and besides that, Tang Zhen is also preparing for finals week and the CET for exam. Although she's not a top student, Tang Zhen still wants to get good grades. Ren Yanjing is also busy with finals week, so they only have time to be together at night. One day, while Tang Zhen was doing practice questions at her dorm, the task notification sounded again. Task 23. Make the male lead report his whereabouts from time to time, helping him develop the habit of reporting. 111 said seriously, This is still a task that can lower affection points because the male lead needs personal space, and reporting might make him feel restricted. But how can a good boyfriend not have the habit of reporting? Especially since the female lead feels insecure and needs a lot of reassurance. So this remains a task unique to the tree planter. In that popular story, the female lead's insecurity mainly comes from the ex-girlfriend, the female supporting character. Few girls would mind the existence of an ex-girlfriend, and the female lead is no exception. After learning about the female supporting character's death, the female lead finally relaxed. So Tang Zhen is now mostly focusing her mind on earning life points. She doesn't think too much about the male lead's attitude. She doesn't think too much about what the male lead has said. Her only goal is to survive. She was so exhausted from doing practice questions that she leaned her head on the desk in her dorm and sent a message to Ren Yanjing. Check-in. 5 minutes later, Ren Yanjing replied with a. The next second, he immediately started a video call. From the background in the video, he is probably in the lab. Baby, what's wrong? Tang Zhen rested her chin on the table, feeling a bit lazy after doing too many problems, like a sleepy cat. Her voice also carried a charming, relaxed tone. You never told me in advance. As soon as she finished speaking, Shen Xuanli nearby leaned over loudly and said, Sister-in-law, there are no girls in the lab. After that, he asked Ren Yanjing to turn the camera toward the curtains and the hidden spots under the table. Shen Xuanli pulled open the curtains loudly and said, No one is hiding. Then he squatted down and moved around under the table. Still no one here. Zhang Mian also joined in the teasing. There are no outsiders here. Other team members echoed. Me neither. Their reactions made Tang Zhen blush with embarrassment. She turned red and looked a little shy. Got it. Shen Xuanli was still joking around. Our future is all male stars. No girls, Tang Zhen replied. Understood. Ren Yanjing smiled and asked, Are you so worried about me, baby? Tang Zhen took out what 111 had said and said firmly, Reporting in is a must for a good boyfriend. Ren Yanjing pondered and said, Okay, I understand. After ending the video call, Tang Zhen felt a bit confused. It seems like the male lead is very cooperative. 111 responded logically because his teammates are all here. That's just who he is. Even if he's a little unhappy inside, he wouldn't show it in front of others. No matter what, he wouldn't air his private matters in front of outsiders. He still gives you some face in front of his teammates. So, the male lead is a very decent person. That's why, in the original story, his breakup with the female supporting character was also very dignified. He wouldn't be involved in ugly scenes like couples fighting and ignoring each other. He wouldn't embarrass the female supporting character in front of the teammates. Having met such a good person is actually a very lucky thing. Shortly after ending the video call with Ren Yanjing, Tang Zhen received a call from her mother. She hadn't replied to her mother's messages earlier. Even a little cat has its temper. Fortunately, her mother didn't bring up the breakup this time. Come home this weekend. Your stepfather's old friend's daughter is getting married, and they invited our family to attend. Do I have to go too? Aren't you my daughter? Aren't we a family? After Tang mother said this, she finally added, Just remember to come back later. Then hung up the phone. Tang Zhen decided to wait and see if she should go. Unexpectedly, in the evening, she received another video call from Ren Yanjing. This time, Ren Yanjing was not in the laboratory, but at a wedding decoration site. It seemed they had just started decorating, and it looked quite simple for now. On the video, Ren Yanjing said, "My cousin is getting married this weekend. She asked me to help. Let's go to her wedding together this weekend." As soon as he finished speaking, Ren Yanli leaned over and said, "What? Are you reporting to your wife?" Ren Yanjing replied confidently, "Yes." Ren Yanli then pushed his freshly styled hair into the camera and smiled. "Sister-in-law, there are quite a few girls helping at the wedding site. My cousin's pretty bridesmaids are here too. Don't worry, I'll watch over my brother." Ren Yanjing scolded with a smile. "Do you really need to?" He pushed away Yanli's head and casually suggested, "There are quite a few girls here. Maybe we shouldn't hang up the video." Tang Zhen, who was interested in high society weddings, agreed to Ren Yanjing's suggestion. Ren Yanjing first showed her the wedding scene. It was lively, with many helpers and many beautiful girls moving around. They all wore little dresses and had detailed makeup. Tang Zhen asked curiously, "Is the bride's sister Yenner?" Ren Yanjing explained, "No. Yenna's cousin is a non-marriage supporter. The one getting married is Yennen's cousin." It's clear that Ren Yanjing has many relatives, more than 20 cousins and siblings. While taking pictures with his phone, a brother who was free came over and asked, "Is this a live stream?" Ren Yanjing nodded faintly. The brother got interested and asked, "How many people are watching? Is it a lot?" After asking, he tidied up his hair. Yanli, standing nearby, chuckled secretly. "Just one person. Do you think he has many fans?" The brother was confused and a little doubtful. "Just one? Ren Yanjing, how could he have so few followers?" Ren Yanli successfully played a prank and laughed loudly, saying, "Brother Yanjing is video chatting with his girlfriend, live streaming for her." That brother finally realized he had misunderstood and muttered with a low laugh, "Just now a bridesmaid was asking about you." "I told her you have a girlfriend now." Yanjing replied, "Thanks." Tang Zhen was doing practice questions while video chatting with Yanjing, occasionally talking to 111. 111 was live streaming the top 10 campus singers competition for her. The female lead is actually participating in the top 10 singers? Why has she been so high-profile lately? In the original story, the female lead was entirely focused on studying, working hard every day to be #1 in her major. After joining the male lead's team, she dedicated herself to robotics, with no free time for other activities. But now, she has participated in almost all the competitions where she could show off. Otherwise, how could she be called the female lead? Whether it's sports day or the top 10 singers contest, she performs perfectly. 111, she sang a song about secret crushes. Tang Zhen asked, "Did she sing well? Although I am a bit picky about her personality, I can't criticize her singing." "She sang quite well." Tang Zhen put down her pen, resting her chin on her hands, blinking, and said, "I want to hear it too." 111, someone should upload the video later. Today, the Yanjing support group was flooded with messages from a streamer. She shared many clips of Li Ran singing. A streamer asked, "Who is this beautiful person?" Another asked, "Beautiful and talented. Who wouldn't be captivated? It's a pity Yanjing didn't attend the live event." Another said, "Wow, my girl performed exceptionally well today. She sang so beautifully." Several friends in the group, who were close to the streamer, also cheered her on.
"She really sang well."
"Sounds great." Today, 111 had a playful argument with Lu Yu all day. Seeing these messages, it mischievously decided to speak up again. Did the Yanjing and his partner couple post today? Yanjing is video chatting with his girlfriend. How could he have time to watch the singing contest? After saying this, it quietly disappeared into the crowd of comments telling it to kick it out and remove it quickly. In the evening, Tang Zhen finally saw the video of Li Ran singing. It was forwarded to her by her roommate, Tian Tian. Li Ran singing was naturally not as good as a professional singer's, but her emotional expression was very strong. She drew listeners into the bittersweet feelings of secret love. She saw many comments below saying that the singer must have lots of experience with secret love, or she couldn't sing with such feeling. People also wondered who Li Ran was secretly in love with. The main character always seems to do very well in everything she tries. This time, she also won first place. Tang Zhen quietly liked the video and then put away her phone. Just after she liked it, Ren Yanjing happened to arrive home and brought her some small snacks made by her cousin. When Tang Zhen came out of her room, Ren Yanjing was on a call with Clingy. Captain, many people are saying that the winner of the top 10 singers competition secretly likes you, haha. She even sang a song called Secret Love, and I heard a lot of people cried listening to it. Ren Yanjing said, "Stop joking." Clingy, enjoying the fun, said, "No wonder my wife is checking on things." Seeing Tang Zhen come out, Ren Yanjing handed her a few small cookies. Made by Sister Yenin. "Wanna try?" Tang Zhen took the cookies, took a quick bite, and found they were very delicious. Clingy said, "Oh, is your wife nearby?" "Never mind, I'll hang up now." After hanging up, Ren Yanjing forgot about the top 10 singers contest and asked, "Are they tasty?" "Yes." "Then have another piece." Ren Yanjing liked watching Tang Zhen eat. She ate slowly, like a little hamster, obediently. The next day, Tang Zhen received another message from her mother, who had ordered her 2 dresses to try on. After trying them, only the waistline needed to be taken in a bit. Everything else was perfect. She didn't care much about what she wore. Even if she wore a cheap dress, it would still look good. But when she tried on the dresses, her emotional value was high. "Zhen, you look great, so beautiful." This made Tang Zhen feel a little shy. When she returned to school, she heard students in the media arts department discussing Li Ran's song, Secret Love. Just like Clingy said, many people said it made them cry. Tang Zhen couldn't help but think that soon, the heroine would get what she wanted. Because the day she and Ren Yanjing officially broke up was getting closer. It was Sunday. Early in the morning, Tang Zhen was awakened by a phone call from her mother. As soon as she answered, her mother asked, "You didn't come home last night. Have you left now?" Displeased, her mother said, "What will you do about your makeup if you don't come home?" Tang Zhen replied, "I won't wear makeup anymore." Her mother responded over the phone, "That's true. Your face is naturally good, so you don't need makeup. If you do, you'll outshine the bride. Later, I want to see you at the wedding." "Don't stand me up," Tang Zhen assured her. "I will go." She planned to attend the wedding, but not because her mother asked her to. It was because of 111 and Ren Yanjing. Whenever there's a lively event, it often triggers her tasks, so 111 wouldn't let her miss such a good opportunity. As for Ren Yanjing, he had invited her to join his cousin's wedding from the start. She agreed, so she wouldn't break her promise. That morning, Tang Zhen left together with Ren Yanjing. He was driving the same ice blue Porsche as before. The car sped along the wide highway, and half an hour later, they arrived at the wedding venue. A few days earlier, the place was still plain and undecorated. But now, through everyone's efforts, the wedding site looked luxurious, delicate, romantic, and warm, dazzling everyone. Tang Zhen couldn't help but praise. "So beautiful." Her eyes shone brightly with sincere admiration on her pretty face. Ren Yanjing also contributed to the wedding scene. He had come over 3 days in a row to help. He had also video called Tang Zhen for 3 days straight. Together, they watched the scene gradually become perfect. But the pictures on the screen could never compare to the impact of being there in person. Seeing Tang Zhen's sparkling, beautiful eyes, Ren Yanjing softly said, "You will be even more beautiful in the future." Tang Zhen heard him clearly, but when she thought about the possible ending of their relationship, she could only pretend she didn't hear. Ren Yanjing didn't say anything more. The wedding scene, surrounded by flowers and filled with a rich floral scent, was worth a fortune. Today, Tang Zhen wore a shiny black strapless dress with a white fur coat over it. This morning, Ren Yanjing had planned to wear a royal blue suit, but after seeing her dress, he chose to switch back to black. Tang Zhen held Ren Yanjing's hand as they walked inside. The wedding venue was very large. The bride and groom hadn't arrived yet, but many guests were already there. Well-dressed waiters moved around in the middle. One male waiter saw Tang Zhen and covered his mouth slightly, looking surprised.
"Tang Zhen?
Is that really you?" Tang Zhen looked at his unfamiliar face but couldn't remember his name. It was only because 111 reminded her, "This is the original owner's elementary school classmate, Yu. Tang Zhen was a bit stunned. "Yes, it's me." Yu looked at Tang Zhen and then at Ren Yanjing with mixed feelings. "You followed your mother and really made it big. Do you remember when we were classmates?" Your family was very poor. You used to eat only cheap white bread for breakfast. Back then, we all thought you had a hard life. He had a proud father who wouldn't bow to small favors and an ambitious mother, living in a shabby house.
And now?
He was just a waiter, a minor character at this fancy wedding, while someone who was once so poor they could barely afford food now appeared so glamorous. It showed how much they had changed. Yu Yu's coworker pulled him aside, signaling him to stop talking. Yu Yu sighed. Your dad still lives in that small alley. That idealist still chased his art, looking unkempt and struggling to get by. His ex-wife married into a wealthy family with their only daughter. They were no longer in the same world. After saying this, he didn't care how Tang Jin felt and followed his coworker away. In just a short time, many people had overheard their conversation. But everyone kept a polite, fake smile on their faces. Everyone acted as if nothing had happened. If the female supporting character had a scar in her heart that no one could mention, it would definitely be her background. She had always been careful, not wanting anyone to know what kind of life she had lived, because those times were too shameful. Later in the story, her past was still exposed. During that time, she broke up with the male lead and lost her emotional support, which led to her having a car accident due to her distracted state. Just as Tang Jun was about to feel something, the task reminder sounded again. Task 24. Argue with the male lead that the facts are not as he believes. The female character is shallow, proud, vain, and arrogant. She has her own pride. Even though her childhood was very difficult, she doesn't want anyone to know about it. She doesn't need anyone's pity. She only wants everyone to remember her glamorous and shining side. After becoming the female character, Tang Jun occasionally had some scattered memories. For her, those memories were a dark past she never wanted to mention, but surprisingly, she also felt there were warm moments in that time. Ren Yanjing picked up a beautiful, delicate small cake from the table and asked, "Baby, do you want to eat?" He thoughtfully didn't mention what just happened. Tang Jun carefully thought about this task. The task is to make the male lead believe she had a good life before, right? Actually, she doesn't think those days were really miserable. Tang Jun took the cake. As they happened to walk to a less crowded place, she took a bite and said, "My dad is a painter. He paints traditional Chinese paintings. He doesn't make much money, but he buys me candied hawthorn and roasted sweet potatoes. In winter, he even rides a tricycle to take me out for a walk." Our home was in a small alley, and back then, people were very warm and caring. Neighbors would share their good food with me. Everyone took good care of me. Actually, plain steamed buns are very tasty, sweet, and simple. 1 in the morning is enough to fill me up. I'm doing quite well. Ren Yanjing hugged her suddenly, resting his chin on her head, his voice low and slightly pained. I understand. Tang Jin glanced at the task, noticing it was still marked as unfinished. What's going on? The 3 explanations say, it's probably because the male lead doesn't believe you and thinks your past was indeed hard. Tang Jin pursed her lips, blinking as she continued. Don't you believe me? Actually, I really had a good life. Not at all bitter. Although she didn't have dolls or a fancy, beautiful home, she had candied hawthorn and roasted sweet potatoes. Although Mother Tang often argued with Father Tang over money issues, Father Tang was very patient and rarely argued back. Fighting was almost impossible. Father Tang was deeply immersed in his art. He spent 24 hours a day painting, with 16 hours dedicated to creating art. The remaining time was for eating, sleeping, and spending time with family. For Tang Jun, candied hawthorn and roasted sweet potatoes are warm memories. Ren Yanjing said, I believe you. A liar. Although he said he believed, he still didn't complete the task. This was the first time Tang Jun encountered a task she couldn't finish. 111. Jun. Every task is precious because they get harder as you go along, making them more difficult to complete. Tang Jun asked, what should I do? 111 comforted her, it's okay. If you really can't complete the task, it will refresh into a new one later. Tang Jun felt relieved. Actually, she had considered from the start that some tasks might be impossible to finish. Now that it happened, she had no trouble accepting it. She wasn't a top-tier task performer and couldn't guarantee 100% success. Just after she finished a small piece of cake, Mother Tang came over wearing high heels about 10 centimeters tall. She didn't look at Ren Yanjing, only at Tang Zhen, and said calmly, "I want to talk with my daughter." "Can you leave for a bit?" Ren Yanjing didn't want to leave, but since they were having a private mother-daughter talk, he had no reason to stay. He told Tang Zhen, "I'll be nearby. Call me if you need anything." Throughout the conversation, Mother Tang didn't give Ren Yanjing even a single unnecessary glance. After Ren Yanjing left, Mother Tang's face turned cold. "I heard you just met an elementary school classmate. This circle can't keep secrets." Although no one openly mocked, gossip spread quickly. Tang Zhen replied, "Yes, Mother Tang cursed you fiercely. What does he mean by bringing up the past at such a gathering? Just to annoy us. If that memory was a dark history for the female character, for Mother Tang, it was a dark time she never wanted to recall. It was her most impoverished period. Her first husband was an unconventional person, a romantic idealist who only cared about art. He often surprised her with small romantic gestures. He will suddenly appear on her birthday, holding a bouquet of handmade red roses. He also paints for her, capturing beautiful moments on paper. But these romantic gestures are eventually lost in daily chores and routines. She, being a practical person and an idealist, clearly lives in a different world. Yu finally asked, "What does that man mean? Is he implying she is a gold digger?" They parted ways amicably, and even the people involved didn't say much. What right does Yu have to give advice as an outsider? Tang's mother is tired of thinking about that man. She has had enough of living each day worried about money. So, she must secure her position as Mrs. Zhou. She looked at Tang Zhen and said calmly, "When will you break up?" "Yes, the question about breaking up has finally come, though late." Tang Zhen doesn't want to discuss this with her mother in such a setting. "I have my own plans." Her mother took a deep breath. Today, she was dressed in luxurious jewelry, acting like a wealthy wife. She didn't want to lose her temper on such a day, so she only replied calmly, "You better be sure about that." From what she knew, Tang Zhen hasn't been dating her current boyfriend for long. Such a short time can't have built deep feelings. Not breaking up now is just rebelliousness. The more her parents push for a breakup, the more she resists. It's just teenage defiance. So, her mother doesn't want to pressure her too much. She plans to ask Tang Zhen about the breakup every now and then. Anyway, Zhou Shuxi is at home. He can't run away. After mentioning the breakup, her mother looked at Tang Zhen's outfit today and was pleased. "My daughter is beautiful. Tang Zhen has fair skin and looks lovely. Today, her black dress and fur coat make her look noble. Who would guess she once lived in a poor neighborhood and couldn't even afford food? Just standing there, she radiates a shining aura." Finally marrying into the Zhou family, her mother really doesn't want to have any ties to the past. She doesn't want to remember the past, and Tang Zhen probably doesn't want to either, right? In Tang Zhen's memory, her father was a talented painter, but he was too rigid and inflexible, unable to turn his paintings into money. For him, making money was not as important as finding a true friend and achieving his dreams. Once, there were people who wanted to buy his paintings, but they didn't understand art. They just thought his paintings were cheap and bought them to decorate their homes. In the end, he didn't sell that painting. Maybe he was a good dreamer and a father who played with his daughter, but clearly, he was not a good husband. She was not the original wife. She didn't hate or love Mr. Tang. Not bothering each other might be the best way to stay peaceful. After talking with Mr. Tang's mother for a while, she went to find her current husband and stepchildren. When she left, Ren Yanjing came over and asked, "What did your mother say?" The main point of her talk with Mr. Tang's mother was to ask when she would break up. But there was no need to tell Yanjing about that. Tang Zhen stepped forward, hugged his arm, and pretended to be sweet, saying, "She didn't say much. She told me not to take Yu's words to heart." Yanjing smiled but didn't expose her little lie. Someone like Mr. Tang's mother wouldn't comfort her by saying not to worry about those words. But her little one was so thoughtful. She always tried to help others. Tang Zhen's personality probably came from her father, not her mother. Although he felt a bit sorry for Mr. Tang, he was glad he wasn't short of money and could earn well. It seemed he needed to work harder to make more money in the future. Almost everyone from the Yanjing family attended the wedding. They also invited many celebrities and friends they often met. The wedding was lively and bustling. At the wedding, Tang Zhan met Yanjing's parents. They looked like kind middle-aged people, dressed in matching formal clothes, with a hint of their youthful handsomeness and beauty still visible. When they first met, Yanjing's mother gave Tang Zhen a green gemstone bracelet. Even someone like Tang Zhen, who didn't know much about jewelry, could tell it was valuable. It was very expensive. Tang Zhen was unsure whether to accept it. Yanjing's mother smiled gently and said, "Take it, little Tang." Tang Zhen pressed his lips and said, "Thank you, madam." Yanjing's mother couldn't help but smile and gently pinched Tang Zhen's face. Tang Zhen blinked in confusion. Yanjing's mother said, "It's okay. I just wanted to see your skin. You don't seem to have makeup on." Tang Zhen responded softly, "Yes, Annie. TSK, really so soft and easy to squeeze." Such a bargain for Ren Yanjing. Today, Ren's parents were quite busy, helping to entertain many guests, so after a few words, they left. As soon as they were out of Ren Yanjing's sight, Mother Ren couldn't help but lift her right hand and say, "Old Ren, you don't know how good it feels." Father Ren cleared his throat, but said nothing. As an elder, he couldn't casually comment on the younger generation. Mother Ren continued, "It's really so easy to squeeze. I envy my son so much. He's so lucky, and he has good taste." Father Ren smiled. "He doesn't even look at the daughters of old family friends. I thought he was destined to be a monk, but it turns out he just has high standards." TSK. Unexpected. Truly unexpected. Not long after Father and Mother Ren left, Yan Fu walked over in a sharp suit. He held a glass of champagne, greeted Tang Zhen, then turned to Yanjing and said, "The best man has a stomach upset and can't go on stage. Yan Unside wants you to step in. What do you think?" Tang Zhen's system beeped, about to give a task, but Yanjing had already refused. No, this was the first time Tang Zhen encountered a task glitch. Beep, beep, then a loud noise like a static. Did it get stuck? The 24th task was about to refresh, but halfway through it retracted. Tang Zhen couldn't help asking, "San Tiao, what's going on?" 111. The system always aligns with the female character's role and releases the most suitable task. It seems the previous task wasn't quite right, or it was suitable at first but no longer fits, so it was cancelled. Tang Zhen responded with an "oh," not thinking much. Yan Fu was a bit surprised. "What's wrong?" "It's just a little favor." He was also one of the groomsmen. Yan Yanli was too. As a descendant of the Yan family, the wedding was naturally very luxurious and grand. There were 24 groomsmen and bridesmaids in total. Now, one groomsman had a problem, and they couldn't find a suitable replacement at the last minute. After thinking hard, they could only think of Yanjing. Yanjing asked, "Are we missing a bridesmaid?" Yan Fu replied, "No, just a groomsman." This best man was really something. He suddenly backed out at the last minute. He was so unreliable. Ren Yanjing said, "Then I might not be suitable." Ren Yanfu was initially confused, but then he thought of something and asked, "Does the bride's sister mind?" Generally, as long as someone is unmarried, they can be a best man or maid of honor. There's no rule that you have to be single to be a best man. Tang Zhen didn't really mind that much. Since Ren Yanfu came to ask Ren Yanjing, it was clear they really needed someone. To make sure the wedding went smoothly, having Ren Yanjing be the best man was fine. After all, this was the only grand wedding of Ren Yanen's sister in her life. But just as she was about to speak, Ren Yanjing asked, "Have you asked Zhou Shuxi? He's single, so there shouldn't be any issues." Ren Yanjing said, emphasizing the word single. "He probably fits well." Then Ren Yanjing added casually, "During the activities, he might even fall in love at first sight with one of the bridesmaids." Ren Yanfu was stunned at first, then burst out laughing. There's definitely something going on. So Zhou Shuxi really is Ren Yanjing's romantic rival? Was it just a guess and joke before, and now it's confirmed? This guy even pointed out that Zhou Shuxi is just a single guy, so no one would mind if he was the best man. Really such mischief. Ren Yanfu went to ask Zhou Shuxi again, but Zhou Shuxi also refused. "Don't ask, he just said it was inconvenient." If the setting weren't inappropriate, Ren Yanfu would have asked, "Aren't you single? What's inconvenient?" But he couldn't say that out loud. There were guests all around, and asking that would be rude. Ren Yanfu couldn't help but curse in his mind the unreliable best man who suddenly dropped out. If it weren't for that best man, all this wouldn't have happened. After being turned down multiple times, Ren Yanfu finally gave up and managed to persuade someone else to step in. Although this new person wasn't as tall or handsome as Ren Yanjing or Zhou Shusi, he was easygoing and promised to cooperate fully in all the activities. Fine, he would do. Tang Zhen had never seen such an exciting and lively wedding prelude before. The bridesmaids and groomsmen took turns to liven up the atmosphere. When it was time for the games segment, 12 teams of groomsmen and bridesmaids danced together in a passionate, lively duet. It turns out that being a groomsman also involves dancing. Hee with a smile. Zhen, or what do you think? You thought groomsmen and bridesmaids just show up and stand still? No way. Next, there were even more close interactions between the groomsmen and bridesmaids. So even if Ren Yanjing didn't refuse, the system would still assign tasks to prevent him from being a groomsman. Each groomsman and bridesmaid was a dance king or queen. In the end, even the bride and groom joined the dance. The music was lively and energetic, and the atmosphere was completely heated up. After the dance, it was time for the vows. The groom expressed his love deeply while reaching into his pocket, planning to take out the ring box. But his pocket was empty. The groom was momentarily stunned, feeling around but still finding nothing. He was a bit nervous and didn't know what to do, so he tried to stall by recalling past memories. Tang Zhen was drinking the juice that Ren Yanjing had just handed her when she heard 111's teasing. Unreliable groomsman, even more unreliable groom. He lost the ring box just by dancing. If the full score is 100, I would give this groom 0. Tang Zhen blinked in confusion. San Tiao, what's going on? During the dance, the groom moved too wildly and the ring box fell. There was plenty of time to fix it, but he didn't realize the ring was missing. Tang Zhen asked, what should we do now? 111 nonchalantly said, there's nothing we can do. The wedding is going to be ruined by the groom. 111 couldn't help but mock. Such a basic mistake would never happen to the main character. The groom is already 26 years old. How can he mess up such a small thing? 111 fully criticized, mocking the groom as completely useless. Tang Zhen put down her juice and asked, San Tiao, do you know where the ring box fell? 111 replied, Zhen, are you going to pick it up? Tang Zhen nodded, yes. All right, let me scan for it. After a few seconds, 111 said, it's in the gap in the middle of the left stage. Tang Zhen glanced at the groom on stage. The groom was sweating all over his forehead, clearly very nervous. Other guests thought he was nervous because of the wedding, but only Tang Zhen and 111 knew what he was really worried about. 111 was again criticizing the groom. Today, there were 12 groomsmen. Besides Ren Yanfu and Ren Yanli, the other 10 were all friends of the groom. One almost quit, and the other actually did, nearly disrupting the wedding flow. The issue with the groomsmen was resolved, but now it was the groom's turn. Tang Zhen leaned close to Ren Yanjing and whispered, Ren Yanjing, I saw something fall out of the groom's pocket when he was dancing earlier. The music was so loud that Ren Yanjing didn't hear clearly. He just felt his ears go numb. He turned his head and leaned close to Tang Zhen's ear, whispering, Baby, come closer. Tang Zhen's eyes widened slightly.
Come closer.
Like this?
But
that's too close, isn't it? Time was running out, so Tang Zhen had no choice but to lean in and repeat what she said. Next to them, Ren Yanner teased, Hey, you two are way too close. Whispering secrets. Do you need to be this close? It didn't look like whispering anymore. It looked more like they were kissing each other's ears. Let's give the bride and groom some face, okay? This time, Ren Yanjing heard clearly. In fact, he didn't catch what the groom said at all. He wasn't even looking at the stage. His eyes were fixed on Tang Zhen. He had no idea the groom was now sweating nervously. This was the grand wedding of the Ren and Li families. If anything went wrong, they would be laughed at for a lifetime. Ren Yanjing took Tang Zhen's hand and asked, Baby, did you see where it fell?
Tang Zhen not dead.
Ren Yanjing and Ren Yanner said, We'll be right back, and then they left with Tang Zhen. Holding hands, they weaved through many waiters and reached the left side of the stage. Guided by 111, they finally found the lonely ring. The ring box was missing. Only a single ring was left. Luckily, Ren Yanjing had to kneel down and reach into a gap to pick it up. Fortunately, the lights were dim, so most guests didn't see what happened, except for a few observant ones. Ren Yanjing held the ring in his palm, making sure no one noticed anything unusual. He found Ren Yanfu and handed the ring to him. As soon as Yanfu took the ring, he guessed what was happening. He couldn't help but curse silently. In this kind of event, how could the ring fall? How could the groom be as unreliable as the best man? Ren Yanjing patted his shoulder, and the rest of the event was no longer his concern, nor Tang Zhen's. Yanfu didn't delay anymore. He strode confidently onto the stage, smiling as he approached the groom, and magically pulled out a diamond ring from his pocket. The groom was relieved and quickly took the ring from his hand. He placed the ring on the bride's finger and loudly called out, "Wife." The crowd erupted in applause. After picking up the ring, the couple was supposed to return to their seats, but Ren Yanjing pulled Tang Zhen to a quiet corner. He cupped her face with both hands and praised her. "Baby, you're so amazing." Tang Zhen shook her head seriously. "I'm not amazing. It's 111 who is amazing. If it weren't for 111, she wouldn't even know where the ring fell. 111 is the real hero." Even 111 was shy about it. "Ha, Zhen, it's just a small thing." It really was a small matter, but without Tang Zhen, 111 wouldn't bother with this mess. Ren Yanjing leaned down and kissed Tang Zhen's eyes, then hugged her in his arms. How could his baby be so adorable? It was too cute when he seriously said she wasn't amazing. The boring wedding became interesting because of her presence. Ren Yanjing's phone vibrated wildly. He took it out and glanced at the screen. Sure enough, the group was discussing the ring exchange moment. Yanfu said the ring was handed to him by Ren Yanjing. Ren Yanjing casually typed, "My girlfriend saw it. He was just a messenger." Soon, the group was filled with praise for Tang Zhen. Finally, old Master Ren spoke up. "From now on, everyone be more careful. Don't make such basic mistakes." "Remember that," Yanfu replied. "Got it." Yanli replied. "Understood, Grandpa." Ren Yanjing nonchalantly typed, "Grandpa, you're overthinking. How could he make such a basic mistake? His future wedding would definitely be the most thoughtful and perfect." This was a long and warm hug. Tang Zhen felt a bit uneasy and asked 111, "San Tiao, I feel like." 111 immediately replied, "No problem, Zhen. The hug is fine. As a new system, it might not be very reliable, but surely the affection detector should be trustworthy, right?" "It must be, especially since it consulted the top system 001. But Tang Zhen still felt something was off. "But," 111 explained, "Zhen, do you think this hug feels strange?" "Actually, it's fine. Remember, you just helped the Yen family solve a big crisis." The male lead was so excited that he wanted to hug you to celebrate, which is normal, right? There were quite a few people watching this wedding. If something went wrong, the Yen family would really become the joke of the town. The Yen family couldn't afford that. Hearing this, Tang Zhen thought 111's explanation made sense. In big families like theirs, appearance and reputation are very important. Losing a ring is small, losing face is big. So, she didn't think much more about it. With the system watching over her, she just needed to follow the task. After exchanging rings, the wedding segment paused, and guests started to dine. During the meal, Yen Er asked, "Did you leave any words on the memorial wall?" The memorial wall was for guests to write messages, like blessings for the bride and groom, as a special way to remember the wedding. Tang Zhen had never heard of a memorial wall before. Yen Jing gave her a piece of crystal lotus root and said, "Not yet." Yen Er said, "Then you should leave some words later." Yen Jing nodded. "Okay." After lunch, since the bride, groom, bridesmaids, groomsmen, and other activities were busy, Tang Zhen and Yen Jing decided to go to the memorial wall to have some fun. When they arrived, about 3/4 of the wall was already filled with drawings and messages. Tang Zhen picked up a pen and started drawing on the empty space. She drew a cute, chibi-style version of herself and Yen Jing holding hands. If everything went as planned, this was probably her first and last time attending a wedding with Yen Jing of the Yen family. So she wanted to leave something meaningful on the wall, to prove she had been there. After drawing the chibi version of the little person, She wrote below, wishing sister Ren Yanjing a happy wedding. Forever happy. Finished. Tang Zhen happily handed the pen to Ren Yanjing. Ren Yanjing, it's your turn to write. Ren Yanjing went to the staff to exchange for a red pen, then drew a heart between his and Tang Zhen's chibi figures. Then, they finished work. Tang Zhen looked surprised. Ren Yanjing, you're so careless. Careless? Ren Yanjing thought for a moment, then switched back to a black pen and wrote their names on the chibi figures, Ren Yanjing and Tang Zhen. He also added the date and time. After finishing, they truly finished work. It was already perfect. Nothing more needed to be added. Just after finishing the memorial wall, Ren Yanfu's side notified Ren Yanjing and Tang Zhen to gather for a group photo. Group photos are a must at events like weddings. When they arrived at the photo area, Zhou Xuxi and Zhou Wan had just arrived. Zhou Xuxi's expression was calm, showing nothing on his face. Zhou Wan looked at Tang Zhen with complicated feelings, jealousy mixed with envy. She stepped a few paces forward and took the initiative to invite Ren Yanjing. Can I take a photo with you? As soon as Zhou Wan asked, Tang Zhen's task 24 was triggered. Task 24. Dominate the male lead, prevent him from taking a solo photo with a girl. This task was so bossy. The female supporting character thought. Loving Brain is just about monopolizing your boyfriend, not letting him contact any other girls. Compared to her, the female lead was much more generous. If it were the female lead here, she definitely wouldn't let the person asking for a photo embarrass herself. But now it was the female supporting character. Under the gazes of Zhou Xuxi and Zhou Wan, Tang Zhen forced herself to refuse. No, after saying that, she thought for a moment and added, but you can take a photo with us. Zhou Wan was almost furious. She only wanted a photo with Ren Yanjing, not with Tang Zhen and Ren Yanjing together. What did Tang Zhen mean by that? Pity her? Sympathize with her? Give her a chance for a 3-person photo? Did she need that? She didn't need it. She looked at Ren Yanjing and couldn't help but raise her voice slightly. Ren Yanjing, aren't you going to do something? Ren Yanjing asked back. What does it matter? Zhou Wan was almost furious. She won't let you take photos with others. Ren Yanjing nodded. I listened to my girlfriend. Tang Zhen pursed her lips. 3 points. Didn't you say the main character doesn't like to be restricted? But this is Zhou Wan. Ren Yanjing doesn't like girls who are reckless or thoughtless. Zhou Wan fits both. Anyway, you refused on his behalf, so he just went along with it. Besides, if there's a troublemaker, you can be the one to handle it. I see. Zhou Wan turned and walked away. When someone else wanted to take a photo with Ren Yanjing, she sneered and said, his girlfriend is strict. She won't even let him take photos. Hearing this obvious provocation, Yenna couldn't help but laugh and cover her mouth. Yanjing isn't a careless person. Since he agreed, it must mean it's his own decision. Why does Tang Zhen care? Zhou Wan snorted softly. She was also a member of the Ren family, so she was definitely speaking up for Yanjing. This was the Ren family gathering. She couldn't afford to offend anyone. Why not just leave? But Zhou Xuxi didn't agree for her to leave. What would she look like if she left now? Zhou Wan was afraid of her older brother, so she had no choice but to stay and take the photo. However, just before the photo, another small incident happened. It started because one of the groomsmen's girlfriends was upset. Earlier in the afternoon, during the game, the groomsman had carried another bridesmaid in a playful princess carry. Seeing this, the girlfriend got jealous. The groomsman didn't think it was a big deal. Baby, it's just a game. Everyone's playing. I can't just ignore it, right? The girlfriend looked displeased. I knew I shouldn't have let you be a groomsman. The groomsman hurriedly said, No, I'm good friends with Lee. It's his wedding day, and he invited me to be a groomsman. How could I refuse? The girlfriend was persistent. In your heart, is it more important to me or your brother? Without hesitation, the groomsman said, Of course, you're more important, baby. But today is his wedding day. Can we not argue? The girlfriend still couldn't let it go. Why did you just carry her? The groomsman sighed. I told you it's just a game. Nothing else. The girlfriend shouted angrily. You. Break up. I want to break up with you. The two argued so loudly that people nearby could hear. As soon as they heard the word, break up. The other groomsmen stepped forward to stop the fight. On a wedding day, these two are causing a scene. Does that seem right? Hearing the argument, Tangjin looked at Ren Yanjing and couldn't help but ask, Ren Yanjing, if one day we also have a fight. Before she finished, Ren Yanjing immediately lowered his head and covered her mouth. Be good. I won't be a groomsman. So, the problems between this couple won't happen to them. They won't argue because of it. And they definitely won't break up over interactions between the best man and maid of honor.
Tangjin bờ liên kết.
With so many close friends of the male lead, is it really okay that he doesn't ask any of them to be groomsmen? Won't it affect their friendship? Thinking of Zhang Mian, Shen Chuanli, Fong Fong, and others, Tangjin couldn't help but say, they'll be very disappointed. After all, having Ren Yanjing as a groomsman is a big honor and a sign of true friendship. But he said he wouldn't be a groomsman for anyone. Ren Yanjing replied, as long as you're not disappointed. Tangjin was slightly stunned. 111. If I didn't know for sure that this is really the male lead, I would think he's a bad guy. How is the male lead so good? Is he really that smart and talented? Some things seem instinctive for him, surpassing many others in just 2 months. Is this what a top student is like? Always doing better at everything? But he seems a bit too perfect. When it comes to the female lead, if she wants to surpass the supporting female character, won't that be a bit difficult? But 111 just thought about it casually and quickly immersed himself in the sweet moments. Tangjin's heart was pounding a little faster.
Ren Yanjing leaned slightly closer.
Why don't you call me husband anymore? Now she always calls him by his full name, no longer just a Yujing. In fact, Tangjin was intentionally trying to keep some distance from the male lead, starting with changing how she addressed him. But she didn't expect the male lead to notice so quickly. After being exposed, Tangjin felt a bit awkward. Ren Yanjing recalled the love experiences of a few friends around him and asked, what did I do wrong? So, he used calling her by her full name to tease her? Tangjin shook her head. No. Did I make you unhappy? No. Then why don't you call me husband? The male lead pressed closer, making Tangjin feel a bit helpless. Her watery eyes showed some confusion. Is this right? It doesn't seem quite right. Tangjin urgently called the system in her mind. 3 lines. 111, here. 111 responded quickly. Zhen, you want to ask why the male lead wants you to call him husband, right? Because you used to act very close to him and now suddenly calling him by his full name, your attitude has become much colder. The male lead is so proud, he will definitely reflect on whether something went wrong. Zhen, even if you want to play hard to get, you should do it gradually. For example, your mom before you called her mom. If one day you suddenly called her Mrs. Zhou or used her full name, she would definitely be upset. Tangjin.
Oh, right.
If she called Tang's mother Mrs. Zhou, her mother might find it hard to keep her composure and would ask why she called her that. Tangjin understood now. 111 said sincerely, Zhen, everything should follow the task. No need to privately change how you address her to play hard to get.
Tangjin understood.
She raised her face and softly called, husband. Her tone was like sugar frosting, sweet enough to warm this winter. Ren Yanjing smiled slightly. I'm here. You don't need to worry about being the best man. He didn't say it definitively. Whether he would be the best man depended on whether Tangjin would be a bridesmaid. While their conversation ended here, another couple was still arguing. The more the groomsmen tried to mediate, the more heated the fight became. The bridesmaids who interacted with the best man felt awkward. If only she hadn't played the game, she wouldn't be in this mess. The girlfriend's emotions collapsed, and she shouted, break up. I'm breaking up with you today. The best man also grew impatient. Break up then? Whoever doesn't break up is a dog. At this point, the two naturally decided to split up. Tangjin was stunned for a moment and said to 111, 3 lines, I didn't know breaking up could be so quick. Of course, breaking up is that simple. There's no such thing as impossible to end. So, Zhen, don't worry. Breaking up with the male lead isn't hard. Once you complete the main task, you'll get a generous reward. Super easy. Tangjin responded with a hum. The groom's girlfriend ran off, and the groom didn't chase after her. He and the other groomsmen stood casually around the groom, laughing lightly. Sorry, Laoli, for making you look like a fool. The groom didn't react much, but the bride looked upset. Still, the group had to continue taking photos. A large crowd stood in several rows, directed by the photographer. The props were ready, a tiered platform with 6 levels, enough for many people to stand on. Tang Zhen and Ren Yanjing moved to the 6th level and found a spot near the edge. Soon, Zhou Susi and Zhou Wan arrived and stood next to Ren Yanjing. From left to right, the lineup was Tang Zhen, Ren Yanjing, Zhou Susi, and Zhou Wan. Zhou Susi adjusted his sleeve and asked Tang Zhen, "Are you so unfamiliar with Big Brother now, you don't even call him?" Tang Zhen pursed her lips and called out, "Big Brother." After hearing this, Zhou Susi smiled softly. Zhou Wan looked at her brother with some suspicion. When did her brother start liking to be called Big Brother? Just as she was about to ask, others arrived and took their places. Zhou Wan quickly focused on socializing and forgot about her brother. By the time everyone was in position, about 20 minutes had passed. The photographer shouted from the front, "I'll count down 3, 2, 1. When I say, do your poses, be lively, and smile as brightly as you can," the bridesmaids and groomsmen responded, "Got it. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, everyone threw flower petals into the air. The bride and groom exchanged kisses. Meanwhile, behind the crowd, Ren Yanjing held Tang Zhen's hand, their fingers intertwined.
Click.
This moment was forever captured. After the wedding, the groom's family arranged accommodations for guests who couldn't return home that night at their large estate. Tang Zhen and Ren Yanjing were also assigned a guest room. As soon as they returned to the room, Ren Yanjing was called away by a phone call from Ren Yanyan. Today, there were many issues on the groom's side. As the bride's family, old Master Ren spoke up, saying that a few younger family members should teach the groom a lesson, so he would be more reliable in the future. By teach a lesson, he really meant giving him a gentle warning. Old Master Ren was very unhappy with today's wedding. Before leaving, Ren Yanjing told her, "If someone knocks on the door later, don't open it." "Wait until I come back," Tang Zhen asked with big, curious eyes. "Why? Maybe the person at the door has something important to say?" The pretty cat-like girl tilted her head, full of curiosity. Ren Yanjing cleared his throat. "I don't know the people on the groom's side well. If they need something, they'll contact me. Anyway, don't open the door. If anything happens, call me." Tang Zhen nodded. "Okay." Ren Yanjing still felt uneasy. "Should I ask Sister Yenner to stay with you?" Tang Zhen looked confused. She wasn't a child, so she didn't need someone to stay with her. "No need. I'll stay in my room. I won't run around or open the door for anyone. Just play on your phone and call me if something happens." After watching others break up today, Tang Zhen felt much more relaxed. Breaking up isn't as hard as she thought. The couple separated very easily, in just 2 or 3 minutes. She realized she had overthought it before. Blinking her eyes, Tang Zhen hesitated between a few terms of address, then finally followed Sentiao's advice and stopped being cold toward the male lead, saying, "Got it, husband." Once Ren Yanjing left, 111 said seriously, "Zhen, the task to lower your favorability has come again." Sure enough, the next second, Tang Zhen received a new task. Task 25, mess up the room, then appear in front of the male lead before he returns. So he has to face the messy guest room and the one who caused it. Is it appropriate to mess up someone else's guest room when visiting? 111 didn't mind. What's the big deal? Anyway, the auntie will clean it. Tang Zhen still felt it wasn't right, but it will increase the auntie's workload. 111 sighed. "Zhen, if you knew how much the auntie earns each month, you wouldn't think that. Plus, several cleaning ladies with high salaries are just worried about not having enough work and getting fired." Although San Tiao said this, Tang Zhen still couldn't bring herself to do it. She thought for a moment and finally chose the method of messing up the room that she could accept the most. On the wedding night, the groom was supposed to spend a lovely evening with the bride, but at this moment, he was surrounded by a large group of family members. Ren Yanfu sat beside the groom, resting his arm on the groom's shoulder, and asked, "What's going on, Li Yong? You almost lost the ring today." The groom looked bitter and said, "Sorry, brother-in-law. It was definitely my mistake." Ren Yanli sat on the other side, arms crossed, with a cold expression. "What's up with your 2 best men? One was sick and stayed in the bathroom for a long time, and the other was arguing with his girlfriend and causing a scene. The groom wiped his face, almost crying. I don't really know what's going on with them. When the best men cause trouble, what can I do? Ren Yanfu snorted and said, Is it because you can't tell who's who? Don't treat every dirty or bad thing as a brother. Who would be a good person if they could skip the wedding day? Other brothers-in-law warned him, Don't let Yanen feel wronged. Got it? The groom replied, I understand, brothers-in-law. Ren Yanfu let out a breath and signaled Yanjing to say something harsh. Yanjing, standing at the door with his hands in his pockets, was tall and long-legged, ready to take fashionable photos at any moment. His mind was still on the phrase, I know, husband. His lips twitched instinctively, but he realized the situation wasn't right, so he kept his expression flat. Seeing that Ren Yanfu had almost finished scolding everyone, Yanjing said calmly, Yanen's older sister isn't very happy today. Later, you should comfort her well. The groom was tired and said, I understand, little brother-in-law Yanjing. Over a dozen brothers-in-law took turns scolding him, and he was almost overwhelmed. How could he dare to offend Yanen? After about half an hour of being scolded by the family finally let the groom go. As soon as he left the room, Ren Yanfu took the initiative to invite him. Want to go have a drink? Yanjing declined, no. Thank you. Ren Yanfu didn't insist and said, Then a few of us will go have a drink. Okay. Yanjing, tall and long-legged, walked quickly back to the guest room. When he opened the door, he saw a beautiful cat that looked like it had done something wrong. The cat was blinking its pretty eyes nervously at him. It looked so pitiful. The room was covered with water stains. There was water on many parts of the floor. The person responsible still had water vapor on their body from a recent shower. A sweet smell filled the air. It was Tang Jun's scent. It didn't smell like shower gel, but more like her natural scent. She was wearing a bathrobe provided by the groom's side. It was a modest style, with the belt tied tightly, but it was so pretty that it was hard to look away. Ren Yanjing didn't dare to stare too long. As he walked toward the bathroom, he asked, Why didn't you dry your hair? Because that's how the mess in the room happens. After taking a shower, Tang Jun walked around the room in slippers for a while. Even without tidying up, the water stains would probably dry by morning. Ren Yanjing came out with a towel. Sit still. Tang Jun instinctively sat on the bed. Ren Yanjing used the towel to dry her hair and then used a blow dryer to style it. Her black hair was smooth, soft, and of excellent quality, and it didn't shed. Once he finished drying her hair, only a few stray strands were left on the floor, easy to clean. Her hair dried much faster than expected, which made Ren Yanjing a little disappointed. Isn't long hair supposed to dry slowly? Why was it different from what others said? Seeing how focused he was and how he didn't look at her at all, Tang Jun knew the task was going well. 111 also said in her mind, the male lead must be very angry right now. Otherwise, he wouldn't even give her a careless glance. Ren Yanjing casually asked, Did someone knock on the door just now?
Thanks, Cindy Blythe. No.
It seemed Zhou Susi didn't come to bother them. After tidying up, Ren Yanjing said, It's getting late. Baby, go to sleep early. Tang Jun crawled into the bed, only sticking out a pretty little head. Good night. Ren Yanjing leaned over and kissed her on the forehead. Good night. The guest room was very large, about the size of 2 small rooms, so Tang Jun and Ren Yanjing still slept in separate beds. They had always slept apart, at home and even in the presidential suite. Originally, Ren Yanjing didn't think much of it, but now he felt a little unsatisfied. How can I describe the feeling when he opened the door today? The moment he saw Tang Jun, he clearly realized someone was waiting for him. She didn't run around randomly. She had been waiting patiently in the room, waiting for him to come back. The feeling of opening the door and seeing a cute cat was so wonderful. At that moment, he felt a sense of peace and happiness he had never experienced before. The next day, Tang Jun, Ren Yanjing, and other members of the Ren family had breakfast together. Most of the guests who attended the wedding stayed at the groom's large estate, so it was lively early in the morning. From others' conversations, Tang Jun learned that the best man, who had just broken up yesterday, had a new girlfriend. Not the previous ex-girlfriend, nor the bridesmaid he had worked with, but another guest attending the wedding. While having breakfast, she happened to see the best man and his new girlfriend happily eating together. Other groomsmen were there too. They were joking and laughing, not seeming to notice anything wrong. The best man's ex-girlfriend had long since disappeared. Maybe she left the estate last night, or perhaps she left before the wedding was fully over. Ren Yanfu frowned slightly, his expression displeased. Ren Yanli sneered coldly. What's going on with Li Hong? What kind of friends are they making? Ren Yanjing didn't pay attention to the groomsmen at all. He was just pouring milk for Tang Zhen. Only after Ren Yanli spoke did he glance faintly at that group. His tone was calm. Remind Li Hong again. Ren Yanfu sighed. I'll go later. Tang Zhen lowered her eyes, lost in her thoughts, quietly eating her breakfast. 111 was quite lively. Earlier, 111 had lost confidence because of the male lead's reaction, but now that it saw the best man quickly start a new relationship, it was completely reassured. The female character task it handled was so easy. When the female character and the male lead broke up, and the male lead started a new relationship with the female lead, it was just like this best man. So, the task was successful. Not at all failed. After the lively wedding ended, Tang Zhen returned to her peaceful campus life. During the day she attended her older sister Ren Yannin's wedding, another big event happened at the university. The female lead started a new all-girls team called Fate, which also focuses on robotics and has its own lab. There are currently 5 members in the team. All of them are top students. One team is called Future, and the other is Fate. One is an all-male team, and the other is all-female. Both teams study robots, so they quickly became the center of attention and a popular topic among students. There are many discussion posts online. One is Future, the other is Fate. Combining them could mean a future destiny. Are these two teams rivals? It seems so for now, but maybe they will work together in the future. What's going on? Why does it feel so exciting? When Tang Zhen learned about this, the story had already spread widely at the university. It seems this wasn't in the original popular sweet story. In the original story, the female lead later joins the male lead's team, and they spend a lot of time together. Their relationship quickly deepens, and their romance develops naturally. But now, the female lead is working alone? 111 also couldn't understand. Women's hearts are like the depths of the sea. At this moment, Tang Zhen was studying her major. She took a break and asked 111 Santiao, is the plot still okay? 111 was unsure too. The female lead's move was really unexpected, so it used big data analysis to figure out what might happen. There are 2 possibilities. One is that the female lead, out of love and anger, wants to challenge the male lead to see who is more talented in robotics. The other is that she wants to become so impressive that the male lead will notice her. Based on the data analysis, the second option has an 85% chance. Setting aside her tasks and personal stance, Tang Zhen thinks the female lead is a very thoughtful person. She has the courage and ability to create a team. No wonder she is the female lead. She's truly charming. 111 said, Zhen, the plot is fine. If it were to break, it would send an alert. Tang Zhen felt relieved. What happens next between the male and female leads isn't her concern. Just like netizens joked, fate and future sound like a pair of words that go together. Perhaps in the future, the 2 teams might work together, merge, or explore other possibilities. But that is not her concern. While she was working hard for her career, she also received an invitation from her teacher to visit a university art exhibition in another city. A piece she casually drew in class was recommended by her teacher and successfully selected for the exhibition. This time, she could see her own work at the exhibition and also view other excellent artworks by university students. When she heard the news, her 3 roommates, Tang Zhen, cheered and celebrated with her. Sweetie looked at her with admiration. Jinjin, you're amazing, Yitzi said. Remember, don't forget your roots. Sweetie added, we joked before that you might hold your own art show someday, and now you're taking a big step toward that. Indeed, she was making a big move toward success. The exhibition was in 2 days, so that very night, Tang Jin started packing her bags. She had already sent her personal information to the teacher leading the trip, who would help book her flight. She just needed to prepare her personal belongings and other essentials. Tang Jin's packing was naturally noticed by Ren Yanjing. As she folded her clothes and put them into her suitcase, Ren Yanjing helped her. "How many days are you going for?" 3 days. "That's quite a long time." "Which city are you visiting?" Tang Jin named a city far from J City. A flight would take several hours. "How many people are going?" Tang Jin thought for a moment, took out her phone, and looked at the group chat she had just been added to. The group name was simple, just a date, the day they would leave for the art exhibition. There were 7 people in the group, including the teacher leading the trip. Ren Yanjing looked at the group members. She didn't recognize anyone. It seemed there were 3 men and 3 women attending the exhibition. Ren Yanjing had exams on the next 2 days and couldn't leave, but she said, "I'll come to pick you up when you return." Tang Jin replied, "Okay." This was her first time visiting an unfamiliar city. Although she had teachers and classmates, the other students were strangers to her. Just thinking about her artwork being displayed made her so excited she couldn't sleep. Her exams were spaced out over several days, leaving her 4 free days in the middle. The next morning, there was a test, and after finishing it, she had a flight in the afternoon, so she could arrive in City L that day. After Tang Jin finished her exam and left the classroom, she saw her mother. Her mother approached her gracefully, somehow knowing which classroom she was in. She was wearing a luxury scarf and dressed lightly despite the cold winter. "How long has it been since you last came home?" "I had to come personally to invite you." Tang Jin, her mother said, "Mom, I will come back after my exam. Today is Zhou Wan's birthday. You should come home and celebrate with her." "I have something to do," Tang Jin replied. "What could you possibly have to do?" "Your older brother is also at school today, so we can go back together." Tang Jin sighed. "Mom, I need to catch my flight soon." Her mother instinctively thought Tang Jin was out traveling with her boyfriend and immediately asked, "Are you still not done with him? When do you plan to break up?" Tang Jin didn't answer. She just ran outside, saying, "Mom, I'll talk to you when I get back." Then she disappeared quickly. Her mother looked at her back in disbelief. She couldn't believe she just ran off like that. Tang Jin's resolve had strengthened. She couldn't be controlled anymore. As soon as she left the school, Tang Jin sent a message to Sweetie, asking her to help bring out her luggage. She was afraid to go back, worried she might run into her mother again. To thank Sweetie, she bought her some food and drinks, which she planned to deliver to her dorm building soon. Of course, she also gave a little more to her other roommates. Although she wasn't very affected by her mother, Tang Jin's mood was still a bit disturbed. 111 comforted her, saying, "Jean, whether it's your mother, father, Zhou Shusi, or Zhou Wan, they're just passing visitors in your life. Even the male lead was just a passing character." Once her task was complete, she would have a new identity and live in this world anew. By then, she wouldn't be the daughter of Tang's parents anymore. She would only be Tang Jin. The bonds with the female supporting character would be completely irrelevant to her. Tang Jin couldn't help but ask, "And what about the original body?" 111 explained, "The original body has already reincarnated. She will live a happy life in her next life." "That's good." When Tang Jin, the team leader, and the other students boarded the plane, a small rumor started spreading in the school. The story started when many passers-by overheard a conversation between Tang's mother and Tang Jin. Some people couldn't help but share this conversation with their friends. Initially, it was said that Tang's mother asked when Tang Jin would break up, but it was later misunderstood as Tang Jin was forced to break up by her mother, and eventually, it was believed that Tang Jin had already broken up. The rumors spread quickly and became more intense. In a short time, people thought that Tang Jin had gone from being in a relationship to being single again. A few hours later, the news even reached B University and the person involved, Ren Yanjing. Ren Yanjing had just finished an exam and was stretching his neck when Shin Chunli came over with a curious look and asked directly, "Captain, did you and your wife break up?" Ren Yanjing. He didn't know he had broken up. His voice was a bit serious. "Shin Chunli, what are you talking about?" Shin Chunli looked innocent. "It's not me spreading rumors. Others are saying that you and Tang Jin broke up. Also, they are claiming that her mother forced her to break up, and there are pictures and videos too. It shows that students studying media arts have too much free time. They even recorded conversations between alumni and their mothers. But the person who recorded the video was quite far from the actual scene, so the video was blurry and silent. Ren Yanjing asked, "What does that prove?" Shen Chunli patted his shoulder and said, "Anyway, the rumors keep spreading, and now everyone thinks you two broke up. But honestly, I didn't believe it at first, and I definitely didn't believe her mother forced her to break up." Shen Chunli joked, "Our captain is so outstanding that even Tang Jin's mom wouldn't be interested." Ren Yanjing looked at the time. 8:15 p.m. His little one should be at the hotel by now, right? Thinking of this, he made a video call. Tang Zhen had already arrived at her hotel in L City and was preparing to attend an art exhibition tomorrow. During this time, she received several 60-second voice messages from her mother. She simply read them without replying. When Ren Yanjing's video call came through, she was about to go shopping with 2 senior students. "Are you going out?" "Yes, just shopping with 2 seniors." Ren Yanjing pretended to ask casually, "Are you all living together?" "Yes, we are sharing a room." After saying that, Tang Zhen showed Ren Yanjing the layout of the room. She explained that the 2 girls are in the same class and sleep on the big bed together, while she sleeps on the small bed nearby. Ren Yanjing suddenly said, "Actually, I haven't been to City L before." Tang Zhen was a little surprised. "Do you want to see it?" "Yes," Tang Zhen said, "then I'll show you a live video later." "Okay." After she ended the video call, a senior girl approached and asked, "Is your boyfriend checking on you?" "Checking on me?" For Tang Zhen, this was a new phrase. Before, she was checking on Ren Yanjing because of a task. Now, it seemed Ren Yanjing was checking on her. What does this mean? Are the main character and the supporting character checking on each other? The senior girl said, let's go shopping." Tang Zhen promised to do what she said she would for Ren Yanjing. When they got to the street, she made a video call to Ren Yanjing to show him the night market in City L. City L is lively at night, with many snacks on the street. In the end, Tang Zhen only bought a string of candied fruit, a mix of strawberries and hawthorn. The 2 senior girls bought quite a few things. Back at the hotel, one girl went to take a shower. Another called her boyfriend, and Tang Zhen simply went to the balcony to chat with Ren Yanjing. Ren Yanjing asked, after the exams, "Is there anything you want to do?" Tang Zhen didn't really have anything specific in mind. After the new year and the winter break, it would be about time for her to break up with the main character. She tilted her head and said, "Maybe go to some beautiful mountain and water spots to gather inspiration. That counts." Tang Zhen asked, "And you? Is there anything you want to do?" Ren Yanjing replied, "Yes." "What is it?" His voice came through the screen a little soft, "To go on an adventure with you." After saying this, neither of them spoke again. Ren Yanjing actually had many questions he wanted to ask. For example, why did your mother come to see you today? Did your mother really force you to break up? But when he saw Tang Zhen, he felt those questions didn't matter anymore. No matter what Tang's mother said or did, it was not important. When trouble comes, solving it is what matters. Since he started developing robots, he has faced many difficult problems, but he managed to solve each one eventually. He doesn't think Tang's mother will be a barrier. Finding her weaknesses and overcoming them is what he is best at. The next day, Tang Zhen, 5 classmates, and their teacher arrived at the art exhibition venue. The exhibition was quite large, spread over 3 floors. Tang Zhen's works were displayed on the 2nd floor. At this exhibition, she saw many excellent pieces, which gave her a lot of inspiration and ideas. Indeed, there are always talented people in this world. She needs to work even harder. As 111 said, whether it's Tang's mother, father, or others, they are just passing through her life. She shouldn't let her mother's negative emotions affect her. The exhibition will last for 3 days. During these days, Tang Zhen made many new friends who shared her interests. Everyone planned to go out together to explore and gather inspiration. Doing what she loves makes her happy, and she often gets so immersed that she forgets about time. 111 asked Tang Zhen, "Zhen, what do you want to do in the future?" Without needing to think, she answered immediately, "I want to be a painter." 111 encouraged her. "That's great." Tang Zhen asked, "But after completing the task, can I still use the name Tang Zhen?" 111 replied, "Of course." Nothing else will change. Only your identity. When the time comes, you can choose a new identity with your reward, like a wealthy daughter returning from studying abroad or a student at a famous art school. To others, you'll just look like the biological daughter of Mrs. Zhou with the same name. But if DNA tests are done, you won't be related to her anymore. Tang Zhen understood. She will have a completely new background and identity, separate from her current self. Tomorrow is the last day of the exhibition. That evening, Tang Zhen will take a flight back to City J. She plans to go out with her 2 senior sisters to explore and find souvenirs to bring back as gifts. She wants to give gifts to many people, like Tian, Yizi, Zhuzi, and also Ren Yanan, and Ren Yanjing. She bought many gifts. When she and her 2 senior sisters returned to the hotel, she received a call from Ren Yanjing. "Baby, are you at the hotel?" Tang Zhen honestly replied, "No, I just finished shopping and am on my way back." Ren Yanjing said nothing much, just, "Be careful on the road." After hanging up, Tang Zhen and her senior sisters walked happily for about 10 minutes, almost reaching the hotel. When they were just a few meters from the hotel, suddenly, the number 111 in her mind started screaming loudly.
"Ah, Tang Zhen."
Right front. Right front. Tang Zhen instinctively looked to the right front. There, a boy was standing, wearing a pilot jacket, with black obsidian earrings shining in the dark. He looked tall, about 1.9 meters, with a very unique aura, slightly too outstanding, making him very eye-catching. Nearby, there was a familiar icy blue Porsche parked. "What is that?"
Ren Yanjing.
As soon as Tang Zhen recognized him, the man quickly walked toward her. His handsome face was gradually revealed under the streetlights, clear and almost touchable. Tang Zhen was slightly stunned. "Ren Yanjing, why are you here?" The next moment, she heard Ren Yanjing softly say, "Because I miss you, wife." Under the enchanting night, those words, "wife," seemed a bit too provocative. Tang Zhen, even temporarily, didn't hear the scream from 111. "The male lead calls you wife." Zhen. The male lead actually calls you wife. After a few seconds, Tang Zhen came back to herself amid her senior sisters' teasing voices. The 2 senior sisters smiled flirtatiously. "Tang Zhen, we'll go back to our room first. Take your time, enjoy your chat." Soon, the senior sisters left, leaving only Tang Zhen, Ren Yanjing, and a few passers-by. Ren Yanjing naturally took the bag she was holding and casually took her hand. "It's too cold outside. Let's go in first." Tang Zhen was still a bit stunned. "San Tiao, isn't that a special way to address the female lead? I'm 111 years old and don't care about this. It's not the heroine system anyway." But to avoid any mistakes in the story, the system still did some investigation. A few seconds later, 111 returned, saying, "No wonder the male lead just called you his wife. It turns out that because the school heard you and Ren Yanjing broke up, he was the one who was broken up with. The male lead is so proud. He probably can't accept that. So, he came to clear up the rumors." Tang Zhen understood. But how did the rumors about her breaking up at school start for no reason? The answer came from 111. Because a small part of people overheard your conversation with your mom, and the story got more and more exaggerated. Eventually, it turned into you 2 breaking up. Alright, now Tang Zhen fully understood. That's how some rumors start. When they arrived at the hotel, the warmth hit them immediately. In such cold weather, the male lead wasn't even wearing a down jacket, just a flight jacket. 111 said, "Haha, when you're too passionate, this is what happens." Ren Yanjing's luggage was still in the hotel lobby. He must have just arrived and hadn't checked in yet. He went to the front desk to get a room, which was on the same floor as Tang Zhen. When they entered the elevator and swiped their cards, Ren Yanjing made a fist with his right hand and said, "Come to my room." Tang Zhen didn't think much, just assumed she would stay there for a while and replied, "Okay." After arriving at Ren Yanjing's room, he finally had time to ask about what she bought. She had bought a big bag of small, interesting items. Tang Zhen carefully explained each one to Ren Yanjing. "This is for Sister Yener. This is for Sister Yenan. This is for my mother, and this is for my father. Even my parents." Yes, the emerald bracelet was carefully stored away by Tang Zhen, but unfortunately, she couldn't give a gift of equal value in return. "What about mine?" Tang Zhen took out a small doll from the bag, which she had just assembled. It looked about 3 parts like Ren Yanjing himself. While Ren Yanjing examined the small gift, Tang Zhen shyly said, "This isn't really a specialty of L City." Ren Yanjing put the gift into his pocket and looked deeply at Tang Zhen. "I really like the gift." Tang Zhen didn't expect Ren Yanjing to come, and she asked, "There's still a day of the exhibition tomorrow. Are you going to see it?" Ren Yanjing said, "Of course." He hasn't seen his wife's artwork yet. Meanwhile, 2 senior students are sharing gossip with their roommate in a group chat. Tang Zhen's boyfriend actually showed up directly at the hotel entrance tonight. Wow. Finally meeting the rumored top student from B University and future team captain. He's even more handsome in person than in photos. Ren Yanjing is so handsome, really very handsome. As the 3 roommates are praising enthusiastically, another roommate suddenly asks, "Aren't they broken up?" This roommate is Lu Yu. If Tang Zhen knew, she would think the world is very small. Who would have thought that the 2 senior students she just met are actually Lu Yu's roommates? The senior immediately retorts, "Who said they broke up? They don't show any signs of breaking up at all. You're spreading rumors, right? Rumors can't be trusted." Lu Yu asks, "How do their feelings look?" The senior replies, "Very good." Ren Yanjing even calls Tang Zhen little sister wife. They are actually like this in private. Lu Yu stopped speaking. The 3 roommates continued chatting and gossiping happily. Tang Zhen stayed in Ren Yanjing's room for a few hours, talking about what she has gained these days. When she mentions her favorite field, her eyes sparkle. "This time in L City, I made many new friends. All her new friends are peers in her major, and they share a lot in common. Everyone even plans to go out sketching together in the future." Ren Yanjing plays with her right hand and asks, "Oh, really?" Then he adds, "Actually, I also have a good artistic background. If you want to talk about art, just chat with me." Worried she might not believe him, he continues, "You might not know, but when Sister Yenner was studying in Italy, I visited her school a few times and attended several lectures by art professors. Besides Sister Yenner, I also have a few cousins who are painters. It turns out he comes from an artistic family." Ren Yanjing says, "Developing robots also requires considering aesthetics. Isn't Zhenzhen adorable?" Mentioning Zhenzhen, Tang Zhen slowly smiles. "She is super cute." Yanjing smiled softly and said, "This is my own design. You can tell from Zhen's appearance that I have good taste in art." Tang Zhen rested her chin on her hands and sincerely praised, "Yanjing, you're really amazing. It feels like whatever you do turns out great." When Zhen appeared in front of her, she thought, how can there be such a cute robot in the world? Coincidentally, this robot was designed by you. It's adorable, so that means you're adorable. It's impressive, so that means you're impressive. It gets praised, so that means you're praised. Yanjing gently held Tang Zhen's face, his eyes deep and tender under the light. "Stop praising me. If you keep doing it, I might not be able to help but kiss you." Tang Zhen wanted to keep praising him, but after hearing that, she stopped. Yanjing chuckled softly, lowered his head, and kissed her gently, on her eyelids, her nose, her cheeks. Tang Zhen instinctively leaned back, but Yanjing held the back of her head gently. "Be good, don't hide." Tang Zhen instinctively stayed still. 111. Half an hour later, Tang Zhen nervously said, I'll go back to my room." Yanjing slowly adjusted his breathing. Okay. He had originally planned to stay in the same room with Tang Zhen, but now maybe it wasn't the right time. He decided to wait a bit longer. When Tang Zhen returned to her room, her 2 senior sisters were still awake. Seeing her come back, they teased her a little before going to do their own things. After washing up and lying back on her bed, her face still felt warm. She turned over and asked, "San Tiao, is this okay?" Why did the main character suddenly kiss her without warning? And she didn't even refuse. 111 was already excited beyond words. Forget about whether it's right or wrong. Since the alarm didn't go off, it's fine. Jean, don't overthink. This is definitely fine. It's just because you're too cute. Who wouldn't get flustered? If it were the main character, he'd be confused too. But it's an asexual system. So, just enjoy the moment.
Tang Zhen, who?
111, Jean. Focus on the present. Tang Zhen knew she wasn't very smart, so she decided to follow the system's advice. Okay, 111 was right. Focus on the present. What happens in the future can be decided later. The next day, Tang Jin took Yanjing and a few classmates to visit an art exhibition. When they arrived at the exhibition hall, she immediately took Ren Yanjing to her artwork. She spread her hands wide, and her eyes sparkled like stars. Ren Yanjing, look quickly. Ren Yanjing saw it. The moment he saw Tang Jin's work, he felt a sense of calm. Her art has a special magic that makes viewers feel warm, like sunshine. Maybe it's because she is a gentle and warm-hearted person inside, so this warmth is perfectly shown in her art. It might not be a perfect painting, but it is definitely a warm and lively piece. Ren Yanjing thoughtfully commented, "The organizers have good taste. They displayed his wife's artwork." Even though it wasn't the first time he saw her work, every time he looked, Tang Jin's feelings were still complicated. Joy, excitement, happiness, mixed with a bit of confusion. She whispered, "I don't know where I will be next year at this time." Ren Yanjing frowned slightly after hearing this. "Why do you say that, baby?" Tang Jin suddenly realized she had said what was on her mind without thinking. She quickly added, "Look, this year I am in City L. Maybe next year I will go abroad or to another city." After saying that, she hesitated a moment and continued, "So, I feel a little lost and a bit nervous inside. Where will I be next year at this time?" Hearing her explanation, Ren Yanjing's tense brow relaxed a little. He held her hand gently and said slowly, "It's okay. No matter where you are, I will come to be with you." Ren Yanjing said, "So don't worry or be nervous. Just wait for me patiently." But actually Ren Yanjing didn't quite understand. When imagining the future, shouldn't words like looking forward to, dreaming, or hoping be used? Why is the first emotion that comes to Tang Jin when she talks about the future worry and nervousness?
What is she worried about?
What is she nervous about? At this point, Tang Jin didn't dare say more. She knew her husband was very smart, so she didn't want to continue the deep conversation, afraid he would overthink. She took Ren Yanjing's hand and led him to other exhibition areas. "Let's look at other people's works." Doesn't Ren Yanjing say that if she wants to talk about art, she can discuss it with him? Then, let's start with art. As long as they don't continue the previous topic, it's fine. Then, Tang Jin saw another side of Ren Yanjing for the first time. "This piece is too rigid, very good, but stiff." "That one? Do you think it's okay?" "I don't think so, it's too rough." "This one is okay, but far from yours." Tang Jin was worried that his comments might be overheard by others involved. She nervously pinched his wrist and whispered, "Ren Yanjing, be a bit more serious." Ren Yanjing looked down at her. "I'm being serious now." He was very serious about giving his comments. His evaluation was truly his honest opinion. 111 deep voice said, "Jin, it seems the main character's view of your work is a bit biased." "More than a bit biased?" "It's way too biased, okay?" Tang Jin didn't dare to talk about painting with Ren Yanjing anymore. The two simply enjoyed looking at others' artworks quietly, occasionally listening in on casual conversations. "Actually, most of the works here look pretty boring." "Boring?" "Yes, it feels like just following the textbook." "The piece by Tang Jin on the second floor is pretty good, very lively." Tang Jin, I keep hearing that name these days. She's a first-year student in media arts. Her future is promising. Unexpectedly, after listening for a little while, they heard Tang Jin's name from others. Tang Jin pulled Ren Yanjing to run again. Hearing others praise her, Tang Jin's fair face slowly turned red. Ren Yanjing leaned close to her ear and said, "See, baby, it's not just me who thinks so. So, the outsider's perspective is often the clearest." The two of them looked at all the displayed works together. After finishing, it was about time to go back to school. They returned to the hotel, packed their luggage, and headed to the airport together. Suddenly, she remembered something. "What about your car?" Ren Yanjing pinched her face. "I took a plane here. Driving would take a long time and he didn't have the patience for that." Tang Jin looked confused. "Then what about that car?" "Friends." As expected of the main character, he has friends everywhere. Even when he goes to City L, he can easily borrow a car of the same model. Tang Jin is also experiencing flying for the first time with her boyfriend. It's a new experience for her. Her seat next to her is occupied by a senior student, and her seat is across the aisle from Ren Yanjing. The senior student kindly swapped seats with Ren Yanjing. Ren Yanjing nodded slightly, "Thank you." The senior student happily chewed candy, feeling pleased. No problem, no problem. A few hours later, the plane safely lands at City L's International Airport. During the short time Tang Zhen was away, rumors about her breakup grew more intense. Now, even her roommate is asking if she really broke up. Tired of being asked by people he doesn't know well, Ren Yanjing posted a public message on social media. Is it boring? No, it's not. He didn't mention names or specific details, but it was a subtle way to deny the rumors. This simple message sparked teasing from Ren's family. Ren Yanfu. Ah Jing, you've changed. You've become more irritable. Ren Yanli. Brother, who are you calling boring? Ren Yanfu. Has something happened that I don't know about? Ren Yanli. Brother, no matter what happens, you used to ignore it completely. This time, you even posted a message to explain. It feels like you're hiding something from us. Ren Yanjing ignored all their teasing and only replied to messages from Ren Yanir and Ren Yanin, asking, Jinjin brought you both gifts. Do you want to pick them up yourselves, or should I deliver them?
What?
Tang Jin actually brought gifts for her two older cousins? Ren Yanfu. We didn't?
Ren Yanjing. No.
Both Ren Yanfu and Ren Yanin sent crying emojis saying, Sister-in-law, you're playing favorites. Ren Yanjing simply ignored it. In such a short time, the comment under Ren Yanjing's social media post was flooded with playful replies. Xin Quenli, is it boring? No, it's not. Zhang Mian, is it boring? No, it's not. Fong Fong, is it boring? No, it's not.
Ren Yanjing.
Hopefully, no one is still spreading rumors about his breakup now. Tang Zhen returned from City L shortly before Christmas Eve. For this kind of holiday, B University usually has some events planned. This year's Christmas Eve event organized by University B is a costume ball. The costume ball values uniqueness and mystery. Everyone attending must wear masks and disguise themselves. After some concealment, each person can be more confident in showing their true self. After all, if you don't want others to recognize your real identity, you can wear a more solid mask. The ball at University B is very large this year, and students are allowed to bring friends and family. When Tang Zhen received an invitation from Ren Yanjing, only a few hours remained before the event started. In fact, Ren Yanjing only just learned about this event at University B. He usually spends most of his time in the classroom or the lab. Others assume he doesn't participate in school activities. Ren Yanjing isn't interested in most events. But right now, he's dealing with rumors about a breakup. The best way to dispel rumors is to attend a big event with his girlfriend. Although he does like the idea of mystery and disguise, this is the biggest public event on campus recently. Tang Zhen had no plans tonight, so she agreed to the invitation. Right after accepting, she received a new task. Task 26, have the male lead find you among the crowd. This task fits the female character's role. 111 in the popular Sweet Stories timeline, the male lead doesn't attend the ball. But the female character dresses up grandly, wears a mask, and rushes to the male lead's lab, sending messages at the door to urge him to come out. After many reminders, she finally persuades him. The male lead doesn't recognize the female character at first glance. Even when she approaches him, he doesn't notice her. So, she gets angry, argues with him, and they have a 3-day silent treatment. During these days, they don't contact each other, which becomes one of the reasons for their breakup. The male lead thinks the mystery element is silly. Therefore, Tang Zhen, this task will significantly lower your good impression points. To match her role, Tang Zhen spent several hours preparing her makeup and outfit. In the original story, the female character is dressed elaborately, so when it's her turn, she doesn't change her look randomly. She plans to attend the event in a grand costume as well. To complete the task, she refused Ren Yanjing's invitation to pick her up and told him she would go by herself. As a result, she spent half an hour dressing up before the party started, almost arriving late. Tang Zhen wore a delicate, hollowed-out mask and, with her roommates, ran like a runaway princess in the night. Their cheerful laughter echoed in the dark. Sweethearts wanted to go to the B University ball with Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen naturally didn't refuse. Let Ren Yanjing handle for people alone. Today, Tang Zhen wore an elaborate royal gown with beautiful embroidery. The skirt was large, and she temporarily dyed her hair a vibrant sea king red, curling it into a classic princess style. She looked noble, elegant, and charming. All words praising beauty could be used to describe her. While running, Tang Zhen asked 111, San Tiao, do I count as dressed up for the occasion? 111 sincerely praised. Why not? Shen, you look so beautiful today. She looked even more stunning than on the day she attended Ren Yanjing's wedding. That day, she didn't wear makeup to avoid overshadowing the bride, but today, she had put in real effort. Even with her face hidden behind a mask, her aura of beauty was impossible to hide. It was impossible to hide. Not even a little. After running for over 10 minutes with her 3 roommates, they finally reached the venue of the costume ball. There were less than 10 minutes before the official start, just enough for Tang Zhen to blend into the crowd. Tang Zhen asked 111, San Tiao, if the male lead can't find me, does that mean I fail the mission? Yes. In the original story, the female character wore a mask and approached the male lead, who didn't recognize her. Now, she was lost in a sea of people. Could Ren Yanjing find her? The main theme of this costume ball was mystery. No one would reveal their identity at the party. That was not allowed. As soon as Tang Zhen entered, the surrounding sounds seemed to soften. A man in a tuxedo approached her and asked her name. Tang Zhen hesitated slightly. Belle. This was the name of the princess in Beauty and the Beast. 111 sharply commented, if the male lead can't recognize you, what's the difference between him and the beast? However, whether he is there or not, Zhen, tonight you are the most shining princess. Tang Zhen was amused by 111. Thank you, San Tiao. Her roommates had already gone somewhere else. Many people came to the dance tonight, all dressed very uniquely, some as little bees, some as small yellow dogs. Everyone wore masks, and with so many people around, even though she knew what her 3 roommates were dressed as, it was hard to find them quickly.
There were too many people around.
Many asked her for her name. Tang Zhen wanted to find a quiet spot to get some fresh air, but suddenly someone grabbed her arm. Sweetheart, I found you. Tang Zhen was a little surprised and instinctively turned around. The person holding her was dressed in a white suit with a bow tie, with shiny sequined hair, and wore a hollow mask, clearly dressed carefully. Was it Ren Yanjing? He actually found her so quickly? She looked at her task list and saw that the task was marked as completed. It was finished faster than she expected. Isn't it supposed that the male lead wouldn't recognize the female character? Why is the story developing differently from her imagination? Ren Yanjing held her hands tightly. Baby, how did you come here today? Tang Zhen hesitated for a moment before answering. I came with my 3 roommates. The art and media department and B University are very close. It only takes about 10 minutes to run there. Ren Yanjing took her to the front seats. Tonight's prizes are very rich. Is there anything you want, baby? When Tang Zhen reached the prize display area, she was drawn to a very dazzling collectible apple. Seeing her gaze linger on the apple, a volunteer behind her eagerly promoted, this is a Christmas Eve apple designed independently by a 3rd-year art student at B University. Look at its appearance. Absolutely unique. One of a kind, and you can't buy it anywhere else. Tang Zhen asked curiously, how can I get this apple? The volunteer smiled. It's a bit difficult. You might have to go through 5 challenges and 6 battles tonight to get it. Ren Yanjing asked, how hard is it? The volunteer replied, it's a quiz competition. Only the highest scorer can get the apple. Ren Yanjing asked, when does the quiz start? Wait a moment, many people want this piece apple. Rarity makes it valuable. Just a heads up, today's questions are quite difficult. Most of the students at the dance are top students. If the questions were easy, it wouldn't be fun. Tang Zhen tugged at Ren Yanjing softly and whispered, maybe we should give up. Even if they can't win the special apple, getting a regular apple is fine. But Ren Yanjing didn't want to give up. He leaned in and said, don't worry, I will win it back for you. Tang Zhen and Ren Yanjing waited a long time. They waited until the host finished the opening speech and 3 dance songs had played before the quiz round finally started. The unique piece apple was about the same size as a normal apple. Its color was bright and beautiful. Under the lights, the surface looked like a galaxy quietly flowing. It was elegant, stunning, romantic, and beautiful. This was definitely the most popular gift tonight, without a doubt. Many top students participated in the quiz. A group stood at the front, holding answer buzzers. The first question was very hard. Even Tang Jin couldn't understand it. It seemed to be a physics question. As soon as the host finished reading the question, Ren Yanjing and another person pressed their buzzers almost at the same time. The host looked a bit unsure. How about you two answer together? Both of them gave the same answer. The host announced loudly, correct. Both of you get a point. Tang Jin looked at the other quiz participant. She saw a girl wearing a white wool dress with a short puffer jacket unzipped, looking youthful and gentle. Next to her was another girl about her height, with pink hair.
Who was that?
Jun, she is the female lead. The girl next to her is her best friend, who just changed her hair color. Tang Jin fell silent. Is this what fate between the male and female leads looks like? They answered the first question at the same time. But what happened next was a bit surprising. It seemed the two of them got caught up in the quiz, their competitive spirit fully ignited. The scene felt like a battlefield between them. Their scores were very close. At this moment, Ren Yanjing had no other thoughts. He had only one thought in his mind: to completely defeat his opponent and win back the only and most special, most beautiful piece apple for Tang Jin. Seeing the male lead abandon his gentleman manners and do everything for victory, Tang Jin hesitated for a moment and asked, Santiao, is this right? Number 111 didn't know. Number 111 also looked confused. Silent tension filled the scene below. The competition grew more intense. After winning another point, Ren Yanjing lowered his head and said to Tang Jin, Baby, I'll help you win. Currently, Ren Yanjing is leading her by 3 points, with a total score of 16 points. She now has 13 points. There are only 3 questions left. This means she can at most tie with Ren Yanjing. Is this the level of Ren Yanjing's skill? The host also sensed the unusual atmosphere and cheerfully said, This is just a small game. No matter who gets the apple in the end, I wish everyone a Merry Christmas Eve. Others off stage also cheered. Merry Christmas Eve, the host said. The result doesn't matter. As long as everyone has fun, right? Right, the host continued. Then there's no need to compare the last 3 questions, right? Li Ran immediately asked, Why not? The host was a bit surprised. So you want to keep going? Li Ran replied, Yes. Lu Yu, standing nearby, helped her out. Maybe it'll end in a tie? If it's a tie, isn't there extra time? The host looked at the other participant. What about you? Ren Yanjing confidently said, Let's continue. The host jokingly said, Haha, it's all because senior sister Tang only made 1 apple. If she had made 2, I would be the one to decide. 1 apple each. What a pity. Is senior sister Tang here? Oh, she's not. Then let's continue the game. Tang Jin held onto Ren Yanjing's arm tightly. Isn't this just a popular sweet romance story? Will it turn into a story about chasing after a wife? Now, the male and female leads are clearly at odds. 111 explained, Jin, this is the aura of a top student. Since they've already compared everything, there must be a winner and a loser. The competitive spirit is rising. Noticing that Tang Jin's grip on his arm was getting stronger, Ren Yanjing also tried to comfort her. Don't worry, I will make her admit defeat willingly. The apple will definitely be yours. A bystander nearby said, That contestant also seems to like this apple. Ren Yanjing replied calmly, Good things are always in demand. It all depends on skill. Not only Tang Jin and Li Ran liked this apple. In fact, many boys and girls liked it. Since so many want it, they can only compete and fight for it. This small Christmas Eve game is very fair, isn't it? The host announced the next question. For a conductor sphere with radius R and charge Q, find the total charge. Tang Jin opened her eyes in confusion. There was no paper or pen, so she could only do the problems in her head. As soon as she finished reading the question, Ren Yanjing quickly answered, Total charge, 3Q/4Q. The host shouted, Congratulations, your answer is correct. A burst of cheers erupted from the audience. The host said, This person in a white suit, since I don't know your name, I'll just call you White Suit, delivered an amazing answer. Congratulations. You answered 17 questions correctly and won this beautiful, shining golden apple of peace. The host smiled and handed the beautifully wrapped peace apple to the winner, Ren Yanjing. Then, Ren Yanjing gave this peace apple as a gift to Tang Zhen. He also asked her sincerely, "Is your husband good at this?" Tang Zhen held the only limited edition galaxy-themed peace apple in the room and said honestly, "Yes, he is. He really is very good." At first, many people were fighting to grab the apple, but Ren Yanjing managed to stand out from the crowd. Winning this apple was not easy, but he still won it for her. Y111 was still thinking about the scene where the male lead was competing with the female lead. After the female lead answered a question correctly, the male lead immediately caught up with the next one. They competed fiercely, never relaxing, all aiming for the peace apple. In the end, the male lead outsmarted everyone and won the apple. Once the limited edition peace apple was awarded, the host continued, "Actually, we have more apples tonight." As soon as he said that, the audience became excited.
What?
"You have more? Are they the same sparkling apples?" "Still need to answer questions?" The host said, No, that apple is definitely a limited edition, only one in the world." But the limited edition apple is not that one. There was a murmur of disappointment from the crowd. So, those who didn't get the previous apple shouldn't be discouraged. What I will show you now is still made by Sister Tang. A hostess brought a slightly larger apple onto the stage. The host explained, "This is the Four Seasons peace apple, symbolizing peace throughout the year with flowing images of all four seasons." Tang Zhen's eyes widened slightly. "So beautiful. This apple, like the previous one, is also a work of art." Tang Zhen didn't know how that senior girl managed to create a different world on just one apple. The vivid feeling of changing seasons gave her a lot of inspiration. Senior Sister Tang is so talented. Each of these two apples gave Tang Zhen a mesmerizing feeling. Ren Yanjing slightly leaned forward. "Do you want it?" Tang Zhen didn't speak for a moment. She already had one safe apple. So, she simply smiled and said, "I'm not greedy. One safe apple is enough." Ren Yanjing pretended to be troubled and touched his chin. "But what should I do, baby?" "Everything you like. I want to help you win it all." Everyone knows that even now, in some remote areas, there are still many children who cannot attend school. To help these children get an education, we decided to auction this apple. All the money raised will be donated entirely to children in need. Oh, here comes Sister Tang. Come on, let's have the designer of the peace apple come up and say a few words. Sister Tang looks a bit reserved. She doesn't speak much. When she takes the microphone, she only says, "I hope the Four Seasons apple I designed can bring hope to more children in the future." After speaking, she steps aside. The host takes the microphone. "This apple starts at 100 yuan. Each bid must be at least 10 yuan higher than the previous one. We will share every detail of the bidding with the winner to ensure that all the money is used to help children who are out of school." This statement raises the purpose of tonight's Christmas Eve event significantly. Many students are eager to contribute a little to help children who cannot go to school. The host says, "Starting bid, 100 yuan. As soon as the bid is announced, others quickly follow. 110, 120, 130. Soon, the bids reach 5,000 yuan. After reaching 5,000 yuan, the bidding slows down. Li Ran is thinking about how much pocket money she has. Her parents are educated people, but her monthly allowance isn't very large. Besides 3 meals a day, she often goes shopping, traveling, or online shopping, so her monthly expenses are quite high. Therefore, she doesn't have much disposable cash. Liyu's family is quite ordinary, so they can't help her in this regard. Li Ran thinks that as long as the final price stays below 7,000 yuan, she still has a chance. She really likes this Four Seasons apple. She feels the warmth of the four seasons from this apple. Whether it's spring, summer, autumn, or winter, the apple seems to have more charm. She wants it. So, she wants to get it. When the bidding slows down, Li Ran officially joins. 50-80 yuan. After she bids, no one else follows for a moment. Spending so much money to buy a beautiful apple is quite a lot, but although this activity is meaningful, most students really can't afford it. 5,080 yuan once. The host started counting down. Just when Li Ran thought she was safe, Ren Yanjing made a bid. 10,000 yuan. There was a slight gasp from the audience. Jumping from 5,080 to 10,000 yuan is almost doubling the price. Li Ran was extremely angry and embarrassed.
Why?
Why did Ren Yanjing only bid after she did? Does he really not want her to get a safe apple? Actually, Ren Yanjing didn't think too much. He could have bid high from the start, but he didn't need to. He also wanted to give other students a chance to participate. Why did he bid right after Li Ran? Because after her bid, no one else followed, meaning others had given up. Under this situation, it was likely only he and Li Ran would compete. But he didn't want to waste more time. He decided to state his true bid directly. The host slightly increased the volume. 10,000 yuan once. Does anyone want to bid again? 10,000 yuan twice. 10,000 yuan 3 times. Congratulations to this person in a white suit for successfully winning the Four Seasons apple. Wishing you and your family and friends peace all year round. Thank you for helping children who are out of school. After hearing this bid, Sister Tang on stage relaxed quite a bit. Clearly, she was happy with this winning price. This money might change the lives of more than one child who has lost their way. When Tang Zhen received the Four Seasons apple, she felt a bit dazed. Did she really get 2 beautiful safe apples? As a designer, Sister Tang specially went over to Tang Zhen and said, "Congratulations." Tang Zhen gave her a sweet smile. "Thank you." Sister Tang said, "Happy Christmas Eve." Tang Zhen replied, "Happy Christmas Eve, Sister Tang." Many people wanted these 2 safe apples tonight, but now they were in Tang Zhen's hands. The main event was over, and the Christmas Eve dance was almost ending. Tang Zhen and Ren Yanjing left early to find Xin Chuanli and the others. Tonight, they prepared apples, peanuts, oranges, and sweet potatoes to eat. When the 2 arrived at the gathering, there was already a lot of food on the grill. Ren Yanjing peeled a roasted orange for Tang Zhen. He chose a peanut to eat himself. What happened at the Christmas Eve costume party had obviously spread. Zhang Mian teased, "I heard our team leader spent 10,000 yuan tonight and bought an apple." Ren Yanjing replied, "It's for charity." Shen Quinli chuckled, "Oh, I thought it was for my sister-in-law." Ren Yanjing smiled. Both are possible. Helping her and doing charity can happen at the same time. Everyone was laughing and joking. Later, someone started the conversation, asking, "This year is almost over. During this whole year, is there anything worth mentioning or that made you feel lucky?" Shen Quinli was the first to answer excitedly. "The most worth mentioning thing this year is that I won against Xin Qi's little grandson in the performance competition." Of course, it wasn't just me. Everyone contributed. The second to answer was Zhang Mian, being praised by 3 younger female students in front of everyone. Does that count? Of course it counts. How could it not? Oh wow, 3 of them. After their answers, it was Ren Yanjing's turn. He put his arm around Tang Zhen's shoulder and said with a gentle smile, "The luckiest thing this year was meeting my girlfriend." And then, fate started to become more colorful. Next was Tang Zhen's turn. Shen Quinli grinned mischievously. "Sister-in-law, what was the luckiest thing for you this year?" "Don't say it was meeting the team leader. He already said that just now." Tang Zhen tilted her head, already knowing her answer. She rested her chin on her hand and said, "The luckiest thing this year was having 2 peace apples." Shen Quinli and Zhang Mian all burst into laughter. Ren Yanjing also smiled. Shen Quinli, who had also been at the costume party, knew exactly what had happened there. Who helped Tang Zhen get the peace apples?
Ren Yanjing.
So, rounding it up, the answer is, the luckiest thing was having Ren Yanjing. Without him, there would be no peace apples. With Ren Yanjing, there is also the peace apple. All right. My sister-in-law knows how to give the right answers.
Tang Zhen.
So, it's not good when friends are too clever, reading too much into things, making assumptions, and hiding secrets completely. After she answered, it was others' turn to speak. Once everyone finished, Tang Zhen asked 111-3, "What is the most admirable or lucky thing that happened to you this year?" 111 was secretly taking photos and eating candy when it heard this. It immediately replied, "The luckiest thing was getting candy from you and the main character, and leveling up once. I haven't had any glitches since. I hope I can keep leveling up in the future." Tang Zhen cheered. "A new year, it will definitely be better." 111, "Hee, it will for sure." After the first round of answers, Shen Xuanli, who loves to watch but isn't afraid of trouble, asked Ren Yanjing, "Captain, please describe your sister-in-law in 3 words." 3 words? Ren Yanjing didn't need to think and quickly gave several answers. Fragrant, soft, sweet, adorable, obedient, clingy. When he heard, "I'm not greedy," Ren Yanjing's heart softened. How could there be such a sweet baby? He had an answer in his heart, but it's not convenient for me to tell you. Shen Xuanli and Zhang Mian immediately exclaimed, "Oh." Shen Xuanli, all right, you can just enjoy it yourself." Zhang Mian, "Okay, then how would your sister-in-law describe the captain in 3 words?" Tang Zhen held up her fingers, smart, reliable, warm. Actually, there are many more. But she wouldn't list them all. Even 111 she never told. When she was with Ren Yanjing, she always felt very warm. A feeling of safety. Hearing Tang Zhen's answer, Shen Xuanli, being playful, said, "I also think the first 2 are true. As a teammate, the captain really shows his intelligence and reliability every day. The last one, maybe that's just your exclusive. But sister-in-law, you didn't comment on the captain's appearance?" Tang Zhen tilted her head slightly and leaned on Ren Yanjing's shoulder. Ren Yanjing, super handsome. Shen Xuanli, oh, Zhang Mian laughed and said, "Clap, clap." Everyone else joined in clapping happily. Ren Yanjing gently tilted her head to look at Tang Zhen. Under the orange lights, her smile was brighter than the glow itself. While a group of people gathered for a meal in front of the lab building, Li Ran and Lu Yu watched from nearby. It was very lively over there. But that kind of lively atmosphere felt exclusive, as if they no longer welcomed new people. The bright, bustling scene made their side seem very quiet and lonely. Li Ran stared in the direction of Ren Yanjing and said, You know what? I think I actually hate him a little." She hated how dazzling he was. Hated that he had a girlfriend without saying a word. Hated that he didn't notice her. She knew this feeling wasn't right, but she couldn't control it. Having a secret crush was so painful, and only sometimes was there a tiny bit of sweetness. But this little sweetness, Ren Yanjing wouldn't notice. In fact, he might have even forgotten the time he helped her pick up her textbook and told her to hold on to it. Isn't there a saying online? The bright moon doesn't shine on me alone. That's probably how she feels now. She knew she shouldn't keep going like this. She didn't want to see her ugly side. After a moment, she said in a low voice, Let's give it a month. I'll keep liking him for 1 more month. If after that he still doesn't notice me, I'll decide to give up." Lu Yu gave her a big hug. "Ran, I will always support every decision you make." After Christmas Eve dinner, Tang Zhen, Ren Yanjing, and others each went back to their own rooms before dawn. When she got home, Tang Zhen immediately went to the kitchen to make an apple pie. Today, Ren Yanjing got her 2 artistic apples, but she hadn't given him anything yet. She decided to give him a taste of her apple pie. Aunt Yu usually stocked up on ingredients, so she had everything she needed. Ren Yanjing just finished washing his hands and saw her busy in the kitchen. He leaned against the doorframe and watched her quietly. "What are you doing?" "Apple pie," Tang Zhen replied.
Ren Yanjing ook her.
"Do you need any help?" Tang Zhen focused on her work. "No, it's fine." Ren Yanjing nodded. "All right, then I'll keep you company and chat." At this point, Tang Zhen hesitated and said, "Ren Yanjing, today I dressed very differently from usual, and I also wore a mask." Ren Yanjing reached out and gently tousled her bright red, sea-colored hair, praising, "Baby, you look so beautiful today. It was like a princess stepping into the real world." Tang Zhen turned to look at him. "How did you recognize me?" Ren Yanjing asked back. "Do I really need to recognize you?" His gaze was naturally drawn to her location. He didn't even need to look carefully. His intuition guided him. Tang Zhen bit her lip to stop him from staying in the kitchen. "Go find Zhen to play nicely." Ren Yanjing pouted. "But I want to stay here," Tang Zhen suggested. "Then play on your phone for a while." Ren Yanjing's phone was casually placed on the bedside table. "I won't play." Tang Zhen paused slightly. She noticed that during team activities or outings, Ren Yanjing never played on his phone. When hanging out with friends, he was serious about the gathering. When participating in activities, he was focused. In class, he paid attention. Even during boring lectures, he didn't sneakily play on his phone. The male lead was truly a very attentive person. While they were talking, the oven beeped. Apple pie was ready. In just half an hour, it was done. Tang Zhen, wearing gloves, took the freshly baked apple pie out of the oven, smiling warmly. Ren Yanjing, Merry Christmas Eve. The sweet aroma of the apple pie filled the air. Ren Yanjing moved closer and kissed her. Merry Christmas Eve, wife. Tang Zhen looked at the time and urged, It's not midnight yet. Hurry and eat the pie. They shared the apple pie, and after finishing, it was almost time to sleep. But Tang Zhen had no sleepiness at all. Back in her room, she took out a brand new notebook and started drawing, like a comic. This time, her drawings included not only Ren Yanjing but also Xin Chuanli, Zhang Mian, Fong Feng, and others like Tian Tian, Yizi, and Juzi. There were many characters. She wanted to record some memorable moments. Today, she captured 2 scenes, one of her and Tian Tian running wildly on the road, and another of her, Ren Yanjing, Xin Chuanli, and others during a team-building activity. The roasted oranges, peanuts, and sweet potatoes tonight were all delicious. She was very happy to be with them. Everyone is a good person. It would be nice if time could stay still at that moment forever.